My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 1531 to Chapter 1595. In the sky, Luo Changchun was constantly activating a large number of sinking stars, making it difficult for Yangqing to move, and constantly being bombarded. And Luo Qinxiang's black water and sound waves were constantly disturbing Yangqing, leaving him no time to command the chaos cauldron. This time, under the indiscriminate bombardment of the golden crow true fire, Yangqing's weak water shield began to be unable to hold on, because he had been continuously attacked too many times, and appeared to be exhausted. The surging true essence shockwaves, with Yangqing as the starting point, constantly vibrated, and the sky was filled with strange and dazzling scenes, like countless deadly fireworks. The Luo Castle cultivators watching this scene from afar were trembling with excitement, but they also somewhat admired that under such an attack, Yangqing, with a woman in tow, could still persist and not be defeated. Luo Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, clenched the corner of her clothes, her eyes glistening with tears. She felt confused, but powerless, as if she would suffocate at any time. She did not know why she was like this. Clearly that man had hurt her time and time again, and even almost killed her once. But, she did not know why. The more it was like this, the deeper the fetters were. Yangqing felt that his true essence was becoming more and more chaotic, and his meridians were swollen. This was because the opponent's cultivation was not much different from his own, and even more than his own, causing him great pressure. If it were not for his heaven-defying physical fitness, if it were any other cultivator, he would have been torn apart by 5 horses. This was a very bad sign. Although he relied on the powerful weak water and Lanhua to defend, and used the chaos cauldron to disrupt the rhythm of the attacks of the 3 people, but it did not have a fundamental effect. If this went on, sooner or later, because his true essence could not be replenished in time, or his energy weakened, he would make a mistake and be defeated. What worried him even more was that there were still 4 weak water middle stage elders who had not made a move. Even if he did not bring Xiao Qing, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist the joint encirclement of these 7 people. What should he do? Yangqing suddenly felt that he was already very close to death. Very close. At the same time, far to the southwest of the Luo Castle, in a black forest more than 100 miles away, Ning Jingfeng stood in the middle of a wet black land with a complicated expression, waiting for something quietly. Behind him were 4 cultivators with unfathomable cultivation bases, dressed in simple and unadorned robes. They were sitting quietly at 4 different points. There were 2 men and 2 women, and they all looked middle-aged. There were also more than a dozen other cultivators of the dark water stage, stationed around nervously. At this moment, an extremely ordinary-looking aqua water stage cultivator quietly descended from the sky, arrived in front of Ning Jingfeng, and knelt on one knee. This person was the spy that the Ning family had sent to the Luo family. There were thousands of people in the Luo family, and the cultivators had a lot of freedom to come and go. It was inevitable that there would be spies planted by the Xiao family and the Ning family. In fact, this was the case for every family. Why are you so late? What's the situation? What just happened? Ning Jingfeng asked unhappily. The spy replied, Patriarch, please forgive me. The situation just now was too shocking. Luo Qianxiu just successfully broke through and stepped into the 9 heavens heavenly lightning tribulation. The spy's voice was trembling, and there was still some lingering fear in his heart. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators of the Ning family behind him all showed a look of shock. The 2 men and 2 women sitting quietly also frowned. Ning Jingfeng's expression was uncertain, and finally sighed, How is Yangqing? The situation is not good, he shouldn't be able to hold on. The Luo family suddenly sent 6 supreme elders, and among them, there seems to be Luo Qinxiang, who was famous hundreds of years ago, and the previous patriarch, Luo Changchun. The other elders are also experts who have been famous for more than 100 years. Now Yangqing may not be able to deal with Luo Qianxiu alone. Now that he is surrounded, although he is defending, it is only a matter of time before he is killed or captured. The corner of Ning Jingfeng's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth. In the end, he waved his hand and said, Got it, go back to the Luo family, don't let anyone discover anything. Yes. The spy immediately flew into the sky and left. Ning Jingfeng looked up at the sky and thought for a while, then turned around and said to the 2 men and 2 women. For Supreme Elders, it seems that I made the four of you come here for nothing, Ning Jingfeng said apologetically. One of the female elders said, it's not a waste of time. Knowing that Luo Qianqiu can advance, it means that we have a chance. However, the Luo family's strength will go up another level in the future. Jingfeng, you have to be careful. That's right. A male elder said slowly, we know that your thoughts are on the secular world, but as the patriarch, cultivation is also very important. Learn more from your sister Ruaju. That girl seems to be the biggest hope of our younger generation to fight against Luo Qianqiu. Ning Jingfeng's face twitched a few times, and he forced a smile. Jingfeng, thanks elder for your teachings, I won't dare to forget. The four elders didn't say much. They knew that if it was only 6 supreme elders, the 4 of them had a high chance of saving Yangqing. But with Luo Qianqiu in the Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation, there was a high chance that he would die. This was not worth it. Thus, without waiting for Ning Jingfeng to speak, he had already flown away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ning Jingfeng's face darkened, and he angrily swung out a ray of platinum true essence, shattering a dozen towering ancient trees, shaking the forest. Patriarch, are we giving up just like this? A dark water stage confidant walked up and asked unwillingly. Ning Jingfeng said in a low voice, if we don't give up, are we going to die just to give Yangqing a favor? Go. Return to the mansion. With that, Ning Jingfeng took the lead and flew away. The group of Ning family cultivators thought that they were going to have a big fight, and even the 4 supreme elders were called back, but they didn't expect to be happy for nothing, and they returned to the Ning family with their tails between their legs. Yangqing, who was surrounded, didn't know that he originally had a chance to escape, because the Ning family planned to take advantage of him being surrounded to get a favor. But he didn't expect that Luo Qianqiu's heaven-defying breakthrough would mess up the situation. But Yangqing didn't plan to rely on anyone's help, he risked his life to save Xiao, and he was already mentally prepared for this. But when he thought that he was going to die here with his woman, he was also unwilling. He still had a wife and child at home, and he was going to be killed by a group of shameless old men. What was this? His body was getting more and more out of control, and every time he gathered the power of heaven and earth, it was getting weaker and weaker. Yangqing could hear his own breathing, his own heartbeat, and he could feel that Xiao, who was in his arms, was getting weaker and weaker because of the sound wave attacks. The Chaos Cauldron went from attacking at the beginning, but now it guarded by his side, using the power of chaos to form a barrier and strengthen its defense. But no matter how strong the Chaos Cauldron was, it couldn't last forever, and it would be broken sooner or later. The golden firebird, the magnificent sunken star, and the endless entanglement of the ink dragon, made Yangqing unable to see the situation outside clearly. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly reverberated in his mind. Hee hee, hee hee. It was a mocking laugh, as if it was watching a joke. Yangqing was stunned, his divine sense tightened, and he said in astonishment, chaos. A virtual image that looked exactly like Yangqing formed in Yangqing's sea of consciousness, and with a teasing expression, it said, long time no see, little guy. Yangqing subconsciously resisted the external attack, and he was deeply shocked. You, why are you? Why am I still here? Why can I still talk to you? Hun Dan sneered disdainfully. Stupid and lowly human, do you really think that you can make me submit to you just because you ate that Buddha heart Saraira? What a joke. I'm immortal, an ancient divine beast that was born from the beginning of Hongmeng. The owner of that relic was just a Buddhist cultivator with some strength in the ancient times. If I had a physical body, I could swallow hundreds and thousands of Buddhist cultivators with that level of cultivation effortlessly. You want to subdue me with that lousy relic? You're really daydreaming. Chaos Tone was full of disdain, as if it was a supreme existence looking down on Su Quebec. Yangqing suddenly realized something, and he exclaimed, You did it on purpose. Haha. It's not too late for you to realize it now. Chaos grinned and said, if I didn't pretend to be suppressed by you on purpose, you stupid little fellow, how could I continue to eat the cultivators that I want to eat and recover my strength? Yangqing felt extremely unlucky. Why was he not only fooled by Luo Qianqiu, but also by Chaos? However, Chaos was after all a ferocious beast that had lived for who knew how many hundreds of thousands or millions of years. Even though he was sealed underground most of the time, his intelligence was actually far deeper than that of humans. It was actually not too embarrassing to be fooled by him. But now that Xianxia saw it come out, he felt that the situation was complicated. Then why did you come out now? Xianxia asked. Chaos said arrogantly, if I didn't come out, would you still be able to hold on? If you have the cultivation of the Shangqing heavenly lightning tribulation, then even if I don't come out, you can greatly increase the power of the chaos cauldron. You can dissolve these attacks one by one, and even absorb them. But your cultivation is not enough to allow the chaos cauldron to absorb these attacks on a large scale. If this goes on, you won't be able to hold on. I think it's not that the chaos cauldron can't absorb it, but you did it on purpose. You absorbed the Tai Ching heavenly lightning very quickly just now. All of this is just you playing tricks in the dark. Xianxia was not stupid and laughed instead. Chaos did not care, you don't have to be angry, it's useless. In my eyes, you are just a little kid. If it wasn't for the fact that you have a good body and are suitable for me to use, I wouldn't have bothered to care about you. That's right, if I personally come out, not to mention the Tai Ching heavenly lightning, even the Shangqing heavenly lightning would not be a threat. I can still devour it. But why would I help you for nothing? To let you live until now, I have already treated you well. You are not helping me, you are just paving the way for yourself. Xianxia said. Chaos laughed out loud and said, so what? Every time I eat a cultivator, every time I absorb a heavenly lightning, and every time I use my true essence, I will transfer some of the spiritual chi to you to strengthen your cultivation and physique. Although this is all in preparation for using your body, I have still helped you after all. It's useless even if you deny it. Xianxia felt a surge of anger. He was like a shell that was being raised by chaos, fattening himself up just waiting to be occupied. This feeling of being completely controlled and fooled made Xianxia go crazy. However, Han Dun didn't care at all. He snorted and said, you better not get angry first. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you're smart enough, you should know that you're no match for these cultivators. If you want your woman to be safe and let her leave this place, I can help you. Xianxia was startled. He lowered his head and looked at Xiao Qi-Ching, whose lips were pale. He felt pity for her and swallowed his saliva, but he couldn't say anything. Hubby, are you all right? Cough cough. Xiao Qi-Ching saw Xianxia lowering his head to look at her and asked with concern. However, she coughed up more blood. It was obvious that she had suffered internal injuries. The conversation between Xianxia and chaos in his mind was undetectable by others. Xianxia felt his heart twitch as if it was being torn apart. That's right, if I force myself to hold on, this woman will die here. In fact, if she doesn't die, she will only be tortured even more miserably. Also, would these people let go of the women in his family? And his own children? Han Dun seemed to have seen through Xianxia's thoughts and said bewitchingly, think about the people you want to protect, and think about what they've done for you. Do you have the heart to let them be at the mercy of others? If you let me use your body, I'll do you a favor in the name of the ancient divine beast. I guarantee that your women and family will not be provoked by any forces. Whoever dares to hurt them, I'll eat them up. Today, I'll help you kill all the people who laid their hands on you. I'll eat them up until not even their bones are left. What do you think? Xianxia didn't dare to believe this fellow's words. If it was really trustworthy, it wouldn't be called a beast. Han Dun didn't seem to be in a hurry. It just smiled quietly and waited for Xianxia's decision. Although it could forcefully attack Xianxia's divine sense, it was worried that Xianxia wouldn't be willing. Not only would it cause damage to its beast soul, it might even self-destruct. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. For a moment, Xianxia's heart was in a fierce struggle. Outside, Luo Qianxiu, Luo Qinxiong, and Luo Changchun had been attacking for a long time. Seeing that Xianxia still hadn't been defeated, they all lost their patience. Humph, this primal chaos cauldron is indeed a divine object that surpasses immortal weapons. It can even withstand this. Luo Qinxiong said unhappily. I think he's already at the end of his tether and has no strength to resist or escape. Why don't the 7 of us attack together? Luo Changchun said. Seeing that Xianxia really wouldn't escape, the 4 supreme elders gathered together and released their powerful true essence from the middle stage of the weak water realm. Luo Qianxiu naturally had no objections. He only felt that it was a pity that he might not be able to obtain the cultivation technique even after Yangqing died. However, after thinking about it, perhaps Yangqing's family still had a chance to obtain it, so he didn't say much. Suddenly, there were 4 more waves of true essence that were ready to be unleashed, causing Yangqing's mind to tremble again. This group of old fools, are they really going to kill me? Yangqing felt a splitting headache, and his own stubborn illness had also begun to erupt. His eyes flashed with a scarlet light. At this juncture, he could only go all out. Yangqing lowered his head and said to Xiao Qiqing, "Qing I can only choose to gamble with primal chaos." "I'm sorry." When Xiao Qiqing heard this, she was a little confused at first, but when she saw that the primal chaos cauldron in the sky was suddenly emitting an increasingly powerful aura, she suddenly realized something. "Hubby. You want to?" Xiao Qiqing didn't dare to continue. Her eyes were filled with tears. She knew that Yangqing had made up his mind and blamed himself incomparably. Yangqing didn't hear what Xiao Qiqing said anymore. His consciousness gradually became lost, his mind was muddled, and he gradually gave up his control. Primal chaos revealed a smug look. During this period of time, it had absorbed most of the spiritual energy for its own use, and had already recovered a lot of its vitality. Although it was still far from its peak, it was not hundreds of thousands of years ago. Those ancient immortals who could combine forces to kill and seal its physical body had long disappeared. In this world, it had enough time to strengthen itself and return to its peak. Obtaining Yangqing's physical body was just the first step. Outside, the 4 Grand Supreme Elders gathered colorful spells. They were all experts who had cultivated the Luo family's Luo Tian scripture. Their spells were vigorous, and from afar, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, and all of them gathered at the location where Yangqing was. Defeat him in one fell swoop. Luo! Changchun shouted. The next moment, the 7 of them used their special skills. A large amount of mighty true essence erupted like a mountain torrent, and vented at the location where Yangqing was. Gold, black, white, green, blue. Countless true essence surged and exploded, pulled, tangled, split, and drowned everything. Boom boom boom. The dazzling light caused the Luo family fort cultivators in the distance to subconsciously retreat, not daring to look directly at it. The combined attack of the 7 experts was like a mountain shaking, and the pillars of the sky collapsing. A large amount of true essence scattered in all directions could shake an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator to death. Compared to the Tai Ching heavenly lightning, it was not much weaker. In addition, Yangqing was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. To the 7 of them, this was already a death sentence. When the light gradually dissipated, the 7 of them realized that Yangqing and Xiao Qiqing were nowhere to be seen. As for the chaos cauldron, it was slowly rotating in the air, and the power of chaos was also showing signs of withdrawing. "It's over," Luo Qianxiang snorted and said calmly. Luo Changchun said, "It should have been over long ago. It's just a last-ditch struggle." The Luo castle cultivators were also elated. They felt that this was an eye-opener, and they were in high spirits. But Luo Qianxiu frowned, and his pupils shrank. He suddenly looked up. How is this possible? Being startled by him, the other elders also raised their heads to look up. The next second, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a figure standing proudly in the sky above them, which was about 100 meters above the chaos cauldron. Facing the cold wind, Yangqing held Xiao Qiqing with one hand, and stroked his chin with the other. His eyes had turned blood red, and there was not a trace of humanity in them. It was as if he was shrouded in a fog, and a desolate and mysterious aura permeated the air. Impossible. How did he escape? How did he escape without us noticing? Luo Qianxiang turned pale with fright. In the sky, Yangqing looked down and saw the surprised expressions of the 7 people below. He grinned wickedly, and licked his lips, revealing a greedy smile. Looking at Yangqing's strange smile, the 7 people present trembled from the depths of their souls, as if there were countless pairs of scarlet eyes staring at them bloodthirstily from behind. His cultivation is not right. Luo Qianxiu was the first to feel the strangeness, and he said with a cold expression. Luo Changchun and the others also looked solemn. Indeed, Yangqing's cultivation had suddenly increased a lot compared to just now. Although they could not see how high Yangqing's cultivation was, the pressure of the true core force at this moment was on a completely different level from Yangqing just now. Hiss. Han Dan did not care too much about how the 7 people below looked at him. Instead, he let out a sound of enjoyment and infatuation. His throat moved, and he took a big breath of cold air. It's really delicious, the smell of breath. Luo Xianxia, who was below, said with a gloomy face, "Humph, he is mocking us and bluffing. Don't be fooled by him. I'm afraid he used some kind of secret technique to stimulate his potential. At this level, who can inexplicably increase their cultivation by so much? That's right, don't let him escape." Luo Changchun nodded, drew a few runes with his hands, and pushed them towards the sky. Golden light flashed, and he shouted, "Sinking star, heavens collapse." For a moment, a large amount of condensed spiritual qi was suddenly produced on top of Han Dun's head. Under the stimulation of true core force, it gradually expanded, and formed a huge energy body of dozens of feet. Boom! This energy body suddenly fell, and with a terrifying power, it broke into pieces and began to violently explode. Thousands of colorful rays of light, and the true core force that erupted in that instant seemed to destroy the whole space. Han Dan did not even look at it, and let the energy body envelop him. The next scene shocked the 7 people present to the extreme. They saw that when the exploded spiritual qi body touched the space around Han Dan, it all turned into strands of separated spiritual qi flow, and was inexplicably absorbed. In the blink of an eye, this powerful offensive spell disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea, as if everything was just a dream. Of course, to Chaos, this was very normal. This kind of attack spell that was like a child's play to him was just like giving him some snacks to eat. About 400,000 years ago, the ancient immortals had the cultivation of the Yuqing Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. The spells that they cast could be called the real heaven-shattering and earth-rending. However, it still required dozens of people to besiege it to defeat it. If it weren't for the fact that Yangqing's body wasn't comparable to his real body and his overall strength hadn't even recovered to 1% of his peak, he wouldn't even need to look at these ants in front of him. Even so, after the chaos took control of Yangqing's body, it transferred all the spiritual energy stored in the chaos cauldron. This allowed the cultivation of Yangqing's body to skyrocket to the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Great Perfection realm. Previously, when Yangqing absorbed so much purple-blue Heavenly Thunder and 3 Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder, in addition to a large number of experts and elixirs, he only had a cultivation of about half of the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder realm. This was because the chaos had secretly withheld a large amount of spiritual energy. Now that the chaos had taken control of Yangqing's body, it naturally didn't need to hide it anymore. After all, it was all its own, so it took it out in one go. After all, the chaos still hoped to have a body to cultivate, and not to keep nourishing the chaos cauldron that sealed itself. At this moment, Yangqing had truly reached the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Great Perfection realm and cultivation. In addition to the chaos's devouring attribute, the chaos's power of chaos, how could it still take these 7 people seriously? Even Luo Xianxia, who had the highest cultivation, was at most in the middle stage of Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Great Perfection realm. His realm was far from the chaos, not to mention the other 6 people. That's it? Can you do something to make me excited? The chaos grinned and looked at the 7 people. As he spoke, the chaos threw Xiao Qiqing towards the chaos cauldron. The chaos cauldron was responsible for protecting the woman. Xiao Qiqing knew that this fellow wasn't her man. She was angry and worried, but she was also very afraid and didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, Luo Qianxiu thought of something and suddenly shouted, "You're not Yangqing. You're the ferocious beast Chaos." "What?" the others cried out in shock. The chaos laughed wildly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is which one of you can fill the gaps between my teeth first." "Preposterous. You're about to die and you're still pretending to be mysterious." Black Dragon's secret art, Dragon King's fury. Luo Qianxiang had a swift and fierce nature and wasn't afraid at all. She condensed a whirlpool of black water, and a huge ferocious dragon head that was as large as a bell burst out from it. The dragon head swelled with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had already expanded more than 10 times. It held towards the chaos with an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. The chaos didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he charged towards the dragon head. Before the black water came into contact with the chaos, it had already turned into countless spiritual energy and was completely absorbed. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. It didn't have any effect at all. "Grandma, be careful!" Luo Xianxia shouted, but it was already too late. The chaos had already arrived in front of Luo Xianxiang. Luo Xianxiang didn't expect that the chaos would charge directly towards her. Subconsciously, she could only raise the weeping ghost sword and stab it at the chaos. Clang 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 clang. The power of the chaos suddenly exploded. The dark gray energy directly crushed the weeping ghost sword and turned it into metal spiritual energy to be absorbed. However, it was just a barely high-grade magic treasure. In the eyes of the chaos, it was basically trash. No. Ah. Luo Qianxiang's mournful scream pierced through the night sky, but she was already caught by the chaos. A large hand covered her head. SSSSS. The head of the charming woman was directly twisted off by the chaos. Even her bones were directly torn apart. She died with her eyes wide open. Fresh blood gushed out from Luo Qianxiang's neck like a fountain, shooting straight up into the sky. The chaos laughed wildly. Under everyone's suffocating gaze, he bit down on the severed neck and began to eat heartily. Huff, huff. The sound of flesh and blood being sucked made Luo Qianxiao and the other 5, including Xiao Qiqing, feel like they were about to collapse. Ah. Xiao Qiqing was so frightened that she directly covered her eyes, not daring to look any longer. The Luo Castle cultivators in the distance were either weak in the legs or pale in the face. They couldn't understand how the situation had suddenly taken such a drastic turn for the worse. The Grand Elder, who was at the peak of the weak water realm, was actually instantly killed by Yangqing and even had his flesh eaten. After eating a few mouthfuls, the chaos suddenly raised his head. His face was full of fresh blood and minced meat. It was bright red, as if he had just come out of a blood pool. His body was covered in blood and water. A wicked and excited smile appeared on his face. The taste that I've been yearning for day and night, the fresh flesh and blood of a human cultivator, it's been too long since I've eaten it. Oh. If they still didn't believe Luo Qianxiao's judgment after hearing this sentence and seeing this scene, then these people must be crazy. Chaos. This Yangqing had really been possessed by chaos. Just a moment ago, he had completely suppressed Yangqing, but now the attacks of these people were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to even touch him. They finally understood the reason. After eating a few mouthfuls of flesh and blood, chaos instantly absorbed all of Luo Qianxiang's cultivation. The scarlet light in his eyes became even more fanatical. Run. Run quickly. Run in different directions. Luo Qianxiao gathered 100% of his true essence and roared. This was an order to the entire Luo castle. It was impossible to defeat a heaven-defying ancient beast that could instantly kill Luo Qianxiang and destroy a high-grade magic weapon in one blow. If they stayed behind, they would only be waiting for death. Almost at the first moment, Luo Qianxiao ran towards the southwest direction. That was the location of none other than the Ning family. He knew that running anywhere else was useless. Only by leading chaos to a place with many experts would they have a chance to divert its attention and harm other cultivators. The other 5 cultivators, including Luo Changchun, were a little slower, but they also knew that they had to run quickly. Chaos was enraged. These ants still dared to run? What was the use of running? Now that he had occupied Yangqing's body, sooner or later, he would eat them all up. But these people had chosen different directions to escape. It was difficult for Chaos to catch them all at once, so he could only choose the closest direction to chase after that Ruoshui middle stage Grand Supreme Elder. Ah! Don't eat me! When that Grand Supreme Elder saw Chaos chasing after him, he was so frightened that he no longer cared about his old face and dignity. He began to cry out. It was really too indignant that his hundreds of years of cultivation were eaten up just like that. But Chaos did not care so much. After all, its speed was faster than him. The power of chaos instantly crushed the Grand Supreme Elder's hands that tried to resist. It crushed the old man's neck and sucked his cultivation clean. The Luo castle cultivators who were further away had already fled in all directions, and Hun Dun was too lazy to chase after them one by one. It had been observing Yang Cheng's experience in the dark, and it knew which places had a large number of cultivators in the illusion, such as the Xiao family, the Ning family, and the central Hongmeng. It planned to eat them one by one, and there was no need for it to chase after the stray dogs of the Luo family. If Hun Dun was said to be an immortal and indestructible ferocious beast, and its intellect was superior to others over the endless years, but it was ultimately not human. If it had any flaws, it would probably be its uncontrollable, primitive nature of insatiable greed. No matter what the situation was, Hun Dun wanted to eat all humans. This was the difference between beasts and humans, and also the reason why the ancient immortals risked their lives to seal Hun Dun. They knew that if Hun Dun was not sealed, the extinction of humans was only a matter of time. Hun Dun was born to continuously devour all living things, and this was its destiny, not its own choice. Unfortunately, there was really no way to kill this evil creature, or else it would have been killed long ago. It runs pretty fast, Hun Dun muttered to himself, and after savoring the fresh meat that he had just eaten, he glanced at Xiao Qiqing who was under the Hun Dun cauldron, and his figure flashed past her. Xiao Qiqing saw that Hun Dun was staring at her, and her delicate body trembled. "You! What did you do to my husband? You can still speak after seeing me, little girl, you have some guts." Hun Dun grinned evilly. "Your man is no longer here, and now this body belongs to me. You lied to me. My husband won't lose to you." Xiao Qiqing's heart fell to the bottom, but she still held on to hope, and cried out unwillingly. I don't have time to waste with a little girl like you. That idiot Yangqing wanted me to protect you women. Originally, I didn't mind, but now I've changed my mind. I'm busy eating cultivators to recover my strength. I don't have time to care about you lowly humans. Hun Dun was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Yangqing, that idiot, dared to disrespect me when I was weak. You are his woman. I could have refined you and eaten you first, then I would have eaten all the women and children on that island to relieve the hatred in my heart. However, right now, I really want to see the appearance of Yang Cheng's woman begging me for mercy. If you can please me, I will spare your little life. Xiao Qiqing was startled for a moment, then he sneered with tears in his eyes, so you're just a pitiful worm. Kill me if you want, but do you think I'll beg you for mercy? Even if I'm a weak woman, I still look down on you. Hun Dun frowned and grinned, good. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll cut open your stomach and eat you up. Haha. If Yangqing knew that he ate his woman, I wonder how he would feel. After saying that, Hun Dun reached out his hand and reached for Xiao Qiqing's heart, ready to dig out her heart first. But just as his hand reached out halfway, Hun Dun suddenly shook. How? How could it be? You. Damn it. No. Hun Dun's face began to twist, his body twitched, the scarlet red in his eyes dimmed and then went wild, and the murderous aura on his body was also sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Xiao Qiqing originally closed her eyes and waited for death, but she suddenly realized that something was wrong with Hun Dun. She opened her eyes and looked. At first, she was a little puzzled, but then her eyes emitted waves of hope. At this moment, in Yang Cheng's sea of consciousness, a powerful spiritual force was constantly breaking through the suppression of Hun Dun's primordial spirit and began to struggle violently. Bastard, I knew you were going to go back on your words. What did you say about protecting my woman? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Yang Cheng's angry roar came from the depths of Hun Dun's consciousness. A cloud of spiritual force of the netherworld began to make Hun Dun's consciousness retreat. Suddenly, Yang Cheng's consciousness, which had disappeared without a trace, appeared again and stood side by side with Hun Dun. In Hun Dun's sea of consciousness, two Yang Cheng appeared again. Hun Dun looked at the spiritual force of the netherworld that was emitting from Yang Cheng's body and suddenly thought of something. It's the spiritual force of that godhead. Hun Dun finally recognized that it was the godhead that Hades had given to Yang Cheng in the past. But for some reason, the spiritual force emitted by the godhead this time was several times stronger than before. Yang Cheng grinned, and his eyes were full of blazing fighting spirit. What do you think? You didn't expect me to have this trick, did you? Although you have recovered a lot of primordial chi, your primordial spirit is still sealed by the chaos cauldron and can't escape. That's why you can only rely on my body. And if I'm not wrong, your primordial spirit is not strong enough to devour me directly. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to tempt me with all kinds of benefits to make me hand over the control. Wouldn't it be better for you to devour my primordial spirit directly? Han Dan was embarrassed into anger when he was pointed out. Indeed, the seal of the ancient immortals was extremely powerful. This chaos cauldron had sealed his primordial spirit inside. Before he completely recovered, it was almost impossible for him to break free from this chaos cauldron. And because of the chaos cauldron, the recovery of his primordial spirit was also a problem. He couldn't break free and could only rely on Yanqing to recognize him as his master and attach himself to Yanqing's body. If his primordial spirit was really strong enough, he would have devoured Yanqing directly. Why would he need to tempt Yanqing over and over again, persuade Yanqing and suffer so much? This time, he saw the right opportunity to come out. Firstly, he felt that his strength had recovered to a certain extent and was enough to subdue Yanqing's primordial spirit. As for devouring, he could take it slowly. Secondly, Han Dan felt that with the strength of Yanqing's primordial spirit, as long as he gave up now, he wouldn't be able to resist. Unless he gave up the control himself. It was the same logic as Yanqing didn't take the initiative to retreat previously. But unexpectedly, Yanqing's mental strength suddenly skyrocketed. Mental strength and divine sense seemed to be two different things. But they were both part of the primordial spirit. There were 8 divine senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, will, samadhi, and araya. Among them, will was the consciousness, araya was the germination of thought in Buddhism. It was the happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy of human beings. And mental strength was the willpower emitted from the brain. Humans' willpower was mysterious, while the gods used the mysterious Godhead to transform their willpower into powerful mental strength. They could hide and release it at will. It was also a theoretical concept of unsealing. Mental strength originally represented willpower. It was an important component of a strong divine sense. Divine sense was the manifestation of the primordial spirit. Now, Yanqing's mental strength was released through the Godhead. It carried the netherworld aura of the Hades god of Pluto's Godhead. Suddenly, the pressure on Han Dan increased tremendously. How? How did your mental strength become so powerful? Han Dan felt very strained. He realized that his divine sense was being repelled. Yanqing became even more passionate. He said in a clear voice, "After all, you can only rely on guesses and observe my every move from the side. You can't pry into my inner thoughts." Early on, when Gaia's heart was recovering, the mental strength in the Godhead had already begun to increase rapidly. The mental strength of the gods was increasing at an accelerated rate. But because I didn't use the law of space much, I know that you don't know that my Godhead is different from before. Now, as long as I release the mental strength in my Godhead, although my cultivation won't change, my primordial spirit will be instantly strengthened. Do you think that my divine sense is at the same level as yours, or even slightly inferior to yours? That's a big mistake. I've already left you far behind. It's impossible for you to catch up with me. Yanqing's words stung Han Dan's self-esteem. But no matter how Han Dan struggled, it found that it was of no use. The Godhead continued to release that powerful mental strength to help Yanqing's primordial spirit. It pushed back and suppressed Han Dan's primordial spirit. No. I can't lose to you. I can't accept it. Han Dan's efforts were in vain. He didn't know in advance how much mental strength Gaia's heart had provided to the gods. His divine sense, which was originally on par with Yanqing's, was no match for him now. Seeing that Han Dan was gradually weakening, Yanqing said proudly, "I've already said that you're just a beast raised by me. How dare you play tricks with your master? Now that you've given me all the cultivation that you've been secretly hiding, I'll completely conquer you and welcome the Shangqing heavenly thunder. Han Dan, if you don't want to sink into the endless abyss again, then be my lackey. Despicable human." No. Han Dan's roar gradually weakened and finally disappeared from Yanqing's sea of divine sense. As soon as Yanqing gained the initiative, he swept the chaos out of his sea of consciousness, and the baleful aura on his body naturally dissipated. His pair of blood-red eyes regained their clarity, flickering with radiance. Other than the bloodstains on his body and the flesh on his face, there was nothing different about him. Of course, as his cultivation base and realm reached the great perfection of the Tai Ching heavenly thunder, the self-confidence that he emitted from inside out was even greater than before. After Yangqing hugged Xiao Qing, the chaos cauldron obediently shrunk and returned to Yangqing's dantian. After suffering such a change, even if the chaos had the intention to resist, it would be very difficult for it to have a chance in the future. Yangqing's primordial spirit was much stronger than before. It was almost impossible for the chaos to conceal its cultivation. Therefore, unless Yangqing's primordial spirit was severely injured, or Yangqing died, the chaos could only be a slave forever. Now that Yangqing had completely controlled the chaos, he also had a stronger control over the power of chaos. Just based on this point, his strength had surpassed the ordinary great perfection of the Tai Ching heavenly thunder. Phew! Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and saw that Xiao Qing was looking at him with tears in her eyes, which were filled with joy. Yangqing smiled brightly and reached out to touch the woman's nose. Silly Qing, what are you crying for? Aren't I fine now? Hubby. I thought you've already. Xiao Qing felt scared just thinking about it. I've already said that I want to take a gamble. You're so sure that I'll lose? Don't you have confidence in me? Yangqing shook his head and sighed gloomily. Xiao Qing pouted and said, How would I know what you're talking about? You're not even telling me. Little idiot, if I were to tell you, would the chaos still fall for it? Yangqing rolled his eyes at the woman. Xiao Qing giggled. This time, Han Dun is completely defeated. Hubby, you are so cunning. It can't be helped. These old fellows are all old foxes. I have to be more careful. Even so, Luo Qianxiu and Luo Heng escaped. Damn it. Fortunately, I've already attained the perfection stage of the Grand Qing realm. I can go look for them and kill them all at any time. Yangqing was still vexed over the matter of the Luo father and son. Xiao Qing blinked her eyes and asked expectantly, Hubby, are you going to cross the Shangqing heavenly thunder trial from time to time? With the chaos cauldron, it shouldn't be difficult for you to go through the heavenly tribulation. Your physique is already extremely strong. Yangqing sighed helplessly, cultivation and realm are enough, but this tribulation requires an opportunity and a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, why would Luo Qianxiu wait 8 years before undergoing his tribulation? I can't force it now. Anyway, what will come sooner or later. Xiao Qing nodded her head in understanding. She seemed to be too happy. She hugged Yangqing's neck and kissed Yangqing's lips. Yangqing pushed the woman away. Hey, don't kiss me. That idiot Han Dun ate an old woman just now. There's still the flesh and blood of that old woman on my lips. I don't care. I've even eaten so many poisons. Why would I be afraid of this little bit of human flesh? Xiao Qing pouted. Yangqing laughed foolishly. He touched the woman's head dotingly and sighed, Darling Qing, I've finally saved you. This time, it's more daunting than dangerous. I've gained quite a lot. I'll bring you back to the Mediterranean Sea now. I'll let you see your nanny, Xianxia. Then, I'll rest for a while before returning to the illusion realm to kill to my heart's content. Xiao Qing had long wanted to see Xianxia. She nodded her head excitedly. Without saying anything else, Yangqing brought the woman and flew southwest. That was the direction Luo Qianxiu escaped in. However, Yangqing wanted to reach the Mediterranean Sea as soon as possible. On the way, Yangqing thought of something and asked Xiao Qing curiously. Since Xianxia was her nanny, didn't she breastfeed her when she was young? But Xianxia didn't look like she had a child, so how could she breastfeed her? Xiao Qing smiled and explained. She was called nanny because Xianxia took care of her when she was young. When she was a baby, she drank milk powder. After all, the illusion realm was connected to the outside world. Yangqing felt a trace of sorrow in his heart. If that was the case, Xianxia was tainted by Xiaoqiufeng, which hurt her even more. He didn't know how to tell Xiao Qing about this, so he decided not to say it for now. After all, it was a nightmarish experience for Xianxia. The illusion realm was vast and boundless. Although Yangqing flew southwest like Luo Qianqiu, he didn't take the same route as Luo Qianqiu. Along the way, he didn't encounter any cultivators. He directly left the illusion realm and went straight back to the Mediterranean Sea. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the ocean and arrived at the sunny mountains. After half a world had passed, it was already afternoon. The sun was setting warmly, and the sea breeze was blowing gently. Yangqing's spiritual sense was now unprecedentedly powerful. With a casual sweep, he found Su Xian's position. Su Xian, Mother Wang, and a few other women were together outside a wooden house in the center. Before returning, Yangqing didn't forget to change the two's clothes into clean ones and wash his body. He didn't want to scare anyone, so he directly landed. Under the eaves, Mother Wang, Su Xian, Tang Wan, Mo Qianni, and Lu Mingyu were sitting at a table outside Ron's old wooden house. Not far away, Lin Ruoshi, who was wearing a white dress, was playing with the chubby little girl on a beautiful swing wrapped in flowers and vines. After all, Lan Lan was still a child. Although she could break this kind of swing with a metal chain, she was happy to swing there for more than half an hour. When Yangqing suddenly landed with Xiao Qiqing, all the girls looked over in surprise. When they saw Xiao Qiqing, they were all pleasantly surprised. "Hubby, Qing er!" Mo Qianni shouted. "You scared me. Can't you say hello before you come back?" Tang Wan clutched her chest and joked. Lan Lan, who was not far away, also jumped down and ran over like a gust of wind, causing Lin Ruoshi, who was behind her, to shake her head and smile helplessly. Lin Ruoshi, on the other hand, was very calm. She didn't seem to be surprised that Yangqing had brought Xiao Qiqing back at this time. She slowly walked over. Mother Wang, on the other hand, was already crying tears of joy. After confirming that she wasn't dreaming, she rushed up and hugged Xiao Qiqing. "My daughter. Io. Qing er, I was so worried about you." Mother Wang caressed Xiao Qiqing's face and body, afraid that she would lose a piece of flesh. Xiao Qiqing hugged her mother tightly. She bit her lip and her tears were still flowing. She then raised her head and saw Su Xian covering her face and sobbing as she looked at her. She softly called out, "Nanny." With this shout, Su Xian couldn't care too much about anything else. She rushed up and hugged Xiao Qiqing, crying. Yangqing looked at the three women crying there, and his heart was moved. However, as a man, it wasn't appropriate for him to get involved, so he naturally picked up his daughter, who was pouncing over, and smiled at Lin Ruoshi and the other girls. "How is it? Your husband's efficiency in saving people is high enough," Yangqing said proudly. This time, the women didn't roll their eyes at his boasting. Instead, they asked with concern what he had experienced in the illusion. "Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly later. Speaking of which, where's that old man Ron?" "Ron? Ron?" Yangqing scanned with his divine sense and found that Ron was in the forest behind the wooden house, so he shouted loudly, "Ron, you old brat, come back quickly." The old godfather of the mafia, Ron, was taking care of the flowers he had meticulously cultivated in the forest. When he heard Yangqing shout, he was stunned and quickly ran back. "Your Majesty Pluto, you're back?" Ron smiled amiably. He was wearing a farmer's rough clothes and a straw hat. He was holding a small shovel in his hand. He didn't waste any time and asked, "What can I do for you?" "Old man, your clothes match you quite well. Hee, I want to celebrate the reunion of my Qing heir with Mother Wang and Su Xian. Bring me a few bottles of good wine from my wine cellar," Yangqing said. Ron asked, "Will a 1982 Margaret do?" "Your Majesty Pluto?" "Alright, I don't know what's left anyway. Go and get more." Yangqing waved his hand. Ron nodded and quickly walked to the wine cellar with a smile. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Yangqing and complained, "No matter what, Mr. Ron is the world's top designer and a respected elder. It's too rude for you to always treat him like a servant. Don't you see that Lan Lan is looking at you from the side? Wife, you don't understand. If I were to be polite to these guys, they would think that I was going to kill them. If I were to be impolite to them, they would think that I was treating them as one of their own." Yangqing chuckled and pinched Lanlan's chubby cheeks. He felt extremely comfortable after returning home. At this time, Xiao, Mother Wang, and Su Xian finally stopped crying and gathered at the tea table. Mother Wang and Su Xian both wanted to say some words of gratitude to Yangqing, but they were stopped by Yangqing, thinking that it was too mushy. After Yangqing sat down with Lan Lan in his arms, he asked, "Why are there only a few of you here? Where are Chengwei, Yan and Zhenxiao? The sisters have all gone to the sea region far away from the island to cultivate. After all, sparring occasionally makes too much of a commotion. It's more convenient to go to the uninhabited sea region, and we don't have to worry about hurting the innocent," Lu Mingyu said. Yangqing was stunned. Yan and Zhenxiao also went? Isn't their cultivation level? They broke through. Tang Wan said with some emotion, "Not long after you left, Yongyan broke through and is now at the early stage of soul formation. I don't know what happened to her, but when she found out that Anqin unexpectedly broke through in one night, she was very anxious, and in the end, she also broke through inexplicably. As for little sister Xianxia, I can't help but admire her. She seems to have a very high comprehension ability. After Yongyan broke through, she also broke through and reached the early stage of soul formation." Yangqing was speechless for a while. There was such a thing. He didn't know what Choi Yan and Zhenxiao had comprehended, but it was still a great thing. Zhenxiao's breakthrough really surprised him. The time this little girl used to cultivate to the soul formation stage was too short. Although with the help of a large number of pills, reaching the peak of Xiantian was very fast, comprehending it was the hard truth. However, this kind of thing was hard to say. Zhenxiao's experience was actually much richer than her peers, and she had experienced all kinds of dangers, so she definitely had a lot of unique feelings about everything in the world. Now, among his women, only Lin Ruoxi, Tang Wan, Mo Qianni, Lu Mingyu, and Li Jingjing, who was far away in Beijing, had yet to break through to the soul formation stage. Xiao Qiqing was unable to cultivate. "You guys, aren't you anxious seeing them break through?" Yangqing joked. Lu Mingyu smiled and said, "We even mentioned it before. We said that it's because we are older from time to time, and that it's easier for the younger ones to break through." Hearing this, Yangqing looked at Lin Ruoxi with a smile and said, "Of Mingyu, don't you think there's something wrong? You seem to be the same age as Yongyan." Lin Ruoxi gracefully picked up a cup of black tea and took a sip. She lowered her eyebrows and said lightly, "I'm not in a hurry." Yangchen was speechless at the woman's nonchalant reply. He furrowed his brows slightly, then smiled in relief and didn't say much. Speaking of which, Mo Qianni said with a smile, "When Yongyan comes back, hubby, you can see what she has cultivated. It's a very magical thing." Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "So mysterious, you're still keeping me in suspense." As they spoke, Ron had already taken out a few bottles of margarita red wine. These 82 years of fine wine were already in a situation where there was a price but no supply in the market. The most ordinary one was at least 20,000 Huaxia dollars, not to mention the top quality goods. However, Yangqing's subordinates all over the world would give him good things all year round, so he didn't lack good wine at all. After opening a few bottles of red wine, Yangqing asked Ron to stay behind to chat and drink a few cups. After all, it was a good day, and he could also wait for Chengwei and the other girls to return. The chubby little girl was interested in the wine that looked exquisite and elegant. She begged Lin Ruoxi to let her take a sip, but in the end, she spat it out and said that it didn't taste as good as milk juice. Yangqing began to roughly describe the situation in the illusion. Xiao Qiqing helped to hide some things that would make Mother Wang and Su Xian worry. They had a tacit understanding. After learning that Yangqing's cultivation had reached the peak of the Grand Pure Realm and there was almost no one who could match up to him in the illusion, the women were clearly surprised. Of course, Yangqing knew that with his current strength, he was definitely not invincible. At the very least, he might not be a match for the person behind number one. However, because his cultivation was not enough at that time, he couldn't tell what level he was at. Ron didn't quite understand these. When Yangqing was almost done, the old man whose nose was a little red after drinking 2 mouthfuls said, "Your Majesty Pluto, since you are back, there is something I need to report to you." "Oh? What is it?" "It's Princess Jane. She said that she intends to transform her original residence on the island into a laboratory. She has already transported the experimental equipment, various raw materials, and materials she needs from London by freighter. She will probably arrive here this evening. Ron said. Yangcheng thought it was something important, so he nodded and said, that was originally her territory. Let her do as she pleases. In the future, she won't have to run back and forth to do some experiments. She is a scientific research maniac, and she really can't stay without a laboratory. Because this forgotten kingdom was a gift from Catherine to Yangcheng after she obtained the title of queen, there was already a place arranged for them to live on the island, and it was quite spacious. Jane didn't come here much before, but now she liked to get along with her sisters. Jane also planned to move the laboratory to the island. Anyway, after having cultivation, it was very convenient to fly. After more than an hour, a few beautiful and valiant figures descended from the sky in the south. It was Changwei and the other women who had returned to the island. Seeing Yangcheng and Xiao Qiqing, the women were overjoyed, and inevitably there was a burst of laughter and asked about what had happened. Yangcheng noticed that Changwei, Kai Ning, and Anqin were all at the late stage of soul formation. Anqin's true essence cultivation grew a little fast, even faintly stronger than Changwei and Kai Ning. Yangcheng always felt that more and more changes had taken place in this woman. When he recalled that pair of coquettish green eyes in his mind, he felt strange. Choi Yun and Xianxia were also at the early stage of soul formation. He believed that with the help of a large number of pills, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the late stage. Darling, guess what I've understood? Before Yangcheng asked, Choi Yun's nature of showing off was revealed, and there was a smug smile on her face. Yangcheng spread his hands, you're so mysterious, how can I guess? Choi Yun giggled, and suddenly circulated her true essence, and a white flame appeared in her hand. Yangcheng was startled, he didn't recognize this kind of flame, and he had never seen it before. He said in surprise, could it be a deviant flame? Hubby, you know? Choi Yun pointed at Su Xian and said, Aunt Su Xian told me that this might be a deviant flame's heart flame. Heart flame? Yangcheng looked at Su Xian, and Su Xian quickly explained to Yangcheng. This heart flame was indeed a type of deviant flame, and it was born from one's heart. Heart flame usually appeared on cultivators with fiery tempers, but because cultivators with fiery tempers usually couldn't bear the loneliness and calmness to cultivate, it rarely appeared. Moreover, simply having a fiery temperament was not enough, one must also have an exquisite heart of ice, which meant that in addition to being fiery, one must have the last bit of calmness to control one's temper. It was precisely these 2 points that Choi Yun satisfied. After all, she was a woman who had been a police chief before, and her personality was indeed not gentle. After cultivating Yangcheng's cultivation technique, she unexpectedly comprehended the heart flame. However, the heart flame was a deviant flame that required comprehension. There were no spells, and the attacking methods had to be comprehended by the cultivator himself. This was a disadvantage, but of course, it was also a greater possibility. Yangcheng tried to let Choi Yun use the heart flame to attack him once, and discovered that the beauty of the heart flame was that it didn't burn anything, but it could disturb one's thoughts, causing one to feel manic and uneasy. It could be said that it was a type of interference deviant flame. Of course, that was because Yangcheng's cultivation was too high after all. If it was a cultivator who was on par with Choi Yun, perhaps one hit would cause one's mind to go insane. It was still very powerful. Xianxia didn't comprehend anything special, and she just entered the spirit-severing stage from the innate stage. Actually, this was also a normal state, but the little girl pouted as if she was a little unwilling. Not to mention that Choi Yun and Jane were spirit-severing stage, one had a deviant flame, and the other had a domain. Changwei and Kai Ning also had a special Dao. Xianxia looked at herself, and it was just ordinary true qi transforming into true essence, so it was inevitable that she felt uncomfortable. Yangcheng saw that the girl was like a child, and smiled. He took out a pair of exquisite knives from his space ring, and handed them to Xianxia. Here, girl, this is for you. A mid-high grade magic weapon with a short blade. I think it's quite suitable for you to play with. Don't pout at me, you can hang an oil bottle on it. Yangcheng said. Not only Xianxia, but the other girls also had a strange look in their eyes. These 2 short blades were both less than a foot long. One of the blades was thicker, and the golden patterns were like vines coiling around it. It was engraved with 2 words, red pearl. The other blade was thin, and the purple patterns were like blooming flowers. It was engraved with 2 words, sand flower. This pair of dual saber magic treasures was dazzling and beautiful. Red spider lily? This is one of the best magic treasures in the illusionary realm. Hubby, did you snatch it from the elders of the Luo family? Xiaoqiqing immediately recognized it. How could Yangqing remember such trivial things? He scratched his head and said, I killed a bunch of people from the Xiao family, and this time, I slaughtered a bunch of people from the Luo family. I also snatched some magic treasures. I won't take out the inferior ones. I just think that this saber is very beautiful and matches Xianxia's figure, so I wanted to give it to Xianxia. Why, is it famous? Dual saber magic treasures are very rare. The red spider lily is one of the best. The red spider lily can increase the density of spiritual energy and form resistance, which can be used for both offense and defense. The sand flower can reduce the resistance of spiritual energy and can instantly increase its speed to attack when the enemy is unprepared. If used well, this is an extremely strong dual saber style. The enemy will find it hard to adapt to the rhythm of fast and slow at times. However, if the technique is not good enough, it will only increase the danger to oneself. After all, this is a relatively close combat magic treasure. Xiaoqiqing said. Without waiting for Yangqing to say anything, Xianxia had already snatched the pair of sabers from Yangqing's hands and hugged it in her arms. She was overjoyed and her little face was a little flushed with excitement. Whatever, since Brother Yang said to give it to me, then it's mine. I'll just practice it well. If I don't practice well, I won't use it recklessly. Xianxia was straightforward. This set of dual sabers was indeed too beautiful. It was like a wonderful work of art. Calling it a killing weapon was a bit of a stain. No wonder the girl liked it so much. The other women also looked at it with envy. Hubby, you're too biased. Just giving Xianxia a gift. Anqing was the first to refuse. She grabbed Yangqing's hand and said coquettishly. Xianxia immediately retorted and stuck out her pink tongue, Sister Anqing is not ashamed. You're already so old, yet you're still acting coquettishly. You little girl. Anqing's face was flushed red as she pounced over to tickle Xianxia. When Yangqing saw the 2 women arguing, he hurriedly took out a large assortment of magic weapons from his interspatial ring and spread them out on the lawn outside the door. Stop arguing. I still have a huge pile of gifts here. Give them to everyone one by one, so what's the rush? Looking at the dazzling lineup of at least 20 to 30 magic treasures, everyone was stunned by the spiritual energy emanating from them. Yangqing grabbed the medium-grade artifact, the wood spirit sword that Xiao Qiufeng had used before, and brought it to Anqing's eyes. Here, Anqing baby, your true essence is of the wood attribute, so this wood spirit sword should be able to increase your combat effectiveness by a lot. It also looks pretty good, so take it and use it. Xiaoqiqing cried out in surprise, ah, isn't this Xiao Qiufeng's magic treasure? Yangqing grinned, Qing your cheap brother was slaughtered by me, so it's not a problem to give this magic treasure to Anqing to use, right? Xiaoqiqing hurriedly shook her head, I was just surprised, of course it's okay. In fact, Xiaoqiqing was quite happy in her heart. Those people couldn't wait for her to be tortured, so why would they care about who their magic treasures belonged to? Anqing took the wood spirit sword and compared it with Xianxia's red spider lily. In the end, she still felt a little resentful. After all, the difference in appearance was quite big. However, how could Yangqing be satisfied with everything? He only had 1 pair of blades, but there were many others. Although Yangqing had told the women to take whatever they liked, the women obviously didn't want to do that. They all waited for Yangqing to give them one by one. Firstly, the meaning was different. Secondly, they believed in Yangqing's judgment. This wasn't a toy, but a weapon. In the end, Qiangwei took the dispersing flower long blade, Kaining took the thunderclap whip, and Choi Yun took the blood dragon golden blade. The other women couldn't use magic treasures yet, but Yangqing gave each of them 1 or 2. Some defensive magic treasures were given to almost everyone. Lin Ruashi had the Fengxiang bracelet, so she didn't need it. Even with Yang Cheng's current cultivation, he couldn't tell what grade of magic treasure the Fengxiang bracelet belonged to. It seemed to be related to the wearer's cultivation. Currently, Lin Ruoxi's cultivation was unable to let the Fengxiang bracelet display its true power. Some low-grade magic treasures weren't very useful, at least for a nouveau riche like Yangqing in the cultivation world. Yangqing simply gave Lan Lan a beautiful low-grade flying sword as a toy. Otherwise, the chubby little girl would pout and refuse to give up. In addition, the women who didn't get a space ring before were also given a ring. Although the size of the space was different, it was enough for them to store what they wanted, which was more attractive to the women. When the gifts were almost distributed, it was already evening. Coincidentally, a special true essence pressure appeared in the northwest. It was Jane who had returned. Since they had nothing to do anyway, Yangqing and the women walked to the seaside. A huge British royal cargo ship slowly docked at the port, and the fluttering Welsh royal flag fluttered in the wind. A group of well-trained royal soldiers, under the command of an officer, began to unload a large number of huge containers from the cargo ship and transported them by truck to the area that was briefly transformed into a research institute. At the same time, a helicopter that took off from the cargo ship slowly landed in the distance. Then, several figures walked down from the helicopter. He wore a fitted white shirt with an open collar, rolled-up sleeves, and black trousers with side patterns. His amber hair was slightly messy in the wind. He walked over from afar, but it was difficult to hide the grace and nobility that he exuded from his bones. Jane walked towards the crowd with a faint smile, and two women came down from behind her. One was a noble woman, and the other was a petite white girl. The beautiful woman who was 70% similar to Jane but much more mature was Queen Catherine. She had a hot figure, and she wore a dark blue sleeveless dress that seemed to be unable to cover the pair of masterpieces on her chest. "Oh, little Jane, walk slowly, wait for Mom." Catherine began to shout from afar, but Jane pretended not to hear her, and walked quickly to the front of the crowd. Lin Ruoxi and the other women greeted Jane, and Yangqing naturally hugged the woman. "Why is your mom here too?" Yangqing was a little nervous and looked at Catherine who followed behind. Jane pursed her lips and smiled helplessly. "She just found out when we moved, so she insisted on coming with me. She said that she was afraid that I would live on the island in the future and not want her anymore." Yangqing nodded understandingly. If it was Catherine, she would indeed make such a childish choice. At this time, Catherine happily trotted towards Yangqing, not hiding her excitement at all. She opened her white jade-like arms and hugged Yangqing with her tall body. "Oh, dear Yangqing, we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you miss me?" "What, ah." With that, Catherine kissed Yangqing's cheek hard, leaving a lipstick mark. Yangqing suddenly felt a little cold behind him. He turned around and smiled awkwardly. Sure enough, he saw that the women were looking at him with strange eyes. Yangqing felt rather guilty. Although it was just a formality, and he was also friends with Catherine, he couldn't help but have a physical relationship with her other than friendship. Now that Jane was also his woman, it was equivalent to mother and daughter. Double kill? "Hello, Your Majesty Pluto." A crisp and slightly nervous voice came from the side. It was the white girl who hadn't spoken yet. Yangqing finally had the time to respond to her. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Your Grace, right? Jane's student." Little Grace's eyes lit up, and her face was flushed with excitement. She nodded vigorously, "Yes. So Your Majesty Pluto still remembers me." "Of course, you helped me save my woman. I will always remember you." Yangqing reached out and touched Grace's head because this girl did look like a little sister. Grace said shyly, "It was teacher who saved Miss Xiao. I actually didn't do anything." The girls didn't quite understand what was going on. Jane told them about the process of saving Xiao Qiqing in London. Xiao Qiqing also remembered and went up to express her gratitude to Grace. "Why did you bring her here?" Yangqing asked Jane. This Grace seemed to know his specific background. "After Grace followed me, I found that she made rapid progress in her studies. The key is that her attitude and spirit are excellent, and she is very talented in many professional studies. It's just that she didn't receive enough good education before, so she was buried." I have already trained her as my first assistant and student, so that she can inherit part of my mantle in the future. Of course, I have to let her know that she will often stay in this research place in the future." Grace lowered her head shyly and blushed, but she seemed to be very happy to be praised by her teacher. Yangqing smiled and poked Jane's forehead. Perhaps only Yangqing and Catherine, her mother, dared to do such a thing to Jane, who was revered by all the heads of state in the world. "You're only a few years old and you're already thinking of leaving behind your legacy. You can just put on an act in front of your students. Alright, let those soldiers carry it. Let's go back and eat." "Right, Grace can also come with us," Yangqing called out. Jane couldn't help gritting her teeth. This was too shameful in front of her students. She could only pretend that nothing had happened. After the group went to Yangqing's castle, dinner immediately became a bit livelier. Yangqing asked Jane if she needed any mystical artifacts, but she rejected him without hesitation. Firstly, she wasn't interested in any of them, and secondly, she didn't think that her Tao of Domain required any mystical artifacts. Catherine seized the opportunity to extort a batch of low-grade spirit pills from Yangqing to maintain her youthful beauty. Yangqing simply gave her a technique that could prolong her life and strengthen her body. As for whether she could learn it well or not, that was another matter. Yangqing also didn't think that the people he knew had a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years like him. That would be too tiring. In the future, he would have to say goodbye to some of the people around him sooner or later. Fortunately, with the growth of his cultivation, Yangqing also became indifferent to these things. It was nothing more than the loneliness of an expert. Eating the Western-style feast cooked by the chefs, the women chatted and laughed. Yang Lanlan sat in his special children's chair and unknowingly finished his 8th steak. "Husband, how long will you be back this time? I heard from Qing'er that you're going to the illusion realm to kill the Luo family?" Choi Yan asked excitedly. Yangqing cut the beef I meat on his plate, his eyes squinting as he said, "Yonian, I know what you're thinking, but I have to tell you that even though you've comprehended the heart flame, your cultivation is still too low. Luo Qianqiu, that old bastard, can casually throw out a golden crow and kill a bunch of people like you. So don't even think about getting me to bring you there." "Aya, aren't you here? Aren't you supposed to protect us?" Choi Yan pleaded. To her, it was very uncomfortable to be able to cultivate but not be able to fight with real weapons. Moreover, she had a strong sense of justice, so she couldn't bear to see those people treat Xiao Qiqing like that. "That's enough, Yonian. If we go with our husband, we'll only increase his burden. He can be said to be invincible in the illusion. If we go with him, we'll have a weakness," Kai Ning advised her sister. Choi Yan pouted and rolled her eyes at her sister. "Sister, you make it sound like you don't want to go at all. I really want to know what the fantasy realm looks like. There's nothing to be curious about. The fantasy realm is just a huge forest, snowy mountains, and a bunch of strange houses." Yangqing laughed. Qiang Wei asked, "Then hubby, when do you plan to go to the fantasy realm again? With your current strength, it should be easy for you to kill the Luo father and son." Yangqing put down his knife and fork, thought for a moment, and smiled. His gaze was gentle as he said, "I've thought about it. I'm not in a hurry to go. It's precisely because I have full confidence that I can kill them that I'm not in a hurry. I've now truly controlled the Chaos Cauldron. Even if I face the Shangqing Heavenly Lightning tribulation, I'm confident that I can easily pass it. And what I lack the most now is the Tai Ching Heavenly Lightning. If I can have the Tai Ching Heavenly Lightning before I go to the fantasy realm, then Luo Qianqiu probably won't even have the chance to fight back. I've already comprehended it, and when the time comes, I should be able to make a breakthrough. In fact, I can't wait for those guys in the fantasy realm to take the initiative to come to me. That way, I don't need to spend time looking for them to kill them one by one. Before that, I plan to accompany you guys more and watch the children grow up bit by bit. After all, this kind of life is what I'm pursuing. Killing people is also for the sake of living a good life. I can't put the cart before the horse." The girls quietened down and looked at Yangqing with gentle eyes. "It's not like you to say such mushy words in such a serious manner." Suddenly, Lin Ruashi, who was beside Yangqing, glanced at him and said lightly with pursed lips, Yangqing laughed and said meaningfully, married men always mature especially quickly. We've been married for almost 3 years, and it's all because of my wife's teachings. Don't be so talkative. Lin Ruoshi pushed Yangqing's head away with a palm. Yangqing clicked his tongue. Also, in Hanzhong City, there's still no news of Mengyu, who Xianxia is pretending to be. I want to wait for the power behind the main clan to appear. In addition, I also want to wait for all of you to raise your cultivation by a few more levels before I go and care about those guys. This way, even if I leave, I can still be a little more at ease. After saying so much, you make it sound like you're so great. Although we can't fight with you, if something happens to you, we won't be able to survive either. So, you've never been alone. Mo Qianni said seriously. These words resonated with the women. From the moment they chose to be with Yangqing, they had already prepared for the worst. The atmosphere was a little heavy, which made Catherine a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, Her Majesty put down the spoon in her hand and suggested with a smile, I say, everyone, since Yangqing is back, it's boring to stay on the island all the time. Why don't we go to London and watch a football match? Football match? Jane frowned. Mom, why did you suddenly mention watching football? We don't have many people watching football here. No, Catherine explained, little Jane, you only know how to do research and don't care about what's going on outside. The Champions League final is on May 8th. It's at Wembley Stadium in London. So what? What does it have to do with us? Of course. Miss Lin Hui was invited to sing the Champions League theme song at the opening of the Champions League final. Appearing in the Champions League final and singing a solo song is something that those superstars can't even dream of. This is unprecedented. She's really a superstar of Xianxia. Catherine blinked and said. Only then did everyone come to a realization. Lin Ruoshi frowned and said unhappily, why didn't Hui Lin tell me about this? It's such a meaningful step and it's so close to England. You're the chairman of a multinational corporation. You don't have time to care about a small entertainment company. I guess Hui Lin is busy preparing and didn't have time to inform you. Yangqing teased. However, since Catherine mentioned it, everyone felt that they should go to the venue to watch, even if it was to support Hui Lin. Of course, the women did want to go outside to get some fresh air. It wasn't a good idea to keep cultivating nearby. Now that Yangqing was back, everyone had a backbone and could go to the shopping malls and other places to relax. At the same time, in the Ning family in the illusory realm. In the family meeting hall, Ning Jingfeng's expression was uncertain. He turned his back to the spy, Ning Jinggang, Ning Jingchun, and the others. Leave. After a long while, Ning Jingfeng waved his hand. The spy immediately flew out of the meeting hall. Ning Jingfeng turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his 2 brothers and some elders and smiled bitterly. This Yan Chen is really lucky to be able to survive even in this situation. What's more terrifying is that if the spy's report is true, even Luo Qianxiu and Luo Changchun, as well as the elders above the weak water realm were completely crushed and fled. This can only prove that Yang Cheng's strength is probably above the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder trial. Ning Jinggang said with a stern face. Damn it, how did that kid cultivate? He wasn't so abnormal when I first saw him. Shangqing Heavenly Thunder trial? Are you kidding me? Weren't there only a few 20,000 years ago? There's still someone who can reach that level now. Ning Jingchen cursed. With the Chaos Cauldron, a legendary divine item that surpasses the immortal weapon level, that Yangqing must be extraordinary. Patriarch, even if our Ning family can't be friends, we definitely can't be enemies with him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even if all the elders of our Ning family return together, we might not be able to withstand his anger. A white-haired elder cupped his hands and suggested. After pondering for a moment, Ning Jingfeng narrowed his eyes and said to Ning Guanyao, 4th brother, go and tell Ning Guanyao to contact his daughter. Through his channels, I want to meet Yangqing in private. Ah? Big brother. This is too dangerous. That guy is a homicidal maniac. Ning Jingchun cried out involuntarily. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. 2 days later, in the Forgotten Realms. The British Navy had left, Jane's Research Institute had been relocated with great efficiency, and the world had calmed down. Yangqing could be said to have enjoyed the blessings of multiple women these past 2 days. Whether it was day or night, he seized the opportunity to go to the Mount Wu with the women and have sex 300 times. On the hidden white beach, behind the reef, in the woods, in a woman's boudoir, or even on a yacht. Every part of his body was filled with traces of fantasies. The terrifying strength of Yang Gongsuan's body was once again displayed to the fullest. He wasn't a man of few desires in the first place. Looking at so many voluptuous and slender beauties wandering around, Yang Chen found it hard to restrain himself even if he wanted to. What's more, the women all wanted to conceive children, so they satisfied Yang Cheng's requests one by one until they were too tired or other people appeared around them. If they met a sister who was closer to them, they would even pull them together to do something absurd with Yang Chen. This made Yang Chen, who was hugging women on his left and right, feel like he was in heaven. The land of gentleness was indeed the grave of a hero. Fortunately, his mind was still clear, and he knew what he was doing. However, Yangqing still did not touch Xianxia and Jane. It was not that he did not want to, but he always felt weird with Xianxia. As for Jane, it just so happened that he did not have time. This woman was busy with something in her own research institute, from arranging the research institute to assembling all kinds of equipment. She was busy with her little assistant Grace. On the third night, Yangqing drank some wine with a group of old friends who came to the island. When he returned to the master bedroom of the castle, he saw Lin Ruoxi sitting at the desk, looking at some documents sent by Zhao Hongyan. A woman dressed in a light white lace nightgown sat there with her back facing him. Her feet were bare. Looking up from the bottom, he could see her delicate calves, the faintly discernible plump and beautiful legs, the slender waist, and the proud and straight side of the mountain peaks. Yangqing swallowed his saliva, walked forward, hugged the woman from behind, and pressed his hands on Lin Ruoxi's pair of snowballs. Lin Ruoxi ran her fingers through her hair, turned around and glared at him. Sleep in someone else's room tonight. Lan Lan wants to sleep with me. Wife, you don't have to say that. If Lan Lan wants to come, then come. It's not like I have to do anything to you. Isn't it good for the three of us to sleep together? Yangqing chuckled and gently pinched the 2 protruding red beans in his hand. Lin Ruoxi let out a soft whimper and blushed. She pulled Yangqing's hands away. Stop messing around. I have something serious to tell you. Yangqing was taken aback. He forced a smile and said, serious business? Did my mom call you? Sigh, from time to time she would say some unpleasant things. Don't worry about her, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are always difficult to get along with. Now that we've all moved abroad, it's hard for her to not be angry. I'll bring Lan Lan back tomorrow for her to see. It's not about Mom. Lin Ruoxi's eyes revealed a complicated expression. She bit her lips and sighed, it's Premier Ning. The smile on Yang Chen's face disappeared in an instant, and his cheerful attitude turned gloomy. What happened to him? What did he say to you? When Lin Ruoxi saw Yang Cheng's expression, she knew that the man was serious and did not have any intention of joking. He wants me to tell you that the head of the Ning family. He wants to meet you in private and see if you can. For my sake, go and see him. You can choose the time and place, Lin Ruoxi said in a low voice. A cold light flashed across Yang Cheng's eyes. The head of the Ning family? That should be Ning Jingfeng. After a moment of silence, he said. Ruoxi, tell me. For your sake, do you want me to give you face, or? He said he wanted me to give you face? Lin Ruoxi raised her head, her eyes flickering as she asked, this. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Yangqing took a deep breath and said, if it's you, and you want me to give you face, then I will definitely go see him, because I will not refuse my wife's request. But if Ning Guanyao wants to use my feelings for you to make me see someone I don't want to see, then I might not be willing. I don't want to waste time meeting people who are destined to not become friends, because that kind of person either has nothing to do with me, or I will kill them sooner or later. Lin Ruoxi held her breath and looked at the man. After a long while, she smiled like a snow lotus blooming, then don't see him. I will respond to him. My face is useless. However, Yangqing did not smile. He said in a low voice, do you have to keep in touch with him? Can't you? Don't have anything to do with him anymore. this? It shouldn't be a big deal. Lin Ruoshi said, I won't do anything stupid. I have my own judgment. Ning Guangyao is too scary. If there are parents in this world who can really abandon their own children, then he must be one of them. As long as Yangqing thought of Luo Xueishan and Ning Guodong's fate, he couldn't help but feel incomparably disgusted with Ning Guangyao. I'm afraid that you will be hurt because of him sooner or later. Lin Ruoshi was silent and lowered her head without saying a word. Yangqing knew that it was useless to persuade her. He could only try his best to protect the woman. However, after being disturbed by such a matter, he was no longer in the mood to flirt with Lin Ruoshi. Seeing the chubby little girl running in with spotted pajamas, Yangqing touched his daughter's head and went out of the room. Coming to the cliff outside the castle, Yangqing looked up at the starry sky. He was wondering what the Ning family was up to, but from the corner of his eye, he saw a bright light in the corner. That was Jane's newly arranged laboratory. It was so late, but Jane did not return to her residence. She was still doing research. Yangqing suddenly remembered that he happened to have some questions to ask this genius beauty, so he flew to the outside of the laboratory building. After entering, he found that there was no one on the first floor, so he walked up the stairs. The laboratory had a total of 7 floors. Because Jane's research was too extensive, there were a lot of strange instruments and devices. Other scientists might not know how to use them at all. These were Jane's real treasures. It had to be said that compared to the branded bags and jewelry that girls of the same age liked, this princess's hobbies were really strange. Before reaching the top floor, he heard Jane and Grace shouting something. Teacher, the accelerator has reached the critical point of the force field. Conversion efficiency? More than 998%. Coordinate calibration, countdown timer. Yes. 5 4 3 2 1. Yangqing had just walked to the top floor and was wondering what was going on. Why was there a countdown timer? Could it be that a rocket was launched? Looking at the stairs, he happened to see a scene that almost made him stumble and fall down the stairs. He saw that in the center of the laboratory, a precise white cylindrical device the size of 2 people was facing an open circular opening on the roof, facing the starry sky. A white beam of light, as thick as a palm, burst out from the center of the cylinder and went straight through the clouds, shooting into the sky. Yangqing was shocked. Although he did not know what it was, it seemed that it condensed a very terrifying power. When the beam of light dissipated, the brightness of the laboratory returned to normal. Only then did Yangqing realize that Grace and Jane were both wearing protective goggles. The 2 of them were working on the central control panel. Teacher. The data shows that the accuracy of this launch is less than 0.1 attometer. It's up to your standards. Grace jumped up in joy. Jane, who was wearing a white coat, also took off her protective goggles and the rubber band that tied her ponytail. She smiled in satisfaction and looked at Yangqing, who was at the staircase. You've worked hard, little Grace. I will clean up the rest, you can go back. And rest. Grace also noticed that Yangqing had appeared in the laboratory. Her face was red and she snickered. After saying goodbye to Jane and Yangqing, she ran down happily. TSK. It seems that you have chosen the right student. That girl is indeed full of joy and satisfaction from your research. Yangqing nodded and walked to the center of the laboratory. He circled around the white cylinder and looked at it, but he could not understand what it was. Grace was only interested in medicine at first, but I discovered her innate scientist cells. Jane took off her plastic gloves and walked to Yangqing's side. She smiled faintly and said, Dear, it is not your style to come here at this time. Yangqing laughed and scratched his face. He pointed at the cylinder and said, Let's not talk about that first. What is this thing? It looks pretty awesome. Jane smiled knowingly and reached out to caress the cylinder as if it was a treasure. She smiled sweetly and excitedly and said, This is my work for the past year. I named it Cumberbatch Particle Beam Cannon. What do you think? Isn't it cute? Very, very cute? After Yangqing confirmed that he didn't hear it wrong, he nodded with a stiff smile. Indeed, it's round and pretty. Jane's eyes immediately lit up, and she happily introduced the origin, background, design concept, physics, mathematics, and mechanical principles of the particle beam cannon. Xianxia was stunned. In the end, when he saw that Jane had no intention of stopping, he quickly interrupted and asked, Jane, just tell me, what is this used for? Is it a weapon used to kill people? Kill people? Jane chuckled and said something shocking, this can indeed be used to kill people, but my design is for future spaceships to resist meteorites and asteroids. What did you say? Yangcheng's jaw almost dropped to the ground. How did she bring up spaceships again? Jane explained with a smile, my friend Hawking is right about one thing. There are too many planets in the universe. From a statistical point of view, the probability of producing life other than humans is far higher than the standard of statistical probability. Even if humans haven't discovered aliens yet, aliens can almost be determined to exist. Therefore, if aliens discover us first, it means that we humans, who can't even land on Mars, are weak and vulnerable in front of aliens. I feel that as a scientist, if I can do something for life on this Earth, perhaps the highest level goal is to sail to outer space and preserve the spark of life for humans. Humans will definitely move towards the era of interstellar travel in the future. Flying in the universe is not like on Earth. We will encounter various asteroid belts, meteorite showers, and other dangers at any time. At that time, once it is unavoidable, we will have to use weapons to destroy these large obstacles. It is impossible for humans to travel with a lot of nuclear warheads. Therefore, I want to design this kind of particle beam weapon that has a certain foundation in theory. It is the weapon used in science fiction movies, but I have already built the real thing. Of course, this is just a prototype. To really apply it to spaceships, we need to design larger particle accelerators and other core components according to the actual situation. But in general, with this prototype, we can basically be sure that at least there are no major problems in terms of weapons. Currently, the only thing I need to solve is how to convert the starting energy from nuclear energy to solar energy or other renewable energy sources in the universe. But that's not a big problem for me. I'm confident that I can solve it within a few years. After listening to Jane's explanation, Yangcheng couldn't help but look at this strange thing a few more times. He swallowed his saliva. This guy can destroy asteroids? Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to destroy a city with just a little more power? Yangcheng touched his forehead and lamented, fortunately, your man is me. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that someone will steal this guy away. Then the world will be in chaos. Jane hugged Yangcheng's neck and said with a charming smile, don't worry, dear. I know what I'm doing. All the dangerous items I design have confidentiality measures. Without my decryption, others won't be able to activate it. It will only self-destruct. So, even if someone steals my research results, it will be futile. There is no one on Earth who can decrypt my encryption. Speaking of which, since the death of that Yen Buwen, I really can't find anyone who can compete with me in certain fields. I kind of miss that weird guy. Why do you miss him? The man in your mind only needs me. Yangcheng sat down on an empty laboratory table and held Jane on his lap. He put one hand around the woman's small waist, and the other hand caressed the straight and elastic legs under the white coat. Little Jane, I have something I haven't thought of asking you, Yangcheng whispered into Jane's ear, blowing hot and humid air. Jane's face was stained with a bright red. She was aware of what might happen next. Although she had been mentally prepared and had even taken the initiative to do it before, when it really happened, it was inevitable that she would be nervous like a young lady getting on the bridal sedan for the first time. You say? Yangcheng recalled the scene of his encounter with Athena and asked, when I was in Korea, I met that woman Athena. She said, I don't understand space at all. She also said that there is no so-called force in space. I never understood what she meant. You are proficient in astronomy and physics. Can you explain it to me? Jane's beautiful eyes flashed, and her blue eyes were like two precious gems that captivated people's hearts. Well, actually, it's just a very simple truth. It's just that you haven't tried to understand it. Jane bit her lip and suddenly smiled charmingly. She reached out to grab Yangcheng's hand and put it on her chest. Yangcheng's hand covered the towering mass, and he immediately felt the wonderful fullness and elasticity. After all, she was Catherine's daughter. She had inherited the excellent genes that could topple nations. She was still a virgin, but she already had a good size. "Help me unbutton it," Jane said with a wink. Xianxia swallowed his saliva. He didn't know what the woman was trying to do. He quickly unbuttoned Jane's shirt. A pair of turbulent waves immediately popped out, broke free from the restraint, and breathed the fresh air. The 2 spots of cherry red were particularly provocative. Seeing the man staring straight at her, Jane felt a little sweet in her heart. She reached out and grabbed one of Xianxia's index fingers. "Dear, now you think of one of my breasts as space, and the nipple above as a planet. It can be the Earth or the Sun. If the mass of this planet gradually increases," Jane said slowly, and slowly used Xianxia's finger to press down the captivating red spot. Then, a soft depression appeared. "Then, space will form this shape. So, in the range of this depression, all other matter will be controlled in this depression circle. Unless, a planet with a greater mass appears and forms a larger depression circle, so that these planets are all included in another circle." Xianxia listened very carefully, but at the same time, he couldn't help but be attracted by Jane's wonderful teaching method. It turned out that scientific principles could be so erotic. Jane felt the man's spear under her buttocks was already irresistible, as if it was going to break her pants. Her breathing became particularly rapid. That is to say, there is indeed no force in space. It is because of the existence of mass that changes the shape of space, which produces the so-called force. Of course, this is only the most superficial truth. Xianxia suddenly grabbed the back of the woman's head and kissed her hard. The 2 of them kissed wildly. Gradually, Xianxia pressed Jane down on the white experiment table, and his hand squeezed hard on the woman's chest. "Enough. I understand, but if I continue to listen like this, I'll be driven crazy by you." Xianxia greedily nibbled and kissed the woman's cheeks, neck, and all the way down. Jane's body fragrance was different from other women, with a faint smell of disinfectant. This was due to long-term exposure to medical biology and other fields. Although it was weird, Xianxia enjoyed it very much. Jane enjoyed it and cooperated. When she tried to take off the white coat, she was stopped by Xianxia. "Don't take it off. You can take it off inside, but let me wear the white coat. I like to see you in this uniform." Xianxia smiled evilly. After a slight pause, Jane rolled her eyes at him. She didn't know what to do with men's special hobbies, but she still accepted it. When it was empty inside, the woman's body was exposed to the air, but she put on a white coat and leaned on the experiment table. She stuck out her perky buttocks and turned her head to look at him. Xianxia felt that he was about to melt with happiness. The next combination seemed to be a matter of course. Jane's physical fitness made her feel almost no pain. Feeling the man's masculine thing entering, there was only the throbbing of emptiness being filled in an instant, and her delicate body trembled. Xianxia bent down and hugged her from the woman's chest. Feeling the tight package below, he smiled proudly and said, "Comfortable?" Jane suddenly smiled slyly. "Dear, yesterday my mother told me that your thing is very big, and you always like to play behind her. I believe it today. Don't go behind me, it will hurt." The sudden mention of Catherine at this time made Xianxia stunned, and his lower body almost softened. Fortunately, Xianxia reacted quickly. He bit the woman's red lips and pretended to be angry. "You little devil, do you think I will surrender when you mention your mother at this time? If you don't let me try, I will try later. I will let you suffer a little in this round first." Jane giggled, obviously not taking Xianxia's threat seriously. She couldn't wait for him to do his best. How could Xianxia be defeated by a woman who was doing it for the first time? He mustered up his strength and began to work hard in the laboratory. The entire deserted laboratory building was gradually filled with the shameful cries of women. It wasn't until the middle of the night that the sound subsided. Jane finally begged for mercy. Compared with Xianxia's tireless monster-like body, she was still more human. However, for Jane, completing the transformation from a girl to a woman in her favorite laboratory seemed to have a different kind of satisfaction. For Xianxia, to be honest, he still wanted to try Jane's other beauty, but Catherine's appearance kept lingering in his mind, so he was a little embarrassed, so he had to give up for the time being. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. Later, Xianxia carried the woman to the top astronomical observatory, lay on a table, let Jane rest her head on his arm, and looked up at the starry sky. Under the stars, it was quiet and warm. "Hubby, with your current cultivation, can you fly into space?" After a while, Jane suddenly asked. Xianxia frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, and it wasn't that he hadn't tried it when he was cultivating alone, but... "No," Xianxia said helplessly, "although I can enter space through true essence, the further away from the earth, the thinner the aura of heaven and earth will be. In space, there will be no aura of heaven and earth, and there will be no air. I don't have the heaven and earth spiritual chi to support my transformation into true essence, and I don't have the air to sustain my life. Although my body can resist the cosmic radiation even if I don't use a true essence shield, I won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, that feeling is extremely uncomfortable. As expected, we still lack the highest level of energy to sustain the life of a cultivator. Just like a spaceship, we still need to solve the energy problem," Jane said thoughtfully, as if she was talking to herself. She began to fall into deep thought again. Xianxia smiled and tilted his head to look at the woman who was deep in thought with her brows furrowed. "My dear little Jianjian, don't tell me you're thinking about your scientific experiments at such a romantic time?" Jane was taken aback. She stuck out her tongue and smiled. "I didn't do it on purpose. It's a professional habit. It's fine even if you did it on purpose. I'll like you no matter what. Is this considered a man's sweet talk?" "No, I mean it." Illusion, Luo family fort. The devastation left behind by the battle was still vivid in everyone's eyes. Many of the white jade pavilions that had collapsed had caused the Luo family fort to lose its former glory. However, the key figure was still there. Everything was not over yet. In the Luo family's meeting hall, Luo Xianxia sat on the patriarch's seat. The 2 rows below him were the patriarchs of the Luo family's vassal families. Each of them had a nervous expression on their faces as they lowered their heads and listened to Luo Xianxia's instructions. When Luo Xianxia was still at the peak of the weak water realm, he had already intimidated the people of the vassal families to the point that they did not dare to be negligent. Now that he had shaken the illusion and become a Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation cultivator, he naturally became even more dignified and inviolable. "As I said, that evil thief Xianxia is bloodthirsty. He is a vicious and evil person. He colluded with the Shao family's 9 meridians and set up a scheme to infiltrate my Luo family. He harmed Great Elder Luo Feng and Chief Steward Luo Lei. He even borrowed the soul of the fierce beast in the Chaos Cauldron to kill 2 of my Luo family's grand elders. This is an irreconcilable blood feud. My Luo family must work together to make him pay 100-fold. Luo Qianqiu's voice shook everyone's eardrums. The patriarchs of the vassal families all had bitter expressions on their faces. "Patriarch," one of the elders said respectfully, "if Xianxia is so powerful, how are we going to defend against his sharp claws in the future if he continues to pester us in the illusory realm?" Luo Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Patriarch Peng, there is no need to panic. In order to deal with Xianxia, my grandfather Luo Changchun has brought back several weak water realm elders. And my father Luo Pingqiao has also brought several weak water realm grand elders back to guard the vicinity of the family. I have also entered the Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation and am not much different from Xianxia. Recently, I will continue to increase my cultivation. At that time, if Xianxia dares to come, we only need to work together to reveal his location. Our Luo family has thousands of cultivators, do we still need to be afraid of him?" "Ah? The old patriarch is also back?" Very quickly, several elders from the vassal clans below exclaimed in surprise, appearing very surprised. Although Luo Qianqiu's grandfather Luo Changchun was powerful, it was Luo Pingqiao who had seized the position of patriarch from Luo Feng's bloodline with his supreme talent and strength. Before Luo Pingqiao left the position of patriarch and left the vision of the people in the illusion, he was regarded as the #1 sword expert in the illusion for hundreds of years. Although that sword maniac Su Shaogong was powerful, he could only be regarded as Luo Pingqiao's junior. There was still a big gap between him and Luo Pingqiao. Such a prestigious genius of the Luo family had returned. Everyone could not help but guess that since Luo Qianqiu had already reached the Tai Ching Heavenly Lightning Tribulation, Luo Pingqiao might have already. Luo Qianqiu did not say anything about his father's cultivation. He only told everyone to go back and prepare for the battle. After the people of the vassal families dispersed, Luo Qianqiu flew out of the Luo family fort and went to a forest in the east. In the forest dozens of miles away, a large number of exotic flowers and plants were planted in an open space, overflowing with fragrance. Among them, 3 or 4 grass huts stood leisurely, complementing the surrounding natural scenery, appearing like a paradise. At this moment, beside a stone chess table outside the grass hut, Luo Changchun and a middle-aged man with black hair and a mustache who looked somewhat similar to him were leisurely playing black and white chess pieces. The moment Luo Qianqiu landed, he glanced at the chessboard and found that the black and white pieces were evenly matched. But if one looked closely, the white piece held by the middle-aged man was well prepared and might even be able to kill the black piece's dragon in the end. However, Luo Qianqiu did not say much about the chess game. He bowed his head and said, "Qianqiu, greets grandfather and father." No matter how powerful he was in the illusion, Luo Qianqiu was still respectful to his own grandfather and father. Of course, these two were also experts worthy of his respect. "Oh, those people from the vassal families, have they returned?" Luo Changchun raised the black piece, hesitating as he casually asked. "Yes, I've already let them receive the communication talisman. If Yangqing plans to break them one by one, they will receive the news immediately. I've also told them that father has returned," Luo Qianqiu said. Luo Changchun nodded, "That Yangqing still hasn't made a move yet?" The people who were sent to the secular world to investigate came back with news that Yangqing was once in contact with the Yan family in Xianxia, so we can determine that after we scattered and retreated that day, he was not controlled by the primal chaos. As for how he did it, I still can't figure it out. Right now, he should have gone abroad, and the spies in the illusion haven't reported anything. Perhaps something happened to Yangqing, and that would be a good time for us to recover and strengthen. But, it's also possible. A hint of worry flashed in Luo Qianqiu's eyes. It's also possible that he wants to comprehend something even stronger, such as controlling the power of primal chaos for a long time, or comprehending the Tai Ching divine lightning. In order to give us a thorough blow. Luo Changchun finished speaking for his grandson, and at the same time, put down the black piece. Luo Qianqiu nodded, but then he grinned, "I'm afraid you're worrying too much. How can the Tai Ching divine lightning be comprehended so easily? And that day, he might just be lucky, and the primal chaos vile soul helped him. Right now, our Luo family has at least 2 Tai Ching divine lightning tribulations, and my father is also at the end of the Tai Ching divine lightning tribulation. If that Yangqing dares to come again, I'm afraid the primal chaos vile soul won't be able to help him." Luo Pingqiao, who was about to put down the white piece, finally paused. He turned his head and looked at Luo Qianqiu with a pair of cold eyes. "I remember telling you before, never think that you're that amazing. An enemy who can instantly kill Grandma Luo Chenxiang, even if he's not much stronger than us, is definitely not someone we can easily deal with." "What, you've just entered the Tai Ching divine lightning tribulation and you already think that you've accomplished a lot?" Luo Qianqiu was startled and humbly bowed his head. "Father is right, Qianqiu knows his mistake. When you succeeded as patriarch, I told you what our goal should be. You don't even have the qualifications to enter that person's eyes. Yangqing is just a small interlude. Last time I wasn't here and you weren't killed by him. Now that I'm back, it doesn't matter if he comes or not, what can he do? Don't be a frog in a well and put yourself together with those mediocre people in the illusion, otherwise you'll always be an ant." Luo Qianqiu's eyes flashed with a trace of stubborn fanaticism, nodding, "Qianqiu will never forget." Luo Changchun waved his hand and interrupted his son's scolding of his grandson. "Sigh, Pingqiao, that's enough. Qianqiu is the patriarch. He's more dedicated than you were back then. I've found out that he's been managing the family well these years. There's nothing bad about a big family. What's more, when you were his age, you didn't have his cultivation." "Humph," Luo Pingqiao turned his head disapprovingly, lightly saying, "I know you have to deal with Qianli and the others, I don't want to say anything more. Although he is my biological son, your biological younger brother, what to do is still up to you. You are the patriarch, you should know better than anyone else what the smart choice is. Luo Xianxia was silent for a moment with a strange expression, silently bowed and said goodbye, then flew back to the Luo castle. After Luo Xianxia left, Luo Pingqiao put the white pieces on the chessboard and walked back to the grass hut. Luo Changchun saw that he didn't notice and the defeat was already decided. He shook his head helplessly. Son, grandson, they're all better than this old man. When I was young, you told me that if my son is worse than me, it's equivalent to living in this world for nothing. Luo Pingqiao walked into the house without looking back. On the other side, Luo Qianqiu returned to the Luo castle and called Luo Qianli and Ling Qingqiu into his study. When Luo Qianli saw his elder brother, his current demeanor was somewhat different from the past. He used to be somewhat arrogant, but now, because of the huge disparity in strength, he was a little unable to raise his head. Ling Qingqiu, on the other hand, was full of smiles, still charming and elegant, as if nothing had happened. The two of them saw Luo Qianqiu leisurely sitting on a chair, looking straight at them without saying a word. After a long time, Ling Qingqiu couldn't help but ask, "Husband, why did you call me and uncle here?" Luo Qianqiu glanced at the woman. Hide at your place." Ling Qingqiu stared blankly for a moment, then pursed her lips into a smile and said, "That child said that he wanted to stay at my place for a few days. I'm afraid that he was frightened by that evil thief last time and needs to recuperate." A coward won't amount to much. When Luo Qianqiu heard this explanation, he knew that Luo Heng was afraid that he would reprimand him for stirring up trouble and that was why he was purposely hiding. Thus, he couldn't be bothered with Luo Heng anymore. Previously, when he was facing Yang Qing, Luo Qianqiu could tell with a single glance which of his two children was more worthy of his nurturing. Although Luo Heng was the one who told him to run away, Luo Xiaoxiao, who was also in danger, had never thought of running away. She had even disregarded the danger and stood up for him. It was clear that although she was a woman, she had more courage than most men. It was impossible for an expert to be a coward. Luo Qianqiu slowly stood up and suddenly reached out his hand. In the air, a strange dark red ball of lightning energy actually condensed. It was filled with a violent and ferocious power, causing Luo Qianli and Ling Qingqiu to subconsciously retreat. "Do you feel it? What aura is this?" Luo Qianqiu asked with a cold smile. "Hiss. Hiss." Luo Qianli exclaimed. Luo Qianqiu grinned and said, "That's right, it's all thanks to you, Luo Feng, and the Xiao family's Xiao Mo Hui that I've fused with a trace of the primordial spirit of a Swanni. Even though it's just a tiny bit of Swanni's demon blood and a trace of Swanni's primordial spirit, after fusing with my body, the power of this purple lightning-piercing cloud technique has greatly increased. My strength has also greatly improved by a great deal." Luo Qianli and Ling Qingqiu no longer had the slightest hint of a smile on their faces. "Big brother. You already know?" Luo Qianli understood that he could no longer hide it. "You messed around with Luo Feng and this woman, and you dragged Luo Lei into the water. I also know. Do you think that a place like the Court Cloud Pavilion is very hidden?" Luo Qianqiu looked at the two of them disdainfully and continued, "I just didn't expect that you guys would actually be able to obtain the Swanni's demon blood from Xiao Mo Hui to deal with me. This demon blood is indeed hard to guard against. I admit that I miscalculated. However, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Now, I have to thank you all for using the Swanni's demon blood on me, allowing my strength to rise to a new level. Big brother, spare me." Luo Qianli fell to his knees, trembling nonstop. "Don't panic. I didn't want to do anything to you," Luo Qianqiu said lightly. "At least you have the cultivation of the early weak water realm, so you are still of some use. You just slept with a woman and tried to poison me, but you didn't succeed. Father told me to deal with you, so I decided to let you go. Of course. This is the last chance. Father. He came back, why didn't he?" Luo Qianli immediately stood up in disbelief. "Why didn't I see you?" Luo Qianqiu sneered, "You think you're worthy?" Luo Qianli staggered a step. It was hard to imagine that an early-stage weak water realm expert would be so shocked that his footsteps were unstable. That's right, compared to Luo Qianqiu, what was he? Luo Pingqiao had always followed the principle that the strong were respected, even for his relatives and children. He had already been completely eliminated. What saved him today was not his blood relationship, but rather, his cultivation was still useful to the clan. Thank you, big brother. Luo Qianli was lifeless as he turned around and silently left the study. As for Leng Qingqiu, who was listening to all of this, her face had already turned pale. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were red as she asked with tears in her eyes, "Why? Since you already knew that I had that kind of relationship with them, why did you have to endure it?" Luo Qianqiu seemed to have heard a joke as he raised his eyebrows and said, "Endure? Leng Qingqiu, don't think too much about it. Why should I endure? What does it have to do with me whether you have a relationship with a man or not? Am I not your first wife? I am Hanger's mother." Leng Qingqiu screamed in shame and indignation. Haha. Luo Qianqiu stood with his hands behind his back, "So what? You are only my wife, and only Hanger's mother. As for the rest, I don't care about you at all. Don't you understand? I only need you to be the mistress of the Luo family in the eyes of outsiders. I don't need you to keep your chastity for me. After all, you are only secretly maintaining a relationship with them, aren't you?" As if confirming her guess, Leng Qingqiu still couldn't believe it. She shook her head and choked with sobs, "You lied to me. How can you treat me like this? Leng Qingqiu, the reason I called you here today is to let you understand that in the future, don't act presumptuously behind my back. The Luo family doesn't need to have a mistress, and Hanger doesn't need to have a mother either. Furthermore, you mother and son are no longer of much use to me." Humph. Leng Qingqiu gave a mournful smile and looked at Luo Qianqiu with disdain. "Are you trying to say that all you care about is strength, cultivation, and yourself? Everything else doesn't matter?" Luo Qianqiu didn't say anything. He looked at the woman coldly, as if admitting it. However, Leng Qingqiu disdainfully said, "Luo Qianqiu, you are the real coward. Do you know why I betrayed you and made you a cuckold? Because ever since I married you, even if I gave birth to a son for you, you have never treated me with your heart. Ever since I could remember, my clansmen told me that the reason I had a Qiu in my name was because I was betrothed to the eldest young master of the Luo family, the future head of the Luo family, Luo Qianqiu. I was so longing for it. With a grateful heart, I married you, and I tried my best to be a good wife. However, you have always been dealing with me, neither cold nor hot to me, putting on an act. In fact, you don't even have the guts to look me in the eye. You are just a coward who doesn't even dare to reject feelings and express them." A cold light flashed in Luo Qianqiu's eyes. "Have you said enough? If you have, you can leave." "No." Leng Qingqiu sneered, "At most, you can just kill me. From the moment I conspired with Luo Feng and the others, I never planned to live well. Luo Qianqiu, do you think I don't know? You are actually just a pitiful worm who doesn't know what you want. All you want is a powerful cultivation base, but you can't give up your worldly feelings. Back then, when you brought back that vile spawn, Luo Xiaoxiao, I knew that you already had someone in your heart. That woman from the secular world. You had real feelings for her. Otherwise, with your personality, you wouldn't have given her the chance to conceive your child. However, you want to give up your feelings and become stronger, so you can only restrain yourself. It seems like you don't care about the two children, but you can't help but protect that little bastard. You deliberately made her cultivation progress slow, deliberately made her seem like she wouldn't be a threat. Don't you feel very tired? I'm tired just looking at you. You have to hold back your words, and you have to work hard to make people unable to see through your thoughts, but you underestimate me, Leng Qingqiu. I've seen through you long ago. I hate you. I don't hate you because you abandoned me to cultivate in seclusion, and cultivate all by yourself. But I hate that you would rather love a lowly woman that you can't see, than to look at me, who is right in front of you. Shut up." Luo Qianqiu's face turned red, and he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He stepped forward and grabbed Leng Qingqiu's neck. The woman coughed violently, her face flushed red, and she hit the man like a shrew, but she couldn't break free. Luo Qianqiu realized that this woman couldn't die like this, so he loosened his grip and pushed her towards the door, angrily reprimanding, "Get out. Don't challenge my patience." Cough cough. Lung Qingqiu covered the burning pain in her neck and sneered, "You're angry. Good. You finally use your true feelings to face me." Slowly straightening up, Lung Qingqiu had a complicated expression as she looked at Luo Qianxiu with tears in her eyes. After a while, she turned around and walked out of the study. "Even if you don't put me in your heart, you can't deny that I am the woman who understands you the best. Because, when you think of that slut, my eyes and heart only have you." After a long time, the study quieted down. Luo Qianxiu took a deep breath. One of his hands trembled slightly as he took out a green jade pendant from his spatial ring and gently stroked it with his fingers. On the jade pendant, there was a beautiful pear flower, vivid and lifelike, as if it was swaying in the wind. Early May, noon in London, England. South Canary Wharf by the River Thames. As the final of the UEFA Champions League was approaching, many of the world's rich and famous people flocked to London at this time. Many super-rich people chose to sail their private luxury yachts into Canary Wharf at this time. This was the world-famous financial and shopping district in London, an area where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Just docking a yacht at this wharf would cost more than £100,000 a week. Of course, to these rich people, this amount of money might not even be willing to bend down to pick it up if it fell on the ground. The key was that the number of spots that could be docked here was limited. Anyone who could dock a yacht here was not only a symbol of wealth, but also a symbol of status. At this moment, in the middle of South Canary Wharf, there was a golden berthing spot that was the most convenient to the traffic arteries. A superyacht that overshadowed other luxury yachts was docked there majestically. On this supergiant luxury yacht, there were many missiles installed arrogantly, shining coldly under the sunlight. What made some of the other super-rich people even more depressed was that the owner of this yacht seemed to be disdainful of being together with other rich people. He directly booked the berthing spots on both sides of the yacht, keeping a large distance from the other yachts. This luxury yacht was Yang Cheng's toy, the Erebos. At Catherine's invitation, Yang Cheng brought his women and children to London to watch Hui Lin's important opening performance. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to watch the football match and accompany the women who had been busy with their cultivation to relax. As it was a family leisure trip, Yang Cheng did not forget to invite his mother Wang, Suxin, and Minwan. Of course, he also invited Hua Xiao's mother, Guo, as well as several mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law. Finally, the Kai sisters' mother, Jiang Shan, and Mo Qianni's mother, Ma Guifeng, Lu Minggu's parents, Lu Qingshan and his wife, and Old Li and his wife also agreed to come along. Initially, these elders were more or less angry when they saw that Yang Cheng unknowingly had so many women around him. However, after the women told their parents about Yang Cheng's uniqueness and that they had become cultivators different from ordinary people in their cultivation under Yang Cheng's guidance, these in-laws realized that they could not use ordinary concepts to look at Yang Cheng. They were all old. Perhaps with the help of Yang Cheng's elixirs and skills, they could live to 100 years old, but their daughters might live for thousands of years. What reason did they have to doubt Yang Cheng, who had brought them such a big change? Perhaps they should be grateful that such a good thing had fallen into their hands. These in-laws did not know each other and their status was also very different. However, Yang Cheng was very kind to each family and tried his best to be fair, which made these elders less angry. In particular, Yang Cheng used a private plane like the A380 to pick them up, took them to the world's largest luxury yacht, and sent a large number of polite foreign servants to serve them. They enjoyed life and lived like an emperor. It was hard not to be happy. Even a Yanjing noblewoman like Jiang Shan and an underworld boss like Lu Qingshan were a little dizzy by this luxurious lifestyle. Not to mention Old Li and his wife and Ma Guifeng, who came from the grassroots, they felt like they were dreaming. To put it bluntly, the elders were not stupid. With Yang Cheng's strength, treating you as an elder and respecting you was already giving you face. After all, they were not his biological parents. If they were to pick on him and say that he was not, it would be too ignorant. Therefore, they did not think too much about it. For a time, the yacht Erebos became less deserted, and the whole yacht seemed to be in a happy mood. Women and mothers-in-law naturally went shopping when they came to London. Although London did not have the world's top commercial districts like Ginza in Japan, Champs-Élysées in Paris, and New York's Fifth Avenue, but the Knightsbridge area, Harrods department store, and so on were also good places for women to crazily buy things. Even women like Lin Ruoshi, Kai Ning, and Tang Wan, who were more calm, inevitably couldn't control their footsteps when they came to these places and lingered in luxury stores. Girls like Xiao Qiqing and Xianxia, who were not very clear about various brands and history, also aroused strong curiosity. They asked all kinds of questions and followed their sisters non-stop. Guo Shihuahua, Jiang Shan, Lu Qingshan, and several other in-laws, after all, were of different ages, but they also became more and more intimate during the shopping. Yang Qing originally planned to accompany the women to shop, but he found that he could not get a word in at all. He was completely ignored by the women, so he simply sat in the dining area and accompanied Lan Lan to drink and eat snacks. After all, the chubby little girl was still young. Apart from the toy store, she had little interest in other things. Her mother and aunts would buy clothes for her. She was more interested in eating snacks and food from various countries. It just so happened that both father and daughter were foodies, so they ate happily. It was rare for Yang Qing to let his daughter stay by his side instead of sticking to her mother. He was quite satisfied. Once a woman who was not short of money began to spend money, it would be immeasurable. On the third day, the women's space rings were a little full. They had no choice but to take out some of them and pile them on Yang Qing's yacht Erebos. Fortunately, the yacht was designed to accommodate dozens of people. Yang Qing felt that he had great foresight. Otherwise, he would not be able to live with more than a dozen women and so many things. This was already the fourth day in London. At noon, the enthusiasm of the women to go shopping finally subsided, and they stayed on the yacht to have lunch together. The dining area was set up on the top deck, and several tables were put together to accommodate more than 20 people, old and young, to sit comfortably. Although it was noon and the sun was shining, Yang Qing found that several of his parents-in-law were wearing slightly thick coats. It seemed that the temperature was a little low for them. Such a momentary thought made Yang Qing suddenly feel something strange. He asked Jane, who was sitting on the side, "Jane, the temperature in London during this season didn't seem to be so low before, right?" As a person who lived in London all year round, Jane was naturally very clear. She nodded and said, "Did you just realize it? In fact, in the past month, the temperature around the world has been dropping. It is reasonable to say that London should be about 15 to 18 degrees at this time, but now it is only about 10 degrees. 2 days ago, when you were shopping, I was watching TV on the yacht. The news reported that the global climate is abnormal. It seems that the greenhouse effect is no longer there, and it has begun to cool down. Even the glaciers at the poles have begun to strengthen gradually. Scientists are investigating the reason." Lu Qingshan, who was cutting the steak, said. Although Yang Qing spoke to Jane in English, Lu Qingshan could still understand it. This was also a little surprising to Yang Qing. This father-in-law of his who was involved in the underworld actually spoke good English and Russian. According to him, it was because he wanted to do business with the Russians that he had to learn it by himself. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Father-in-law knows a lot, as expected of the leader of the Azure Dragon Society." "Stop flattering me, it's not loud at all." Lu Qingshan snorted lightly. Lu Mingyu chuckled and said, "Dad, this is not flattery. You are very smart. My daughter didn't know that you could speak a foreign language before." Lu Qingshan shook his head and let out a long sigh, as if he was helpless against the younger generation's teasing. "By the way, scientists don't know? Why don't you go and study it, Jane?" Yang Qing turned to Jane and said. It was originally a joke, but Jane nodded as if it was a matter of course. "Actually, I discovered this strange phenomenon a long time ago. I have already asked Grace to collect data on global temperature changes and historical changes. I estimate that we can officially start to find the reason next week. Sister Jane, you are too abnormal. It seems like there is no field that you are not good at." Xianxia stuck out her tongue, her eyes were filled with admiration. Jane was already used to this kind of praise. In any group, there will inevitably be the most outstanding and the most mediocre in some aspects. This time it just happened to be me, so my brain has many advantages. While they were talking, Yang Cheng's phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was one of his father-in-laws, Kai Yunqing. He looked at Kai Ning, Choi Yun, and Jiang Shan strangely. They were all acting normal, as if they did not know anything. "Hello, father-in-law, what can I do for you?" Yangqing asked with a smile. Yunqing was a soldier, so he was straightforward with his words. There was no need for him to hide anything from his son-in-law, Yangqing. "The envoy from Hongmeng wants to see you." "The envoy from Hongmeng? Who? That absolute sword Taoist?" Yangqing asked in surprise. As soon as he said this, all the women present looked over. The absolute sword Taoist and Ling Shuzi also came this time, but the envoy's name is Xianxia, an earth stage elder of Hongmeng, and he wants to see you in person. Xianxia? Yangqing repeated the name, but he didn't seem to have heard of it. Clang! Suddenly, a silver knife fell on the deck. The person who was holding the knife was Tang Wan. Tang Wan's expression seemed a little strange. She didn't react for a moment and let go of her hand. When she realized that everyone was looking at her, the woman smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry. My hand slipped." Tang Wan avoided Yang Cheng's puzzled gaze and bent down to pick up the knife. However, the waitress quickly handed over a clean one and took the dirty knife away before Tang Wan could. Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes and smelled a subtle meaning, but his gaze didn't stay on Tang Wan. "What did he say?" Yang Cheng asked. Yunqing smiled bitterly. "Although I'm a general who has contact with Hongmeng, the envoy won't tell me what he wants to talk about. You should just give him a reply." Yangqing said directly, "Then tell them that I'm on vacation and not interested in talking about other things. Don't disturb my good mood. If he wants to find me, come to London, but I can't guarantee that he can go back. This is the territory of the sun god and the moon god. You brat. Although I already guessed that you would do this, but..." Sigh, "Alright, I know that you're awesome now. If you want to do this, I can't stop you. I'll call you again if there's anything." "Thank you, father-in-law." Yangqing chuckled and hung up the phone. Choi Yun said excitedly, "Honey, is that my father?" "What did he say? Did someone pick a fight with you?" Yangqing replied in a serious manner. He asked when he could get his daughter pregnant. Sigh. What a headache. You. Choi Yun's face flushed red. She turned her head and snorted, not saying a word. In the past, she used to be carefree, but now that they had become partners, she often became shy. Jiang Shan stroked her daughter's head and smiled without saying a word. Yangqing laughed heartily. He was just teasing Choi Yun. It was impossible for him to hide this kind of thing and make the women worry for nothing. Thus, he told them about Special Envoy Xin Jizi wanting to see him. Su Xian thought for a while and said, "Son-in-law, I've heard of this Xin Jizi. He's a dark horse in Hongmeng in the past few decades. His aptitude is extremely high. In just a short 30 years, he advanced from the yellow rank to the earth rank. Since Hongmeng sent him here, I'm afraid it's not that simple." "Is that so?" Yangqing glanced at Tang Wan. Seeing that Tang Wan was already chewing on the fruit salad with a normal expression, he said, "Let them be. No matter how big the matter is, we'll talk about it after watching Hui Lin's performance and the match tomorrow." Lin Ruashi, who had been quiet all along, looked over and said to Yangqing, "Is this inappropriate? Father-in-law and grandfather are both in the country, and there are so many people from the Yang family." "Yeah, Yangqing, don't play with fire. You're representing the Yang family now." Guo Shuihua was also a little worried. Yangqing smiled, "Don't worry. Since Hongmeng sent someone to talk to me, this Xin Jizi isn't someone who can make decisions. They asked father-in-law to pass the message to me because they want to elevate their status. They're treating me like a subordinate and summon me so that they can occupy an advantageous position. If I don't take them seriously, they can't do anything to me. If Hongmeng dares to make a move on someone in the country, they'll be breaking their own rules. They won't make such a stupid and incompetent decision." The women nodded and felt that what Yangqing said was very reasonable. It seemed to be the case. There was no need for Hongmeng to shoot themselves in the foot. Now Yangqing had definitely made a big scene in the illusion. It was impossible for Hongmeng not to know that the Luo family couldn't do anything to Yangqing, so they wouldn't be stupid enough to go against Yangqing. Lu Qingshan sighed, "You're so young, not much older than my son Mingho, but you can already play games in the world." You're really amazing. If my son is 1/10 as good as you, I can retire. Alas. Yangqing smiled strangely and said, if you want your brother-in-law to become a talent, why don't you give him to me? I'll let him stay in the Sea Eagles training base for 3 years. I can't guarantee anything else, but when he comes back, Xianxia will definitely sweep all the underworld. Of course, whether he can come out alive depends on him. Come on. I've risked half of my life so that my son and daughter can live comfortably. Now that Mingyu has gotten happiness, no matter how incapable that brat Mingho is, I don't want him to die. Lu Qingshan waved his hand. When it came to the topic of thinking for their children, Old Li, his wife, and Jiang Shan all began to interject. In the end, the lunch became a memoir of the parents' blood and tears. In the afternoon, the women dispersed. Some rested, some cultivated, and some went to change into different clothes to compare. There was even Choi Yan who took Lan Lan to drive a speedboat to play. Yangqing silently came to the door of Tang Wan's room and knocked on the door. Please come in. Tang Wan's gentle voice came. Yangqing pushed the door open and entered. In the low-key and luxurious guest room on the yacht, Tang Wan elegantly stood on the Persian carpet and said with a smile, you came to my place right after eating. Aren't you afraid that the first branch will be jealous? Yangqing didn't say anything. He walked in front of the woman and stared directly into her beautiful eyes. That bright expression was very calm, but it didn't seem real. What's wrong? Look at me like that. Tang Wan smiled and wrapped her arms around Yangqing's waist. I should be the one asking you. What's wrong with you? What's the matter? Do you need to hide it from me? Yangqing asked in a low voice. Tang Wan smiled sweetly and said, why did you suddenly say that? Why would I hide anything from you? As she said that, she leaned her body closer to Yangqing's chest. She leaned her head on Yangqing's body and rubbed it. The faint fragrance from her hair entered Yangqing's nose. My little lover, do you have to talk about such a pleasant afternoon? One of Tang Wan's hands slowly moved down from Yangqing's waist to the line of his muscles. She reached the middle of Yangqing's thighs and grabbed that big lump with one hand. However, to Tang Wan's surprise, the man surprisingly didn't react. Although his body was still huge, he didn't enter a state of preparation. For someone as lustful as Yang Chen, it was almost impossible. Although I rely on my lower body to think most of the time, when it comes to things that can't be joked about, I will still use my brain. Yangqing reached out and pushed Tang Wan away from him. He grabbed the woman's shoulders and looked straight into her beautiful eyes. Your reaction after hearing about Xianxia is not something a woman like you should have. Tell me, what does he have to do with you? Tang Wan's smile was slightly forced. Her heartbeat uncontrollably quickened. I was just careless. Yangqing's face revealed a hint of anger. He let go of Tang Wan's shoulder and said, fine, since you won't say it, I'll go back to Xianxia to find that Xianxia and kill him. Seeing that Yangqing didn't seem to be joking, Tang Wan immediately grabbed the man's hand and angrily said, what are you doing? I didn't say anything. Are you crazy? If you kill the envoy of Hongmeng, wouldn't that mean that you have another great enemy? Elder Tang once said in front of many people that he was dissatisfied with Hongmeng, saying that Hongmeng's people harmed your father. Looking at your performance, I have reason to believe that this matter has something to do with Xianxia, so killing him is most likely not wrong. Besides, do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about the number of enemies? Yangqing said with a cold face. Tang Wan was at a loss for words. She didn't expect Yangqing to think so far ahead. After a long while, she finally let go of Yangqing's hand with hidden bitterness. I'll say it, all right. But you have to promise me that you won't be impulsive and that you won't kill him. That depends on what the truth is. Those who should be killed still have to be killed. Yangqing didn't budge an inch. Tang Wan gritted her teeth. This man was like an iron weight when it came to fighting with her. Slowly turning around, Tang Wan sat on the side of her bed and said, actually, I don't know how much of the truth is in this matter. It's about my father and mother. Tang Wan's story started from a suicide note that Tang Zhichen had left for her after his death. If Tang Zhichen hadn't died, Tang Wan wouldn't have been able to see the suicide note. However, Tang Zhichen and Yan Buwen's plan had failed. Knowing that he couldn't continue, he told Tang Wan some secrets about the relationship between the Tang family and Hong Meng. At that time, the Tang family was related to Hong Meng and was responsible for supplying secular resources to Hong Meng. Every family head and successor had contact with Hong Meng messengers. Tang Wan's father, the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Luan, was trained by Tang Zhichen as his successor because he was young and promising. Naturally, he knew the Hong Meng messengers. At that time, the Hong Meng messengers happened to be a yellow-rank cultivator called Xianxia. Originally, everything was done according to the old rules. The Hong Meng messengers told the Tang family about the requirements in the illusion realm. After the Tang family finished arranging everything, the Hong Meng messengers would check and send the goods into the illusion realm. This was just a business relationship, so there shouldn't be any other contact. However, during several meetings with Tang Zhichen and his son, this cultivator called Xianxia found out that there was a woman with a pure Yin constitution in the Tang family. The so-called pure Yin constitution wasn't like Xiao Qiqing's 9 Yin meridians, which were too Yin and harmful to the body. On the contrary, women with pure Yin constitution were highly valued by cultivators because of the pure Yin qi in their meridians. They were very suitable for cultivation. From the moment they were born, their bodies would unintentionally absorb pure Yin qi, which made it easier for the pure Yin spiritual qi in the world to approach them. However, when a woman with a pure Yin constitution loses her virginity, the man's yang energy will enter her body. Especially after giving birth, the pure Yin energy that has been accumulated in her body since she was young will be exhausted. Therefore, if a woman with pure Yin constitution was a woman with a pure Yin spiritual qi, she would choose to be pure and have few desires. She would never have anything to do with men to avoid delaying her cultivation. This woman was none other than Tang Wan's mother. Although she had already given birth to Tang Wan and was pregnant with her younger brother, Tang Ju, Xianxia discovered that her body had accumulated quite a bit of pure Yin spiritual energy. At that time, Xianxia, who was only at the late stage of soul formation, suddenly had evil thoughts. The pure Yin spiritual qi was very helpful for him to break through to the tribulation passing stage. He knew that if he waited until he returned to Hong Meng, he would not have another chance. He had to make a prompt decision. Moreover, there wasn't much time left for him. He had to wait until Tang Wan's mother gave birth to Tang Ju. Otherwise, when Tang Ju was born, there wouldn't be much left. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators of Hong Meng would not have such evil thoughts. Firstly, most of them were not bad people. Secondly, they were not brave. Thirdly, they might not have a way to absorb the pure Yin spiritual energy. However, it just so happened that Xianxia was audacious to the extreme, and was willing to use any means necessary. Coincidentally, his sect had a technique that was specifically related to Yin and Yang seizing techniques. However, this technique was far too evil, and if word of it were to spread, it would definitely be denounced by some righteous people. He did not dare to make it public and only cultivated in secret. In order to be in a hurry, Xianxia raped Tang Wan's mother one night when Tang Luan was not at home. He threatened the woman to keep quiet if she wanted to keep the child. At that time, the pitiful woman only wanted to protect Tang Ju, who was in her belly. She had no power to resist this mysterious stranger who appeared in the middle of the night. Xianxia continuously visited the Tang family for nearly 2 months. After absorbing more than 10 times, he finally absorbed all the pure Yin spiritual energy in Tang Wan's mother's body until there was nothing left. Because of this, Tang Wan's mother had a difficult labor. Both mother and child were almost lost. At that time, Xianxia had already returned to Hong Meng and replaced him with another yellow-rank cultivator. Before leaving, Xianxia threatened Mrs. Tang that if she dared to speak of it, it would be bad for her and the Tang family. The Tang family was only Hong Meng's lackeys, so it was best for her to obediently pretend not to know anything. This threat was actually very effective. Xianxia's untraceable movements made the naive Mrs. Tang feel that the Tang family was no match for him. After all, she wasn't the head of the family or the heir, so she didn't know about Hong Meng's origins. For the sake of her husband, child, and family, Mrs. Tang had always buried this humiliation in her heart. However, Tang Luan was no fool. He still noticed his wife's strangeness, especially when she talked in her sleep during nightmares. It made Tang Luan realize that something was wrong. If her previous bad mood was due to her pregnancy, then why did it worsen after giving birth? She was always restless, and her nights as husband and wife also became very frightening. Finally, on a rainy night, Mrs. Tang could no longer control the pain in her heart. Under Tang Luan's patient guidance, she told him everything and cried bitterly for Tang Luan's forgiveness. When Tang Luan heard the whole story, it was like he was struck by lightning. It was like his soul had left his body. He went from shock, to disbelief, to anger, and finally, to frustration, helplessness, and heartache. Indeed, as Xianxia said, the Tang family was only a secular family. Even though they were one of the four major families, without their relationship with Hongmeng, they were far inferior to the Ning, Yang, and Li families. But, his wife had suffered such humiliation when she was pregnant. As a man, a proud man who had received countless halos since he was young, Tang Luan felt that his whole world had collapsed. He didn't actually blame his wife, but he couldn't take revenge on Xianxia. He kept it in his heart and became neither human nor ghost. His mental state became more and more unstable. Tang Zhichen saw that his beloved son and his wife were gradually becoming completely different from before. He was worried, but he couldn't ask for the reason. Until Tang Luan couldn't stand the torture and decided to leave. He killed his wife and himself. All these twists and turns were written in a suicide note by Tang Luan before he died. However, he didn't give it to Tang Zhichen. Perhaps, even though he wanted to commit suicide, he was filled with reluctance and hesitation until he finally broke down. When Tang Zhichen saw the truth, his personality changed drastically. Later on, he teamed up with Yan Buwen and crazily wanted to overthrow and take revenge on Hongmeng. Of course, the father and son of the Tang family had no idea why Xianxia would commit such a deranged act against Mother Tang. But no matter what the reason was, Xianxia destroyed Tang Luan and his wife, destroyed Tang Wan and her brother's childhood, and almost destroyed the Tang family. Tang Wan sat on the bed quietly and finished narrating her story. Her eyes were misty. I read about these things from grandfather's suicide note, but I didn't know if it was true, because grandfather has lied to us too many times. Moreover, Hongmeng is a huge organization after all. I know I don't have the ability to verify anything, and I don't want you to go overboard because of this. I just didn't expect to hear about Xianxia today, so I couldn't control myself. Although the woman said it calmly, Yangqing could still feel the waves in Tang Wan's heart. She actually believed it, but the other party was too special, so she had to endure it. Humiliating a pregnant mother and causing the death of both parents. This kind of blood feud was too deep for a normal child to compromise. As Tang Wan's man, Yang Qing's eyes were filled with murderous intent after hearing these things. If I'm not wrong, your mother must have some kind of special constitution that attracted Xianxi's attention. He must have relied on this dirty deed to improve his cultivation so quickly. Yang Qing quickly guessed it. Maybe. Tang Wan wiped the corner of her eyes and smiled. It feels much better to say it out loud. I've always struggled with this matter. Should I tell you or not? Now that I've said it, I hope you won't be impulsive and bring trouble to everyone for me. I don't like it. Don't worry, I just said that we'll talk about it after the vacation. Hongmeng sent Xianxia to find me, so I reckon he won't give up so easily. When I see that guy, I know what to do. Yangqing comforted the woman with a smile, but in his heart, he had already drawn a scarlet steel fork for the guy he had never met. Hugging Tang Wan and comforting her for a while, Yangqing only left her room after making the woman laugh. He felt a little stifled, so he decided to go to the deck to get some fresh air. As soon as he reached the top deck, he discovered that Lin Ruoshi was sitting alone under a sun umbrella, drinking afternoon tea. Seeing Yangqing come up, the woman seemed to have known for a long time. She pointed to another cup of black tea and a seat, and coldly said, "Sit, is Tang Wan all right?" Seeing that there was no one else around, Yangqing smiled and sat down in a relaxed manner. He took a sip of the bitter and sweet tea. "Why are you suddenly concerned about Tang Wan? I remember that you don't get along with her. It's just that you look like that. As a woman, she's not bad." Lin Ruoshi turned to look at London in the distance, as if she was talking to herself. Yangqing silently looked at the woman for a while, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Ruoshi, you've changed a lot recently. I'm not used to this." "What? I didn't expect you to get along so well with them. Although this has always been my hope, you've changed too fast. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Yangqing laughed self-deprecatingly. Am I a little hard to please? I should be happy, but I'm still feeling emotional about this matter. Lin Ruoxi looked at the man with a smile that was not a smile. Are you afraid? Yangqing was stunned. He didn't know how to reply, as if his heart had been stabbed by something. You've realized that things are very different from what you've imagined. Facing the unknown future, you're feeling uneasy. You feel that you can't understand me anymore, but you're afraid that I'll think that you're overly suspicious, so you're telling me this in such a relaxed tone. Lin Ruoxi's lips curled up as she looked at the man with sparkling eyes. Yangqing laughed dryly, feeling a little guilty. Anyway, it's a good thing. If you don't want to tell me the reason, then forget it. I was worried that you wouldn't want to live with them, but now that I see you guys eating together and shopping together, I actually have to thank you. Lin Ruoxi looked at him deeply and said with a faint smile, actually. I just don't know how long this kind of life will last. I just want my life to be a little more peaceful and relaxed. If one day everything changes, and I look back on this period of time, it's all quarrels and cold wars, and there's nothing left, wouldn't that be a pity? Why did you say that all of a sudden? Yangqing forced a smile, his eyes trembling slightly. Lin Ruoxi didn't answer. She got up and walked to the stairs. I'm going to play with Mom for a while. When you have time, go and find Lan Lan and Yonian. Don't cause trouble again. It's not good if you break into another yacht like yesterday and get mistaken for a killer. Yangqing sighed. Alright, I understand, my dear wife. Time always flies when you're on a vacation. The next day, it was the day of the UEFA Champions League match. Yangqing took the girls and his family to the VIP room at Wembley Stadium, which had been booked in advance. Although most of the people present did not watch the match, they were more interested in the atmosphere of the match. Moreover, they were here to support Hui Lin. Catherine did her best to entertain everyone. This was the first time she met Guo Shuihua. The queen maintained a close relationship with Guo Shuihua without batting an eyelid. She stole a few glances at Yangqing, feeling rather pleased with herself. In a public setting, she appeared dignified and graceful, which made Yangqing feel a little amused. Before the match started, a performance kicked off. Under the spotlight of the entire stadium, Hui Lin appeared on the stage in a sporty attire, which was rare for her. Her mellow temperament and beautiful appearance were dazzling on the big screen. Hui Lin was no longer a young girl. With her powerful aura of an international superstar, she controlled the breathing of the audience and was brimming with confidence. Because she was going to sing an English song, and it was a majestic song, which was different from Hui Lin's singing style in the past, the girl had been practicing rehearsals for the past few days. Fortunately, Hui Lin's vocal range was extremely wide. The effect of her singing was surprisingly imposing and mellow at the same time. It was very special, and the fans in the stadium were pleasantly surprised. Amidst the deafening cheers, Hui Lin exited the stage and the match officially started. As soon as the performance was over, Hui Lin hurriedly ran into the VIP room. Naturally, everyone couldn't help but praise her. The girl's superstar demeanor was gone at this moment, and she was a little shy. Our Queen Lin is getting more and more popular. You must have made a lot of money for General Lin's entertainment company. Choi Yan joked. Not at all. My income is far from the other businesses of my sister's company. Hui Lin shook her head. She was still a little reserved when she saw Lin Ruoxi, but it was obvious that she hoped that Lin Ruoxi would acknowledge her hard work. Lin Ruoxi nodded at her. The performance was wonderful. Hui Lin's face instantly lit up, as if she had eaten honey. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, she was worried that Lin Ruoxi would still not give her a good attitude. After that, everyone sat down one by one, chatted happily, and began to watch the game. The final of this year's Champions League was between a team from the English Premier League and a team from the Spanish La Liga. The English Premier League team in blue obviously received a lot of support. However, the women in the VIP room did not particularly support any team. Even Catherine and Jane, the mother and daughter, supported the English team more because they were Welsh. Therefore, other than Lan Lan, who was more excited, the others did not pay much attention to the game. The chubby little girl had never played football before. Seeing so many people kicking and snatching the ball, she felt that it was too strenuous. Hence, she kept asking some ridiculous questions, such as why they didn't kill each other, why their strength was so small, a ball could only be kicked for such a short distance, and why they ran so slowly. Lin Ruoshi was holding her daughter and was very patient. She answered her one by one, although Lan Lan did not really understand in the end. After the end of the first half, it was halftime. At this time, at the entrance of the VIP room, a group of people dressed solemnly suddenly appeared. Yangqing, who was drinking a can of beer, frowned and turned his head to look at the door. The bodyguards at the door obviously did not intend to stop the group of high-ranking people. Several middle-aged white men appeared in the VIP room accompanied by a Xianxia man. Soon, all the women showed a surprised look. This Xianxia man in a suit and leather shoes was actually Ning Guangyao. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Yangqing, indicating that she did not know about it beforehand. Catherine got up at this time and asked, "Prime Minister Cullen, Mayor Boris, you guys came here together. Don't tell me you lack a VIP room to watch the game?" "I'm very sorry to disturb your majesty." The leading white man was Cullen, who was then the British Prime Minister. He said with a smile, "It's because our good friend from England, Prime Minister Ning of Xianxia, just finished attending an event and wanted to come over to meet everyone and say hello, especially to Mr. Yang." Cullen naturally knew about Yangqing's background, and even the relationship between Lin Ruoshi and Ning Guangyao. The British MI5 was not just for show. However, he did not know the real purpose of Ning Guangyao's visit. It was just that this matter involved Yangqing, so he had to be careful and not interfere too much. Prime Minister Ning really has eyes and ears everywhere. He came to London unknowingly and was able to find us in an instant, Catherine said sarcastically. She also had some understanding of Ning Guangyao. She had never met him before, but she did not think much of this man. Ning Guangyao smiled and did not retort, "I've heard of Queen Catherine of Wales for a long time, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to meet her today. She really lives up to her reputation. Actually, this time, I'm representing Xianxia to attend the International Emergency Conference held in London. It's about the strange weather phenomena that have appeared around the world in the past month or so. I just happen to know that my daughter, Ruoshi, and her husband are here, so I came to meet them." This way, it was watertight, and it seemed that their relationship was very close. Prime Minister Cullen was very tactful. He took the Mayor of London and a few others and made a gentlemanly excuse to go outside. After the outsiders left, Yangqing said, "If you want me to meet the head of your Ning family, you can leave now. I'm not interested. If he wants to see me, come here himself." The smile on Ning Guangyao's face also disappeared, and he showed a hint of sorrow. "Yangqing, do you have to be so unkind to me? In fact, we don't have much deep hatred. Although I've done some wrong things, I originally wanted you and Ruoshi to be fine." As he said that, Ning Guangyao looked at Lin Ruoshi with a pleading look, but the latter looked at the field and ignored him. Yangqing sneered and said, "If you didn't have that relationship with my wife, do you think you would be able to live until now? If you have anything to say, just say it." Ning Guangyao was speechless, and it was inevitable that his heart began to burn. He was a dignified prime minister, but he was being ignored and ridiculed like this. He was even an errand boy, but he could only swallow his anger. "All right, then I'll be straightforward," Ning Guangyao said. "The head wants to talk to you about something. If you don't want to go to the illusion or go back to Xianxia, it's fine. The head is willing to talk to you through an online video call. He has very important information to tell you. If you don't listen, you'll regret it sooner or later." Although the illusionary realm was an independent space, it had been developed for tens of thousands of years. The experts in the illusionary realm already had a way to connect the network signals and other areas of the illusionary realm through some formations researched by their predecessors. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to use the computer network in the illusionary realm. Yangqing had already seen the internal situation of the hidden family and knew that the video communication Ning Guangyao mentioned would not be fake. "Is that so?" Yangqing said expressionlessly. "All right, then connect the signal. I'll come and see him." Ning Guangyao felt a little proud in his heart. He felt that Yangqing still had some fear and was worried that a disaster was about to befall him. "Then follow me out." Let's find a quiet place. There are too many people here, Ning Guanyao said. No need, everyone here is my family and friends. There's no need to hide anything. Could it be that the master of the Ning family is afraid of being seen? Yangqing smiled. Ning Guanyao did not insist. He took out an exquisite tablet from his suit pocket and swiped on it for a while. It was obvious that the illusionary realm was prepared and quickly connected the signal. Ning Jingfeng's slightly slender face appeared on the screen. He was in his office. Master, Yangqing is here. I'll let him talk to you, Ning Guanyao maintained a humble smile. After all, that was the true leader of the Ning family who could make him lose everything at any time. Yangqing took the tablet and frowned as he looked at Ning Jingfeng's appearance. Ning Jingfeng revealed a gentle and friendly smile. I didn't expect it to be like this. Little friend Yangqing, it's not easy to meet you. Oh, so the master of the Ning family looks like this. Yangqing muttered to himself. Ning Jingfeng did not know what Yangqing meant. He laughed and said, I'm in a hurry to see you because I have an important message to tell you. It concerns the safety of you and the people around you. Are you trying to say that I already have countless enemies, and that a large group of people could come and take my life at any time? Yangqing said. Ning Jingfeng was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. That's right. You are in imminent danger now. Not only can I let you know who your opponents are, I can also provide you with sufficient help. No need, Yangqing interrupted. I promised to video call you, but I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Ning Jingfeng frowned. Little brother Yang, what do you mean? You don't trust me? There's nothing to believe or not. Yangqing replied, I just want to take a look at what the head of the Ning family looks like. That way, when I go to the Ning family to kill you, I won't let you sneak away. I'll be able to accurately kill you first. A trace of anger flashed across Ning Jingfeng's face, but he quickly calmed down. He grinned and said, Little brother, you can't just say that casually. Ning, and the Ning family shouldn't have such a deep blood feud with you, right? My woman, Xiao Qiqing, her identity and whereabouts were all secretly leaked by you to the Luo family. Just this alone is enough reason, Yangqing said in a deep voice. Ning Jingfeng was startled. His expression was unsettled on the other side of the video call, as if he was thinking about how Yangqing found out the truth. This messed up his prearranged speech. Unexpectedly, Yangqing laughed coldly. As expected. Looking at your expression, that means my guess is correct. The Ning family is truly resourceful. How could Ning Jingfeng not know what was going on? Yangqing was actually testing him, and he actually had no evidence. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. You dare to play with me. So what? Do you really think that our Ning family will be afraid of you? Asking you to join us is giving you a chance to live. You are now the common enemy of the Luo family, the Xiao family, and the prehistoric sect. Do you think that the declining gods can protect you while you hide abroad? Ning Jingfeng roared. Prehistoric sect? Yangqing frowned. What was that? Ning Jingfeng sneered, how is it? You don't even know who the enemy is. Are you afraid? Yangqing did not answer, and directly threw the tablet onto the ground. Bam! The computer was smashed into pieces, shocking Ning Guanyao and the others. What bullshit. Who cares what he is, if he dares to come find us, we'll just kill him. Yangqing looked coldly at the stunned Ning Guanyao in front of him. I'm not in a good mood. While I still care about the blood relationship between you and my wife, scram. You are so arrogant. Yangqing, for Ruashi's sake, I'll give you a piece of advice. There are some rules that people have to follow in this world. Everyone has their own laws that bind them. If you forcefully act recklessly and break the rules, you will become the target of public criticism. No one will be able to save you. Ning Guanyao said righteously. Ning Guanyao was so angry that his heart was about to explode, but when he felt Yangqing's dense killing intent, he still coldly snorted and turned to leave. Yangqing walked to the glass window where he watched the game. The surrounding Lin Ruashi and the others looked at him with a serious expression. Many of them were deeply worried. Unknowingly, Yangqing's enemies had increased. Some of them were already hostile towards him, some were caused by women, and some were mountains that he had to climb on the road to becoming stronger. However, Yangqing was very calm and quickly regained his calmness. "Qing, do you know what the prehistoric sect is?" Yangqing asked in a low voice. "I've never heard of it." "Nanny, do you know?" Xiao Qiqing shook her head and looked at Su Xian. Su Xian also shook her head. Obviously, the prehistoric sect was not something that ordinary people like them knew about. "I'm afraid it has something to do with the Ming clan." "Didn't the Ming clan send out quite a few experts?" "Moreover, it seems to be just the tip of the iceberg." Qiang Wei calmly analyzed. Yangqing nodded, he also had this guess. "Hubby, are you really going to kill the Ning family as well?" Lin Ruoshi asked with a slight frown. "You want me to stop?" Yangqing glanced at the woman and said, "Ruoshi, this time, I won't listen to you. Everything else can be discussed, and I can even satisfy you one by one, but this matter concerns everyone here, and even tens of thousands of lives that are related to me. I won't listen to you." Lin Ruoshi saw the resolute look in the man's eyes and sighed, "Actually, I didn't want to stop you, I just felt that it was too dangerous. Even if I don't make a move, they won't tolerate me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used these tricks of borrowing a knife to kill me." Yangqing said gloomily, "This is just a path that we have to take. Once we walk past it, it will be over." Hui Lin, who had been standing at the side without saying a word, suddenly said, "Brother Yang, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Right now, in the illusion realm alone, we have already declared war on the three great families, and there are at least tens of thousands of enemies. Is it really okay to keep killing people and making enemies? Perhaps we don't have to cause a bloody storm in the city. Perhaps we can solve the problem in other ways. They have their own rules. As long as we are sure that we won't break their rules, it should reduce a lot of pressure." "Hui Lin, you are too naive. Rules? Laws?" Yangqing pointed to the front. On the field, the players were coming onto the field one after another. The second half of the football match was about to begin. Do you know why something like football is so popular and why so many people are filled with anticipation? The women were a little puzzled, including Lu Qingshan and the others. They were all confused. Why did the son-in-law suddenly talk about football when it was such a heavy topic? Yangqing said to himself, because, in a football game, no matter how strong or weak you are, when both sides go on the field, according to the rules of the game, the score will always start from 0-0. There will be no difference. Run desperately, try hard to intercept, use all your fighting spirit to shoot. As long as they are willing to fight, the weak teams in the lower leagues can even beat the European champions. In a sense, it is a spiritual sustenance for ordinary people, a manifestation of persistence. On the field, the winner is king. Even if you only beat the strong once in your life, the weak can also have the opportunity to look up at the stars above your head, that is its charm. But, is that really the case? Maybe it is 0-0 for the players, and it is also 0-0 for the audience. But for those who control it, the tycoons, the senior officials of the Football Association, it is different. As long as a strong team loses in a game, they can earn hundreds of millions or even billions of profits from gambling. Then, not to mention the European champions or the world champions, they can lose at any time and it does not matter how many goals they lose. If a player is disobedient, they can just let him strain during training. If a coach is disobedient, they can just make up a reason to change the leader. Which referee is disobedient? Just don't let him play. The media is controlled by them, the team is controlled by them, and even the country's luxury tax and players' income are controlled by them. In a football game, naturally, no one will look at the weak, but the fat, how can they let go of it so easily? Even if the fans know that it is fake, that it is a black whistle, what can they do? Apart from protesting, cursing, ridiculing, and using their mouths to support their own sense of existence, to tell themselves that they are also citizens, there is nothing good. The so-called stepping down and stepping up is just the insider trading that those big shots have long planned. Unless the public does not watch or participate in the game, otherwise, whether it is the ticket money or the game bets, it will make the wealth flow into the pockets of those people. No matter which region or which country they are in, the truth is the same. It is just that the money will flow into the pockets of different people. Unless they give up football. That's right. All of this is very dirty, but aren't humans a dirty life? Now, I am like someone who has unknowingly become a world-class star player and a world-class coach. In other words, I am a brand new strong team. There are only two reasons why those rich families and tycoons have their eyes on me. First, they want me to help them earn money. Second, they don't want me to earn money for others. In other words, they want me to give them a share of the money I earn. This was the rule they had set, and no one was allowed to break it to harm their most fundamental interests. If I do well, they'll let me live and give me things like the Ballon d'Or or the Golden Boot, or even give my team a European title. But if I don't do well, they'll suppress me, hurt me, and make me fail. In the past, I was too weak in their eyes, so of course they wouldn't take me seriously. But now, I have the ability to threaten their foundation, so they naturally can't just sit on the fishing platform. Until the very last moment, the mastermind behind the scenes will not be willing to reveal his true face. After all, if he wants everyone to think that this is still a match that started with a score of 0. Everyone fell silent, and when they looked at the football being played, they couldn't help but reveal thoughtful expressions. Although Yang Cheng's words were biased, a lot of it was the cruel reality. Lu Qingshan sighed. Although the struggle you're involved in isn't something we can participate in, as your father-in-law and a man who has gone through many hardships to get to where he is today, I can understand part of your feelings. Yang Qing smiled at him gratefully and waved to Yang Lanlan, who was stuffing popcorn into her mouth at a table. The chubby little girl blinked and looked reluctantly at the big box of half-eaten popcorn. She ran to her father's side, not knowing what was going on. Yang Qing picked up his daughter, stroked the chubby little girl's soft black hair, and pinched her tender face. His eyes were full of love. I have no way out, because they will no longer treat me as a weak person. If I want to continue, the only way is to break the rules they set, in addition to being in cahoots with them. Or, to be above all of them and trample on their rules. Yang Qing said each word firmly. He looked deeply at everyone present and smiled. This is not only for me, but also for you, for my children. Guo Shuihua, whose eyes were red and tearful, finally couldn't help but trot over. She hugged her son and granddaughter from the side and sobbed. Everyone knew why. It was a kind of helplessness and self-blame for not being able to do anything for their children as a parent. It was a kind of powerless shame as a parent, but also a kind of pride as a parent. Illusion, Ning family. In Ning Jingfeng's office, a man's extremely angry roar came. Damn Yangqing. How dare you look down on me? One day, I, Ning Jingfeng, swear to kill you. I will turn your bones into ashes. The furious head of the Ning family smashed the computer and various items on his desk into pieces, but he still couldn't get rid of the hatred in his heart. Ning Jinggang and Ning Jingchun, who were standing in front of him, all revealed expressions of fear. It was too rare to see their elder brother lose his composure like this. It could be seen that after being rejected and ignored time and time again, the arrogant Ning Jingfeng hated Yangqing to the bone. Big brother, please calm down. It's fine if this Yangqing doesn't know what's good for him. In any case, we have to fight against the Luo family, the Xiao family, and the prehistoric sect. When the time comes, it doesn't matter who dies. We have plenty of opportunities to add insult to injury. Ning Jinggang frowned and said, there hasn't been any news about the prehistoric sect for more than 1,000 years. I heard that many elders in the clan don't even know of its existence. I didn't expect that Kid Yangchen would even lure this almost forgotten monster out. He really brought this upon himself. Ning Jingfeng's face was overcast. He narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath before saying, Fourth brother, go and contact Ning Guangyao and tell him that all cooperation with the Yang family in the secular world has been terminated. He has started to stand on the opposite side of the Yang family and Yangqing, and is ready to be dealt with at any time. In addition, help me send a letter to the Luo family and the Xiao family. Tell them that our Ning family has a global vision and will help them accurately track the whereabouts of Yangqing and the people around him. If you need anything, just say it. Ning Jingchun revealed an evil smile. Yes, big brother. Second brother. Ning Jingfeng then said to Ning Jinggang, bring a few elders with you to the Yinshou mountain. Invite that person out of the mountain and return to the clan to guard. Ah? Ning Jinggang said worriedly, Big brother, isn't it too early to ask that person to come back? Go if I tell you to go. If Yangqing comes to our Ning family, do you think we can stop him? Ning Jingfeng rebuked angrily. Ning Jinggong's face turned pale and he nodded silently, yes. At this moment, the expressions of the three of them changed. They felt that something was wrong. Ning Jingfeng was the first to turn into a shadow and rush out. Ning Jinggang and Ning Jingchun followed closely behind. At this moment, in the southern part of the Ning family, in the sky above a lush green forest, dark clouds began to roll and thunder rumbled. It was as if countless thunder beasts had gathered in the sky, and the sound of thunder shook the heavens. Many of the Ning family's cultivators and elders flew out from their residences. In an instant, there were hundreds and thousands of cultivators around Ning Jingfeng, forming a black mass. Could this be? An elder at the peak of the dark water realm trembled in disbelief. Ning Jingfeng's body was also tense. His eyes were bloodshot and his face twitched. That's right, it's third sister. She finally advanced from the peak of the weak water realm. This is the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation. I can't believe it. Luo Qianqiu advanced not long ago and Miss Ruozhu also advanced. This is truly an era where cultivation geniuses contend for supremacy. We old bones are actually fortunate enough to witness such a spectacular scene. The group of elders discussed animatedly, and their expressions were filled with envy and excitement. Ning Jingfeng's expression was rather cold. What are you arguing about? This is just the beginning. It's still unknown if third sister can withstand the 3 Tai Ching heavenly lightning. After Ning Jingfeng said that, everyone remembered that the real godly lightning hadn't descended yet. They couldn't help but worry, afraid that the family would lose such a powerful master. After all, no one knew if any of the grand elders had broken through the 9th heaven godly lightning tribulation, but there was only one person in front of them who might be able to fight against Luo Qianqiu. After a while, the heavenly might finally showed its power. A purple-blue dragon-like godly lightning twisted its thick body and crashed into the area where Ning Ruozhu was cultivating. Rumble. The mighty momentum and the horrifying spiritual energy made the cultivators of the Ning family back off subconsciously. Some of the ones with lower cultivation even started to use their true yuan to protect themselves from internal injuries. In front of them, a purple-blue flame appeared, as if they had entered a strange world. This is too scary. Third sister doesn't have any defensive treasures, right? Can she withstand this? Ning Jinggang exclaimed. Ning Jingchun swallowed his saliva, his face pale. It's hard to say. I'm afraid that even people like us can't get within 30 feet of the godly lightning. If we get too close, our souls will be destroyed. Even third sister, can she withstand 3 of them? Everyone discussed among themselves. Some elders even regretted that they didn't risk their lives to give Ning Ruozhu a few defensive treasures. Ning Jingfeng was silent, but his eyes revealed a strange look, as if he was expecting something. Then, the second godly lightning also fell. The purple-blue Tai Ching godly lightning that was even stronger than the one before crushed most of the buildings of the Ning family, even creating a huge crater. The moment the godly lightning fell, a thin golden light flashed from the ground. Some people with sharp eyes could see this, but they didn't notice anything strange. However, some masters could still sense that Ning Ruozhu's true yuan wasn't damaged at all. It seemed like the godly lightning didn't do much damage to her. This made many people amazed, not knowing how Ning Ruozhu withstood the godly lightning. Finally, the third and most horrifying Tai Ching godly lightning, as if it was going to split the sky and earth, suddenly fell. Rumble. The deafening sound of thunder startled everyone's divine soul. That golden ray of light that had appeared before appeared once again and was annihilated by the divine thunder. After a long time, the thunder clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky was clear. There was a faint smell of burning in the air. The metal frames of many buildings had actually melted when they were affected. The thousands of cultivators of the Ning family stared at the crater, waiting for something. Third sister. Ning Jingfeng shouted. A green figure holding a huge longbow appeared in front of everyone almost at the same time. Her jet black hair that wasn't tied up fluttered with the wind, and it was impossible to conceal her peerlessly beautiful appearance. Her black brows were like willow leaves, her starry eyes were like pearls and jade, her chin was sharp, and her skin was white like the fat of fine sheep. Ning Ruaju was wearing a cyan gauze dress, her sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Her pair of snow-white bare feet seemed to be able to seduce people's souls. The woman did not look cold, nor was she gorgeous, but she had an unapproachable arrogance, even if there seemed to be a faint smile on her lips. What made people couldn't help but take a few more glances was the huge longbow magic weapon in her hands, which was almost the same height as her. This dark red longbow had an ancient aura, and the inscriptions on it were extremely complicated. There were all kinds of rare beasts densely packed together. No matter how you looked at it, it was a wonderful work of art. However, this huge bow didn't have a string. Although Ning Ruaju didn't intentionally release her true yuan pressure, the nearby cultivators of the Ning family could feel that this definitely wasn't a feeling that a weak water realm cultivator could have. They didn't see it wrong, Ning Ruaju had really endured the divine thunder tempering and successfully advanced. Congratulations, third sister. From now on, your path of cultivation has reached a whole new level. In the future, it will be hard for you to meet your match in the illusion realm. Ning Jingchun was the first to go forward, and he smiled while cupping his hands to flatter her. He didn't even mention Luo Qianxiu, Yangqing, and the others. Congratulations, third sister. You made me so worried just now. Fortunately, third sister's cultivation is deep, so it was scary but not dangerous. Ning Jingfeng also looked happy, but he didn't understand why Ning Ruaju went through the tribulation so easily, as if nothing happened. Ning Ruaju lightly snorted indifferently, and elegantly stroked her hair that was slightly messed up by the wind. If brother sincerely congratulates me, then I will accept it. Ning Jingfeng felt a bit guilty being glanced at by Ning Ruaju's soul-piercing gaze, but he still maintained his smile. Third sister, you really know how to joke. Your biological sister advanced, how could I be jealous as your brother? You underestimate me, Ning Jingfeng laughed. Today, our Ning family will celebrate. From now on, with third sister here, that Luo Qianxiu won't be able to be arrogant anymore. The entire Ning family was also in jubilation, and their morale was boosted. The feeling of being suppressed by the Luo family also disappeared. However, Ning Ruaju didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation, as if the person who broke through wasn't her, but someone else. The woman put the dark red bow into her spatial ring and muttered to herself, Luo Qianxiu. Who does he think he is? At the same time, Yangqing and the rest who were in London just finished watching the match. They weren't interested in the final award ceremony, so they planned to return to the yacht. Ning Guangyao didn't appear again. He really did come to London this time to attend an emergency international conference. The global cooling situation this time already attracted the attention of all the major countries in the world. At least the leaders of the G20 had already gathered in London with experts from various countries to discuss and research countermeasures. The main reason why they chose to hold the conference in London was because Jane was also in London. After watching the match, Jane even went to attend the conference as the leader of the Royal Science Society's experts from England's side. However, as Jane said before, she hadn't collected enough information yet. This time, she only went to briefly mention her thoughts, and couldn't get any conclusions that the countries needed. After Yangqing returned to the yacht with the women, he was about to return to the Mediterranean Sea, but he suddenly received a call from Yang Gongming. Kid, you're always so stubborn, can't you change it? Yang Gongming seemed to be a little dissatisfied on the other end of the phone. Yangqing was stunned. Old man, speak clearly. What's there to be unhappy about? At least talk for a while. You directly rejected the special envoy from Hongmeng, and now they're looking for our young family. You want an old man like me to stay at home, how am I going to entertain them? Xianxia, to our home? A cold light flashed in Yang Cheng's eyes. He didn't expect this guy to really refuse to give up, and even went to look for Yang Gongming to call him. He couldn't help but frown. How can they reach so far? Isn't number one in Yanjing? Doesn't he care? Since when did number one have anything to do with Hongmeng? Is that someone you can casually speculate about? Yangqing was stunned. That seemed to be true. Number one never said he had anything to do with Hongmeng, only the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. The special envoy is very angry. He said he would report to the supreme elders of Hongmeng's Heaven's Vault Island. I'm already an old man, I can't handle this. come back quickly, you're the one who caused this, you deal with it yourself. After a few words, Yang Gongming hung up the phone. Yang Qing put away the phone, explained the situation to the women, and planned to return to Yanjing. The women were very understanding. Actually, Yang Qing had stayed to accompany them for a long time this time. After all, so many people were looking for Yang Qing, it wouldn't be right if he didn't go and deal with it. When his gaze fell on Tang Wan, Yang Qing hesitated for a moment, then said, Xiaowan, I can bring you to see that guy, but if you don't want to, it's fine. Tang Wan clenched her fist and said with a smile, of course I'm going, I've already thought it through. Just like what you said, we have no way out. If we don't even face the enemy of our parents, how can we stay by your side in the future? Yang Qing smiled knowingly, picked up Tang Wan, and flew back to Yanjing. In just a short while, Yang Qing had already landed in the backyard of the Yang family with Tang Wan. The group of Yang family guards had already been dismissed by Yang Gongming long ago to show his courtesy to guests. Yang Gongming was alone by the stone table in the courtyard. He was accompanied by 3 men who were dressed in different clothes. They were waiting quietly. 2 of them were people that Yang Qing knew. One was the absolute sword Taoist with a flying sword on his back, and the other was Ling Shuzi, a senior of the Kunlun sect. However, Ling Shuzi had made a lot of progress and had reached the early stage of Kuwei water. A man with black hair and a long beard, who Yang Qing had never met before, was dressed in a purple robe. His face was like jade, and he looked like an immortal. His cultivation level was at the early stage of Kuwei water. Without a doubt, he must be Xianxia. Yang Gongming waved at Yang Qing, nodded to Xianxia and the other 2 people with a smile, and walked slowly out of the yard. It seemed that he didn't want to ask more questions. Seeing Yang Qing appear with Tang Wan, Xianxia stroked his long beard, picked up the teacup, and took a sip with a leisurely look. It seemed that he didn't want to stand up and greet them. Ling Shuzi stood up first and said in surprise, my little friend Yang Qing, I didn't expect that you could make such a big noise in the illusion realm in just 1 or 2 years, and your cultivation level has reached such a high level. I'm really envious of you. Yang Qing had a good impression of this unconventional cultivator of the Kunlun sect. It was this cultivator who gave him the initial inspiration to cross the innateness realm. This time, Ling Shuzi didn't change his nature, and he also showed his sincere congratulations. Taoist, you've also made a lot of progress. You should have reached the profound stage, right? Yang Qing asked casually. Ling Shuzi said, I just reached the profound stage not long ago, but compared with you, my little friend, I'm still far behind. Because of the obscurity, no one present could see through Yang Qing's cultivation level. However, what Yang Qing did in the illusion realm showed that he must have the cultivation level above the Tai Ching heavenly thunder tribulation, so there was no need to doubt him. Humph, Xianxia said coldly, Ling Shuzi, I didn't come here to let you talk about the old days. Ling Shuzi's face stiffened. He apologized and retreated to the side quietly. After all, Xianxia was an earth-rank elder, and he couldn't disobey him. Only then did Xianxia slowly get up and walk in front of Yang Qing and Tang Wan, looking at Yang Qing arrogantly, you're that Yang Qing who caused such a ruckus between the Shao and Luo families? Yang Qing asked Tang Wan to stand a little to the side. At this time, the woman was having trouble controlling her emotions. Her body was trembling because the person in front of her might be the culprit who killed her siblings and their parents. You came looking for me just to ask this nonsense? Yang Qing sneered in his heart. You're just at the early stage of dark water. If I have to listen to what you have to say, I can kill you in the blink of an eye. Do you really think that I don't dare to touch Homing's envoy? Xianxia really thought so. He didn't think that Yang Qing would be crazy enough to fight with Hong Meng. No matter what, Hong Meng also had a direct connection with the government and had the title of Huaxia's guardian. Sharp-tongued boy, do you know that you've caused a big trouble? Xianxia said with a displeased expression. Tell me. Do you still need this envoy to say it? Xianxia sneered, in fact, you know very well that you've angered the Shao and Luo families, and you've also angered the forces that have been hiding behind the Meng family. You can't bear it anymore. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fled abroad, right? After saying so much, I still don't know why you've come looking for me. Yang Qing said. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and said proudly, this envoy has brought the decision of Heaven's Vault Island's supreme elders. In order to stabilize the secular world and not let you, a descendant of the Yan family, fight with the hidden families and affect the hundreds of commoners, Han Meng has decided to provide you with protection under certain conditions. As long as you have Han Meng's protection, the hidden families and the forces behind the Meng family won't dare to act rashly, because they can't openly fight with Han Meng for a single person like you. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and was about to say something, but Xianxia directly stretched out his hand and interrupted him. Brat from the Yang family, don't be happy too early. This envoy has said that there are conditions for protecting you. Yang Qing was amused. This guy actually thought that he was going to accept it. Xianxia smiled smugly and turned around. He moved closer to Yang Qing and said in a low voice, "You once angered Elder Yan Feiyun, and Elder Yan Feiyun is Elder Yan Wuchen's biological son. Just based on this, Elder Yan Wuchen, one of the 4 great elders of Heaven's Vault Island, is willing to give you a way out. You should be deeply grateful. Heaven's Vault Island's supreme elders have decided that as long as you hand over your cultivation technique, all your spiritual pills, and your chaos cauldron to Heaven's Vault Island for safekeeping, Han Meng will immediately give you and the people around you sufficient protection. We guarantee that no one will be able to harm you in the slightest." Yang Qing thought that he had heard wrongly. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his ears, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "What are you laughing at?" Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Shouldn't he be struggling to make a decision now? Yang Qing clutched his stomach and pointed at Xianxia's nose. "Xianxia, is there something wrong with your brain, or are those old fogies from Heaven's Vault Island all running out of mental hospitals?" "Oh, right, those old fogies are almost rotten. I'm afraid they don't even know what mental illness is. Then I'll put it simply. 2 words. Scram. You. You actually dare. You actually dare to insult our Han Meng envoy." Xianxia said sinisterly, "Don't think that I don't know that you've robbed so many good things from the Xiao and Luo families. They must be hidden on you. Do you think that you can guard them all by yourself? While they haven't come knocking on your door yet, I advise you to listen to our Han Meng obediently. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a horrible death." Yang Qing said expressionlessly, "What if I refuse?" Xianxia laughed coldly and suddenly sent a voice transmission. "Yang Qing, you'd better not try to be brave. Do you know that just based on the fact that you killed my 2 disciples, Hao Changfeng and Lu Huading, I just have to report this to Heaven's Vault Island and you'll completely become Han Meng's enemy?" Yang Qing raised his eyebrows and sent a voice transmission. "Oh, so they're your disciples. Humph, do you think that you've done it flawlessly? Previously, you used the mystic water flying sword in the Yang family. This was seen by many people. This envoy has only asked around for a bit in the past 2 days, and I already know the various reasons. If you obediently give me some elixirs, then I'll consider helping you hide this matter. Otherwise, not only will you have to face the Xiao and Luo families, but you'll also have to face Han Meng's sanctions." In the end, he still wanted to secretly extort a sum of money. Yang Qing felt that there was no longer a need to continue this topic. He directly said, "Then do you think that what you've done is flawless? Do you remember the pregnant woman who was defiled by you in the Tang family?" The Absolute Sword Taoist and Ling Shuzi, who were behind them, were somewhat puzzled. What were these 2 talking about? As expected, Xianxia's pupils shrank, and then he flatly denied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Tang Wan, who had been paying attention to the changes in Xianxia's expression, had already confirmed it. Her eyes immediately filled with tears as she looked at him with incomparable hatred. Her killing intent grew stronger and stronger. "I don't plan on asking you to admit it. In any case, no matter what, you're going to die today." Yang Qing's aura suddenly changed, and he instantly released a tyrannical true essence pressure. It was as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down, completely suppressing Xianxia. Using crooked methods to suck away a pregnant woman's pure spiritual energy and threaten a weak woman, you really deserve to be called Han Meng's envoy. Xianxia staggered back 2 steps in fear, his face flushed red as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? You dare to make a move against this envoy?" Even the Absolute Sword Taoist and Ling Shuzi, who were behind him, began to be shocked. They didn't expect Yangqing to be so unscrupulous. Yangqing, my little friend. Don't be impulsive. Elder Xianxia is the envoy, killing him is not a joke. You're in danger right now. If you have something to say, let's talk it out. This is an opportunity to cooperate with Hongmeng. Ling Shuzi immediately shouted. There's no need for that, Yangqing sneered, the Xiao clan and the Luo clan have fought with me for my elixirs and mystical artifacts. Hongmeng, these old bastards, sent this idiot over. They want to take away all the treasures from me without spending a single soldier, and they even want to have a sanctimonious reputation. In my opinion, they are even worse than the hidden families. After saying that, Yangqing's big hand suddenly enveloped Xianjizi's head. Xianjizi was forcibly pressed down by Yangqing's true essence pressure. He couldn't resist, and his whole body was extremely stiff. Yang Qing injected a stream of chaotic energy into his body and went straight into his dantian. Like a powerful suction vortex, it quickly devoured and absorbed his true essence like a flood opening a floodgate. Xianjizi was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was as if the flesh in his body was being cut off inch by inch. He was in so much pain that he cried and wailed. Ah! The shrill scream made the faces of the Absolute Sword Taoist and Ling Shuzi turn pale. An early-stage Dark Water Realm cultivator, who could be considered an Earth Realm elder in Hongmeng, was actually as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child in front of Yangqing. You have no evidence. Why? Xianjizi roared with a red face. Evidence? Yangqing sneered, I'm not a policeman. I, Yangqing, kill people. It's enough to suspect, I don't need evidence. In the blink of an eye, Xianjizi didn't have the strength to speak because the true essence in his body had been completely absorbed by Yangqing. His dantian had also shrunk, and all the meridians in his body had lost their activity. He had completely become a weak ordinary person. Yangqing threw this guy on the ground in front of Tang Wan and said, Alright, Xiaowan, I've destroyed his cultivation, but I'll leave his life for you, his daughter. Tang Wan bit her red lips and stared at Xianjizi, who seemed to be dying on the ground. Pain and struggle flashed through her eyes. Both Ling Shuzi and Absolute Sword Taoist looked distressed. They didn't expect things to develop to this point. Although Xianjizi was too domineering and the orders from Hongmeng Sky Vault Island were too much, they didn't expect Yangqing to be so daring. He wanted to fight against the 3 hidden families, the forces behind the Meng family, and the 5 enemies of Hongmeng all by himself. There were at least tens of thousands of enemies. They weren't just shrimp soldiers or crab generals. The special forces in the secular world were all cultivators. Was he arrogant, crazy, or insane? Ling Shuzi couldn't see through him. He found that the young man he once thought was immature suddenly looked up to a great mountain. Meanwhile, Absolute Sword Taoist was deeply worried. He was afraid that Yangqing would kill him out of anger. He couldn't resist at all and didn't even dare to run away. After a long time, Yangqing saw that Tang Wan didn't want to make a move, so he frowned and said, Tang Wan, if you think your hands are dirty, I'll just break him. Hearing this, Xianjizi, who was on the ground, almost fainted in fear. No need. Tang Wan suddenly raised her head and smiled coldly, let's do it this way. I think it's too easy for him to pay for my parents' death. He's already crippled. His dantian and meridians can no longer condense any true qi. In the future, he'll be like a street beggar in the secular world. He can't even be compared to a beggar with 4 limbs. He's a cripple. It's better to let him fend for himself in the world and taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. That's a good idea. Yangqing smiled and turned to Ling Shuzi and Absolute Sword Taoist, you guys go back and tell those elders in Hongmeng that if they want my magic treasures and elixirs, they should rush over and snatch them like those mad dogs from the hidden families. Don't talk nonsense with me. At our level, playing with the secular rules will only make me look down on you. Whoever's fist is harder will be listened to. Whoever survives to the end is the rule. Finished speaking, Yangqing grabbed Xianjizi and strode out of the courtyard. Little friend Yangqing. Ling Shuzi stood in front of Yangqing and said worriedly, are you really going to fight against Hongmeng like this? Do you know that this isn't some kind of joke? Not only will it affect the illusory realm, it might even cause great chaos in the secular world. I have a good impression of you because I've never felt the arrogance of superiority from you. Moreover, you don't have the slightest bit of malice towards me. If it wasn't for you today, I might have killed all three of you. Yangqing said with a smile, so, Senior Ling Suzi, I appreciate your kindness, but please step aside. Ling Shuzi smiled bitterly. Is this kid playing with me? If he said that he had a good impression of the absolute sword Taoist in front of him, wouldn't he be regarded as an enemy when he returned to Hongmeng? However, he knew that he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He looked at Xianxia helplessly, but there was nothing he could do about Xianxia's pleading eyes. After Yangqing took Xianxia out of the courtyard, he found a few guards of the Yang family and ordered them to throw Xianxia to the most prosperous commercial district so that he could experience the sufferings of the human world. Hongmeng wouldn't want a useless person, so Ling Shuzi and the absolute sword Taoist wouldn't take him back. Tang Wan didn't have any objection to Yangqing's decision. After all, she was in her 40s, and her mind was still very different from that of many young girls. This time, Xianxia's fall quickly untied the knot in her heart, and she didn't linger on this sad shadow. After Ling Shuzi and the absolute sword Taoist left, Yangqing walked to the backyard and found Yang Gongming, who was fiddling with a pile of vegetables. Done? Yang Gongming looked at some wilted vegetables and seemed to be distressed. Yangqing nodded and roughly told him what had happened. Hee, things have gotten a bit out of hand. Yang Gongming smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Yangqing frowned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old man, is that all you want to say? Yang Gongming thought for a moment and said, what else can I say? Oh, by the way, I don't know why the temperature has been dropping recently, and my tomatoes and zucchini have been ruined. Sigh, this damn weather, I've lived for so many years, but it's really strange recently. Yangqing touched his forehead and felt that this old guy was getting better and better at pretending. He asked directly, hey, when Hongmeng receives the news, there may be no place for me in the whole of Huaxia. Do you want to go abroad with me? If you want to bring someone else, I don't mind. Yang Gongming turned around and looked at Yangqing with a smile. Go abroad? Why? Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course, I'm afraid that they will catch you to threaten me. Whether it's with the hidden family, Hongmeng, or the Meng family, I've always been clear. That's a personal battle between them and you. I didn't say that they are the enemies of the Yang family. They also didn't do anything to the Yang family, right? Yang Gongming said. That was in the past. When a dog is anxious, it will jump over a wall. Yangqing said seriously. Yang Gongming shook his head and said calmly, even if that's the case, I won't go anywhere. I will always stay in the Yang residence. Why do you have to do this? It's not the time to be a hero. Yangqing didn't understand. As long as there is no news of the patriarch, I, Yang Gongming, am still the patriarch of the Yang family. Your great-grandfather handed this place to me. Not only this residence, but also the thousands of people under the Yang family. If I escape, what will they think? The more critical the situation is, the more I should stay here because I have to be worthy of their trust. As for you, whether you live or die outside, it's all fate. It's not like our Yang family has never been without a generation. I've already let it go. After saying that, Yang Gongming carried the small iron hoe and went around to his small vegetable garden. Yangqing wanted to curse this old man for not knowing what's good for him, but he also felt that this old fox wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Up until now, it seemed that Hongmeng and the hidden family really didn't do anything to the Yang family. They were all targeting him and the women around him. Things might not be as simple as he thought. Since Yang Gongming didn't want to leave, Yangqing didn't persuade him. After looking for Tang Wan, he planned to bring her back to the Mediterranean Sea. However, Tang Wan missed Tang Tang and wanted to get together with her daughter before going back to the Tang family to see her family. Yangqing naturally didn't have any objections. If Tang Wan wanted to go back to the island, she could always use a private plane. However, just as Yangqing was about to return, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Xianxia, who was pretending to be Mengyu. Master, there is a strange group of people looking for you, Hanzhong's main residence. Yangqing grinned. Sure enough, they still came. Although it was a bit later than expected, it was better than suddenly coming in the illusion and not being able to take care of him. He had already learned from Ming Jingfeng that behind the Meng family was the organization called Prehistoric Sect, so Yangqing was looking forward to the other party's situation. After informing Tang Wan, Yangqing went to Hanzhong's Meng residence. At this moment, in the back hall of the living room in the center of the Meng residence, Hanya was standing in the middle of the hall, facing several unfamiliar people of the Meng family. Hanya had used these days to replace many of the main managers of the Meng family with her own Jonin of Yamada sect, and she was very familiar with the role of Mengyu. At this time, she had the usual nervous look of Mengyu. Facing the elders of the family, she didn't dare to sit down. Yangqing used a leaf to protect himself and came to the air. The other party couldn't detect his existence, but Yangqing could detect the people inside. There were a total of 7 people, 5 men and 2 women, all wearing black robes, old and young. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation base was at the early stage of weak water realm, and the others were at the middle stage of dark water realm, as well as 2 hellfire realm and 2 sunflower water realm cultivators. You are the current patriarch of the secular Meng family, Mengyu? The one who spoke was an old man with white hair and a jade headband on his head. He looked solemn. He was a master at the early stage of weak water realm. Hanya nodded and timidly said, "Yes, Mengyu is still young. I had no choice but to take over the Meng family's business. I still don't know how to address the elders. Don't mind me. Even your grandfather, Meng Kaiyuan, doesn't recognize us." The old man's face was as calm as an ancient well. "My name is Meng Daozhong, and I'm a direct elder of the Meng family. Accompanying me are elderly Sun and elder Chen Yijin, as well as 4 cultivators of the Meng family who don't share the same surname. This time, we came because the family hasn't received any news about the spirit treasure thief, so we were sent to see what was going on. I didn't expect to find out that there were bad consequences. Even the patriarch has changed." Hanya didn't know how to respond. After she secretly sent a message to Yangqing, she only thought of ways to stall for time. Just as Hanya was about to say something, her cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a text message in English from Yangqing. Find a way to get information from them and understand the background of the Meng family. The reason why he used English was because Yangqing was worried that these fellows would see the words on it. If it was in English, even if they saw it, this group of reclusive old antiques wouldn't know. Hanya knew that Yangqing had arrived here. She smiled apologetically at Meng Daozhong and the others and said, "So that's how it is. Elder, please forgive me. Yuer also wanted to tell the clan as soon as possible, but unfortunately, grandfather and the guardian elder died too suddenly. Yuer didn't know how to contact the clan, so no need to blame yourself. We know that it's not easy for you to take care of the Meng family in such a short period of time. I think the patriarch will be satisfied." Hanya nodded gratefully. "Elder, forgive Yuer for being rude. Can you tell Yuer the true background of my Meng family? So that Yuer can do her best for the clan in the future? Since you have already become the only candidate for the patriarch position, you naturally have the qualifications to know the true origins of my Meng family." Meng Daozhong sighed. Originally, the patriarchs of the Meng family didn't need to know too much. Your grandfather, Meng Kaiyuan, only knew a little. But now that the situation has changed and it is difficult to speculate, the clan believes that the secular Meng family should have more right to know. This time, allow me to tell you in detail. Yangqing, who was eavesdropping in midair, was delighted. This made it easier for him to obtain information. What Yangqing didn't expect was that when he heard Meng Daozhong talk about the history of the Meng family, Yangqing was shocked. History goes back more than 50,000 years ago. At that time, it was much longer than the time when the gods came to Earth from Mars. At that time, the civilization on Earth was at another peak after the ancient immortal era hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although at that time, it was not like hundreds of thousands of years ago, with a large number of super experts above the jade clear heavenly thunder tribulation, but there were still a lot of experts above the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. As the primordial beasts and mythological beasts disappeared with the primordial immortals, not only the human race, but the other races that were on a lower level also gained ample space to develop. For example, the demon race. The demon race had a wide variety of species. It could be said that there were countless stars in the sky. However, there were very few demon cultivators who were truly advanced and could compare to human cultivators. However, the reproduction rate of the demon clan far surpassed that of humans. As a result, the total number of demon cultivators was much higher than that of humans. Among them, the Greenhill Fox clan and the Dragon clan were the two strongest demon clans. The Fox clan was superior in terms of their high intelligence and demonic techniques. The Dragon clan was superior in that they were born with super combat strength and a body of steel. Of course, the human race did not fall behind. Inheriting the legacy passed down by the primordial immortals, many cultivators had cultivation at the Grand Clear, Prime Clear, and even Jade Clear levels. It was not strange for some super experts to have 2 or 3 immortal artifacts. However, some of the humans were not satisfied with the Jade Clear level. They believed that the reason why the primordial immortals were no longer around was because they had entered a higher realm, which was the legendary immortal realm. However, because of their long history, there was a gap in their civilization, and they did not find a way to advance further. In the long exploration, the cultivators who liked to explore discovered through the cultivation of demon cultivators that demon cultivators did not care about the so-called inner demons, but still did not suffer from chi deviation. It was very miraculous. As a result, they discovered a new path of cultivation through the communication with the demon race. While cultivating themselves, they also cultivated inner demons, instead of abandoning and suppressing inner demons. In the end, the lineage of demon cultivators was born. As for the cultivators who believed themselves to be the orthodox of the human race, they scoffed at the demon cultivators at first. However, they gradually realized the seriousness of this problem. Firstly, the battle strength of demon cultivators was generally higher than that of orthodox cultivators of the same level. This was because after being possessed by inner demons, their battle strength would be doubled, or even stronger, because they were unleashing their battle instincts. Secondly, the cultivation of demon cultivators was not absolutely safe. Some cultivators had extremely high cultivation, but something went wrong when cultivating inner demons, causing them to suffer chi deviation, turning them into bloodthirsty monsters, which brought great harm to the human race. Finally, and what the humans were most worried about, because the demon cultivators came from the communication with demon cultivators, they were very close to them. If this group of people were assimilated by demon cultivators and became enemies, it would deal a heavy blow to the orthodox world of cultivators, and even cause the human race to decline. In reality, this worry was not unfounded. Many experts among the demon cultivators indeed thought so. By turning humans into demon cultivators, and then sowing discord between orthodox and demon cultivators, they would divide the human race, and finally achieve their goal of suppressing the human race. This was not justice, nor was it evil. Humans and the demon clan, to put it bluntly, were two different species. Humans had to kill demon cultivators to refine magic treasures and elixirs, while demon cultivators had to eat humans to absorb their essence, or even just to fill their stomachs. Natural selection. This was the most primitive principle, but in addition to a battle of courage, the two sides also fought with wits. The flames of war began to ignite unknowingly. The orthodox human cultivators and the demon cultivators who had not yet truly formed, the battle could be said to be earth-shattering, the power to move mountains and fill the seas, and the entire earth was plunged into misery and suffering. This war lasted for nearly 100 years before it completely subsided. In the end, the orthodox human cultivators won. It was not easy for human cultivators to win, but in the end, they found the 10,000 demon realm left by the ancient immortals hundreds of thousands of years ago. No one knew who found it first, the demon locked tower. After the treasures of the 10,000 demon realm appeared one after another, the human cultivators were invincible, sending the masters of demon cultivators and demon cultivators into the 10,000 demon realm one by one. Those demon cultivators were the most wronged. Their ancestors were subdued because they could not fight against the ancient immortals at that time, and they did not lose to the humans of the same era, but to the ancient immortals hundreds of thousands of years ago. Of course, it was impossible for all the demon cultivators and demon cultivators to be absorbed. After some of the strong were gone, the population of demon cultivators and demon cultivators withered, and they were a group of weak people. Some merciful people among the orthodox cultivators thought that there was no need to kill them all. The descendants of these demon cultivators were placed in an area called the prehistoric realm, located in the present Heavenly Mountain Range. It was similar to the illusion of Hongmeng, left behind by the ancient immortals, but it was much smaller, about 1/3 of the size of the illusion, but it was enough for these people to survive. Gradually, the demon cultivators also faded from the stage of history. However, the times were changing, and the orthodox human cultivators, after neglecting this group of demon cultivators, slowly began to wither. The old died, and those who fought died. The demon cultivators slowly recovered their vitality and established the prehistoric sect, which was divided into the demon sect and the demon sect. The dragon clan of the demon sect was almost wiped out, so the one in charge was the Green Hill Demon Fox clan, while the demon sect was led by the Meng family, because the Meng family was the most powerful, and their ancestors had produced many amazing super sky demons. However, even after tens of thousands of years, the prehistoric sect was still not enough to defeat the orthodox human cultivators. Firstly, the bloodline of the demon clan was too few, and they lacked the dragon clan. Secondly, the devil cultivator's inner demon cultivation method was not easy for those who were left behind. Moreover, the environment was not comparable to 50,000 years ago. Therefore, there were not many people in the devil sect who could successfully cultivate inner demons. But even so, as human demon cultivators, it was still convenient for them to do things in the world. In the Great War of the Gods 20,000 years ago, the prehistoric sect, which did not participate in the prehistoric sect, found an opportunity. They discovered that the orthodox cultivators, later known as Hongmeng, had their strength greatly reduced, and they no longer needed to be particularly afraid. Thus, it was decided that the Meng family, the leader of the demon cultivators, would begin to operate in the secular world, and deliver some supplies to the prehistoric sect, just like how Hongmeng used to let the Tang family deliver supplies. When Hongmeng first discovered that the prehistoric sect had made a move, they did indeed have a bad relationship, but later on, they discovered that they were about the same. Even if Hongmeng was stronger, there was no blood feud between them. Their common enemy was the gods, so there was no need to fight to the death. In the end, Hongmeng did not care too much about the Meng family established by the prehistoric sect in the secular world. The prehistoric sect also silently endured, cooperating with the successive rulers of Xianxia, and did not overstep their boundaries. The two had almost no interaction for thousands of years, so the majority of the people in the illusion did not know about the existence of the prehistoric sect, the demon cultivators, and the devil cultivators. Hearing this series of historical facts, Yangqing couldn't help but be stunned. Zmo in the illusion once told him that the 10,000 demon realm was much earlier than Hongmeng. Sure enough, it's just that in terms of time, the demon cultivators did enter during the ancient immortal era, but the demonic cultivators entered 50,000 years ago. The history of human cultivators is too long. In the middle, I'm afraid that many histories have been covered in dust, and the truth can no longer be seen. But after a general understanding, Yangqing still sighed that he was too small compared to those ancient cultivators who were like bright stars. But then again, it seems that the prehistoric sect is not necessarily an enemy. Because in the 10,000 demon realm, he has received great kindness from Yu Xuaning, and Song Tianqing and the demon emperor Zishao are good friends. It stands to reason that he has a good relationship with the seniors and even the ancestors of the prehistoric sect. He has received Yu Xuaning's kindness, and it's too unkind to kill her people. Hanya was also stunned when she heard this. Fortunately, Meng Daozhong knew that she would be shocked, so he waited for her to recover and didn't care. Thank you, Elder, for telling me. You were as afraid. Hanya swallowed her throat. Meng Daozhong waved his hand indifferently, and said with a cold light in his eyes, so, although the secular Meng family has lost a lot of people this time, it's actually not too big a problem for our Meng family. We demonic cultivators are not those Hongmeng cultivators who claim to be orthodox but fishing for fame. The cause of the matter is also the fault of our secular Meng family, which led to a series of consequences. But Yangqing stole our clan spirit treasure, which is unforgivable. The most important thing now is to find out where the evil thief named Yangqing is. The spirit treasure he holds is the most important. Hanya was very clever and asked, Elder, what is the use of the clan's spirit treasure? Will there be any bad consequences if it is stolen? Meng Daozhong pondered slightly before saying, "It's okay to tell you. In fact, the people of our prehistoric sect only know that this spirit treasure is related to whether our clan can revive, and it is also related to the survival of the prehistoric sect. But, the ancestors did not tell us what it is used for, and we don't even know the true name of this spirit treasure." Ah? Not only was Xianxia surprised, even Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Even the people of the Meng family did not know what this damn thing was used for. Even with his cultivation, he was not able to perceive what this black thing was. There must be a reason. Meng Daozhong continued, "However, there's one thing that we can be sure of. That spirit treasure was a supreme treasure left behind by an extremely talented devil cultivator ancestor of ours. The reason why it was placed in the Meng family in the secular world was because they guessed that this spiritual treasure could protect the development of the Meng family. For thousands of years, nothing had happened to it. It had always protected the Meng family and allowed them to grow stronger. But I didn't expect that there would be such an evil thief like Yangqing. He even dares to snatch my Meng family's spirit treasure. He is going too far." Several people from the Meng family had a sullen look on their faces. Obviously, for them, this spiritual treasure has a different meaning. According to the words passed down by the ancestors, this numinous treasure was the key to the revival. Although it had not been revived for tens of thousands of years, it was undoubtedly a spiritual sustenance. This unknown numinous treasure, in the darkest period, gave the Meng family a glimmer of hope. The meaning was extraordinary. Xianxia was silent. She did not know how to answer because Yangqing did not give her any instructions. Should she continue to lie, or should she reveal her cards? At this moment, a voice came from the air into the back hall. "No need to look for me, I am here." Yangqing slowly descended from the air, bypassed the front hall, and appeared in front of everyone. Xianxia asked Yangqing what to do with her eyes. Yangqing signaled her to continue acting as Mengyu. The latter immediately shouted in surprise, "Yangqing!" Meng Daozhong and the others suddenly stood up, as if they were facing a great enemy. They actually did not notice that someone was eavesdropping. Didn't this mean that Yangqing's strength far surpassed Meng Daozhong, who was at the early stage of weak water realm? Mengyu, he is Yangqing? Meng Daozhong did not dare to believe it. Although the family sent him out, which meant that the opponent was not simple, how could such a young cultivator's cultivation be so high? Xianxia nodded and said, "Elder, be careful. He is very strong." "Yangqing, since you came early, you must have heard our words." "I heard it. It's a pity." "So you don't know what that black thing is?" Yangqing said regretfully. "In that case, I will also kindly advise you," Meng Daozhong said. "This spirit treasure is related to the dignity and spiritual inheritance of my Meng family. Although I do not know its use, it is of great significance. However, there is no meaning in keeping it in your hands. If you can return the spirit treasure, my Meng family can forgive you for what you have done. I will ask the patriarch to not pursue the matter of you killing so many Meng family members." Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. "Just now you called me an evil thief, but now you are saying it so nicely. In fact, you should know that if I make a move, none of you will be able to return alive. That is why you are so polite." Meng Daozhong and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Indeed, they were not confident. They did not interact with the illusion and did not know what Yangqing had done in it. Another female elder, Chen Yijin, smiled softly and said, "Young Master Yang, you are a heaven-defying genius with profound cultivation, so you should be broad-minded and won't take us too seriously. Perhaps what Elder Daozhong said just now was wrong, but as a direct descendant of the Meng family, he really valued the Meng family's spirit treasure. However, Child Yang admitted that the spirit treasure was stolen by you, so let's just treat it as a draw." Ugh. Women really know how to talk. Actually, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to come in and talk nonsense with you. Yangqing laughed. Meng Daozhong heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't want to make a move. Then, "Young Master Yang, what are your plans?" He also became polite. The strong were respected, regardless of age. Yangqing paced a few steps, thought for a moment, and said, "Originally, I planned to treat your vast desolate sect as an enemy, but after hearing about your origins, I changed my mind. There is some important information that I need to tell your leader, so I want you to take me to see your vast desolate sect's leader. Leader? Meng Daozhong was somewhat uncomfortable. Our demon sect and demon sect each have a leader. The demon sect's leader is the Qingqiu clan's leader, and the demon sect's leader is the Meng family's leader. There is no leader. Yangqing rolled his eyes. You're still competing with me? Then go see your sect leader. This? Meng Daozhong and the others looked left and right. The situation seemed to be very different from what they had expected, and they did not know what to do for a moment. Yangqing grinned. You should be able to feel that I don't have any killing intent towards you. I really don't see you as enemies. If you don't know what's good for you and make me angry, then I won't have such a good temper. Meng Daozhong and the others had cold sweat on their backs. Chen Yijin and Li Sun, the two elders who had come with him, were silent. It was obvious that they did not want to take any responsibility. In the end, Meng Daozhong gritted his teeth. He felt that his life was more important, so he said, "All right, since that's the case, we will take young Master Yang to the vast desolate realm of Heaven Mountain." Yangqing smiled brightly, walked forward, and patted the old man's shoulder. That's right. Let's talk things over. We don't have to fight for everything. Who knows, we might even be able to sit down and drink together in the future, don't you think so? Meng Daozhong's smile was uglier than crying. Who the hell wanted to drink with you? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat you, he would have killed you to avenge his descendants. However, since he had already agreed, Meng Daozhong did not hesitate and left without hesitation. Yangqing secretly sent a message to Xianxia, telling her to continue controlling the Meng family in the secular world and to inform Lin Ruoxi and the others about his trip to the prehistoric sect. Xianxia was slightly worried, but she could only obediently carry out her mission. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the heavenly mountain range, which was covered in snow all year round. With Yangqing around, Meng Daozhong and the others were somewhat timid and did not make a sound along the way. Meng Daozhong took out a black token that had golden symbols engraved on it. He activated his Jin Yuan, and a huge pale golden symbol appeared in midair. Meng Daozhong had arrived at a seemingly mediocre location above the mountain range. Soon after, a spatial door opened. In the sky, through this gate, one could strangely see a dim yellow desolate Gobi desert. Please enter, young Master Yang. Meng Daozhong felt more at ease at this time, perhaps because he had entered his own territory and had a pillar of support. Yangqing soared into the prehistoric realm, and after the others entered one after another, the door closed behind them. Yangqing frowned. Although the density of spiritual energy in the prehistoric realm was slightly denser than the outside world, it was completely incomparable to the illusion realm. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, it was mostly a desert with sparse vegetation and flying sand and stones. The conditions were terrible. Compared to the place where Hong Meng and the hidden family lived, the blue sky, clear water, and the fragrance of flowers made this place seem more like a place where criminals were exiled. Under Meng Daozhong's lead, Yangqing and the others flew towards the north of the desert. This is the boundless desert in the outer region, where water and resources are scarce. Most of the members of the demon sect and demon sect live in the great desolate lake in the central region. That is the largest water source, and it extends from 3 main rivers. Only along the rivers can there be forests suitable for cultivation and living, Meng Daozhong explained. Yangqing asked curiously, have any of you been to the illusion realm? Meng Daozhong and the others were stunned and shook their heads. Child Yang, the prehistoric sect has never had any relationship with Hong Meng. If we send people to the illusion realm, it will easily cause trouble, Chen Yijin said. Yangqing sighed in his heart. If this group of people had gone to the dreamland, and then came to see the place where he lived, I'm afraid that their hearts would have already been extremely unbalanced. In the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the scenery ahead had gradually turned into woodland and some hills. There were also rivers and small lakes appearing one after another. Gradually, the number of cultivators and demons increased. However, most of them didn't dare to approach Meng Daozhong and the others. This was because the black robes with golden patterns were the attire of the Meng family's elder council. Ordinary people in the desolate realm didn't dare to offend them. Along the way, most of the monsters that they encountered were obviously beasts with cultivation. These demons had not yet transformed into human form, but they had already developed spiritual intelligence, which was a bit like the scene in the demon realm. Although he felt that it was a bit pitiful for these fellows to be locked up here, Xianxia found it hard to imagine what would happen if these beasts were to be unrestrained and enter the current human society. The world would probably be in chaos. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand a single blow from the beasts and would only be eaten. The ancestors of the human race, those ancient immortals, probably realized that it was impossible to have the best of both worlds, so they subdued those fierce beasts one by one and created the 10,000 demon realm and the prehistoric realm to separate the races. When they arrived at the center of the prehistoric realm, the scene that appeared made Xianxia a little surprised. This place was actually a city similar to the ancient Xianxia. On the east and west sides, there were two huge palaces. The palace on the east side was gorgeous, while the one on the west side was dark. The eastern half of the city appeared to be quite beautiful, with a variety of pavilions, while the western half appeared to be stable and old-fashioned, without much color. Because of the connection with the outside world, the streets and buildings in the city were very orderly and reasonable. Many demons and devil cultivators lived in the city, and lived quite leisurely. Although the Meng family in the secular world is a branch of our Meng family, it is also the bridgehead of the demon sect and demon sect in the outside world. Therefore, as long as it involves the Meng family in the secular world, the opinion of the demon sect must be considered. In fact, the governance of the entire prehistoric realm was decided by both sides. Previously, our demon sect had planned to modernize the prehistoric realm, bringing in wind and water power from the secular world, building a business district and financial district, and thinking of ways to connect to the outside world. But later on, the demon sect objected, saying that for most of the demon and devil cultivators, there was not much practical use, and it would easily cause some of the young people to rebel, so we did not reach a consensus. Listening to Meng Daozhang's simple explanation, Xianxia had a general understanding of the demon and devil cultivators in this world. It seemed that there was a certain gap between them and Hongmeng. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still hadn't recovered. It was not difficult for Hongmeng to contact the outside world, but in the prehistoric realm, they could only contact through the Meng family in the secular world. It could be seen how cautious the people of the prehistoric realm and the demon sect were. After arriving at the palace on the west side, Meng Daozhang led the way and the group landed on a high platform in the palace. Meng Daozhang asked the others to leave, then said to Xianxia, "Young Master Yang, I will bring you in to see our patriarch and the elder council. Before that, can you return my clan's treasure to me so that I can complete my task?" "What's the hurry? Isn't it the same if I give it to you sooner or later? I won't lose it if you leave it with me. I have already come to your headquarters, and you still don't trust me? Are you afraid that I will run away?" Xianxia said perfunctorily. What kind of joke was this? Even if he didn't know how to use it, it was still a treasure. Xianxia had no intention of returning it so easily. He hadn't even achieved his goal yet, and they wanted him to hand it over? That wasn't the style of high official Yang. Meng Daozhang knew that this kid was relying on his high cultivation to act shamelessly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only resentfully turn around and lead the way into the palace. If this wasn't a bandit, then what was? The architectural style of this palace was somewhat similar to the Potala Palace in Tibet, but it was more majestic. After all, it was built by cultivators. As they walked into the palace, there were cultivators at the soul formation stage and above standing guard. When they saw Meng Daozhang, they all greeted him. However, they were a bit suspicious of the unfamiliar Xianxia. When Meng Daozhang returned to the sect, someone had already notified him that the Meng family's patriarch, the other demon sect patriarchs, and the members of the Elder Council were all waiting for him and Xianxia in a huge conference hall on the highest level of the palace. Walking into the huge conference hall, Xianxia immediately found that hundreds of eyes were cast on him. This was a huge circular venue, no less than 700 or 800 square meters, and in all directions, there were layers of high platforms, giving people standing below a dignified and solemn pressure. On the high platform, a large number of men, women, and children wearing black robes, as well as many cultivators wearing robes of other colors, sat around. On the most eye-catching high platform, there was a long row of seats formed by more than 10 experts with cultivation above the early stage of the weak water realm. And in the middle was a man with short black hair, a handsome face, a tall and sturdy figure, wearing a dazzling purple robe, on which the patterns were platinum, the most special. Xianxia frowned. Before he came in, he had already noticed that there were many experts inside. There were at least 15 people above the weak water realm, and this man in purple robe had at least the middle stage of the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Fortunately, Xianxia did not find anyone else with a cultivation above the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. Reporting to Patriarch, this person is Xianxia, and our clan's spirit treasure is in his hands. He claims to have important information to see the sect leader, so I brought him here, Meng Daozhong respectfully reported. The purple-robed man nodded and smiled in a gentle and elegant manner. Elder Daozhong has worked hard, please return to your seat. Seeing that there was no intention of blaming him, Meng Daozhong hurriedly flew back to his seat. My name is Meng Zik, the current patriarch of the Meng family, and also the sect leader of the prehistoric sect's devil sect. Meng Zik introduced himself to Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia was a little surprised. The patriarch of Meng family had a good temper. Calmly, he said, Sect Master Ziyun, who I am, I'm sure you guys already know, so I won't introduce myself. Today, I'm here mainly. Without waiting for Xianxia to continue, a violent voice interrupted him. Evil thief! How dare you call the patriarch by his name? Hurry up and hand over our clan spirit treasure. A middle-aged burly cultivator with a mustache and a high forehead suddenly stood up from the long row, pointed at Xianxia and shouted. This cultivator was at the middle stage of the weak water realm and could be considered an expert. Sitting in the middle of the long row of seats, he should be one of the elders with the highest status in the devil sect. Xianxia frowned, then smiled at the man. Let me finish. What's there to hear? It's nothing more than some wicked idea. If you still don't hand over our clan's spiritual treasure, we won't believe anything you say at all. When the mustached cultivator shouted, many of the elders present nodded their heads. Obviously, they all felt that Xianxia's purpose for coming was not good. He was not willing to hand over the spiritual treasure, and was not even willing to take it out. Meng Zik gestured and comforted, Elder Ge, don't be impatient. Since he's already here, there's no harm in listening to little brother Yang's reason. Patriarch, it's not that I, Ge Pandang, am petty, but this evil thief has been enemies with our secular powers time and time again. Now that he suddenly walked into our devil sect with a smile, it really seems like he has ulterior motives. If he doesn't return the spiritual treasure, how can we believe that his original intentions are good or bad? Many of the surrounding demonic cultivators were discussing animatedly, casting hostile gazes at Xianxia. Meng Zik did not say anything and looked at Xianxia with a smile, as if he was looking forward to it. Xianxia rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes at the mustached elder Go. What are you blabbering about? Are you going to let me speak or not? You thief are exceptionally vicious. You should obediently surrender and hand over the spiritual treasure before we can have a good talk with you. Ge Pandang shouted angrily, Men! Capture this evil thief first. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 demonic cultivators of the Hellfire stage entered the meeting hall and came to Xianxia's side. Each of them held a metal buckle in their hands, which seemed to be a magic treasure used to bind their limbs. They were prepared to put it on Xianxia. Xianxia was immediately a little annoyed. It seemed that this group of fellows were not smart. They really thought that they wouldn't dare to make a move just because he entered their base camp. Without wasting any time, the true essence in his body surged, fusing with the power of chaos and the power of heaven and earth, causing the surrounding 4 Hellfire stage cultivators to be blasted away. Bang! The true essence shockwave made a muffled sound, and the black marble floor where Xianxia was standing was left with a deep depression. The 4 Hellfire stage cultivators were sent flying, and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia stood where he was and didn't move at all. His face darkened. Although no one present could see through Xianxia's cultivation, they were still shocked. You still dare to resist? As expected, you harbor malicious intentions. Ge Pandang gave a loud shout and fearlessly flew down from his seat. A mass of dark purple mist like true essence appeared in his hand. It was like a massive cloud that shrouded Yangqing. Yangqing sneered. This spell was quite interesting. It actually contained a large amount of poison. Unfortunately, he was completely immune to poison. He had hit an iron plate. Seeing Gepandang descend, Yangqing did not dodge or evade. With a sudden acceleration, he met him head-on. As he lifted his foot, true essence pressure was suddenly released. Boom! The entire meeting hall felt a strong sense of oppression. Everyone present, including Meng Zik, who was sitting there calmly, was horrified. This true essence pressure had exceeded their imagination too much. It was even more terrifying than Meng Zik's pressure. When Gepandang realized that the situation was not good, it was already too late. One of Yangqing's feet directly hit his back like lightning, and Gepandang's body suddenly fell diagonally to the marble floor. Bang! The marble shattered and splashed. Gepandang's body was embedded in it. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of thick blood. Obviously, his body was seriously injured. Fortunately, Yangqing used brute force to hit him. If he suddenly attacked him with ruashui or blue fire, he wouldn't have been fully prepared and his soul would have been destroyed. But even so, Yangqing used true essence pressure to forcibly take down Gepandang, and then used brute force to kick a weak water intermediate stage cultivator into the stone ground. This had already made everyone present feel like they had a fishbone stuck in their throat, and their faces were extremely ugly. Some people subconsciously looked at Meng Zik. Even if the patriarch made a move, he would not be able to defeat a weak water intermediate stage cultivator so easily. I told you, let me finish. Don't you know that it's impolite to interrupt others when they are speaking? Yangqing condescendingly looked down at Gepandang, who was sunk into the ground. Gepandang forced a mouthful of true essence and tried to climb up. Even if the bones in his body were hurting, he took a few steps back and gritted his teeth. Evil thief. You. Yangqing was not happy. It seemed that if he did not kill this guy, he would not be able to continue talking. Helplessly shaking his head, Yangqing once again lifted his foot and circulated his true essence. He planned to directly kick this guy's head to pieces. Just as his foot flew over, suddenly there was a dark golden light suddenly flashing in front of Yangqing. A repulsive face, sharp teeth, bulging muscles, and a pair of Vajra wings on its back appeared out of thin air. Yangqing's kick was blocked by the closed Vajra wings of the Dharma idol. Boom! With this blow from Yangqing, the Dharma idol was also broken, but Yangqing did not succeed in killing Gepandang. A large golden palm print fell from above. The dark golden palm print was like a dragon claw. It directly grabbed the heavily injured Gepandang and threw him back to the seat. Yangqing frowned and looked up. Sure enough, he saw that there was a dark golden wheel spinning behind Meng Zik. The two defensive and rescue methods just now were performed by him. No wonder he was able to become the leader of the Devil sect. Although this guy's cultivation was not as high as his methods were unique. In his heart, Yangqing had also raised him by a level. The people from the Devil sect all heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Meng Zik with reverence. Fortunately, the sect leader was here, otherwise they would not have been able to save Gepandang. The Dharma idol you just released seems to be one of the 8 great guardian gods, Garuda? Yangqing asked with interest, and that handprint of yours, it's a dragon claw. I'm not mistaken, right? Could it be that you have a spell to summon the 8-division heavenly dragon? Meng Zik was slightly surprised and said with a smile, little. Brother Yang knows quite a bit. That's right, it's the dragon and Garuda of the 8 guardians. However, it's not a spell, but my magic treasure. The 8-division heavenly magic wheel can borrow the power of the 8 guardians. Yangqing suddenly understood. No wonder there was a dark golden wheel spinning behind him just now. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. This thing could summon the 8-division heavenly dragon, which was a Buddhist protector. It shouldn't be just a high-grade magic treasure. It was very likely that it was an immortal artifact. It seemed like the prehistoric sect had quite a few good things. As for why a devil cultivator would have a magic treasure that seemed to belong to a Buddhist sect, Yangqing didn't find it strange. Buddhism was just a type of Tao, and devil cultivator was just a method of cultivation. It didn't conflict with Buddhism. Meng Zik seemed to feel the greed in Yangqing's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously put away his magic treasure, afraid that Yangqing would have some evil ideas. Cough cough. Meng Xique coughed dryly. He had already tested Yang Cheng's strength, so it was easy for him to make a decision. Little brother Yang, the younger generation is truly formidable. I didn't have your cultivation level 400 years ago, I'm truly ashamed. Yang Cheng really couldn't tell that this guy was already over 400 years old. However, with his cultivation level, it was normal for him to live for 1,000 years. Little brother Yang, don't be angry. Elder Ge is just thinking about the safety of the demon sect. Let's talk amicably. Little brother, don't you have something to say? Feel free to say it, Meng Xique said with a smile. In fact, he had no other choice. If he forced the entire demon sect to defeat Yang Chen, the gains would outweigh the losses, not to mention that it might not even succeed. Sect leader, you're more understanding. Yang Qing chuckled and said, actually, what I want to say is that the conflict between us was originally because the disciples of the secular Meng clan had evil intentions towards my woman. That's why I went against the Meng clan for my woman. After that, the secular Meng clan repeatedly attacked me. I couldn't possibly take a beating, so I fought back one by one, gradually leading to today's situation. However, from the beginning to the end, I actually have no intention of fighting with your untainted world sect. We will mind our own business. You guys continue to recuperate, and I will live with my women. Isn't that good for everyone? Brother Yang's words are reasonable. However, the secular Meng clan is not only a branch of my devil sect, but also the demon sect. Even if we turn hostility into friendship, we still have to obtain the demon sect's consent. Furthermore, the spiritual treasure still has to be returned. Meng Xique was a little puzzled. Yang Qing seemed to have come to seek peace, but why was he still so overbearing just now? Yang Qing immediately waved his hand and laughed. Sect leader Ziyun, you are mistaken. I am not here to beg you to let me go, nor am I here to admit my wrongs. I do not need anyone's forgiveness. Meng Xique was stunned. Even though he had lived for more than 400 years, he still couldn't understand what Yang Qing meant. Little brother Yang. Forgive me for being blunt. Although your strength is far higher than I imagined, it is not that easy to become enemies with our prehistoric sect. I didn't say that I wanted to be your enemy. I just felt that I was too embarrassed to fight with you, and you shouldn't have attacked me either. We should get along better. Our relationship should be better. Yang Qing spread out his hands. Oh? Why is that? Meng Xique was also interested. Yang Qing sighed with some emotion, and said, this matter. I have to start from a few months ago, when I went to the 10,000 demon realm. What? Meng Xique suddenly cried out and stood up. Many of the other elders also stood up and stared at Yang Qing in shock. Little brother Yang, you can't speak carelessly like that. Meng Xique's expression was unsettled. It was unknown if he was surprised, terrified, or had too much expectation. Yang Qing laughed. I knew it would be hard for you to believe me, because you all think that the 10,000 demon realm is a place where you can't come out once. You enter. But, I just went in and came out. Meng Xique and the group of demon sect elders looked at each other a few times before saying, Little brother Yang, then please tell us in detail what happened. Yang Qing didn't waste any more time. He told them about how he had fought with Wen Tao, and how he had accidentally touched the demon sealing tower with his woman, Hui Lin, and entered the 10,000 demon realm. After that, he had met the demon clan, the devil cultivator, and participated in the Tong Tian Grand competition. When he talked about the appearance of the devil cultivator present were all extremely excited. They had basically believed him to 70 to 80%. The decline of demonic cultivators was due to the lack of a large number of inner demon cultivation methods. The disappearance of those experts resulted in very few demonic cultivators being able to truly use inner demons. Although they cultivated at the same time, they were ultimately unable to unleash their true power. The demon race that Yang Qing mentioned was exactly the same as the ancestors of many of the demon race in the Demon Gate. When they heard about the demon emperor Zi Xiao and the nine-tailed celestial fox Xu Xuaning, there were a few demonic cultivators present who burst into tears. Although they knew that the cultivation of their ancestors was extremely high, they were still able to gain confirmation of their beliefs. Many of the evil cultivators' eyes were filled with fanaticism and they began to dream. If these masters in the demon realm could break free from the cage, then what would Hongmeng be? What was a hidden family? They would probably be wiped out in a single night, right? Naturally, everyone wanted to know how Yanqing got out. Yanqing directly summoned the Chaos Cauldron. When the Chaos Cauldron that had been subdued hovered in the center of the field, it emitted a breathtaking chaotic energy. Everyone gasped. When I used the Chaos Cauldron to absorb the purple and blue heavenly lightning in the Tower of Babel, I also rushed out of the tower in a daze. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Yanqing actually had such a legendary magic weapon, and it was even controlled by Yanqing. Doesn't that mean that if Brother Yang enters the demon realm again, he can still use the Chaos Cauldron to come out freely? Meng Zike couldn't help but ask. Many of the people present were also full of expectations. If that was really the case, didn't it mean that Yanqing could save their ancestors? Yanqing shook his head. I don't want to try it again. The last time I came out, I used the Chaos Cauldron to protect myself, and in the end, I was already delirious. The purple and blue heavenly lightning isn't that weak, but it's purely supported by the primal chaos's undying and indestructible evil spirit, and it can only be swallowed. But if something happens and the primal chaos is revived, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for me to control it again. The devil cultivators were disappointed, but they also understood what Yanqing meant. The primal chaos was indeed terrifying. If the primal chaos was allowed to recover its vitality, and there weren't as many experts as there were in ancient times, the entire world would not be able to escape. This kind of consequence could lead to a calamity. At this point, all the devil cultivators present understood why Yanqing said that he was too embarrassed to go against the prehistoric sect. He had mingled with their ancestors for a while and fought together, so he could indeed be considered as one of their own. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. The sky demons and sky demons in the 10,000 demon realm were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old, but they were almost on the same level as Yanqing, a 20-year-old kid. The news that little brother Yang brought us is extremely important. Knowing that our ancestors are safe and sound in the 10,000 demon realm has given us a huge amount of confidence. We believe that sooner or later, we, the devil cultivators, will be able to rise again. Meng Zike seemed to be in high spirits and felt that he was filled with hope. Many of the demon cultivator elders were also beaming with joy. Although they couldn't think of a way to let the old ancestors out of the demon realm, Yang Chen's ability to come out had already broken the history of the demon realm. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be more sky demons and sky demons coming out in the future. As long as one of them came out, they would definitely be able to do whatever they wanted on Earth. How could they not be fascinated by it? Sect leader, this old one thinks that we should inform sect leader you of this matter and let the demon race know of this news. After all, young Master Yang's matter still needs to be decided by both sides. An elder suggested. Meng Zike nodded and immediately ordered people to invite the sect leader of the demon sect over. Then, Meng Zike flew down and made an inviting gesture towards Yanqing with a smile. Little brother Yang, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, you won't get to know each other. It seems like you have a deep relationship with our prehistoric sect. Why don't you come with me for a few drinks and talk about our ancestors in the 10,000 demon realm? The attitude of the demonic cultivators took a 180-degree turn, and they were all eagerly waiting for Yanqing to agree. In the end, they still wanted to find out some details from Yanqing's words. They wanted to know how the purest devil cultivator seniors in the 10,000 demon realm used their inner demons. Yanqing had come here to rope in the prehistoric sect to his side. Even if he didn't help him, he didn't want to cause trouble for him, so he happily agreed. Meng Zike led the way, chatting and laughing with Yanqing, followed by a large group of devil cultivator elders. The group arrived at the sky garden at the back of the palace, had the attendants set up a banquet, and quickly took their seats. The initial days in the great desolate territory were very difficult, but after tens of thousands of years of operation, and with the regular delivery of supplies from the secular Meng clan, there was not much difference between the outside world. Food and daily necessities, as long as there was a need, they could basically get them. As soon as they sat down, the group of elders who had a lot of questions couldn't wait to greet Yanqing. Of course, they also threw a lot of questions at Yanqing. Yangqing knew that this was an important time to build a good relationship, so he didn't mind. Basically, he told them all the details he remembered about the devil cultivators, and those he didn't know, he resolutely said that he didn't understand. Because Yangqing's cultivation and realm were much higher than these old fellows present, many of the details of cultivation, even if Yangqing wasn't a devil cultivator, he could still answer some of them. All of a sudden, Yang Chen's image among the upper echelons of the demonic cultivators took a huge turn. Everyone felt that they had misjudged him in the past. In fact, he was an approachable and generous young man. From the beginning to the end, it must have been those disciples of the secular Ming clan who didn't live up to expectations. They did something excessive and angered him. Yes, that must be it, the Ming clan elders thought in their hearts. To put it bluntly, the Ming clan was flourishing, and there were many people who could go to the secular world to replace them. They just needed to spend some time. They wouldn't fight with Yangqing for Meng Kaiyuan and his group. They were having a great time drinking and discussing Tao. For a moment, no one asked Yangchen for the treasure. Everyone didn't treat Yangchen as an enemy, but rather as one of their own. It didn't matter if the treasure was left with Yangchen for a while longer. After a while, Yangqing and Meng Zik subconsciously looked towards the east sky. A few enchanting and beautiful figures floated down from the distance. Yangqing was a little surprised. Among the 3 people who flew over, in addition to the 2 experts at the peak of the weak water realm, there was also an expert who had a stronger true essence pressure than Meng Zik. He felt that he should have reached the peak of the Taiqing Divine Thunder Tribulation. Hee, little brother Yang, I mentioned to you just now, the demon sect leader, Miss Yu Lanting, is here. Meng Zik got up and introduced Yangqing. This woman had a slim figure, a slender waist and long legs. She wore a white cloud-sleeved snow dress, like a white lotus. Her black hair reached her waist, and she wore it simply with a jade hairpin. There was no other ornament on her body. Her delicate facial features were filled with the natural purity of a classical beauty. She wasn't particularly stunning, but the feminine charm that flowed out from her bones made ordinary men unable to bear to look away after taking a few glances at her. Yangqing never expected that the master of the Demon Gate was such a beautiful woman who looked like she was 17 or 18 years old. Even the 2 beautiful female demons behind Yu Lanting were extremely eye-catching. One of the female demons was covered with fiery red silk and satin, and she wore a hot short skirt, revealing a pair of beautiful snow-white legs. The other female demon was wearing a water-green long skirt, elegant and dignified, and looked a little older. As soon as she landed, Yu Lanting laughed and said, "Little Zik called me here to see this young man? He doesn't look very handsome. Hey, why can't I see your cultivation? Did you use some magic weapon to cover it?" Being called Little Zik, the master of the Meng sect was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't do anything to Yu Lanting. "This is little brother Yangqing, master, you should know his background." Yu Lanting replied with an "oh," and took a few deep glances at Yangchen. "You're that Yangchen who caused our businesses in the secular world to suffer one after another? You're quite bold, kid. You actually dare to come here?" Yangqing looked at the 3 great beauties in front of him with interest, and said, "The 3 of you are from the Green Hill clan, right? Well, the peak of Taiqing Peak, the peak of Ruoxue Peak, your strength is not bad, you should have grown 7 and 6 tails." As soon as he said this, the faces of Yu Lanting and the 2 beauties behind her changed greatly. They initially thought that Yangchen was using some sort of mystical artifact to conceal his cultivation, so he shouldn't be that strong himself. However, he had already seen through their cultivation. This meant that he was stronger than them in terms of cultivation, and not completely covered by some magic weapon. How was this possible? Yu Lanting was still talking and laughing a moment ago, but her expression quickly turned serious. She finally revealed some of the prestige of the demon sect master. "I never would have thought that I would have misjudged you. You're even more powerful than little Ziku. This should be your first time seeing our Qingqiu clan, so how do you know so much about our cultivation and the increase in our foxtails?" Yangqing smiled. "It's nothing, it's just that I met a 9-tailed fox named Yu Xuaning in the demon realm, that's how I got to know her." "What?" The reactions of the 3 Fox clan beauties were clearly incomparably excited. No matter how high their cultivations were, they were still somewhat unable to control themselves. "You mean Yu Xuaning?" You've seen our ancestor. Yu Lanting's pretty face was filled with shock, as if she could not believe what she had just heard. Meng Zik and the others on the side could understand the three women's loss of control, and advised, Sect Master Yu, I invited you here to tell you about this. This little brother Yang not only saw the legend of your Qingqiu clan, Yu Xuaning, but also a large number of our demonic cultivators. He really made a trip from the demon realm. Yang Qing was slightly stunned. The legend of the Qingqiu clan? Ancestor? Looking at the shocked expressions of the three women, it seemed that Yu Xuaning's background was particularly extraordinary. Yu Lanting and the others realized that they had lost their composure, but it was difficult to suppress the nervousness and excitement in their hearts. They calmed down and sat down with everyone. After the three women sat down, Yu Lanting also briefly introduced the three of them. It turned out that there was a good reason for Yu Lanting to call Meng Zik Little Ziku. Although she had only been in charge of the demon sect for more than 300 years, she was more than 2,000 years old. In other words, when the secular world was still in the Western Han dynasty, Yu Lanting was born. More than 300 years ago, her cultivation reached the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Retribution and became a seven-tailed celestial fox. It just so happened that the previous sect master's life was coming to an end, so she succeeded as the sect master. The two behind her were also the powerhouses of the Qingqiu clan. The one in the red dress was called Yu Wenhong, and the one in the green dress was called Yu Qiyun. They were both her left and right hands, and they were also fox demons who were more than 1,000 years old. After getting to know each other, Yu Lanting couldn't wait to ask Yang Qing about what he had seen and heard in the demon realm and what happened. Yang Qing repeated what he had told the people of the demon sect before, focusing on what happened to Yu Xuaning. He saw that the three women were silently wiping their tears, and their eyes were red. It's great, the old ancestor is still alive. I knew that with the cultivation base of the old ancestor, even after 50,000 years, nothing would happen. In the words, the admiration for Yu Xuaning was unparalleled. Yang Qing also had to tell the truth. As far as I know, Yu Xuaning is the longest-lived and the most powerful person in the demon realm. The demon realm was originally divided into three parts, the territory of the dragon clan and the demonic cultivator, and the leader has changed. Only the demon clan has always respected Yu Xuaning. She is indeed incredibly strong. Of course, Yu Wenhong said proudly, young Master Yang may not know, but Ancestor Yu Xuaning is a legendary powerhouse in the history of our Qingqiu clan. She is the first Qingqiu clan member to reach the level of a nine-tailed celestial fox. Although she did not leave any direct descendants, nor was she the patriarch of our Qingqiu clan, she has always been the guardian of our Qingqiu clan. At that time, no orthodox cultivator was her opponent. Unfortunately, 50,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, old ancestor left our clan and no one knew where she went. In the end, there was news from other demon clans saying that old ancestor did not resist and entered the 10,000 demon realm voluntarily. No one knew the reason. Since then, although our Qingqiu clan is still the strongest clan among the demon clans, several other nine-tailed celestial fox powerhouses fell one by one, and we gradually lost. Yang Qing was a little stunned. He didn't expect Yu Xuaning to have such a glorious past. If young Master Yang goes to the palace of our demon sect, you can still see the statue of Ancestor Yu Xuaning outside the central hall, but it is carved according to the clan's painting album. If we can be lucky enough to see the ancestor, how great would it be? Another demon fox, Yu Qiyun, sighed. The corner of Yang Cheng's mouth twitched a little. It seemed that the Qingqiu clan worshipped Yu Xuaning as a Buddha, but it was not surprising. This fox was so abnormal in the demon realm. If she really came out, she would be at the peak of the 9th level. At least the peak of the Yu Qing Heavenly Thunder Retribution level, that was simply against the heavens. If she didn't voluntarily enter the demon realm, I'm afraid no one could do anything to her. When Yang Qing saw the three female fox demons crying like this, he seemed to think of the bitterness of the Qingqiu clan and the demon clan over the past 50,000 years, and he couldn't help but feel that they were quite pitiful. Suddenly remembering something, Yang Qing took out the Tushan Jindan record from the space ring and handed it to the three women. Don't cry, this thing was given to me by Yu Xuaning, but I have already memorized the contents on it. Why don't you return it to its original owner? It should be the treasure of your Qingqiu clan. Yu Lanting and the other two women were stunned on the spot when they saw the scroll. Oh my god! Is this the Tushan Jindan record that the ancestor has? Yu Lanting exclaimed and took a look. Yu Wenhong and Yu Qiyun also came over, looked carefully, and nodded to each other to confirm. It seems that young Master Yang is indeed valued by our ancestor. We have only seen records of this Tushan Jindan record in the clan's ancient books. It was entrusted to the ancestor for safekeeping by the clan. Yangqing nodded and said, since it's a treasure, you can keep it. Yu Lanting and the other two women looked at each other, and finally smiled. She handed the pill manual back to Yangqing and said, the large number of pill recipes recorded on it are now meaningless. Because of the scarcity of materials. Since it was given to young Master Yang by the ancestor, we have no right to take it back. What's more, young Master Yang and our demon clan have a deep relationship. In the future, we should be each other's important partners. Our demon clan has never been stingy to partners and close friends. This pill manual will be handed over to young Master Yang for safekeeping. With young Master Yang's cultivation, no one in the illusion realm can take it away. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already said that he was already familiar with this thing. It didn't matter who he put it in, but he had to take it and get closer to himself. However, Yangqing also happened to have this intention, so he gladly accepted it. Seeing that Yangqing was very close to Yu Lanting and the other three women, the demonic cultivator elders couldn't sit still. Meng Zik, in particular, felt that he had to take action after exchanging glances with a few shrewd elders. Little brother Yang, don't throw us, the men of the devil sect, away just because sect leader Yu and the others are as beautiful as fairies. Meng Zik patted Yangqing's shoulder and said affectionately. The devil cultivators could guess what Yu Lanting and the others were planning. Yangqing had the ability to enter and exit the 10,000 demon realm. In the future, they might beg for mercy and ask Yangqing to take the risk to help them. Could they really make some of their ancestors come out? They also had this thought, but with the threat of primal chaos, they knew that they couldn't be anxious. But not now, not necessarily in the future. At this critical juncture, he couldn't let Yangqing feel that the people of the devil sect were not as friendly, enthusiastic, and generous as the people of the demon sect. That's right, young Master Yang. In the future, your matters will be our prehistoric sect's matters. Whether it's our devil sect or the demon sect, we will treat you as our best friend. Another devil cultivator elder said with a smile. Yangqing pretended to be flattered, this. How would I dare? I, Yangqing, am a lone commander. How could I compare to the tens of thousands of demon cultivators and devil cultivators of the prehistoric sect? Everyone present was old and experienced. How could they not see that Yangqing was putting on an act? Although they despised this brat for being shameless in their hearts, they would not expose him. Instead, they cooperated with him. What are you saying, young Master Yang? We value friendship and strength. Young Master Yang is a genius, we might even have to rely on you in the future. Meng Zik nodded and said, Brother Yang, I'll call you Brother Yang. I've made up my mind. Since Master Yu gave you the Tushan Jindan record of the Qingqiu clan, then you don't need to return the spirit treasure of our main clan. Just take it as a proof of our friendship. This Meng Zik could be considered to have spent a lot of money. A few 100-years-old man, a dignified sect leader of the devil sect, directly asked Yangqing to call him brother. This time, Yangqing was truly a little surprised. Ah! He opened his mouth. The devil cultivator elders present, especially the main clan elders, all broke out in a cold sweat. This sect leader was truly ruthless. However, it was impossible to trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Although the significance of the Meng family's spiritual treasure was extraordinary, in comparison, its practical use was not as good as the Tushan Jindan record. The demons had invested their capital, so they couldn't fall behind. Anyway, as long as he knew that the treasure was with Yangqing, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get it back if their relationship was good in the future. Most importantly, they couldn't lose to the Demon's Gate. Thinking of this, the elders supported Meng Zik's decision. Yangqing wanted to cry but had no tears. In fact, when he heard the Meng family say that this black and swarthy spiritual treasure has no practical use, he wanted to return it to the Meng family after achieving his goal. But now, it seems that he has to help them keep it. What's the use of giving this to him? I might as well give him a magic treasure. If only Meng Zike's 8th Division Sky Magic Wheel was given to me. At this time, Yu Lanting suddenly got up, walked to the side of Yang Qing, took one of Yang Qing's arms, and said softly, "Young Master Yang, this is your first time coming to the desolate land, and you brought such important news. We, the Demon's Gate, should also thank you. Why don't you come to our Demon's Gate as a guest after the banquet is over? There are many beautiful women in our Xianxia clan, and we admire the strong the most. How about I introduce you to a few little sisters?" Yu Lanting lived much longer than Meng Zike. How could she be outdone by this group of people from the Demon's Gate? The seven-tailed celestial fox spirit was already thinking about the future. Although according to Yang Qing, the ancestor Yu Xuaning was in the Tower of Tongtian, her life and death could be predicted. But Yu Xuaning was a legendary expert. 50,000 years ago, all the human cultivators in the world couldn't do anything to her. How could she live to this age and be stupid enough to waste her life? Therefore, Yu Lanting and the other two women believed that the ancestor must be alive and well. If Yang Qing could help the Demon's Gate and invite the ancestor out, who would dare to go against the Qingqiu clan? Meng Zike and the others secretly thought that Yu Lanting was shameless. She actually used the beauty of the Qingqiu clan to attract Yang Qing. Yang Qing swallowed his saliva. As soon as the Demon's Gate master approached, she emitted a body fragrance that smelled like orchids and musk. From time to time, he could peek at the ravine in front of her chest. Under her white neck, it was such a beautiful scene. This fox spirit was not bad-looking, and she had the innate charm of her race. She was really a torturous demoness. Suddenly becoming a hot commodity for the two sects of the desolate land, Yang Qing was also a little surprised. In the end, Yang Qing also agreed to go to the Demon's Gate in a daze. The elders of the Demon's Gate began to think about how to get closer to Yang Qing. Just as Yang Qing entered the desolate land and was getting along with everything. Within the illusion realm, the Shao clan's meeting hall. Xiao Mengyu, Xiao Mo Hui, and the 5 supreme elders who had returned to guard the clan were all waiting solemnly. Because, the Shao clan had welcomed a completely unexpected and uninvited guest. "Patriarch Luo, why did you suddenly come here alone? Is there something urgent?" Xiao Mingyu sat on the master's chair and calmly looked at Luo Qianqiu, who had suddenly arrived. The dignified patriarch of the Luo clan, Luo Qianqiu, had actually come here alone. It was unknown if he was trying to show his friendliness or if he didn't think that the Shao clan could give him much danger. After all, with his profound cultivation, Luo Qianqiu, who had almost reached the middle stage of the supreme clear divine lightning tribulation, had actually come to the Shao clan to put more pressure on them. Luo Qianqiu had a mysterious smile on his face as he leisurely sat on the chair. He picked up the teacup from the servant and took a sip. "Patriarch Xiao, there's no need to be anxious. Sit for a while and you'll know why I'm here." "Oh?" Xiao Mingyu frowned, feeling a little puzzled. After a while, everyone in the hall sensed a group of cultivators approaching from afar. Very quickly, the housekeeper Xiao Guyuan ran in and reported, "Master, Xiao Meng, Second Master Yu, and Second Master Emojing are here." "Second brother? Emojing?" Xiao Mingyu felt a little uneasy and signaled for them to come in. Xiao Mingyue, Xiao Majing, and a group of members of the Shao clan followed him into the meeting hall. "Second brother, why did you suddenly come? And Emojing, didn't you go to the herb farm?" "We can't delay replenishing the Azure Emperor's pagoda's medicine storehouse," Xiao Mingyu said with a frown. "Big brother, compared to replenishing the Azure Emperor's pagoda, I think there's something more important that needs to be done as soon as possible," Xiao Mingyue said with an evil smile. Xiao Mingyu narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" Xiao Mingyue chuckled and said in a loud and resolute voice, "Change, the family leader." "How dare you?" Xiao Mingyu's face turned pale and he stood up in anger. "Xiao Mingyue, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you crazy?" The 5 supreme elders of the Shao clan also revealed dissatisfied expressions. They felt that this was very embarrassing in front of Luo Qianqiu. They didn't know what this descendant was up to. Xiao Mingyue coldly snorted, "Big brother, you didn't hear wrongly. You really can't be the patriarch." "What do you mean?" Xiao Mingyu was so angry that he was trembling. Xiao Mingyue grinned and said, "Don't be agitated. Listen to me tell you one by one. First of all, our Shao clan's patriarch must have a clear descendant in order to have sufficient qualifications. As for you, big brother, you already don't have a grandson like Xiao Qiufeng. You can't just have a son. Mo Hui was already at the middle stage of the dark water realm. If he wanted to get pregnant, even if he found a woman with a cultivation above the dark water realm, it wouldn't be easy. What's more, next year will be the opening of the demonic eye and the start of the three clans' martial competition. The Ning family and the Luo family both have young masters participating, but only our Shao family's main branch doesn't even have a third-generation successor. Humph. This is the reason? At this critical moment, you can only think of such a small trick to usurp my position as the patriarch? Xiao Mingyu said disdainfully. Xiao Mingyue shook his finger. Big brother, let me finish. Of course, I know that this is a critical moment for our Shao family. So, the more it is like this, the more we should stabilize the family's morale and plan for the long term. As for me, as your biological brother from the same father and mother, I happen to be more suitable than you to be the patriarch of this clan. Although my cultivation is inferior to you, in other aspects, I'm more suitable than you in everything else. Why do you say so? Xiao Mingyu sneered. Hee. Xiao Mingyue waved at Sarolus and said, Sarolus, tell him the reason yourself. Sarolus nodded, but he didn't hurry to speak. Instead, he said to the group of Shao clan disciples behind him, all of you, leave. Yanxiu, stay here. Also, don't let anyone else enter the hall. Soon, except for Xiao Yanxiu, everyone else had left the hall. After confirming that the surroundings were quiet and only the people in the hall were left, Sarolus strode up to his father and elder brother and said with a smile, Father, no, I should say uncle. Now that things have come to this, do you still need to pretend? You are not my biological father at all. Rumble. It was as if a bomb had exploded in everyone's head. They couldn't believe what they heard. If it wasn't for the fact that the people around the hall had already left, it would be enough to shock the entire Shao clan, and even the entire illusion realm. Xiao Mingyu's face turned pale, while Sarolus Mahue and the 5 great elders looked at this scene in shock. Brother. You didn't expect this, did you? Do you think I don't know that the second child you Xian gave birth to was not yours? Mo Jing is my child. Xiao Mingyue growled in a low voice, full of anger that he had hidden for decades. Qiu Yu Xian was Xiao Mahue and Xiao Majing's birth mother. According to most of the Shao clan's knowledge, not long after she gave birth to Xiao Majing, her meridians were shattered and she passed away. Father, what's going on? Sarolus Mahue asked in shock. That's right, Mengyu. What exactly is going on with this matter? A great elder in the middle stage of the weak water realm asked. The people present weren't fools. Looking at Xiao Mingyu's expression, they knew it was most likely true. Seeing that Xiao Mingyu did not speak, Xiao Mingyu said with a cold smile, Everyone, let me tell you the truth of what happened back then. That year, Yu Xian and I were in love, but Xiao Mingyu interfered and took Yu Xian away from me because he was the first successor of the patriarch. Although Yu Xian married him, she never really liked him. After giving birth to Mo Hui, she was depressed. I'm not afraid of you looking down on me. When Xiao Meng was in closed-door cultivation, we had a secret rendezvous. At that time, Yu Xian was pregnant with Mo Jing. However, I didn't know about it back then. Yu Xian felt guilty and didn't tell me about it. Half a month later, Xiao Meng came out of seclusion and found out that Yu Xian was pregnant with a child. Initially, he wanted to kill Yu Xian and the child, but Yu Xian swore to him that she would not let anyone know that the child was not hers. Moreover, it was not easy to be pregnant, so she kept begging him for mercy. In the end, my good big brother made Yu Xian swear to keep his mouth shut. He put Yu Xian under house arrest in the family until Mo Jing was born. Everyone thought that Mo Jing was his child. Man proposes, God disposes. Yu Xian had already seen through his vicious heart. Not long after she gave birth to the child, she knew that Xiao Mingyu would find a chance to kill her. Because then, no one would ever know that Mo Jing was her child and not his. Yu Xian secretly wrote a letter, recording the cause and effect of the matter clearly. She gave it to her most trusted servant girl and told her that if she died in a few years, no matter what the reason was, she had to give the letter to me. Sure enough, within a year, Xian was possessed by the devil and died. Humph, what a good husband, what a good family head. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect that there was such a past. Sorrowless opened his mouth, trying to see if it was true from his father's face. Even if he didn't like Xiaomajing, he didn't think that Xiaomajing wasn't his biological brother. He also didn't think that his mother was related to second uncle, and was killed by his father. Xiao Mengyu's face was extremely ferocious and his eyes were red. Damn it. That bitch. How dare she trick me? Father. Sorrowless took a step back and almost fell on his butt. Seeing Xiao Mengyu's furious look, the few great elders completely believed it. In fact, it was useless for Xiao Mengyu to deny it. Xiao Mengyu obviously came prepared. As long as they took out the letter and confirmed the handwriting, everything would be clear. Xiao Mengyu said gloomily, "Big brother, do you know? I originally had a little bit of brotherly love for you, a little bit of trust. I didn't completely believe what Xian said. However, Mo Hui and Mo Jing, from a young age, you were too biased towards Mo Hui. You let Mo Hui take charge of the overall situation and nurture him as a successor, while Mo Jing was ordered around by you, leading a group of cultivators to manage the medicinal field. You didn't plan to let Mo Jing have the conditions to cultivate properly, and you didn't plan to let them compete because you knew that Mo Hui was your only son. Even Mo Jing's children didn't matter at all. It wasn't until I saw everything clearly that I believed what Xian said was true. Even if I didn't compete with you for the sake of the family's stability, for my son and my descendants, I can't let the Xiao family fall into your hands." Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mengyu laughed wildly and said disdainfully, "Even if all this is true, so what? It was that bitch Xian who let me down first, let us father and son down. She doesn't deserve to be the mistress of the Xiao family. What's more, you and your sister-in-law had an affair, do you think you can see the light? You and I, it's just the pot calling the kettle black. I did a lot of despicable things, but you were also very dirty." As he said this, the few supreme elders also revealed a thoughtful expression. Indeed, Xiao Mengyu was in the wrong, but Xiao Mengyu wasn't much better. Xiao Mengyu said confidently, "So, I still have another reason." As he said this, Xiao Mengyu pushed Xianxia, who had been standing there quietly, in front of everyone. "Supreme elders, please take a look at this kid. He's called Xianxia, he's 5 years younger than the deceased Xiao Qiufeng. He's at the early stage of the sunflower water realm, and his clouds now sword technique has reached the acme of perfection." The few supreme elders looked at each other, and one of them praised, "At such a young age, this cultivation is already rare. He is indeed a rare genius." At this time, Sorrowless proudly said, "Yangshi's true identity is actually my biological son." What? This time everyone present turned pale with fright. Xiao Yangshu had always been the son of the second son of the third son of the second son. How did he suddenly become Sorrowless' son? Xiao Mengyue saw that everyone was puzzled and explained a little. It turned out that after Xiao Mengyue and Sorrowless secretly recognized each other, although on the surface they didn't have much of a relationship, Xiao Majing often took advantage of the convenience of traveling outside to meet with Xiao Mengyue's family. During that period, Xiao Majing and Xiao Mengyue's adopted daughter fell in love with each other and gave birth to Xiao Yangshu. That was also before Xiao Majing and Su Yanan married. When Xiao Yangshu was born, it was discovered that he was born with extraordinary talent. Later on, when he became sensible, he was discovered to be talented and intelligent. Thus, he was specially trained by Xiao Mengyue and made up an identity for him. If Yangqing was present, he would definitely understand why he, a fake Xiao Qiufeng, was asked to compete with Xiao Yangshu. Obviously, there was an unusual meaning behind it. Now that things had come to this, there was no need to hide it. Because the time, place, and people were right, Xiao Qiufeng was dead, and the Xiao family was in a critical moment. Xiao Mengyue knew that with Xiao Majing and Xiao Yangshu, his son and grandson, it was time for him to seize the position of the family head. Of course, some words were not said out loud, but the people present were not stupid. They understood everything after hearing a few words. "Second brother, you hit it well." Xiao Mengyue's face twitched, and he looked at Sorrowless sinisterly, "Little bastard. So you already knew about your identity, and you still dared to have a son outside. Uncle, I've called you father for decades, but now you keep calling me little bastard. Is it because I'm not your son that I'm not a descendant of the Xiao family? My father and I dared to come here today, and we are already prepared to face everything. Now that things have come to this, my father, me, and Xianxia, the three of us have every reason to replace you and Sorrowless, Sorrowless said righteously. Esteemed elders, you are all sensible seniors. You should be able to see who is narrow-minded and more sinister. Xiaomingyu said again. The 5 esteemed elders at the side, on the other hand, had strange expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were somewhat conflicted. Both sides were juniors, and although this fight was a family scandal, there was actually no big problem in terms of bloodline inheritance. What if I don't agree? Xiaomingyu knew that the elders would not easily express their stance, and he had not lost yet, so he could not help but sneer. Hey! Luo Qianqiu, who had been listening to the conversation, suddenly stood up and said with a smile, if Brother Mingyu doesn't agree, then it will be very difficult for me. Luo Qianqiu. Xiaomingyu was startled. He had almost forgotten that this guy was here. What do you mean? Luo Qianqiu sighed helplessly, walked between Xiaomingyu and Sorrowless, and patted both of their shoulders. Forgive me for being blunt, but this seat is especially optimistic about Brother Xiaomingyu's chances of becoming the next patriarch, because this is a very critical moment. Our Luo family plans to ally with the Xiao family to fight against our common enemy, Yangqing. Xiaomingyu frowned. When did I say that the Xiao family wants to ally with your Luo family? You didn't say it, but Brother Mingyue agreed. So, this seat naturally supports Brother Mingyue's bloodline to take over the Xiao family's patriarch. As Luo Qianqiu spoke, he gradually emitted a strong pressure of true essence, not allowing the slightest resistance. Xiaomingyu felt a great pressure, but he braced himself and angrily rebuked, no wonder you dared to steal my patriarch position so brazenly. Second brother, so you've been secretly colluding with Luo Qianqiu. Patriarch Xiao, your words. I, Luo Qianqiu, don't like to hear it. Luo Qianqiu's eyes darkened. Your son Sorrowless and our late grand elder Luo Feng colluded to use your family's swan and I demon blood to poison me. I haven't settled this debt with you. What? Xiaomingyu and the other grand elders all looked at sorrowful Mahue in astonishment. Sorrowless was drenched in cold sweat, his expression extremely ugly, and he quibbled, nonsense. Father, grand elders. I've never done such a thing. Humph, Luo Qianqiu grinned and said coldly, is that so? Other than your Xiao clan, which other clan still has the swan and I demon blood passed down from ancient times? Other than your main bloodline, who else would have the chance to obtain the swan and I demon blood? You. What proof do you have? Sorrowless said stubbornly. Luo Qianqiu suddenly stretched out his hand, a dark red electric light curled around his hand, violently emitting a frightening evil aura. The people present were not fools, they could immediately tell that this was the aura left behind by the swan and I demon blood. This demon blood almost took this seat's life when I was confronting Yangqing. Fortunately, this seat was fated to be able to turn this situation around and refine this swan and I demon blood into my own, fusing it into my true qi. Only then am I able to stand here, Luo Qianqiu sneered. Everyone, if the Xiao clan is not willing to cooperate with our Luo clan, then this seat will have to carefully consider how to seek justice from your Xiao clan. This seat did not use such underhanded methods against you. Xiaomingyu was so angry that he trembled, he angrily slapped Sorrowless' face. Evil creature! Who allowed you to do this? Sorrowless fell to the ground, not daring to make a sound. The matter had been exposed and the evidence was irrefutable. He couldn't add oil to the fire by saying that he wanted to secretly kill Luo Qianqiu and pave the way for him to become the next patriarch. Just Luo Qianqiu alone was enough to cause the entire Xiao family to feel immense pressure, and with Xiao Mingyue and the others pressuring them, they were already at an absolute disadvantage. As expected, the few Grand Supreme Elders were already extremely dissatisfied. Not only were the actions of Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Mohui despicable and absurd, they were also full of loopholes. Xiao Mingyu had been caught by Xiao Mingyu, and Xiao Mohui had not killed Luo Qianqiu. Instead, he had strengthened Luo Qianqiu's strength. A supreme elder at the end of the weak water stage shook his head and sighed, Mingyu, Mohui, you father and son, have disappointed us too much. Xiao Mingyu's face turned pale. He knew that the elders had sided with Xiao Mingyue. Although not all of the Xiao clan's grand elders were present, if they thought this way, the other grand elders would not have any other thoughts if they came back. If the elders guild unanimously agreed like this, then he would not need to be the patriarch anymore. At this time, Xiao Mingyue righteously cupped his hands and said, "Elders, Mengyu believes that Big Brother is no longer suitable to continue being the patriarch. Mengyu hopes to accept the order in the face of danger and cooperate with the Luo family to mend our relationship. We will fight against the real enemy, Yangqing, and take revenge for the humiliation that our Xiao clan has suffered." The 5 grand elders looked at each other, and the elder at the end of the weak water stage said, "We will inform the elders guild of this matter and make a decision as soon as possible. However, we can let you, Mengyu, take over the position of patriarch for now. As for Mengyu and Mo Hui, go into seclusion and think about it." Elder. This. Xiao Mingyu wanted to say something, but when he saw the 5 elders glaring at him, he lost his confidence. Luo Qianxiu clapped his hands. "Elders of the Xiao clan are indeed reasonable. My Luo clan has always hoped to get along well with the other hidden clans. Since brother Mengyu is now the patriarch, I have no objections. I hope to have a pleasant cooperation. The Luo clan head is magnanimous, our Xiao clan will naturally treat you with respect." The supreme elder also echoed. These elders were all once the core members of the clan, and they knew that at this juncture, the Luo clan was powerful and could not be provoked. Although Luo Qianxiu, an expert at the middle stage of the Taiqing Divine Lightning Tribulation, might not be able to suppress everything, the Xiao clan still had to avoid him. At the very least, from the looks of it, cooperating with the Luo clan from the side to seek revenge on Yangqing was the most reasonable choice. As for Xiao Mengyu and his son, they had indeed made a mistake. Xiao Mengyue and Xiao Mojing. They really look like father and son. Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside the hall. A tall and straight figure dressed in black, with long hair fluttering in the wind, the man's feet did not touch the ground, and he stepped on a 3 feet deep blue blade as he slowly walked over. "Su Xiaogong? What are you doing here?" The person who came was Su Xiaogong, who was currently staying in the Xiao clan. It was just that he had been cultivating in other places, but now he suddenly came over. Xiao Mengyue and the others turned around and asked with a frown. A trace of surprise flashed in Luo Qianxiu's eyes. He actually only noticed Su Xiaogong's approach when he was 50 to 60 feet away, but Su Xiaogong's cultivation had barely reached the late stage of the weak water realm. Although his progress was extremely fast for his age, it was still incomparable to him. Luo Qianxiu narrowed his eyes. No wonder you have the title of sword maniac. You can actually use sword qi to perfectly conceal a large amount of your aura and true essence pressure." Su Xiaogong grinned. "Luo clan head has good eyesight, how about exchanging blows with me? Among the great experts, I was previously known as one of the best. Now that I have reached the Taiqing Divine Lightning Tribulation, I should be the first. You have a lot of potential, but right now, in front of me, this is nothing." Luo Qianxiu had no interest in fighting at all. Su Xiaogong frowned, seemingly a little unhappy, but he also had self-awareness. If he angered the other party, it would be meaningless to lose his life. Xiao Mengyue looked dissatisfied and asked, "Su Xiaogong, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because your cultivation is high. Although I, Xiao Mengyue, am not talented, but I am not someone who can be casually criticized." "What do you mean by what you said just now?" Su Xiaogong was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned his head to say, "Nothing. I just feel that going against Yangqing with the Luo clan, no matter how I look at it, is like becoming the Luo clan's lackey. It fits the temperament of you father and son." "You." Xiao Mingyue's face turned red, and he snorted coldly. "This is the decision of the elders, do you dare to doubt the wisdom of the elders?" All right, I, Su Xiaogong, have no time to talk nonsense with you. It's just that I'm planning to leave, so I just wanted to inform you." "Oh right. I have no intention of becoming enemies with that boy named Yangqing, don't drag me into it. You think you are so great. Do you think that if the Xiao and Luo clan join hands, we won't be able to crush that stinking brat?" Xiao Mengyue said disdainfully. Su Xiaogong turned around and left without looking back. Is that so? It's different from what I thought. Then I'll wait and see. Being disturbed like this, Xiao Mengyue and the others' faces were a little ugly, but they were more happy to successfully take power. Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Mahui left silently, obviously not planning to participate, giving Xiao Mengyue and his son a chance to ridicule them. The overall situation was settled, and Luo Qianxia was satisfied. He said to the Xiao clan elders, "Everyone, since the matter has been decided, then I suggest that we join hands as soon as possible and deal with that brat Yangqing. What do you think?" "Master Luo, isn't this a little too rushed?" One of the supreme elders said hesitantly, that Yangqing's methods are brilliant, and he is cruel. Our Xiao clan plans to gather more experts. "Elders, there's something you don't know," Xiao Mengyue said. "The reason why we have to make a move as soon as possible is because Yangqing's cultivation speed is extremely fast, and he has a large number of pills. If we give him enough time, it will only become more and more difficult to deal with. Previously, because of the backlash from the primal chaos evil spirit, he was probably injured. If he were to recover and even completely control the primal chaos, killing him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Taking advantage of the fact that he doesn't dare to take the initiative to enter the illusion, it's most likely because he isn't confident. If he breaks through to the Tai Ching realm and grasps an even greater power, then it will be a disaster." "Brother Mengyu is right," Luo Qianxia said. "I can confirm that his current cultivation has at least reached the peak of the Tai Ching Divine Lightning Tribulation. If he goes one step further and reaches the Shangqing Divine Lightning Tribulation, he will be unstoppable in the world, and I will not be able to do anything to him." The elders were all a little surprised. They had never fought with Yangqing before, but seeing that even someone like Luo Qianxia was in a hurry to make a move, it was probably true. Shangqing Heavenly Lightning Tribulation? That would be terrible. Even with the strength of the Xiao family, they would not be able to withstand the attack of such an expert. At that time, they would be at the mercy of others. "Alright, since that's the case, let's gather our experts and call back as many old fellows as possible. There's nothing we can do if we can't find them in a short period of time." The Supreme Elder at the peak of the weak water realm gritted his teeth and said, "I just don't know, where should we go to find Yangqing when the time comes?" "Elder, don't worry about this," Xiao Mengyue said confidently, "because the Ning family has become enemies with Yangqing. They have sent people to provide us with information about Yangqing." "The Ning family is also involved?" "That's right." Luo Qianxia said, "The Ning family will also send a group of experts to attack together with us." Xiao Mengyue said, "Now that we have investigated clearly, Yangqing's base is in an archipelago in the Mediterranean Sea of Europe, and his family is there. As long as we take over there, Yangqing can only surrender." "Europe?" A Supreme Elder frowned and said, "Wouldn't that violate the treaty of gods that our ancestors made 20,000 years ago? Although the foreign gods have been living in harmony with our Xianxia cultivators for 20,000 years, many of the cultivators who went out were not lucky enough to return." "Everyone." Luo Qianxia smiled lightly and said, "The gods are not scary. According to reliable intelligence, their spatial laws are actually very weak. Back then, there was a messenger from Hongmeng who was at the soul formation stage who saw the battle between the god of war and Yangqing with his own eyes. That Yangqing was the inheritor of the Nether King's divine spark, but he only used his cultivation in battle and didn't use the spatial laws, which showed who was stronger. Currently, the strongest main god is Athena, but she's all by herself. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to deal with a large number of experts from both our factions. If they dare to obstruct us, we will eliminate them as well. At that time, the alliance of gods will fall apart on its own, and we, the cultivators of Xianxia, will be able to travel around the world. Isn't that the Xianxia of Guangyao? That's true. We're not afraid of those sovereigns, but... One of the elders hesitated. If we were to attack their family members, wouldn't that be a little... Elder, you have to remember that it was Yangqing who first snuck into our Xiao clan, killing people and stealing medicine. He is a heinous and lawless evil creature. Do we still need to be fair and square with him?" Xiao Mengyue said righteously. When the elders heard this, they felt that this was the case and no longer refused. After all, the safety of the clan was more important. In the primordial world, Yangqing did not know what was about to happen in the outside world. It also took effort to build a good relationship with the devil cultivator and the demon cultivator. He could not let them feel that he was not sincere and leave in a hurry. He ate and drank in the devil cultivator's palace until late at night, and was dragged to the demon cultivator's palace by Yu Lanting and a few other demon cultivator beauties. The demon cultivator's palace was indeed much more gorgeous inside and outside. There were all kinds of natural fragrances everywhere, which was very different from the dark and silent place of the devil cultivator. Yu Lanting, Yu Wenhong, Yu Qiyun, and the others were all stunning beauties, but Yangqing was very clear that these female demons showed their charm to him not because they really liked him, but because they valued his experience of being able to come out of the demon realm. If he was too entangled with them or had a relationship with them, but he did not contribute, then it would only backfire and he would be regarded as an enemy by the demon cultivators. Therefore, on the surface, Yangqing was close to them, but in his heart, he was secretly on guard. In the demon cultivator's palace, they met many experts among the demon cultivators, and after being welcomed by many people again, Yu Lanting invited Yangqing to a quiet courtyard. This elegant and bright demon sect master personally poured wine for Yangqing, and her every move was fascinating. After dismissing a few little fox demon maids, Yu Lanting finally asked directly, "Young Master Yang, I think you can guess, but as the demon sect master, I still have to ask, can you think of a way to save ancestor Yu Xuaning?" Yangqing smiled helplessly. "Sect master Yu, your ancestor is also kind to me. If I have the ability, I will naturally save her. But it was not easy for me to suppress the chaos evil spirit. If I let it have the chance to take the initiative again, it will be unimaginable consequences for me and the entire cultivation world. Young Master Yang, you don't have to rush to a conclusion." Yu Lanting smiled charmingly, moved her body, and came to Yangqing's side. The female fox demon spat out orchids, and the fragrance emitted from her body became more and more intense, stimulating Yangqing's adrenaline, and there was a trace of heat in his dantian. "Young Master Yang, what do you think of my figure? Is it acceptable?" Yangqing swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. "Sect Master Yu, I have long wondered if you would use your beauty to seduce me, but I didn't expect you will personally go into battle. This really can't do, although I like beautiful women, it also takes my life." Yu Lanting covered her mouth and chuckled. Her eyes were like silk as she said, "Young Master Yang, you think too simply. Our Qingqiu clan is a matriarchal society. Women are born with greater talent than men. Therefore, almost all the elders in the clan are women. And the women of our Qingqiu clan have always been the most coveted partner of other clans. Do you know why?" Yangqing blinked. "Beautiful?" Yu Lanting shook her head. "Powerful backer?" Yu Lanting still shook her head with a smile and explained, "Because the women of our Qingqiu clan are born with a kind of yin and yang physique that produces yin and yang spiritual energy. The nobler the bloodline of the Qingqiu clan is, the faster their cultivation progress will be, and the men who have sex with them will also gain a lot of benefits." Yangqing was stunned. "Are you talking about dual cultivation?" Yu Lanting twirled a strand of her hair as she rested her head on Yangchen's shoulder. She said softly, "Yes, but it's not an ordinary dual cultivation either. Human cultivators use their cultivation techniques to complement each other's true yuan. That's a low-class method. It's not innate. But the dual cultivation, triggered by the special physique of the women of our Qingqiu clan, is more pure yin and yang spiritual energy, without the slightest side effect. As long as the sexual intercourse is successful, it will definitely be of great benefit." Yangqing roughly understood that the women of the Qingqiu clan seemed to be in high demand in the eyes of male cultivators. Yu Lanting said again, "It is not an exaggeration to say that young Master Yang has such a cultivation base at such a young age. Although I am already more than 2,000 years old, I have never found a cultivation partner, just because no one can enter my eyes. Although human cultivators have always been disdained by us demon cultivators, if it is a genius like young Master Yang, I am still very willing to become a cultivation partner. If we can understand each other, when the opportunity comes, it should be of great benefit to each other on the path of cultivation in the future, right? Then, when I get the benefits, I will go to save Yu Xuaning, is that what you mean?" Yangqing said with a smile. Yu Lanting raised her head, her eyes were as clear as water. whether young Master Yang goes or not, I will not dare to force you. If you become my lover, I will cherish you more than enough. Yang Chen couldn't stand the seductive eyes of this vixen. Clearing his voice, he said, Gate Master Yu, if I didn't hear wrongly, what you said about intercourse between yin and yang is based on the premise of telepathy, and requires an opportunity, am I right? Yes. That is to say, it must be between a man and a woman, love each other without any gap, and it will not succeed every time, it depends on the opportunity. Yang Qing said. Yu Lanting nodded, that is natural, just like an epiphany, no one knows when it will happen, we can only wait for it to happen. And the true love between a man and a woman is only a prerequisite. If it is that simple, how can it be? That's right. Yang Qing said with a smile, I just met Sect Master Yu. Today, we are not familiar, let alone in love. I already have more than a dozen female confidants. If I get involved with Sect Master Yu just because I covet the opportunity to cultivate, then I'll be too greedy. It's not very suitable for a powerful woman like Sect Master Yu, isn't it? Yu Lanting was startled. She frowned. She didn't expect Yang Chen to have more than 10 women around him. She was the dignified sect master of the demon sect, how could she tolerate her partner having other female companions, a group of human beings? Yang Qing remembered a strange thing from before, he said, by the way, Sect Master Yu, you just said the yin and yang fusion, the mind connection. What is the specific situation? I seem to have experienced it? That's impossible, Yu Lanting said unhappily, only the female bloodline of the Qingqiu clan can do this. Young Master Yang, you don't have to make up such a reason to reject me. Even if I, Yu Lanting, am too old and ugly to enter young Master Yang's eyes, I don't need to be pitted like this. Yang Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This 2,000-year-old fox spirit was still throwing a tantrum like a little girl, Sect Master, I'm serious. I have a woman named Anqin. Once, when I was making love with her, a suction force suddenly appeared in her body. Not only did it suck out some of my true essence, it also produced some extremely pure spirit energy and injected it into both of our bodies. At that time, my cultivation increased by a lot, and Anqin also broke through from the innate stage to the spirit-severing stage. It was simply unbelievable. I didn't use any cultivation technique, and my woman definitely didn't know it. It was completely by chance, and I never succeeded after that. Yu Lanting saw that Yang Qing didn't seem to be lying, so she pondered for a while and asked, just based on this? I can't tell. Was there anything else at that time? Yang Qing thought for a while and clapped his hands, right, at that time Anqin's eyes turned a very flirtatious green for some reason, but it was fine after that. Green? Yu Lanting suddenly stood up, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. What's wrong with you? Does green have any special meaning? Yang Qing was puzzled. Yu Lanting asked again and again, Young Master Yang, did you really see green? Yang Qing nodded several times in a row, could it be that I'm colorblind? Yu Lanting took a deep breath and paced back and forth for a while. Suddenly, she stared straight into Yang Qing's eyes. Yang Qing didn't know what this fox spirit meant, but in the next moment, he opened his mouth in shock. Yu Lanting's pair of bright eyes actually flashed with a demonic green light. It was exactly the same as Anqin's. After Yu Lanting hid the light in her green eyes, she said solemnly, Young Master Yang, do you know what our Qingqiu clan uses to determine social class? Class? The Green Hill tribe is divided into classes? Not bad. Yu Lanting said, the Green Hill tribe is a fox tribe, but we are also divided into different levels. The lowest level is the fire fox, which has a red appearance and brown eyes. Many fire foxes find it difficult to even take human form, and the soul formation stage is the limit. The taller ones were the snow foxes. They had a silver-gray appearance and blue eyes. Almost all of them could transform, but it was rare for a snow fox to have more than 5 tails. The nobles above us, the black foxes, have black eyes. Most of them are experts from the Green Hill clan. Throughout history, there were many black foxes with 6 tails and above. Only the celestial foxes, the royal clan of the Green Hill clan, have a pure white appearance and green eyes. Only the celestial foxes can be called 9-tailed celestial foxes because only the royal clan has the chance to become 9-tailed celestial foxes. Yangqing was dumbfounded. He could be considered a knowledgeable person, but he still couldn't handle this possibility. Anqing, could she be a member of the Heavenly Fox royal family? That couldn't be right, Anqing was clearly a human. However, come to think of it, Anqing did seem to have a natural seductive charm. Ever since they first met, he had been inexplicably attracted to her. In the past, he had thought that it was because she was too seductive, but now it seemed that the trace of the Heavenly Fox bloodline was probably one of the main factors. Yu Lanting continued, as you can see, Wenhong, Qiyun, and I are all members of the royal clan of the Heavenly Fox royal family. There aren't many members of the royal clan of the Heavenly Fox royal family left, and each of them has a very precious bloodline. Wait, you're saying that my woman, Anqing, is a member of the Heavenly Fox royal family? Yangqing was incredulous. Yu Lanting said with uncertainty, if this is true, then it is possible that young Mistress Anqing has the bloodline of the Green Hill royal family running through her veins. Although our Heavenly Fox royal family has rarely had a relationship with humans since ancient times, it is not impossible. Moreover, once we have descendants, the bloodline will always be passed down. The reason why we didn't notice this in the past is because the Heavenly Fox bloodline in her body is very thin. If she doesn't cultivate in her lifetime, I'm afraid that she won't be able to activate that trace of bloodline. However, because she has cultivated to a certain level, and with the help of a large amount of spiritual herbs, she has a chance to activate that trace of Heavenly Fox bloodline spirituality. After all, our royal bloodline is very powerful. Yangqing said worriedly, will that hurt her? Yu Lanting was slightly surprised, and said softly with a smile, it seems that young Master Yang is indeed a sentimental person. At this time, the first thing you think about is the safety of your woman's body. It is really rare among human cultivators. If you say that, I will blush. Yangqing rubbed his chin awkwardly. No, Yu Lanting said to reassure him, if she really has our Qingqiu royal family's bloodline in her body, after activating it, it will only slowly strengthen until one day, the human bloodline in her body will gradually weaken until it disappears. Then, similar situations have happened in history. At that time, she will have the cultivation talent of our Heavenly Fox royal family. This is a very honorable thing for her. Although she can't grow a fox tail like our Heavenly Fox royal family, after all, her body is human. However, in terms of talent, there is not much difference. Yangqing let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel happy for Anqing. This was really a blessing from the heavens. However, Yu Lanting said seriously, young Master Yang, can you take this concubine to see your confidant? Oh? What are you going to do? Yangqing frowned and asked warily. Don't worry, this concubine has no ill intentions. Our Qingqiu royal family doesn't explicitly state that we can't marry with humans. We won't say that if there is a descendant with a human, we must eliminate that kind of thing. Yu Lanting smiled and said, firstly, I want to confirm if that girl called Anqing really has our noble bloodline. Secondly, if she is really a descendant of our royal family, even if she is a descendant with a human, she can still choose to join our clan. Our clan is not that kind of ancient antique that is inflexible. If that Miss Anqing is willing to become a member of our Heavenly Fox royal family, then we can naturally teach her the secret techniques of our Qingqiu royal family. She will be able to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, she will be able to cast many mysterious spells with infinite power. Yangqing thought that this woman wouldn't dare to lie to him. It was indeed a good thing for Anqing. After all, he didn't know how to cultivate the bloodline of a demonic beast, so he nodded and agreed. Many thanks, young Master Yang. Yu Lanting was also happy. If this was successful, it would be equivalent to a member of her royal family and Yangqing being lovers. Wouldn't this greatly shorten the distance between them? Yangqing asked, then when will Sect Master Yu leave? My woman is abroad. Can young Master Yang please rest in my Demon Gate Palace for a day? After all, this concubine is the head of a sect. Leaving the Great Desolation Realm is not a small matter. I have to take care of some matters and inform the Demon Gate elders of this happy occasion. I also have to select some people to accompany me. Yu Lanting said. Yangqing naturally didn't have any objections. As for whether he could bring these demonic beast cultivators abroad, he wasn't worried. With his relationship with the gods wouldn't do anything. The next day, in the sky above. The wilderness south of the Ning family's location in the illusion realm. A black mass of more than 100 cultivators gathered here. All of the cultivators were at least at the karmic fire stage. Among them, the Luo family was led by Luo Qianxiu, Luo Pingchao, and Luo Chongqun. There were also 8 elders at the early to late stages of the weak water stage, and Luo Qianli. These added up to 10 weak water stage experts and 2 Tai Ching divine lightning tribulation experts. Although they weren't all the top experts of the Luo family, they were still able to suppress the cultivators present. In addition, under the leadership of Xiao Mingyue, the Xiao family also came, including Xiao Mingyu, Xiao Mahue, Xiao Majing, and the others. There were also 6 supreme elders and dozens of Xiao family's karmic fire and Mingshui stage experts. Although they were much weaker in terms of aura, they were still quite strong. After a moment of disdain, another 6 weak water stage experts flew over from afar. It was Ning Jingfeng, leading 5 supreme elders of the Ning family and a group of Mingshui stage cultivators. Haha, I'm sorry to have kept the 2 patriarchs waiting. I can only blame the family for having some troubles, so I was delayed. Ning Jingfeng cupped his hands and apologized. Luo Qianqiu frowned. I heard that the genius of the Ning family, Ning Ruozhu, has just successfully broken through into the Tai Ching divine lightning tribulation. Why, isn't she coming with us to kill Yangqing? Patriarch Luo, please forgive me. I can't do anything about my 3rd sister. I argued with her for a long time before I came, but she still ignored me. My 3rd sister has never been obedient since she was young. She does whatever she wants, and I can't do anything about her, Ning Jingfeng said helplessly. Humph, Xiao Mingyue sneered, you're worried about losing the number 1 expert in the family, so you deliberately told Ning Ruozhu not to fight. Ning Jingfeng wasn't angry, and said with a smile, Patriarch Xiao, you're worrying too much. This time, we've gathered so many experts, what danger can there be? Whether it's the Western gods or Yangqing, that traitor, we'll kill anyone who stands in our way. It's just a massacre to support the righteous path. I hope so, Xiao Mingyue snorted. Could it be that Patriarch Xiao has lost confidence before you even stand up? That's not impressive enough. Ning Jingfeng said with a smile. Xiao Mingyue's expression changed, and he turned his head without saying anything. Luo Pingchao, who had been silent all this time, said, since you're here, lead the way, let's go. Ning Jingfeng didn't dare to neglect this unfathomable expert of the Luo family. He politely agreed, then waved his hand and flew southwest with a group of people. In the forgotten country of the Mediterranean Sea, in the morning. The mist on the sea gradually dissipated, and the sun shone, bringing a trace of warmth. However, the temperature continued to drop, making the Mediterranean Sea in May feel like a spring chill, completely unlike the temperature that this season should have. In the main central residential area, there was a relatively spacious stone house. It was the place that Ron arranged for Mother Wang and Minwan to live in, and now there was Xianxia. At this moment, Lan Lan, who was wearing a pink sweater and had a small braid, was sitting at the long table in the dining room. The chubby little girl's hands were resting on the table, and her big black eyes were sparkling as she looked at the exquisite and sumptuous food on the table. Io, our little glutton, look at you, your saliva is about to fall to the ground. Mother Wang came out of the kitchen with a large plate of roasted cumin lamb. She put the lamb down, picked up a tissue, and wiped the corners of Lanlan's mouth. The chubby little girl pouted and asked unhappily, Grandma Wang, why haven't Mom and the others come yet? Lan Lan is hungry. Soon, soon. Wait a little longer. Mother Wang said with a smile. Life on the island was very peaceful and comfortable. They stood aloof from worldly affairs, and there was no clamor either. Most of them were islanders who wished to live a simple life after washing away their past glory. Mother Wang, Min Wan, and Xianxia were all very used to life on the island. They had everything they wanted, and there were also neighbors from all over the world who came to live in seclusion. They ate and chatted together every day, and their lives were very pleasant. Recently, because Xiao Qiqing liked to come to Mother Wang and Sushin's place to eat, and once brought Lan Lan here to eat, the chubby little girl liked to eat in this house. It wasn't that the food was particularly good, but that the castle was a little big and empty for a child. Although there were more than a dozen women and a bunch of servants, the days when the male master, Xianxia, was not around were still too cold. Such a stone house was just right for everyone to gather together, and it was especially warm when they ate. In fact, the women were all cultivators now, so it wasn't very important whether they ate or not. However, the rest of the people on the island had to eat 3 meals a day, and people's habits couldn't be changed in a short time, so they still had to gather for a meal. Not long after Mother Wang finished speaking, someone came in from outside. "Mr. Ron, you're here too." Mother Wang greeted the old man happily when she saw him. Ron, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. He forced a smile and nodded. "I like the food here at Madame Wang's place." "Am I a little shameless?" "Of course not, Mr. Ron is like family." Mother Wang asked with a smile. "Why, Mr. Ron is still worried about the flower field." Ron patted Lanlin's head dotingly, then found a chair to sit on. He let out a long sigh and said, "Sigh. It's ruined, it's all ruined. The temperature is getting lower and lower. Not to mention that the flowers in my flower field haven't bloomed yet, a large area has frozen to death. It's mainly because the temperature at night is too low. It's autumn, not summer. If this goes on, I'm afraid many of the trees here will suffer. Many of the trees here are tropical species, and the temperature is too low to survive. Yeah, I don't know what's going on." Xianxia also came out of the kitchen at this time, holding a plate of baked bread. "Many people on the island are saying that the end of the world is coming. Everyone is in a panic. We can't control this kind of thing. Didn't they say that Miss Jane is studying it? We can only see if these scientists can give us an answer." Mother Wang sighed. The door of the stone house opened, and a few beautiful figures walked in. Lin Ruoshi and Choi Yun walked in first. They didn't know what strange joke Choi Yun said, but Lin Ruoshi couldn't stand it and looked at her helplessly with a smile. Behind them, Mo Qianni, Kai Ning, and the other girls also walked in one after another, talking and laughing, and greeted Ron and Mother Wang. "It's time to eat, it's time to eat." The chubby little girl immediately jumped up from the chair in joy. Lin Ruoshi picked up Lan from the seat, gently pinched her daughter's face, and pretended to be angry. "How many times have I told you, you are the youngest here? Even if Dad is not at home, you are not allowed to sit in the parents' seat." As she said, she put Lan on a children's chair next to her, causing Lan to pout. She didn't think that she was small. Although her head was not much above the table, she could climb on the table to eat. At this time, the 2 women who entered the house last, Jane and her student Grace, also came in. The 2 were still wearing the white lab coat. After entering the house, they took it off and hung it on the wall, and sat down one after another. The long table was filled with people. Some were scooping soup, some were tearing bread. Of course, there was also someone like Lan who picked up a lamb leg and started gnawing on it until her mouth was greasy. "Sister Jane, how is the research going? Why does the temperature keep dropping?" Xianxia asked curiously. There was a trace of worry in Jane's eyes, and she forced a smile. "Now I only found the superficial reason for the low temperature, but I don't know what the real internal reason is." "Oh? What is the superficial reason? You look very worried." Lu Mingyu put down the silver spoon and asked. "The loss of solar energy is serious." Without waiting for Jane to answer, the little assistant Grace couldn't help but shout out seriously. Jane patted the back of the student's head. "Did I tell you to say that? Don't be rude." It was just like Lin Ruoshi teaching Lan. Grace stuck out her tongue and lowered her head to drink the soup. All the girls burst into laughter. They felt that this Grace was really like a child. Jane shook her head helplessly and said to everyone, as she said, "The radiation energy from the sun to the earth is constantly weakening. How can this be? I haven't studied astronomy, but I have read some reports. As a star, isn't the age of the sun in the prime of its life? Its energy will weaken?" Mo Qianni wondered. "This is my further discovery. What puzzles me is that the data sent back by the orbital satellite shows that the solar energy is gradually weakened after entering the Earth's atmosphere. In other words, the problem lies in a key point on our Earth, but for the time being, I have no clue. This matter is simply incredible." Everyone looked at Jane's distressed expression and couldn't help but frown. It was even more impossible for them to have a clue. Jane said again, according to the current situation, in another month or so, the southern hemisphere will enter the coldest winter in history, and after October, the temperature on our northern hemisphere will only be lower. What I am most worried about now is that in addition to many people freezing to death, many animals and plants will not be able to withstand the cold, resulting in the extinction of the entire Earth's biosphere. So exaggerated, maybe it will be better after a while? Mother Wang was a little scared. Jane smiled bitterly. In the world of science, there is no such thing as maybe or maybe. Everything has a reason. If we can't find the root cause, we can't change the status quo. Everyone present was a little worried. Even Jane, who was always confident, didn't know what to do. It showed the seriousness of the matter. Only the chubby little girl ate happily. After gnawing on a leg of lamb, she began to gorge on a piece of steak. Suddenly, Jane, Xianxia, and Kai Ning all stood up one after another and rushed out of the house, shocking everyone. There are cultivators approaching, so many. Xianxia and Chuiyan also stood up in surprise, their faces solemn. With so many people, they're violating the alliance of gods. They must be up to no good. Anqin stood up and said to Lin Ruashi, Sister Ruashi, is hubby still in that great desolate land? Lin Ruashi calmly picked up a white napkin and wiped the corner of her mouth. Her elegance and calmness made the bystanders anxious. She nodded and said, yes, don't you guys know about it as well? The opponent's true essence is so strong. Hurry and contact hubby. Anqin said angrily. It's useless. Xia Qiqing said gloomily, I can't contact hubby at all. I tried to ask when he would be back yesterday, but he couldn't get through. The great desolate land might be different from the illusory land, there's no signal from the secular world. What should we do? Anqin said frantically, what? Why did he have to go to that place at this time? Xia Qiqing smiled bitterly, Sister Anqin, it's useless to be anxious. I'm afraid hubby didn't expect something like this to happen. Who would have guessed that cultivators would come here? Anqin shook her head, I don't care. I have to go with Sister Xianxia and the others. You guys take care of yourselves. Oh right, contact Hui Lin. She might be able to help. After Anqin said that, she rushed out with Xianxia and Chuiyan. In the northeast of the mountains, the cold wind was blowing. Luo Qianqiu, Xiao Mengyue and Ning Jingfeng were the current patriarchs of the three families. Even if their cultivations weren't the highest, they were still standing at the forefront. Oh. I didn't expect there to be a few spirit-severing cultivators on this island. Xiao Mengyue narrowed his eyes. They should be people around Yangqing. However, Yangqing doesn't seem to be here. Otherwise, he would have noticed us long ago. Ning Jingfeng said. It doesn't matter. Kill the people around him and eliminate the roots. He will appear eventually. Luo Qianqiu's eyes were cold. The cultivators behind him could feel Luo Qianqiu's killing intent, causing them to shudder. In truth, to a prideful person like Luo Qianqiu, the humiliation of Yangqing defeating the entire Luo family by himself and forcing them to flee in defeat was incomparably heavy. Therefore, he wanted to dig out Yangqing's heart and lungs more than anyone else. Of course, the people around Yangqing were also his targets. Since that's the case, why don't we join forces and sink this entire area? That way, we don't have to waste time stepping on these ants one by one, Ning Jingfeng suggested. That's a good idea. Xiao Mengyue grinned evilly. With the scale of hundreds of cultivators, and so many experts above the weak water stage, it would not take much time to blast the whole area into powder. At this moment, Xianxia, Kai Ning, and the others flew into the sky. Discovering that there was such a huge group of cultivators in front of them, the women's faces showed shock. Even in their dreams, they never thought that the first time they faced an enemy in an illusion, it would be such a terrifying scene. Although the women's cultivation improved rapidly, among the hundreds of cultivators, any random karmic fire stage cultivator was not something they could resist. Who are you people? Although she felt that the situation was extremely bad, Xianxia still spoke calmly in the face of danger, thinking that it would be good to stall for time. After all, if Yangqing was not here, there was still the gods to rely on. Luo Qianqiu and the others' eyes were filled with contempt. A group of soul formation stage women was not worth mentioning at all. Looks like you are the women of that evil bastard Yangqing. You've come at the right time. This seat will first dismember your bones and dismember your bodies to dispel the hatred in my heart. Luo Qianqiu laughed coldly, and a dark red cloud-piercing lightning appeared in his hand. Qiangwei, run. Sensing the destructive power of Luo Qianqiu's cloud-piercing lightning, Kai Ning and the others knew that this was an attack on a completely different level. Other than escaping, they had no other way. But even so, Qiangwei felt that there was no way to escape. The other party did not have any thoughts of talking nonsense, and immediately attacked with the intent to kill. Moreover, this dark red cloud-piercing lightning contained a trace of the power of Swan Ni's fierce spirit, and its speed was not something she could dodge. Boom! The dark red cloud-piercing lightning was like a sharp arrow piercing through the void, drawing a shocking trajectory as it shot towards Qiangwei's bright eyes. Qiangwei's pupils dilated in an instant, and her vision turned dark red, as if she could already foresee her head being blown apart. Her body was actually unable to move, completely suppressed by this huge true yuan pressure. Su! In the blink of an eye, a golden red flame arrow that no one had noticed arrived in front of Rose in an instant, and collided with the dark red-purple lightning. Pung! The electric current and flame arrow produced a violent explosion, and dazzling light flew everywhere like dancing fire crystals, creating a high-temperature shockwave. But at least it managed to intercept the fatal blow towards Qiangwei. Who is it? Luo Qianqiu and the other cultivators looked angrily into the distance. In the blink of an eye, two portals seemed to break open in the void, and two figures stepped out. The man wore a white suit with a red striped tie, and a pair of black leather shoes, looking handsome and tall. The woman had a head of long silver hair, and a devilishly charming smile hung at the corner of her mouth. She wore a sapphire blue tube dress that reached her knees, like a princess from a kingdom in a fairy tale. It was the sun god Apollo, Stern, and the moon god Artemis, Alice. In Apollo's hands, the platinum flame longbow, Helios, was burning brightly. The huge longbow was taller than Apollo's body, and it carried a terrifying pressure that made the surrounding hundreds of meters feel as if it had instantly entered a high-temperature zone. Even watching from afar, the cultivators felt a lingering fear. In that instant, it was Apollo who shot a flame arrow from an unknown distance, piercing through the void and intercepting Luo Qianqiu's cloud-piercing lightning. Kai Ning and Qiangwei heaved a sigh of relief. Their lives were really hanging by a thread just now. Thank you, Qiangwei said sincerely to Apollo. Apollo combed the bangs on his forehead and said indifferently, there's no need for that. You are Hades' family, and the other party is our enemy, so it's only right. However, you are still not strong enough, so go back to the island first. This time, it was Xianxia cultivator who defied the treaty of gods, so, let us handle this. Qiangwei and the other girls nodded, knowing that they would only be a burden if they stayed, so they immediately returned to the island. If I'm not wrong, you are the sun god and moon god of the 12 main gods? Ning Jingfeng had a strong intelligence network in the Ning family, so he recognized them at a glance. Artemis smiled sweetly, what a surprise. After hiding for more than 20,000 years, there are actually so many cultivators who dare to come out of Xianxia, and some of them can even recognize us. Humph, pretentious, bluffing gods, Xiao Mengyue said disdainfully, you came at the right time. Today, we are going to kill Yangqing's family, but you dare to obstruct us, so we will take care of you too. We will tear apart that covenant of the gods that you are pretending to be mysterious and make you, the so-called gods, scram out of this world. Having said that, Xiao Mengyue waved his hand, Xiao family, listen up. Follow me and kill these two. He had just become the head of the family, so he wanted to show off and let the family acknowledge his position, so he decided to take the lead. He had some understanding of the strength of the gods, and he knew that the nemesis of the law of space was Xiaxia's ethereal force, and it was not strong, so he was not afraid at all, and this battle was in the bag. Seeing that the head of the family was going to take the lead, the Xiao family cultivators, including the grand elders, naturally could not retreat, so they flew out and surrounded Apollo and his sister. Xiao Mengyue took out an upper-grade flying sword, and with a flash of green light, his ethereal force gushed out, and he flew towards Apollo. Greenwood mysterious heart technique, withered wood roots. The cultivation of weak water early stage was fully exerted, and the green sword light twisted and twined, like countless tentacles of a monster, wrapping around Apollo. In an instant, it contracted, grabbing him and tearing him apart. Bang! Apollo showed a look of interest and did not dodge. Instead, a fiercely burning flame suddenly appeared around his body. Ah! Xianxia, who had just stabbed down vertically from the air, cried out in surprise, and quickly turned his body to avoid the suddenly expanding flame. The high temperature of the flame had already evaporated his ethereal force shield before it even got close. As for the sword light condensed by the green with mysterious heart technique, it had long been minced into pieces, and had no effect at all. Humph. Apollo looked at the pale Xianxia mockingly, and said, "You are far from your ancestors." Xianxia was so angry that his face turned red and white, but he did not dare to act rashly. They had no experience in fighting against the deities, so they did not know the special nature of Apollo's law of space. Although it looked like flames, it was actually the divine fire of the sun, which contained the power of parallel space. As long as the density of space reached a certain level, the true core strength would not be afraid of it, and there was no such thing as a nemesis. "Don't be so arrogant. You're just lucky," Xianxia roared. "Everyone, follow me. Watch my stormy forest." As Xianxia shouted, more than a dozen cultivators of the Xiao family rushed forward. Their flying swords flew out of their hands, and some of them cast colorful true core strength spells at Apollo. Xianxia waved dozens of layers of fluctuating true core strength, one layer after another. As the true core strength surged, it was like a surging green wave in the sky. The other two supreme elders of the Xiao family also cast the formless green with mystic palm. Two giant palm prints, one in front and one behind, were like ferocious beasts coming out of the cage, trying to lock Apollo in place. "Ignorant." Apollo sneered, and the divine fire of the sun wrapped around his body suddenly burst out again. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to have turned into a blazing golden sun in the sky, illuminating the world. Even the cultivators who were more than 100 meters away from him subconsciously retreated. Several flying swords that were just a few meters away from Apollo's body were unable to restrain their true core strength, and the flying swords also turned into black iron liquid. "How is this possible?" the crowd of cultivators exclaimed. This kind of power was far beyond their understanding of the deities. Even if this temperature was not as powerful as the Samadhi true fire, it was definitely not inferior to the Samadhi true fire used to forge weapons. In fact, it was even hotter. Those spells, including the true core strength of the two weak water stage elders who cast the formless green with mystic palm, did not cause any damage. Before they could touch Apollo, they were slowed down by the space barrier, and then consumed by the divine fire of the sun. A large amount of true core strength that Xianxia had cast, even after a dozen continuous attacks, had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Apollo did not just defend. The huge longbow in his hand, Helios, was pointed at Xianxia at some point. He nimbly and elegantly placed 2 fingers on the center of the longbow. This divine artifact longbow did not have a bowstring like a normal bow. Instead, a golden red flame arrow condensed out of thin air. When the flaming arrow was as thick as an arm, Apollo quickly let go of it while spitting fire. Rustle. By the time the sound of the arrow piercing through the air reached some people's ears, the blazing arrow had already drawn a red light that pierced through the sky. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split the sky, burning and tearing the space apart. The destructive aura was completely different from Apollo's relaxed appearance. This was not a pure high-temperature arrow, but a high temperature produced by the constant friction of parallel spaces, containing the power of laws that could shatter space. Xianxia only saw a golden red light in front of him, and he did not know what happened next. But the people around him were looking at him in fear. "Patriarch! Dad!" Some of the experts of Xiao family, including Sorrowless Mahjong, who was not far away, shouted. Sorrowless Mahjong's eyes were red and full of tears. Only then did Xianxia realize something. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. Below his chest, in the position of his abdomen, there was a burnt hole. The middle of his body had become a piece of residue. If it were not for the true Yuan shield, his whole body would have been burnt to ashes. No. Xianxia could not believe it. He was actually dead. After all, not every cultivator had a terrifying body like Yangqing. The true Yuan's shield was destroyed in an instant, and the body was burnt and pierced through. There was no doubt that he would die. Xiao Mengyue, an expert at the early stage of weak water realm, who had just sat on the position of the patriarch, never dreamed that he would be so vulnerable in front of Apollo. Seeing Xiao Mengyue fall from the sky and die on the spot, many cultivators felt a chill in their bones. To be able to kill someone at the early stage of weak water realm in one move, perhaps even Luo Qianqiu at the middle stage of Tai Ching realm might not be able to do so. Sure enough, Luo Pingqiao and Luo Qianqiu's faces were ashen. They realized that the situation was not good. But Apollo was not interested in their astonishment, nor did he want to give them time to think and hesitate. Helios was raised high in his hand, facing the sky. He was chanting strange and high-pitched words, which were the real language of the Protoss. Burn, Helios, the wrath of the sun god. Fire rain meteor. A flaming arrow that was several times longer than the previous one condensed from the divine bow and shot into the sky. Just when some cultivators were concentrating on it, but did not know what it meant, Luo Qianqiu shouted loudly. Open the shield with all your strength. Get out of the way. Run. As soon as his voice fell, the sky, through the clouds, began to be dyed with a blazing red light. Immediately after, countless whistling fiery arrows pierced through the clouds, directly roasted the clouds, and shot towards those cultivators. It was like a meteor shower, but each meteor was a deadly sun god fire arrow. Although the experts above the weak water stage could resist the terrible space penetration and high temperature of the arrows, those cultivators below the dark water stage were not so lucky. Pung pung pung. Muffled explosions rang out incessantly, exploding on the multicolored true essence shields of the cultivators. And some cultivators at the hellfire stage and water stage couldn't even withstand a single hit. After their shields were penetrated, their bodies were roasted into charcoal, and they died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 cultivators at the scene, but only 30 or 40 cultivators above the dark water stage were left, and many of them were injured. Apollo obviously controlled the area covered by the arrows very well, not a single arrow fell on the ground below, and all of them were absorbed into another parallel space more than 10 meters in the air. Ah, my dear brother, you're too heavy-handed, I haven't even made a move, and you've already killed so many. Artemis had been watching leisurely from the side, and now that so many people were gone, she giggled. Just a group of ants among the human cultivators, daring to offend us with such little ability, they deserve to die. Apollo turned to look at Luo Qianqiu and the others, and said with a cold smile, all right, the useless bugs are gone, I hope you guys won't disappoint us. Of these cultivators who survived, some of them were already dispirited and listless. Xiao Mingyu of the Xiao clan, seeing Xiao Mingyu's death, was very happy just now that he could take back the position of clan master, but now he was only worried about whether he would have the chance to return alive. Ning Jingfeng narrowed his eyes, wondering if he should find a chance to turn back. With the 2 grand pure experts of the Luo clan, they might still be able to resist for a while, and he didn't want his clan's grand elder to die. This Apollo's destructive power was too terrifying, and he actually killed Xiao Mengyue in one move. Only an expert with at least grand pure middle stage cultivation could do that. As the person with the highest cultivation in the crowd, Luo Pingqiao stepped out in the air at this time, and a blue flying sword with a 3 feet long blade appeared in his hand, which was a high-grade magic treasure. Bluff, I just killed a bunch of useless idiots, I want to see what you can do to me. After saying that, the flying sword in Luo Pingqiao's hand left his hand, and as it flew, it made a sound of surging waves. It appeared. The old clan master's blue sea sword, Tide Listening Sword Chi. Someone in the Luo clan shouted excitedly, obviously full of confidence in Luo Pingqiao, who was a rare genius in the illusion for nearly 1,000 years. At this moment, a large tsunami-like wave rose, as if the flying sword had transformed into a sky full of sword shadows, so fast that one couldn't tell which one was the real flying sword, and at the same time, it emitted a harsh sound wave. The sharp, dark blue sword aura instantly engulfed the Apollo siblings. The vigorous true inner strength of the sword chi, compared to Xiao Mingyue's, was like the difference between clouds and mud, just the coverage area alone made it seem impossible to avoid. A little interesting. Apollo raised one of his hands, and with a shake of his palm, a large amount of sun god fire, like a surging river, continuously rushed out from his body towards the tide-listening sword chi. The platinum god fire and the blue sword chi collided, and neither was inferior to the other, continuously making deafening loud noises in the air. The flowing high-temperature airflow and the sharp sword chi caused the space in that area to be continuously crushed, repaired, and crushed again. It was as if a nuclear bomb was continuously exploding. The pressure that was constantly pouring out caused many cultivators with low cultivation to retreat repeatedly. The difference between the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation and the 6 frost water tribulation made the power of the true essence unleashed extremely great. These cultivators even felt that it was unnecessary for them to come. Their strength was not a threat to Apollo at all. Only the Luo father and son might have a chance. Seeing that his attack had failed, Luo Pingqiao did not wait for the last moment. He pointed his sword, and the blue sea sword obeyed his call. With a whoosh, it spun in the air and twisted into a spiral. The surging sword chi formed a horizontal tornado and stabbed toward Apollo. The divine fire of the sun could not touch Luo Pingqiao's swift and violent figure, but the group of cultivators behind him were frightened and hurriedly avoided him. Sun Chariot Warhorse. Helios condensed. Another flame arrow in Apollo's hand and suddenly shot it at the tornado-like blue storm. Boom! The arrow flew out of the divine bow and turned into a galloping flaming warhorse, roaring and charging into the center of the tornado. The warhorse's flaming iron hooves left a large piece of burning space debris. The shattered space energy intertwined with the sword chi tornado, causing a huge explosion inside the tornado. Once again, the two people's attacks could not determine the winner. This time, everyone finally understood that Apollo's strength should be comparable to Luo Pingqiao's, and Luo Pingqiao's strength was at the peak of the Grand Pure Realm. No wonder Apollo could so easily kill Xiao Mengyue. However, the cultivators did not know that the gods had not fully recovered. When Gaia's heart was fully recovered, the strength of the gods would return to a level that would make the ghosts and gods of the current cultivation world pale in comparison. Seeing that it was difficult for her brother to defeat Luo Pingqiao, Artemis was no longer in the mood to watch. "Brother, I'll leave this little guy to you. I'll take the rest." After saying that, layers of frost began to appear around her body, and cold air rose. Her hand flashed with a frosty blue brilliance, like snowflakes and ice crystals, wantonly flying around. An icy blue humanoid longbow suddenly appeared in his hand. A pair of elegant and mysterious wings unfolded from both sides of the longbow. She had silver hair, a long blue dress, skin as white as snow, and an ice crystal longbow. The moon goddess's peerless beauty and awe-inspiring aura caused many cultivators' hearts to tremble. Artemis spun around and aimed Celine at Luo Qianxiu, Ning Jingfeng, and the other cultivators who were watching the battle from afar. Celine, Divine Moon Arrow. On the godly bow that also had no bowstring, a cloud-like cold arrow was condensed after being lightly strung, and even Artemis' entire body was hidden in a cold mist. "Everyone be careful!" Ning Jingfeng shouted and took out a 6-feet-long spear. The spearhead was not made of any metal, but it was burning with platinum flames. None of them dared to attack rashly, as they were too unfamiliar with the techniques of the gods. They were afraid of falling into their traps, so they could only passively defend. When the frosty mist arrows were suddenly shot out, they didn't shoot towards them as everyone had expected. Instead, they exploded on their own halfway through the air. A large area of white frost mist quickly spread out, enveloping the area within a radius of 1 mile in a blurry white mist. Just as the cultivators were confused, Artemis shot out 3 more moonlight arrows in a row. "Oh no! She's trying to trap us." A few elders of the weak water stage reacted and shouted loudly. But it was too late. The cold mist released by the divine moon arrows had a powerful freezing effect, and had already caused many dark water stage cultivators to feel their movements slow down. Their true chi was slightly impeded, and it was difficult for them to move as fast as usual. The moon goddess chuckled, and her voice traveled into the ears of the cultivators from all directions. However, the cultivators could not find Artemis's specific location, because they could not see anything clearly under the white mist. This area seemed to have become Artemis's domain, and her divine senses were everywhere. Just like her doppelgangers, they could not tell where she was. Luo Pingqiao was also enveloped by the divine moon ice mist while fighting against Apollo. Fortunately, he was not suppressed by Apollo because of his high cultivation strength. The surging sword chi came and went like the rising and falling tides, surging and surging. Apollo's sun god fire was also unyielding, and it was fighting fiercely with the divine moon ice mist. But compared to Apollo, who was very used to the divine moon ice mist, Luo Pingqiao realized that if this dragged on, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Everyone, try to separate and don't gather together. Use your true chi to disperse the mist. Ning Jingfeng shouted calmly, and the long spear in his hand suddenly emitted a large white golden flame. Like a burning torch in the dark, it instantly extinguished a large amount of the ice mist around him. It's a low-grade immortal artifact, Tai Long Tassel? At this moment, a weak water stage master who recognized it shouted. No wonder he is the master of the Ning family who has the most magic treasures. His first move is an immortal artifact. Many other cultivators were also shocked. Yes, the gods had immortal artifacts, and so did the cultivator Xianxia. The Ning family was the family with the most immortal artifacts. Luo Pingqiao of the Luo family could only use a high-grade magic treasure, the blue sea sword, while Ning Jingfeng, who was at the early weak water stage, could use a low-grade immortal artifact, Tai Long Tassel. The Tai Long Tassel was made by the ancient immortals, and it relied on the Tai True Fire of the underground Tai Pure Gold to defend against enemies. The Tai True Fire was also a type of extraordinary fire, and it had a high melting temperature. Because it was a metal flame, it was not afraid of ice and water, and it was extremely unique and destructive. Together with the Tai Bai True Essence of the Ning family, it was even more powerful when it was used. But the joy did not last long. In the next second, a cultivator screamed. Sigh of Selene. Moonlight light. The voice of Artemis came from the sky, and the space fluctuated violently. The cracks in the space shattered, and the power of space condensed into a penetrating bright white light beam. The light beam seemed to penetrate the void, connecting the heaven and the earth, and appeared above the cultivators without warning. Several cultivators of the dark water stage who did not have time to dodge were pierced from the top of their heads to their crotch. Their internal organs were crushed, and they became hollow corpses. Under the moonlight, these corpses became popsicles. On the way down, they turned into broken ice. And a few elders of the weak water stage, because they did not expect such an attack method, were scratched, and looked at the sky with lingering fear. Run! In this ice fog, we are no match for her. A group of great masters was in a panic at the moment, trying to escape in all directions. Artemis laughed very excitedly, haha, naughty little guys, do you think you can escape? The goddess's words sounded very mischievous, but there was no kindness or friendliness in her attacks. Rays of deadly cold moonlight, like rain, began to descend everywhere in the icy mist of the moon halo. It was like countless pillars falling from the sky, trying to crush the dozens of cultivators in this area. Ning Jingfeng and a few other weak water stage cultivators relied on their powerful true essence and magic treasures to keep dodging, and at the same time, opened up and burned this moon halo ice mist. But the speed at which the ice fog gathered was very fast, and it was difficult to break free in a short time. Just as they were about to get close to the edge of the ice fog, they were hit back by the continuous moonlight. It was very dangerous. Three-legged golden crow technique, 10,000 birds facing the sect. Luo Xianxia finally could not hold back. He did not care that he might accidentally hurt his own people in this situation, and his whole body began to be surrounded by the golden crow true fire. Jia, Jia. The huge golden crow flew in all directions, penetrating the ice fog, and finally began to open up a path, allowing some cultivators a chance to escape. Luo Xianxia's whole body was like Apollo, becoming a second golden sun in the sky, competing with the sun and moon. Oh, so there is someone with some ability. Artemis stood in the sky and muttered. In the next second, she aimed Selene's divine bow at Luo Xianxia's position. Sigh of Selene. Eclipse of the moon. A dark blue energy arrow instantly condensed and broke through the air. Luo Xianxia's three-legged golden crow also met it in time, wanting to break this dark arrow. But just as it touched the arrow, the dark energy arrow suddenly expanding into a dark energy ball tens of meters wide, enveloping Luo Xianxia's whole body. Although the three-legged golden crow broke through the energy ball, before it could touch Artemis, it was sniped by a frost arrow that followed closely behind. Luo Xianxia felt his vision turn dark blue. Suddenly, the dark blue energy in front of him began to spin violently. At the same time, the pressure around him suddenly increased. It was the pressure of the power of space, causing his true yuan barrier to loosen. From the outside, it looked like a huge dark energy ball. After expanding, it quickly produced a flowing vortex. And with the formation of the vortex, the energy ball began to shrink. Space gradually collapsed and scattered, entering another dimension. Luo Qianqiu suddenly realized that this move was not to completely defeat him, but to send him to another space, perhaps a spatial crack. In short, if he was sent away, he would not be able to come back, and he might not even be able to survive. No wonder it was called Eclipse of the Moon. It was indeed like the devouring of space. Luo Qianqiu had a new understanding of the power of the laws of space. He could not help but be amazed at the power of the gods. But he was not going to sit and wait for death. The golden crow primordial fire on his body more than doubled, forcefully dispersing the dark blue spatial power of the eclipse of the moon. Artemis could not help but frown. Although Luo Qianqiu's cultivation was lower than Luo Pingchao's, his methods were not much weaker. Although she did not expect the eclipse of the moon to take him away in one move, she did not expect Luo Qianqiu to break it so quickly. Her figure began to blur again, constantly flashing in different places. The rays of moonlight continued to flicker unpredictably. Although the cultivators came back to their senses, took out their magic treasures, cast spells, and wanted to fight her, they could not catch her figure. Moreover, they had to dodge the moonlight from time to time. A weak water stage elder from the Luo family and the Xiao family had just rushed out of the ice fog. Just as they were rejoicing, they suddenly saw a large wave of dozens of flashing blades of light flying toward them. Round moonlight blade. Artemis was not far away from them. Raising the Selene divine bow, her hands moved so fast that they left after images. She continuously shot out round white blades of light, like a full moon. This light blade contained the power to cut and compress space. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, but its sharpness was astonishing. The two elders at the early stage of the weak water realm tried to resist with the flying sword magic weapons in their hands, but there were too many light blades. After the true essence shield was cut open, blood splashed everywhere on the spot. Two heads fell off, and their bodies were cut into dozens of pieces. It was a horrible sight to behold. The cultivators realized that they had lost another two weak water stage cultivators. They were scared out of their wits, even their charging speed gradually slowed down. As she became more and more careful, no more cultivators were killed by Artemis. After a long time, the moon halo ice mist had almost been dispersed. Although many cultivators were injured, they were safe. Most of the casualties were dark water stage cultivators. In the fierce battle, Luo Pingchao's whole body was surging with endless tide-listening sword qi. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, constantly using sword shadows to fight with Apollo. Seeing that Luo Qianqiu and the others had finally escaped from Artemis's ice fog, he couldn't help but shout, "Qianqiu! Take the people and leave." Luo Pingchao wasn't afraid of Apollo and his sister, but he was also very clear that even if everyone attacked together, they might not be able to defeat these two siblings. Moreover, there were still 9 main gods, excluding Yangqing. Who knew when another one or two would fly over, and escape would be a problem? Luo Qianqiu and the others also thought of this problem. After exchanging glances with Ning Jingfeng, the two of them flew towards Artemis and signaled the people below to retreat. Relying on Luo Qianqiu's golden crow true fire and cloud-piercing purple lightning, Artemis could still be distracted to defend. With Ning Jingfeng controlling the Tai Long tassel and Tai true fire, they could also cover the rear relatively easily. But just as the group of cultivators was about to retreat, the vast sea below suddenly changed. This is Luo Changchun, who was about to retreat, was the first to realize that the situation was not good. He only saw that on the sea more than 10 miles away, the seawater unexpectedly surged up violently. It was like a wall made of seawater, with a speed visible to the naked eye. It crazily rolled up and stretched towards the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters in an instant. This huge amount of spatial energy caused all the cultivators present to gasp in amazement. In just a few seconds, the seawater had become an encirclement that blocked out the sun and the sky, enveloping the group below and the surrounding sea under this huge circular barrier. This part of the sea had been completely surrounded. Sigh. I thought you weren't coming, Poseidon. Apollo retreated from his battle with Luo Pingchao and turned his head to look at the void that was now filled with azure seawater. Dressed in a white chef's uniform, his hair a little messy, his beard unshaven, but his aura was still swift and fierce. Poseidon flashed out from there. Humph, it took some effort to make a few seafood soups. Poseidon narrowed his eyes coldly as he looked at the scene of the battle. If I hadn't used Neptune's domain in time, the two of you would have let go of the fish that escaped the net. Come on, we haven't even used our full strength, Apollo said disdainfully. All of us have only recovered less than half of our strength, so I know very well how much you guys are worth, Poseidon said stubbornly. The two of them casually spouted nonsense, not taking Luo Pingchao and the other cultivators seriously at all, as if they were already dead. However, Luo Pingchao and the others finally realized what had happened. It turned out that the Neptune had come. No wonder the sea seemed to be completely controlled, turning into a huge cage in an instant. What made them even more desperate was that the gods only had less than half of their strength. How was this possible? Also, what did they mean by recovering? Apollo and Artemis, who had less than half of their strength, could already beat up Luo Pingchao, who was at the peak of Grand Pure Realm. If they recovered, wouldn't they at least be at the upper clear realm? Now that the Neptune was stronger than the sun god and the moon god, Luo Pingchao and the others knew that if they didn't escape now, they might not have any chance at all. Retreat! Retreat at full speed! Luo Pingchao yelled and used all his firepower. Listening to the tide sword chi surged, and his figure turned into a white-blue sword light, rushing toward the northeast. The other cultivators followed suit and began to retreat quickly, trying to break through the barrier of the Neptune's domain. Poseidon naturally wouldn't let them escape so easily, and a cold smile flashed across his lips. In the name of the Neptune, I summon the abyssal sea dragons. He chanted loudly in the language of the god race. He stretched out a hand and gently beckoned. Suddenly, from the sea below, dozens of seawater dragons that were dozens of feet thick sprang out. These sea dragons formed from the abyssal sea opened their azure blue eyes, and their bodies emitted a bone-chilling aura. They were formed by the law of space, and they were demonic dragons that didn't know exhaustion and wouldn't die. In an instant, dozens of sea dragons soared into the sky, each of them reaching thousands of meters in the air. The wild dragons danced, and it was a spectacular scene, but it made the cultivators' hearts break. As the cultivators fled, they used their magic treasures and spells to bombard the sea dragons that followed them. It was a terrible situation. Even though Ning Jingfeng, Luo Qianxiu, and the others used their immortal weapons and extraordinary cultivation to defeat a few sea dragons and break through the law of space, the sea dragons could still quickly reform and continue to attack. What made them even more desperate was that this Neptune's domain didn't just form a barrier with seawater. The moment Luo Pingchao was the first to rush towards the seawater barrier, a large amount of condensed seawater suddenly shot out from the seawater barrier. The dense ice arrows were like needles on a cow's hair, shooting out as many as the stars in the sky, like the sand and stones in the sea. With their innumerable numbers, they forcefully weakened Luo Pingchao's momentum. Still trying to escape? Apollo and Artemis had already gone up to meet them. Helios and Selene continuously shot out large amounts of sun god fire and lunar eclipse. One by one, the dark energy balls forced the cultivators to dodge and escape. At the same time, they had to defend against the sea dragons that kept biting them, and they had to attack the barrier of seawater that shot out ice arrows in all directions. The sky was red, blue, gold, and white, and the combination of ice and fire put the cultivators' true essence shields to the most severe test. The cultivators who were trapped in the cages by the three main gods finally stirred up the courage that was almost worn out in their bones. They had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. How could they die just like that? Each and every one of them brought out their special skills, and even some vicious moves that would cause them to lose 1,000 of their enemies and 800 of their own were brought out. It was impossible to live for hundreds or thousands of years without special skills and trump cards. How could they show their trump cards until the last moment? For a moment, although they could not break the sea god's domain, they were not beaten down by the three main gods. Instead, they fought with the three main gods. With the joint attack of a large number of weak water stage cultivators, and with many powerful magical treasures in hand, they could fight back and forth with Poseidon. As for Luo Pingqiao and Luo Qianxiu, together with Ning Jingfeng's Tai Long tassel, they could also fight against the sun god and the moon god. Of course, the cultivators understood that the other chief gods had probably already found out about the situation in this area. The reason why they did not appear for the time being was probably because they felt that there was no need to take action at all. Therefore, as time went on, it was only a matter of time before they showed up. They had to take advantage of the fact that the other chief gods had no plans to participate in the battle and try their best to break out of the encirclement. When the battle on the sea was white-hot, the residents on the island were also in a tense atmosphere. The shocking change made the residents who lived in seclusion feel worried. The key was that their backbone, Yangqing, had not returned. They had lost their biggest support. It was located in the central area, where Wang Ma and Xianxia lived. The women were all gathered here. Although he wanted to leave and hide somewhere else, he thought that if he left, he might be intercepted by cultivators. The women's cultivation was too low, and any tribulation passing stage cultivator could bring him great trouble. It was too dangerous. It might also bring trouble to ordinary people in other areas. Therefore, they chose to stay on the island and believed in the strength of the main gods. The situation made the women feel relieved. The main gods seemed to have the situation under control. Instead, the masters of the three secluded families could not escape. Xiangwei, Kaining, Anqin, and the other women who had reached the soul formation stage were no longer in the mood to stay in the house. They all went outside and watched the battle in the distance. Jane returned to her research institute and tried to see if she could use special communication methods to contact Yangqing in the primordial land. At this moment, although they could not see the situation of the battle clearly, the women were still on high alert. Sister Qiangwei, do you think my husband will be able to make it back in time? The other side is so strong, and it looks like the gods won't be able to defeat them in one go, Anqin asked worriedly. It's hard to say. If Jane can't get in touch with her husband, she may not be able to come back for a while. There was a trace of panic on Jinxiu's pretty face. Her lips were slightly pale as she said, I didn't expect us to be so useless. No wonder Brother Yang doesn't let us go to the illusion every time. Kaining sighed faintly, don't blame yourself. With the number of years we have cultivated, it's already not bad to have such a speed of progress. Those cultivators are at least decades old, and they are all from the secluded families. We can't compare to them. The women's faces were bitter. Only after coming into contact with such a battle did they understand their own insignificance. They also felt that Yangqing had almost relied on his own strength to rescue Su Xian, and then rescued Xiao Qi. How thrilling was it to fight against the illusion? At this time, the door of the house opened, and a small figure ran out like the wind, holding a fragrant curry chicken leg in her hand. Her chubby face was covered with some meat and vegetable residues and grease, like a little cat. It was Lan Lan. The chubby little girl ran in front of the women and looked at the entire sky that had been enveloped by the sea. Her two big black eyes were full of excitement. Wow! It's so beautiful. As she said, she did not forget to take a bite of the chicken leg and chewed happily. Hey, Lan Lan, don't run out, go back to the house to eat. Mother Wang followed behind and waved at Lan Lan helplessly. The chubby little girl turned around, shook her body and said, no, the aunties are watching outside, Lan Lan also wants to see. Mother Wang walked forward and took a napkin to wipe the grease on the chubby little girl's mouth. She smiled helplessly and scolded, you only know how to make trouble, quickly go in with Grandma Wang, or your mother will be angry. The chubby little girl pouted and looked at the strange and dazzling scene in the sky reluctantly. The women all showed a hint of a relaxed smile. At this time, ordinary children might be scared to tears when they saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, but the little girl was not afraid at all. Instead, she was full of interest. It seemed that she really inherited her father's thick nerves and was not afraid of anything. But in the next second, all the women could no longer laugh. Suddenly, from the distant woods, a few figures flashed, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of everyone. They saw a middle-aged cultivator with a ferocious face, holding Lan Lan by the waist with one hand. Ah! Lan Lan! Mother Wang exclaimed, but the next second, she was grabbed by the throat by another middle-aged cultivator and held hostage. This scene happened in a flash, and the women did not have time to react. It could be seen that the cultivation of the other party was far above the women. "Who are you?" Xianxia and the other women asked nervously. 5 enemies suddenly appeared in front of them. In addition to the 2 middle-aged cultivators who held Mother Wang and Lan Lan hostage, there was a middle-aged cultivator in a black robe with a long beard, a young and elegant cultivator, and an old man in a grey robe. These people were Sorrowful Mahui, Sorrowless Xing, an elder of the Xiao family who was at the peak of the Ming Water Realm, and 2 early-stage cultivators of the Ming Water Realm. Although there was a gap between Sorrowful Mahui and Sorrowless Xing, at this moment of life and death, the 2 brothers decided to cooperate for once. Because Yangqing had not appeared for a long time, they had reason to believe that Yangqing was not on the island. Then they decided to bring 3 masters of the Xiao family together, and while the battle in the air was white-hot, they landed on the ground, and found this place by following the traces of the women's cultivation. They knew that if they could seize the opportunity to capture Yangqing's family, it might bring a great turning point to their side. Moreover, their cultivation just happened to not attract too much attention from the Lord God. With so many masters of the weak water realm delaying, it was difficult for the gods to notice that they had missed a few cultivators of the Ming water realm. After all, they were not out of the encirclement. Therefore, after these 5 people found the central house, they came in front of the women in a flash, and captured Mother Wang and Lan Lan, who were closest to them. "Humph, it doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that we all want Yangqing and the people related to him to die," Sorrowful Mahui said with a sinister smile. The women felt a chill on their backs and didn't know what to do. The chubby little girl realized that she was caught and strangled tightly. The big drumstick in her hand fell to the ground and was already dirty. Tears welled up in her eyes and she felt extremely pained. Lan Lan shouted angrily, "Bad guy! Let go of Lan Lan. Lan Lan's drumstick. The drumstick is gone. You are bad guys. Woo-woo. Daddy will beat you to death." "Shut up." Sorrowful Mahui was angry and slapped Lan Lan's little face. Although he didn't use true essence, it was not a light slap. Lan Lan's face was red and swollen, and she cried even louder. Humph, she has such strong true qi at such a young age. It seems that she is the child of that monster Yangqing. We have caught the right person, Sorrowful Mahui smiled evilly. Damn it. How dare you hit Lan Lan? Seeing that Lan Lan was being hit, the hot-tempered Choi Yun was the first to lose it. She condensed a white flame in her hand and turned it into a white flame spear, stabbing towards Sorrowful Mahui. Yonyan, don't. You are no match for her. Kai Ning was shocked and wanted to stop her sister. But Choi Yun had already attacked and had no intention of retreating. Sorrowful Mahui snorted and waved his sleeve. A green true essence wrapped around the spear and immediately disintegrated it and sent Choi Yun flying. Choi Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and was caught by Kai Ning. Her face turned pale and she spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. Her internal injuries were quite serious. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who knows how to use heart fire. It's a pity that even though your mystical fire is strong, your cultivation is too low, Sorrowful Mahui laughed proudly. If I knew it would be so easy, I would have come down and captured you bitches around Yangqing. At this moment, Mother Wang, who was captured by a cultivator, looked at the sight of the person in front of her in disbelief. You. M.O. Jing. Sorrowful Mahui's expression was a little strange. He seemed to have realized something. He turned his head and looked at Mother Wang coldly. Yulan, long time no see. The ladies were stunned. They knew about Xiao Qiqing's past. Hearing this, they came to a realization. This is Xiao Qiqing's biological father, the one who abandoned Mother Wang and took Xiao Qiqing away, Sorrowless? Does this mean that these people are from the Xiao clan? Sorrowless snorted and mocked, so there's an old lover here. Don't tell me it's that bitch Xiao Qiqing's mother? TSK, you've taken good care of yourself. Mother Wang's anger turned to sorrow. She cried and shouted, Sorrowless. Sorrowless. You still have the cheek to show up. You heartless bastard. Seeing that we have a past, I'll let you go today and not kill you, Sorrowless said with a face full of emotions. Pfft. Mother Wang no longer had her usual virtuous demeanor. She cursed like a shrew, "You despicable person. Coward. I was blind back then. You're not fit to be my daughter's father. Kill me now if you have the guts. I feel like vomiting just looking at you. Yulan, you disappoint me. I didn't expect that the you in my memory would become so unreasonable." Pfft. Hypocrite. Mother Wang spat on him, but Sorrowless dodged it again. Sorrowless sighed and didn't want to bother with her. He flicked his hand and hit Mother Wang's acupuncture point. She fell asleep. Before this, the ladies in the house finally realized that something was wrong and rushed out. Xiao was shocked when she saw her mother being hit by Sorrowless. She shouted, "Let go of my mother." But her appearance made Sorrowless and Sorrowless faces turn gloomy. "Great, so you're here too." Sorrowless laughed evilly, "Since Xianxia is willing to break into the Luo clan for you, we'll definitely be able to escape after we capture you." When Xiao heard that, her face changed and she subconsciously took a few steps back. The other women also stood in front of Xiao and made up their minds. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to stall for some time. "Ning you're fast. Go and tell Apollo and the others about what happened here," Changwei secretly transmitted. Kai Ning's eyes signaled that she understood. She quietly took a step back and planned to fly up into the clouds. Unfortunately, all of this had been seen through by Sorrowless and the others. Not waiting for Kai Ning to move, Sorcerer Hope grinned and said, "If you dare to leave this place or call for help, I will kill this little monster and this woman right now." This time, the women didn't dare to move. They didn't even dare to escape or resist. For a moment, they didn't have the slightest idea. Despicable, despicable. Anqin was so angry that her face turned red. Sorrowless said disdainfully, "All's fair in war. When Yangqing robbed our Shao clan, he was much more despicable than us." "Don't talk nonsense," Sorrowless said coldly, "if you know what's good for you, don't resist. Obediently let us cripple your cultivation, and we can consider sparing your lives." The women's faces changed drastically. This not dying was even worse than death. They would definitely use their lives to threaten Yangqing. At this critical moment, Lin Ruashi suddenly took a few steps forward. The woman's clear and moist eyes looked at the early-stage dark water cultivator who was holding on to Lan Lan and said in a clear voice, "Let go of my daughter." His tone carried a majesty that could not be refused, as if it was a death order. Lan Lan had been struggling with all her might. Although she was talented and had cultivated, the gap between her and the early-stage dark water cultivator was too big. It was like scratching an itch, and the cultivator didn't show any signs of letting go. "This is your daughter? So, you're one of the bitches by Yangqing's side?" Sorrowless stroked his beard and laughed weirdly. "Yangqing, that bastard, really knows how to enjoy himself. The women he raises are all outstanding beauties. Unfortunately, you'll all become our prisoners today. You and your daughter will become the bitches of our Shao clan. You're even worse than servants." Seeing that the cultivator didn't let go, Lin Ruashi's eyes became colder and colder, as if she was in hell, full of murderous azure chi. "Xianxia." Ah? Xianxia was stunned and realized that Lin Ruashi was calling her name. Lin Ruashi turned around and said lightly, "Let me borrow your blades." When Xianxia and the other girls saw Lin Ruashi's eyes, they all quivered, as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. This gaze was completely unlike what Lin Ruashi should have. It even reminded them of Yangqing when he was murderous and bloodthirsty. Xianxia didn't dare to say anything more. She took out the red spider lily and handed it over to Lin Ruashi. "Just one is enough." Lin Ruashi picked up the red spider blade of the two blades, held it in her left hand, and slowly walked towards Sorrowless and the others, step by step. The entire venue seemed to become colder and colder because of the woman, making people shudder. When the girls realized that Lin Ruashi was going to save Lan Lan, they realized that something was wrong. Lin Ruashi hadn't even reached the soul formation stage, wasn't she just going to die? "Ruashi. I know you're worried about Lan Lan, but you can't just die for nothing." Mo Qianni was so scared that she rushed forward and wanted to hug the woman. However, just as Mo Qianni was about to hug Lin Ruashi's body, she realized that she was hugging empty air. She didn't know when, but Lin Ruashi had already taken another step forward. Kai Ning frowned. She was fast and wanted to press down on Lin Ruoxi's fragrant shoulder, but she didn't expect that, just like Mo Qianni, she would inexplicably grab onto empty air again. Lin Ruoxi was like a phantom. She was clearly walking slowly towards the other party, but she couldn't catch her figure at all. The woman didn't have the slightest intention of turning back. With gentle steps, she had already arrived in front of Sarolus and the others. Sarolus narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he didn't see much, but he still raised his guard. I advise you not to move. If you dare to go up, your daughter will become a cripple on the spot. Sarolus sneered. Lin Ruoxi didn't care at all, as if she didn't hear anything. She walked all the way to the early-stage dark water cultivator, reached out her right hand, and took Lon Lon from the hands of the early-stage dark water cultivator. Following that, a scene that made everyone stunned and incredulous flashed before their eyes in horror. Lin Ruoxi gently reached out and took Lon Lon, and the early-stage dark water cultivator's face revealed a look of fear, pain, and unwillingness. The cultivator didn't move, and didn't speak. He just watched as Lin Ruoxi handed over the child. The moment Lin Ruoxi carried Lon Lon, her left hand casually drew a semicircle behind her, comfortable and natural. In the next moment, the early-stage dark water cultivator's head fell to the ground, and blood splattered 7 feet. How is this possible? Sarolus and Sarolus, as well as the other 2 dark water cultivators, were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why a woman without any cultivation could kill the early-stage dark water cultivator with one move, and that cultivator didn't even resist. Why did he have to be killed for nothing? There was no energy fluctuation, not even a true essence fluctuation. Even the women present were shocked, as if they had seen an illusion. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi was like a huge mystery. Even if it was Yang Chen, he wouldn't be able to make a cultivator in the early Ming water stage stand still and wait to be killed, right? Lin Ruoxi didn't care, as if she didn't cut off the head. At this moment, she held her daughter and kissed Lanlin's face. She looked at the place where she was hit with a little pain, and softly said, I told you to listen to mommy, don't run around, be good in the future, or you will be beaten by bad people, understand? Lon Lon nodded obediently, pointed at Sarolus, and pouted, Mommy, that bad person beat Lon Lon. Yes, mommy knows. Lin Ruoxi held the child in one hand, and held a dagger in the other, and walked towards Sarolus. As a middle-stage dark water cultivator, Sarolus wanted to retreat subconsciously, but he didn't know why he couldn't take a step, and his whole body was trembling. He held a brown flying sword in his hand, which was also an upper-grade magic weapon, but at this moment, it didn't give him any confidence. Sarolus was sweating, and his breathing was rapid. He wanted to speak, but he didn't know why he couldn't open his mouth. He finally realized why the cultivator didn't resist just now, because, at this moment, his body, throat, and even the true qi in his dantian were all suppressed, and he couldn't resist at all. This was a huge pressure that he had never felt before. He didn't know how to explain it, but he was sealed. Lin Ruoxi had unknowingly walked in front of him, but Sarolus could do nothing but show horror and despair in his eyes. The woman's hand didn't hesitate at all, and after gently drawing a semicircle arc, the dignified eldest son of the Xiao family, who used to be the master of the Xiao family, was beheaded. In a short period of time, Lin Ruoxi had already cut off the heads of 2 dark water cultivators, and there was not even a trace of blood on her body, and there was even no blood on the dagger, because the speed was too fast. The chubby little girl immediately clapped her hands and shouted, Mommy is so powerful. The women were not as heartless as little Lon Lon. Is she really Sister Ruoxi? Xianxia swallowed her saliva. Yes. Kai Ning squinted, and said with a dignified look, but, maybe not. Lin Ruoxi didn't care about the voices behind her, and looked at Sarolus and the remaining 2 cultivators with cold eyes. With light steps, Lin Ruoxi walked past Sarolus and the 2 cultivators leisurely, as if she was bringing along a gust of wind. The arc of the dagger was perfect like the golden ratio, like a transparent silk thread passing through gracefully, and crossed the vulnerable throats of the 3 people. 3 heads, without exception, fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Even at this moment, none of them resisted. They died with their eyes wide open because they didn't even have the chance to activate their true energy shield and fight back. This kind of stupid death made them, as the proud descendants of the Xiao family, unable to lift their heads even if they become ghosts. Lin Ruoxi had already tossed the dagger back to Xianxia. She reached out to support the unconscious Wang Ma and walked towards the public girl. Seeing everyone's shocked and fearful eyes, Lin Ruoxi smiled gently. What's wrong? It shouldn't be a problem to kill these people. Ruoxi. Your cultivation. What's going on? Xiangwei couldn't help but ask. Lin Ruoxi handed Mother Wang to Xiao Qiqing. She pondered for a while and shook her head. I don't know, I just thought that I can't let the child get hurt. Then, I did it. It was the same when I was kidnapped. The girls couldn't believe it was so simple. The strange scene they saw with their own eyes was too shocking. However, looking at Lin Ruoxi, it didn't seem like she was lying. It was as if women did everything so casually. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Ruoxi said to Xiao Qiqing, Qing you don't blame me for killing your biological father, right? Xiao Qiqing looked at the lifeless head with mixed feelings and shook her head. It's his fault. No one can be blamed. Lin Ruoxi nodded and carried Lan Lan back to the house. For the chubby little girl, the meal was only half finished, but the others didn't have the mood to eat anymore. Xianxia looked at her red pearl dagger in a daze and whispered to herself, this dagger can be so powerful. It's a good dagger, but the person using it is the key, Kaining said with mixed feelings. The overgods and cultivators fighting on the sea had no way of knowing what was happening on the island. The war had already reached its peak. The white-hot battlefield was filled with violent true essence and scattered space fragments, as if it had formed a sea of death. The sea god domain condensed into an omnidirectional barrier of seawater that had no blind spots, still obstructing the path of the cultivators. The roaring and biting sea dragon set off monstrous waves. Dark blue seawater poured down from the sky, surging and chasing after the figures of the cultivators, easily destroying the true essence barrier condensed by the cultivators. Although Luo Pingqiao and Luo Qianqiu were holding Poseidon back, Apollo and Artemis had already killed more than 20 cultivators with their divine bows, including several weak water stage cultivators. Looking at the three great clans, out of the hundreds of people who came, there were only less than 20 elders who were at the weak water stage and above. Luo Qianqiu, Xiao Mingyu, Ning Jingfeng and the others were all extremely anxious. These were the elites of the hidden clans, and many of them were even close relatives of the royal family. Now that they had died, not only would they not be able to face their family members when they returned, but Han Meng would also seize the opportunity to suppress them. They had originally come to kill Yangqing and his family in an aggressive manner, but they did not expect to die before they succeeded. They had all died in this vast ocean. After a few more cloud-piercing purple lightning were dodged by Poseidon's space law, Luo Qianqiu's expression was extremely solemn. He transmitted his voice to Luo Pingqiao, Father, if this continues, we will lose sooner or later. Their space laws are slightly above our cultivation. Our attacks won't have much of an effect, and our true essence will become increasingly weak. Luo Pingqiao was controlling the Jade Sea Sword, using endless sword waves to fight with Apollo. His body was surrounded by flowing blue sword light, like a blooming blue chrysanthemum. But almost none of the sword light could get within 3 feet of the Lord God, because the space law had already cut off the sword light and sent it to another dimension. Seeing that although his attacks were sharp, but still unable to harm the gods, Luo Pingqiao was powerless. We did not prepare enough, we were careless. Qianqiu, for now, I will break through this barrier of water, all of you follow immediately. Father, are you going to? Luo Qianqiu frowned, as if thinking of a terrible situation. Luo Pingqiao transmitted his voice, don't worry, at most we will just rest for 3 months. With you here, the Luo family will have a backbone. If I do not act, when the other celestials come, we will definitely not be able to escape. With that, Luo Pingqiao suddenly retracted his sword qi. After getting rid of a dozen roaring sea dragons, he roared angrily, and a dark red mist appeared around his body. All of a sudden, Luo Pingqiao's true core energy seemed to explode. His whole body's muscle lines began to expand and deepen, bursting out the robe on his upper body, revealing the bronze-colored muscles with blue veins popping out. The 3 Lord Gods, Poseidon, Apollo, and Artemis, who had been steadily suppressing the 20 or so cultivators, sensed that something was wrong with Luo Pingqiao's body, and subconsciously retreated a little. The divine fire of the sun and moonlight selectively rushed towards Luo Pingqiao, but the moment they entered the spreading blood-red mist, they were dispersed. Not only that, but large amounts of red and blue sword qi, which was even more powerful than Tide Listener, began to shoot out from the blood mist. It was like a sky full of light, shooting towards the three Lord Gods. This time, although the space law had blocked most of the attacks, the three Lord Gods realized that they could not block all of them. There would always be some sword qi around them, and if they were not careful, they would be hurt. As a result, the attacks of the Lord Gods were greatly reduced, and the cultivators finally heaved a sigh of relief. What kind of spell is this? Poseidon kept dodging, frowning as he asked. It seems to be a secret spell that can instantly strengthen one's cultivation, Artemis said with a frown. His power is constantly increasing. I didn't expect him to have such a trick up his sleeve. I underestimated them. His true inner qi is now at least 30% stronger than before, Apollo said. Not only were the three Lord Gods stunned, but the other cultivators also hurriedly looked over. Luo Pingqiao's body seemed to have started to expand, and he was more than a head taller, reaching a height of more than 2 meters. His entire body was enveloped in the blood mist, and he looked like a bloody warrior. What made people feel even more pressured was that his pair of eyes had already turned into a white light, like a white flame burning fiercely. Pingqiao! Luo Changchun cried out in pain when he saw his son use this move. Could it be the ultimate skill of the Luo family's Luo Tian Sutra, Brahma Heavenly Lord? Ning Jingfeng exclaimed. As the master of the Ning family, he was very knowledgeable, and he remembered the legendary ultimate skill of the Luo family. The reason why it was legendary was because this Brahma Heavenly Lord was a super killer move that could injure the enemy 1,000 times and oneself 800 times. The side effects were very severe, and no one had heard of it being used in the past 1,000 years. This move was a special way of using Luo Tian Sutra's true inner qi. It used the cultivator's blood as fuel, and it burned rapidly, including the blood and bones in them. The burning of the blood would cause the true inner qi in the dantian to suddenly increase, and the density and purity of the true inner qi would also greatly increase. The best effect would be to increase one's strength by 50 to 60%. A cultivator's blood contained a large amount of spiritual qi, and the stronger the cultivator, the more so. However, because of this, if one lost too much blood, they would become relatively weak, and in serious cases, they might lose their cultivation and become a cripple. Therefore, almost all the cultivators below the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, even if they were at the weak water stage, if they used this move, the best result would be that their cultivation would be greatly reduced. It would be good if they fell to the aqua water stage. Only cultivators above the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, relying on their physique that had been tempered by the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, could escape unscathed. However, the worst result was that they might not be able to recover within a year. If they recuperated properly, with the help of a large amount of spirit medicine, they would need about 2 to 3 months to recover. What was even more tragic was that Brahma Heavenly Lord could only maintain it for about 5 minutes. If it dragged on for too long, his blood would be used up, and he would die without a doubt. Therefore, Luo Pingqiao didn't plan to rely on the time of Brahma Heavenly Lord to defeat the three main gods. There wasn't enough time at all. What he wanted was to escape as soon as possible, so that he could bring everyone back to the illusory realm within 5 minutes. Luo Pingqiao raised the jade sea sword high up, and his whole body was shrouded in a blood mist as he roared. Listen to the tide sword qi, mad dragon breaks the tide. Rise. The sword light rushed into the sky, like a divine dragon from the 9 heavens, dyed in red and blue. With a roar, Luo Pingqiao swung his sword down. Boom! Dozens of sea dragons summoned by Poseidon, who wanted to stop him, were smashed into pieces by this all-out attack. Due to the power of the sword, the space was twisted and torn. Under the chaos, the law of space could not form the indestructible sea dragon again. Not to mention those frost arrows that actively attacked Luo Pingqiao, they were all shattered and wiped out completely. Poseidon and the other main gods' expressions changed. The Neptune's domain had been split open. An opening was so huge that it looked like the sky had been torn open, revealing the blue sky outside. Get out! Retreat! Following Luo Pingchao's shout, Luo Xianxia and the others led the cultivators out of the Neptune's domain with wild joy after surviving a disaster. The cultivators who stayed behind were all powerhouses above the weak water stage. Their speed was so fast that they disappeared almost instantly. With Luo Pingchao's dozens of sword light walls blocking them, the three main gods did not have time to chase after them. Or rather, they were too lazy to chase after them. After all, it would only take a blink of an eye for the cultivators to fly back to Xianxia at full speed. The smoke from the battle dissipated, and the entire sky above the Forgotten Kingdom returned to a peaceful state. Poseidon and Apollo did not stay for long. They looked at each other tacitly, looked at the ground below, and went back. On the island, the women sensed that the battle was over and the cultivators had been defeated. They were overjoyed. They did not expect the outcome to be like this. The combat strength of the gods was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that Hongming of China did not dare to step out of the country's borders. The experts of the hidden clans had lost close to 100 people, which was a huge blow to their strength. The ordinary people on the island thought that a miracle had happened. Many people came out to worship the heavens and the earth, thanking the gods. They did not know what had happened. For a time, everything was peaceful again. In the evening, Yangqing, who had returned late from Shanshan, finally returned to the island with Yu Lanting, Yu Wenhong, and Yu Qiyun, the three powerhouses of the Green Hill clan. When he sensed the traces of battle on the island, Yangqing immediately found the women and asked what had happened. When he found out that a huge battle had happened when he left, he could not help but tremble in fear. Fortunately, the gods had recovered quite a bit of their strength. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. The women were also eager to tell Yangqing what had happened, but when they saw the three charming women of the Green Hill clan brought by Yangqing, they felt a little strange and looked at their man suspiciously. Yangqing knew that the women had misunderstood him again, so he had to stop them first. He smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go back to the castle. We can talk about it slowly. It's not what you think." He didn't know that for Yu Lanting and the other two women, the fact that Yangqing had so many female confidants shocked them even more. They had thought that a powerhouse like Yangqing would have spent a lot of time and effort on cultivation in order to have such achievements. They didn't expect that he still had the time to be with so many women. It could be said that he had subverted their understanding of human cultivators. When everyone arrived at the castle, Yangqing introduced Yu Lanting and the other two women one by one. He also told them about the desolate land. When the women found out that these three beauties, who seemed to have their own merits, were actually the demons that people traditionally knew, they were a little astonished. They didn't expect that the main clan's background, the desolate land, would actually have such a background. During the conversation, the gazes of the three women were focused on Anshin most of the time, which made Anshin feel a little strange. Yangqing also noticed this. He didn't introduce the three women to which woman was Anshin, but they were able to tell at a glance. It could be seen that his previous guess was most likely going to be confirmed. "Miss Anshin." Yu Lanting finally stood up, walked in front of Anshin, and said, "May I ask? Do you have any brothers or sisters in your family?" Everyone looked at Yu Lanting in surprise. They didn't know what the leader of the demon sect meant. Anshin was also stunned for a moment. She shook her head and said, "I am an only daughter." "Oh. Then may I ask, is your mother or father still alive?" Yu Lanting asked again. A trace of sadness flashed through Anshin's eyes. She shook her head and said, "They've all passed away." "Then do your parents have any brothers or sisters? Do you know where they are?" Anshin frowned. She looked at Yangqing and said, "Hubby, why did she suddenly ask me these things?" Although she had always been very amiable, she also had a temper. How could she be happy to be stared at for no reason, and even more strangely, to be asked to check her family tree? Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, "Darling Anshin, don't be anxious. Actually, the main reason why sect leader you came with me was because of you." "For me?" Anshin looked at Yu Lanting in puzzlement. Yu Lanting pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she slowly explained the cause of the matter. When it came to the relationship between Yin and Yang, many of the women present blushed. Only then did they realize that Anshin's breakthrough was not a coincidence. She had that kind of innate condition. Anqing suddenly found it hard to accept. She was actually a descendant of a human and the Green Hill clan? Miss Anqing, you may not be able to feel it, but we are all pure-blooded members of the Green Hill clan. We can feel the aura of our clan's Heavenly Fox bloodline in you. You must be a descendant of our noblest Heavenly Fox clan. Your bloodline has been awakened. In the near future, your cultivation will become more and more efficient. Congratulations on becoming a member of our noble Green Hill clan. Yu Lanting and the other two ladies smiled and looked at an Xian warmly. After Anqing recovered from her shock, she could not help but ask worriedly, then will I be able to transform into a fox's tail and ears? Will I turn into a fox? As she said this, Anqing looked like she was about to cry. This was undoubtedly difficult for a woman to accept. Yu Lanting and the other women smiled. However, they had already expected such a situation, so they immediately explained to Anqing. In fact, Anqing did not have to worry about this. Although her bloodline had been awakened, Anqing was a human after all. Unlike the other members of the Green Hill clan who were demon foxes, it was difficult for her to grow a tail. Having the bloodline of the Heavenly Fox was only beneficial. There was almost no harm. Only then did Anqing feel relieved. She still had some lingering fear, but she did not care about suddenly becoming a member of the Green Hill clan. Yu Lanting and the others actually wanted to get closer to Anqing. If Anqing was alone, it would be a problem whether she would come to recognize her. In fact, many of the elders of the Green Hill clan did not think much of a descendant of a human and the Green Hill clan. However, she was Yangcheng's woman, so the significance was different. Even if Anqing was not willing, they had to get closer to each other. After Anqing's matter was settled, they continued to talk about the attack of the hidden family. When Yangcheng heard that the three main gods, Apollo, Artemis, and Poseidon, defeated the enemy, he could not help but be surprised. He also felt that Hades's divine spark was much stronger than before, but his understanding of the law of space was not as good as the first Hades, so he might just barely be at the same level as Ruoshui Peak. But Apollo and the others, who could beat Luo Qianxiu, were at least in the grand pure middle stage. Sure enough, the power of Gaia's heart was unfathomable. Gaia's heart. Gaia's heart. As Yangchen thought of this, he suddenly remembered that the global temperature had been dropping recently. Thinking of this, it seemed that the beginning of the recovery of Gaia's heart was the period before the global cooling, not much different. Could it be that Gaia's heart caused the global cooling? Jane said that solar energy had been stolen before it entered the Earth's atmosphere. Perhaps it was eaten by Gaia's heart? Although Yangcheng still did not know what the role of Gaia's heart was, and the other main gods were also vague about it, but the more Yangcheng thought about it, the more he felt that it was related. Yangcheng couldn't help but worry, if that was the case, would Gaia's heart keep eating solar energy? The women saw Yangcheng suddenly in a daze, and they were a little puzzled. Husband, what are you thinking about? Lu Mingyu tugged at Yangcheng's sleeve and asked. Yangcheng came back to his senses, and his eyes just met Lin Ruoshi's eyes, just in time to see that Lin Ruoshi was looking at him with her usual cold and silent eyes. A complicated look flashed in Yangcheng's eyes, and he turned his head to Lu Mingyu and the others to indicate that it was nothing. Then he pondered for a while, and finally raised his head and asked Lin Ruoshi, "Wife, how did you suddenly control Sorrowless and the others and kill them? Can you tell me in detail?" This question was actually what the women were wondering in their hearts, but they did not have the courage to ask in detail. They always felt that the current Lin Ruoshi was a little strange. At this time, Yangcheng also mentioned it, and everyone subconsciously waited for Lin Ruoshi to answer. Lin Ruoshi sat quietly on her seat, holding a steaming cup of fragrant blue mountain. When she heard Yangcheng's question and saw that all the girls were staring at her, she calmly took a sip and lightly put it down. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruoshi said in a clear voice, "I've said it before, I don't know either. It's just that I was angry when Lan Lan was captured by them, so I wanted to kill them. As for why I could make them not fight back, I don't know how I did it. I just wanted them to not move and let me cut off their heads. That way, it would be over as soon as possible. Also, I don't know why the first choice in my mind was to ask Xianxia for a dagger. All of this was my subconscious judgment, and I can't explain any more." Lin Ruoshi spoke very sincerely, and it was impossible to tell that she was deliberately hiding anything. The woman's face even showed a trace of fatigue, and she felt powerless to explain to everyone's doubts. After Yangqing heard this, he silently looked at the woman for a while, and then smiled lightly. Since you can't understand, then don't think about it. As long as you and the child are fine. After saying that, Yangqing stood up and said to Yu Lanting and the other two women, Sect Master Yu, the people from the hidden family have already come to bully my women and children. It's time for me to go find them. Before that, I have something to ask of the three of you. Yu Lanting thought of something, and then said with a bitter expression, Young Master Yang, it's not that we're untrustworthy, it's just that we've broken the rules since ancient times and attacked the illusion. It will bring about a great disaster. Yangqing waved his hand and said with a smile, Sect Master Yu has misunderstood. I alone am enough to go to the illusion realm. I'm just worried about my family on the island. Although there is a Master God, if Sect Master Yu and the others are here, it will definitely be safe. After all, Yu Lanting was an expert at the peak of the Tai Ching realm. The strength of a seven-tailed sky fox was definitely much stronger than that of a human at the peak of the Tai Ching realm. Therefore, Yangqing hoped that she could temporarily be the women's bodyguard. In this way, he could go to the dreamland without any worries. Presumably, the Lord God wouldn't have any hostility towards the three women. After all, he was the one who kept them. When Yu Lanting and the other two women heard this, they felt that the conditions were quite good. It was not a big deal for them to stay on the island for a while, and it was rare for them to come out and see the outside world. Moreover, it was ideal for Yangqing to owe them a favor. As a result, the three of them quickly agreed. Yu Lanting said that she would bring Wenhong and Qiyun to stay on the island for a while and wait for Yangqing to return. In their opinion, with Yangqing's strength, it was impossible for him to flatten the three great clans, but it should not be a problem for him to escape unscathed after a massacre. When the women heard Yangqing say that he wanted to go to the fantasy realm and massacre the hidden families, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. But since Yangqing had made a decision, they couldn't stop him. What's more, the hatred of the hidden families had been irreconcilable. Taking advantage of this time's great loss of vitality, it was a good opportunity to return the favor. Lest they recover and do more terrible things. This time, it was better to come, but if they completely shed all pretense of cordiality and hurt their relatives in Xianxia, it would be very bad. After Yangqing arranged things properly, he left again, but he didn't go directly to the dreamland. Yangqing made 2 phone calls, but found that no one answered. In a flash, Yangqing had arrived at an empty peak in the European Alps. At this time, the snow-covered mountains were blowing fierce mountain winds, and the biting cold temperature made ordinary mountaineers flinch. Because it was night, there was no one here. Yangqing's face sank, and he suddenly unsealed and used a space cut, cutting a mountain with a radius of tens of feet. Boom! A collapse was accompanied by an avalanche, and layers of snow rolled out, causing a tremor in the mountain range. Not long after, 4 space doors opened in the night sky, and Stern, Alice, Poseidon, and Prince Raphael of the Blood Clan, Hermes, walked out one by one. When the 4 main gods saw that only Yangqing was there, they suddenly understood that Yangqing unsealed the law of space on purpose to attract their attention, so that they would come over. Hades, you suddenly unsealed in the middle of the night, and there's no need to fight. It's not good to break the treaty of gods like this, Hermes smiled evilly. Yangqing glanced at the 4 main gods, and smiled meaningfully. Treaty of gods? That thing no longer has any meaning to exist. Hades, what do you mean? Artemis frowned. Yangqing snorted coldly. The treaty of gods was made to prevent the cultivators of Xianxia and the god clan from hurting each other, but that was in the past, and both sides had their own trump cards to resist. But now, the recovery of Gaia's heart has made the power of the main gods unprecedentedly strong, and it's increasing day by day. If this goes on, or should I say now, the power of the gods has already surpassed the cultivators of Xianxia, then is there still a need for this bullshit tea treaty? Facts have proven that today Apollo, Artemis, and Poseidon, the 3 of you have taken care of the elites of the 3 hidden families of Xianxia. Don't think that I don't know, Hermes, your residence is closer than theirs. If you don't come, it can only be because you believe that the 3 of them are enough, and you don't need to do anything, right? Hee hee. Hermes smiled evilly. That's right, what's wrong with that? I'm a blood clan, I'm more sleepy during the day. stop joking. All of you, do you think I'm a fool? With your strength, that group of cultivators doesn't know, but I have a divinity like you, and now that I'm so close to you, I'm very clear about your approximate level. If it was a battle like during the day, if all 4 of you attacked, that group of cultivators wouldn't have had a chance to escape. You could have killed them all, why did you deliberately let them go? Xianxia questioned angrily. Hades, are you blaming us for making a mistake? Your family should be fine. Apollo spread his hands and said helplessly. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, are you still playing dumb? I thought you were my friends, but now it seems that each of you is hiding something important from me. You must be plotting something that I don't know about. Dear Hades, don't make wild guesses, you are our companion, Artemis advised. Xianxia burst into laughter. Companions? Well, since we are companions, can you tell me why I can't contact Aphrodite and Ares? Where did they go? The 4 main gods were silent, their expressions strange, and none of them said a word. Poseidon, you are in Hawaii, which is further away from here than Ares, but you could still rush to the island to fight. With Ares' character, it's impossible for him not to participate in the battle. The only possibility that he didn't come is that he has other important things to deal with. Tell me, am I right? Xianxia asked Poseidon. The burly sea god king was still calm, his sharp eyes met Xianxia's without fear, and he said lightly, I'm not sure about their matters. Xianxia knew this would happen, so he said straightforwardly, it must be related to Gaia's heart, right? The 4 main gods were silent again, no one had the intention to speak. Xianxia said to himself, I was just guessing before, but now I can almost be sure that Gaia's heart is behind the global cooling. When Athena found Gaia's heart, Apollo and Artemis, you two were talking so strangely. It seems that you have expected this day to come. Hades. Apollo couldn't bear to say it, but he frowned and kept his mouth shut. Xianxia sneered, don't be embarrassed. Even if you don't say it, I can guess. It's mostly related to Athena. I don't know what she wants to do, nor do I know what you guys are plotting. But, it better not be something that I dislike, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this point, Xianxia's eyes were full of murderous intent. It was eerie and terrifying, like a nightmare in the sky. In the howling cold wind, no one spoke for a while. After a long time, Hermes suddenly stepped on the void and came to Xianxia's side, the corner of his mouth raised as he said, Hades, I believe what you said. But don't forget what I said to you that day. I know you don't want to believe it, but, if one day what I said is the truth, then you have to remember every word you said today. I'm looking forward to it. After saying these words in a gloomy manner, Hermes turned into a dark shadow, twisting his figure in the night sky before disappearing. Xianxia's expression was uncertain. His eyes flashed with a painful struggle, but it gradually calmed down. He looked a little lonely. Apollo and Artemis looked at each other, sighed softly, and left quietly. Poseidon looked at Xianxia for a while and said lightly, don't think too highly of yourself, young man. It's good to have a temper, but it depends on who the other party is. Sometimes, overconfidence is stupidity. After saying this, Poseidon also disappeared into the darkness. Xianxia clenched his fists. After standing in the night sky for a long time, he let out a long sigh. He felt a little tired, not in his body, but in his heart. Could it be that what he had done was really as that arrogant woman had said, that the future will not change? Was her life really as she had foreseen? Was everything destined from the start? Then what he was doing now, did it follow her wishes from time to time? However, if the future will not change, then was the choice he made at the last minute also within her predictions? No one could tell him whether it was right or wrong, and no one would tell him. Because, at present, her strength stood at the highest point, and no one could disobey her. What did she want to do? What would happen if Gaia's heart kept absorbing the energy of the sun? Xianxia felt that his brain was about to explode, but he could not find a way out. It was as if a large hand from the unseen world had grabbed hold of him and treated him like a puppet, playing with him at will. However, the feeling of helplessness was driving him crazy. The people that he thought were allies and friends suddenly became like he had never known them before. Or was it that compared to the tens of thousands of years of life and experience of the gods, he was really just a fledgling who had always been playing with him? Yangqing shook his head and did not think too much about it. He could not care about Gaia's heart and Athena now. The hidden family in the illusion was a big problem. If he did not take action now, he was afraid that he would have to prepare something else to make a comeback. His figure flashed, and he flew straight to the east. Not long ago, in the central region of the illusory realm, the All Heavens Island where Hongmeng was located here. If one were to look at it from afar, they would be able to witness the uncanny craftsmanship left behind by the ancient immortals. The floating formations were supported by flashing faint golden runes, steadily hovering in the air. Borrowing the spiritual energy of the illusion, it had been operating like this for tens of thousands of years. On the island there were flowers, plants, trees, mountains, rivers, and everything that one could think of. Water flowed down from a water spirit gathering formation at the edge of Heaven's Vault Island and flowed into the rivers below. Like blue and white ribbons, waterfalls of different sizes hung from the Earth rank all the way to the Mystic rank and the Earth rank. The number of yellow rank ones was the highest, and the higher the rank, the lesser the number. On the uppermost level, Heaven's Vault Island, there was only a lone floating island. High up in the sky above Heaven's Vault Island was a huge golden formation that stretched as far as the eye could see. This huge formation was guarded by Hongmeng as a mission. It imprisoned the ancient demons, including the leader of the gods, Zeus, the heavenly king of heaven, the 12 heavens celestial demon formation. Whether or not this was the original name of the formation was no longer known. The ancient immortals had spent countless wonderful ideas and divine powers to create this huge formation. The complexity of it was completely beyond the imagination of modern cultivators. Even those cultivators who had fought against the gods 20,000 years ago had only borrowed the shadow of the ancient immortals. They were also incomparably respectful of this huge formation. Without this huge formation, they would only have ended up being slaughtered by Zeus and Athena. However, ever since Zeus had been taken in 20,000 years ago, there had been no movement from the huge formation. No one knew how the huge formation worked. Even those ancestors from 20,000 years ago had not passed down any method to activate this huge formation. Hongmeng's guards were only on paper. The heaven rank elders of Hongmeng's Heaven's Vault Island had no way of knowing how to use this huge formation. This secret was only known to some of the big shots in the upper echelons of Hongmeng. This was because it was not something to be proud of. The so-called mission of guarding the huge formation was actually just to set up camp right below the huge formation. If not for this, they would not have been able to fight evenly with the hidden clans. After all, even Zeus could not break through the huge seal formation. Those cultivators of the hidden clans would definitely not be able to defeat it. The 12 heavens celestial demon formation was independent, silent, and dignified. It was like a heavenly eye left behind by the ancient immortals, watching over the descendants of the cultivators below. It let them know at all times that their survival still depended on their ancestors. Compared to their ancestors, they were insignificant and weak. In the center of Heaven's Vault Island, surrounded by a large area of green trees, there was an antique pavilion with dragon carvings and painted rafters. Clouds and mist floated in the air, making it look like a fairyland. And in the center of this pavilion was a spacious high platform made of blue stone. The high platform was surrounded by 12 huge stone pillars that were 3 feet wide. These stone pillars did not look impressive, but they were black mystic stones that ordinary magic treasures could not move at all. This was the meeting place of Heaven's Vault Island's elders. There were dozens of heaven rank elders on Heaven's Vault Island. Only the top 12 elders had the right to stand on these 12 black mystic stone pillars. This was also the center of power in Hongmeng. At this moment, there were already many Hongmeng cultivators standing on the high platform and the surrounding empty space. Hundreds of Hongmeng cultivators were mostly Earth rank elders and a large number of mystic rank deacons. These people were qualified to attend some important meetings, but other than that, they could not enter Heaven's Vault Island as they pleased. This time, it attracted a large number of Hongmeng cultivators because of the few distinguished guests on the high platform. The crowd discussed and pointed at the people on the high platform, but they did not dare to speak too loudly. They were a little afraid of these guests. Of course, there were also some nobles in Hongmeng who disdained to lower their status like ordinary Hongmeng cultivators. They each stood in their own positions and proudly held their heads high. Among them, Yan Feiyun, the eldest son of the younger generation of the Hongmeng Yan family, was standing together with his younger sisters, Yan Feiyu and Yan Feiling. The three siblings of the Yan family did not look too good, especially Yan Feiyun and Yan Feiyu. They stared at someone on the stage with a bone-chilling look in their eyes. Brother Feiyun, with your status, you should be familiar with these people on the stage. I just entered the Earth rank not long ago. I wonder which one of you is Luo Qianqiu, the head of the Luo family who has passed the Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation. An agitated, skinny, middle-aged man approached Yan Feiyun and asked carefully. This cultivator in the final phase of the Kuei water stage was a newly promoted Earth rank elder called Zhou Yi. He liked to ask about all kinds of things and was good at flattering others. It was said that he had been promoted by flattering a heaven rank elder by chance. After entering the Earth rank, he knew that Yan Feiyun was the eldest son of Yan Wuchen, one of the 4 heaven rank elders, so he immediately went to Yan Feiyun's side. At first, Yan Feiyun did not care about him at all. However, this clown always praised him, so he just let him be. However, Yan Feiyun naturally did not have a good attitude towards such people. He glanced at him and sneered, "Don't you know how to sense the pressure of their true essence? Do you even need to ask?" As he spoke, his gaze coldly locked onto the middle-aged cultivator with fluttering black hair on the high platform. It was Luo Qianqiu. Hee, I'm really ashamed. I can't compare to Brother Feiyun's courage. I don't even dare to use my divine sense to investigate. Zhou Yi smiled and asked, Brother Feiyun, can you tell me about the background of those people? I don't believe what others say, but after all, Brother Feiyun is the one who is truly knowledgeable. Yan Feiyun snorted and said, other than Luo Qianqiu, the other 3 are also among the top 10 experts of the illusion realm. The one in blue is the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Mengyu, the one in white is the head of the Ning family, Ning Jingfeng, and the sinister old ghost is an elder of the Ning family, Yin Shouji. Yin Shouji, one of the top 10 experts in the illusion realm, is that old man who looks like a beggar? Zhou Yi was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The old people in the illusion, or those who were familiar with the illusion, would know that the so-called top 10 experts were not the real top 10 experts. They were just the 10 experts who had been more active in the past few decades, or who were relatively famous. Ning Jingfeng was the master of the Ning family and had the immortal weapon Tai Long Tassel. His combat power was comparable to the late weak water stage. There was also Xiao Mingyu who was at the middle weak water stage, and Luo Qianqiu who could suppress everyone else. But after all, this was an extraordinary title. At least more than 99% of the cultivators in the illusion would definitely look up to it. Yin Shouji was the first to become famous among the top 10 masters. Rumor had it that he was a Grand Supreme Elder recruited by the previous master of the Ning family. He lived on the Yin Shou mountain all year round, and the mountain was named after him. His cultivation was at the peak of the weak water realm, and he was also one of the best in the illusory realm. But such a person was wearing a tattered gray-black robe with a few patches on it. His hair was also disheveled. His face was thin and bony, and his eyes were sunken. That old man was actually a master at the peak of the weak water stage? He looked like he was going to die at any time. Yan Feiyun saw Zhou Yi's shocked face and said disdainfully, look at your little knowledge. You only care about appearances. That's the end. Although Luo Qianqiu should be ranked first among the top 10 masters, if he and Yin Shouji were to fight to the death, it's not certain who would win. Ning Jingfeng was actually willing to invite him out of the mountain. It seems like this time is really a matter of life and death. Ah? Zhou Yi was even more shocked. Brother Feiyun, what do you mean? He originally wanted to curry favor with Yan Feiyun and ask a few questions, but now he was really interested. It seemed that Yin Shouji was not an ordinary person. But at this time, Yan Feiyun did not speak, and a large number of cultivators present also lowered their voices. This was because more than a dozen powerful auras were approaching from all directions, and figures finally fell into the eyes of the cultivators. The Heaven Stage Elders are here. They're finally here. I wonder why the masters of the 3 hidden clans are looking for the elders? Sigh, let's just listen quietly. Our Hongmeng has always been at odds with the hidden clans. If it's not something big, why would we come to Heaven's Vault Island to talk? Along with the whispers of the cultivators, several figures had already arrived around the high platform one after another. They stood in a dignified manner against the 4 members of the hidden family. There were 8 elders who directly flew up to the 12 black mystic pillars. Although there were 12 heaven rank elders, 4 of them were the most powerful elders in Hongmeng. They were known as the 4 great elders. After the first 8 heaven-ranked elders arrived on top of the stone pillar, the last 4 who arrived were the ones that the cultivators of Hongmeng were in awe of. They were the master of the Yan family of Hongmeng, Yan Wuchen, the leader of the Buddhist cultivators of Hongmeng, Master Yan Yun, the master of the Yan family of Hongmeng, Yan Xiuming, and the leader of the sword cultivators of Hongmeng, Lu Xiuan. The 4 great elders were all among the top 10 masters in the illusion realm. Their cultivations were all at the peak of the weak water realm. Together with Xiao Mingyu of the Xiao family, Su Xiaogong of the Su family, Ning Jingfeng, Ning Ruozhu, and Yin Shouji of the Ning family, and Luo Qianqiu of the Luo family, they formed the top 10 masters. Of course, the difference in strength was also obvious. However, this was also an extremely high evaluation of the masters in the past few decades. Why have the 4 of you come to Hongmeng's Heaven's Vault Island? The one who spoke first was a solemn and gloomy man dressed in a dark blue Han costume. His hair and beard were gray, but his complexion was like that of a young man. It was Yan Wuchen. Xiao Mingyu, Ning Jingfeng, and Yin Shouji did not speak. Everyone's eyes fell on Luo Qianqiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed. He was the only expert in the middle stage of the Tai Ching Divine Lightning. Everyone looked at him with complicated feelings. Luo Qianqiu opened his eyes and said calmly, "Elders, now that things have come to this, why ask so many questions? I don't believe that you don't know why we're here." Hee. How would we know what you're thinking if you don't say it, Patriarch Luo? The one who spoke was a handsome young master dressed in white with fluttering black hair. He was gently waving a coquettish feather fan in his hand. There were all kinds of flowers blooming in full bloom on the fan. It was Yan Xiuming, one of the 4 great elders. Judging from his appearance, he didn't look like someone who had lived for hundreds of years. Although the 3 great families and Hongmeng had many disagreements in the past, we are all people of the illusion realm after all. We are of the same breath and branches, and we will not let down our guard against each other. I think Hongmeng has already received the news that our 3 great families formed 100 elites and went overseas to suppress the traitor Yangqing. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by 3 overgods and were defeated. As soon as Luo Qianqiu's words fell, the ordinary cultivators in Hongmeng were in an uproar. They did not have the authority to know these things, so they were naturally shocked when they found out. Yangqing's ferocious name was already known by everyone in the illusion realm, but they did not expect that he had angered the 3 great hidden families to the point where they wanted to kill him. How much hatred did they have? Yan Sanyang and Yan Feiling, who were standing behind her elder brother and sister, were pale. She had been listening to all kinds of stories about Yangqing and Hongmeng. She was worried but unable to help. She knew that the current Yangqing was no longer someone she could help, so her hands were trembling as she listened. The heaven rank elders obviously knew about this, so no one was particularly surprised. Ba. May I know what this has to do with the visit of the few benefactors? Master Yan Yun, who had a head of red hair and wore a fiery red kasaya, asked with a benevolent expression on his face after his Buddhist chant suppressed all the noise. Luo Qianqiu took a few steps forward and looked at the elders around him. He smiled lightly and said, "Elders of Heaven's Vault Island, do you still need to hide at this time? You can investigate the internal affairs of our families, and we can also find out a lot about what you have done." As he spoke, Luo Qianqiu glanced at Ning Jingfeng, indicating for him to continue. Ning Jingfeng, who was not very tall, smiled amiably and said, "According to our sources in the Ning family, we know that Hongmeng had once hoped that Yangqing could be used by Huaxia. However, not only did Yangqing reject them, he even killed the special envoy of Hongmeng." Ning Jingfeng was very careful with his words. He did not say that Hongmeng wanted to recruit Yangqing to be used by Hongmeng. Instead, he said for Huaxia. This way, it would highlight that Hongmeng was upright and righteous. If Yangqing did not repent and became a demon by killing people, he would not offend the elders of Hongmeng. In addition, Ning Jingfeng continued, right now, the whole world is experiencing an extremely terrifying and continuous cooling. Although it is summer in many areas in the north of Xianxia, it is already like winter, the temperature has reached 0 or even below 0 degrees. And it is precisely at this time that the gods suddenly become extremely powerful. Even old Mr. Luo Pingchao of the Luo family, who is at the peak of the Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation, is unable to defeat any of the sun god and moon god. Thinking about it, it should not be the first time that Hongmeng has seen the methods of the main gods. He should know that this is not the original strength of the gods. This time, the terrifying cooling of the whole world should have a great connection with the increase in the strength of the gods. Humph, so much nonsense. Just tell me the result. A cold snort interrupted Ning Jingfeng's words. The one who spoke was the leader of the sword cultivators, Lu Xiuan. This person was dressed in an elegant blue robe, with sharp eyebrows and a mustache. His expression was cold, and his entire body was like an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharpness. Ning Jingfeng was interrupted, but he was not angry. He continued to smile and said, the result is that once the gods become stronger, not only us people in the illusion, but even the entire human race, will suffer. Everyone fell silent. Even to the cultivators, these words were a little alarmist. However, the person who said it was the head of the Ning family, so it was impossible for him to be speaking carelessly. Seeing that no one continued to speak, the elders all had strange expressions on their faces. Ning Jingfeng grinned and said, Elders of Heaven's Vault Island, I know that you don't feel heartache. Many of the elites of our hidden families have died. However, don't forget that we actually have no grudges with the gods. We only have a blood feud with Yongqing. As for you, Hongmeng, you have always stood on the opposite side of the gods. When they feel that the time is right, do you think that they will come to deal with us first and then you? Ning Jingfeng, are you threatening our Heaven's Vault Island? Yan Wuchen narrowed his eyes, and his body emitted a cold aura. At this moment, Luo Qianxiu turned around and replied indifferently, he is not threatening you, but telling you that if you continue to put on airs, you will die faster than anyone else. Preposterous. Who are you calling dignified? Luo Qianxiu. Don't think that we're afraid of you just because you've advanced. If you're so capable, come at me. Lu Xiuan was furious. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His ethereal force was like an unsheathed cold sword. Countless colorful swords surrounded his body and whistled. Luo Qianxiu ignored him and didn't move at all. Elder Lu, now's not the time to fight. Yan Wuchen stopped him and instructed the Hongmeng cultivators present, Hongmeng cultivators below the heaven rank, leave Heaven Island now. The Hongmeng cultivators were in an uproar. They didn't understand why Yan Wuchen wanted to expel cultivators below the heaven rank. This was a very rare situation. However, the four elders' prestige was unparalleled. Everyone, including Yan Feiyun and those who were related to them, could only leave Heaven Island quietly. Soon, other than Luo Qianxiu and the other three, only the heaven rank elders were left on the platform. When it was quiet, Yan Wuchen said in a deep voice, could it be that the three of you came here to seek help from Hongmeng? Ning Jingfeng smiled. Elder Yan, this isn't just a matter of help. Do you think Hongmeng can handle a power that even our three clans can't handle? It's not that I'm looking down on Hongmeng's heaven rank elders, but brother Qianxiu and his father, old Mr. Luo Pingchao, are both above the middle stage of Tai Ching heavenly thunder. I don't think there's anyone in Hongmeng who can stop them. Yan Wuchen narrowed his eyes and said, I admit that the Luo clan leader's cultivation is indeed higher than ours by more than a level, but Hongmeng has the protection of the 12 heavenly demons formation. Even if the heavenly King Zeus is imprisoned in it, what can they do to me? If you didn't attack the overseas god's territory, they wouldn't have fought with you. In fact, they didn't dare to offend Huaxia's territory for the past 20,000 years, right? Elder Yan, let's not beat around the bush. Since you've already sent those small fries away, you don't have to bluff. Ning Jingfeng said with a sneaky smile. Oh. Looks like the head of the Ning family knows a lot, hee. Yan Xiaoming covered her face with her feather fan and chuckled. Many of the heaven rank elders present had ugly expressions on their faces. Ning Jingfeng raised his head and said, the 12 heavens celestial demon formation was created by the ancient immortals, so it's naturally very powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to trap the ancient demons inside for countless years. However, could the elders of Hongmeng really control it? Or rather, did they really know how to activate this formation? As far as I know, Hongmeng's claim to the outside world that they were continuously supplying true essence to the array was just a pretense. The Fiend God Grand Formation has always been absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens on its own and operating non-stop. How can it rely on people to transport true essence? I'm Hongmeng's internal affairs. It's not appropriate for the head of the Ning family to make wild guesses, Yan Wuchen said without batting an eyelid. Ning Jingfeng snorted, of course, we also hope that the elders of Hongmeng can control the formation to defend against the gods, but in the current situation, the elders might have the will but not the strength. The 4 elders fell silent. No other elders could bear to speak at this time. In fact, everyone knew that the Luo father and son had been forced back. The strength of the gods had reached a level that they couldn't shake for the time being. If all 11 main gods attacked at once, they might not be able to resist at all. At this time, Luo Qianxia's body slowly rose and stood in the air, at the same height as the 12 elders. At this point, there's only one way to go. You guys. Don't tell me you still can't let go of your pride? The heaven rank elders had strange expressions, as if Luo Qianxia's words touched upon some taboo, making them very nervous. Master Yan Yun was the first to speak, breaking the dead silence. Ba. Almsgiver Luo, at the end of the day, what you're looking for isn't the cultivators of Hongmeng, but the 2 array guardians. At the mention of the 3 words array guardian, the atmosphere on Sky Vault Island became especially heavy. The eyes of Luo Qianxiu, Ning Jingfeng, and the others flickered with excitement. It seems that the array guardians are indeed related to Hongmeng. That's right, after all, you call yourselves the guardians of Xianxia, so you're closer to them. The corners of Luo Qianxiu's mouth curled up. Ning Jingfeng also slowly floated up and said with emotion, I've only heard of it from my ancestors, and have never seen it before. I only know that the 2 array guardians are the true guardians of the Great Formation. Their cultivation bases are extremely high, and they're unfathomable. Unless Xianxia is in danger of being destroyed, they won't easily make a move. The only trace of the 2 great array guardians is that they come from the Yan family and Li family of the 4 great clans of the secular world. Therefore, any force in the cultivation world has to give some face to the Yang and Li families of the secular world. Ever since I entered the Ning family, I didn't dare to let the branches of the Ning family in the secular world make things difficult for the Yang family and Li family. Although I didn't completely believe in the existence of the array guardians, I kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to look down on the teachings of my ancestors. Now, it seems that I've done the right thing. Fortunately, I didn't directly attack the Yang family and Li family. If the 2 array guardians really exist, with the inheritance of the Yang family and Li family, the 2 of them would at least have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. The array guardians have never shown their true faces, and we have never seen them before. The rumors about the 2 of them have always been illusory, and we don't know how to get in touch with the 2 of them. If you want to ask for help from the 2 of them, coming to us is a complete waste of effort. You'd better go back as soon as possible. Yan Wuchen said coldly. Ning Jingfeng said proudly, Elder Yan, you're underestimating the operations of the Ning family in the secular world. Do you really think that we don't know anything? The one who Hongmeng has direct contact with in the secular world is the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, and the one who is above Hongmeng and the general is the number 1 chief, because behind him is the array guardian, right? Many of the heaven-ranked elders' expressions changed, and many of them looked surprised. It was obvious that Ning Jingfeng knew these secrets, and they found it hard to believe. In fact, the number of dynasties that Xianxia had been through was countless, and the latest Xianxia government was established less than 100 years ago. In other words, the people that the array guardians supported in different eras were not the same batch, and not all emperors would be favored by the array guardians. Those who were favored by the array guardians were usually those who had a humble heart, and were capable people who came to support Xianxia. For example, the current number 1 chief, if it wasn't for the fact that he was willing to die of old age, illness, and had enough wisdom to help Xianxia develop, and had no ambition, the Array Guardians might not have stood by his side. The Array Guardians and their supporters have always been above Hongmeng. If you didn't know who the supporters were from the beginning, why would you be willing to hand Xianxia to number 1, and not concentrate power in the hands of the general? Therefore, the elders of Hongmeng must know this background. From this, it can also be inferred that the Array Guardians must have some connection with Hongmeng. Ning Jingfeng deduced one by one, and continued, the current government of Xianxia has only been around for less than 100 years, and many of the elders have lived for hundreds of years. Could it be that, in the past 100 years, the Array Guardians have been in contact with you, and you've forgotten about them? That doesn't make sense. You're indeed the head of the Ning family, famous for your wisdom. Head of the Ning family, you really know how to talk. We can't deny it even if we want to. Yan Xiaoming chuckled strangely, and looked at Yan Wuchen, Elder Yan. It seems like they came prepared. If they don't get permission from the Array Guardians, they're going to rely on us. Yan Wuchen's expression was old-fashioned, and he ignored her and remained silent. How can we meet the Array Guardians so easily? Even if we know of their existence, we don't know how to contact them. Since you know that the Array Guardians are supporting number 1, why don't you look for him? Lu Xiuan said angrily. We know that we can't meet them. Ning Jingfeng smiled faintly. In fact, if the Array Guardians really exist, with their abilities, they must know what has happened. We're just here to confirm it, and at the same time, we want to remind the elders of Hongmeng that if the Array Guardians don't help us hidden families, they might not help Hongmeng. After all, the Array doesn't rely on you to protect it, and you're essentially no different from us. As for that Yangqing, logically speaking, he's the descendant of one of the Array Guardians. Could it be that the Array Guardians will let him do whatever he wants? As he spoke, Ning Jingfeng raised his head and looked in all directions, as if he was talking to someone in the dark. Ning Jingfeng's every word seemed to strike at the hearts of the Hongmeng heaven-ranked elders, as if tearing off their old faces. Indeed, they were actually anxious in their hearts. Although they had been sitting on the fishing platform, and did not really interfere with the conflict between Yangqing and the hidden families. However, it was not that they did not want to, but they were afraid of getting into trouble. Yangqing's speed of growth was far beyond their imagination. To be able to stir up the illusory realm with his own strength, this was not something that a 20-year-old kid could do, but he did it. This caught the elders of the illusory realm off guard. By the time they understood that they had to take measures against Yangqing had already killed the special envoy, Xianxia. This kind of humiliation was not something that the high and mighty heaven-ranked elders of Hongmeng could easily tolerate. But, who was going to get back this face? A madman who could force the Luo family back alone. Could it be that they were really stronger than Luo Qianxiao? Faced with such a predicament, Hongmeng could only put aside the matter of dealing with Yangqing again and again. Thus, the current awkward situation appeared. Seeing that no one spoke, Yan Xiaoming, who was gently waving her feather fan, smiled like a woman and said, "Hee, it is impossible to ask the Array Protector to come forward. If those two were willing to help, they would have done so long ago. I am afraid that in their eyes, it does not matter even if our Hongmeng, along with your 3 big families, were all dead." Elder Yan, how can you judge the Array Protector so rashly? Yan Wuchen frowned. Yan Xiaoming snorted softly, isn't that so? Judging from the aura that the Array Protector had secretly released, he was much stronger than the Luo family's patriarch. Why would such an omnipotent person bother to stoop to our level? Luo Qianxiao, Ning Jingfeng and the rest's expressions changed. From what she said, it seemed that the Array Protector had displayed his true yuan pressure in order to convey the instructions to Hongmeng. Stronger than Luo Qianxiao? Could it be that he was already at the Shangqing realm, or even the Jade Qing realm? If it was the Jade Clear realm, it was said that it did not exist 20,000 years ago. However, how exactly Zeus was imprisoned 20,000 years ago was still a mystery to this day. This was because no one had ever seen a scene where someone could activate the 12 Citadel Heavenly Fiend God formation. Therefore, no one could be sure if a Jade Clear realm cultivator could use the power of the Grand Formation. Just as Elder Yan said, the Guardian of the Array hasn't made a move yet. Clearly, he isn't prepared to stand up for us cultivators in the illusion. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We have to fight for an opportunity to survive. Elders, there is an opportunity before us. As long as Hongmeng joins hands with us hidden families, we can kill Yanqing if he dares to enter the illusion. If Hongmeng hesitates and doesn't help us, it will be too late for Yanqing to defeat us one by one, Ning Jingfeng said boldly. Oh? The head of the Ning family was confident that he could kill Yanqing? According to what we know, back then, Yanqing escaped unscathed even when he was surrounded by the Luo family. Lu Xiuan said in disbelief. The strange old man in the black robe, Yin Shoji, who had been silent for a long time with his back bent and looked rather wretched, let out a few sinister chuckles. Looks like I haven't shown myself for a long time. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Many of the heaven-ranked elders frowned. Some of them suddenly thought of something and their eyes lit up. The 4 great elders all had suspicious looks on their faces. Yin Shoji, are you really going to make a move? Yan Wuchen asked. Hee. At this juncture, if I don't make a move, will you let me live peacefully? Cough cough. Yin Shoji coughed violently and shook his hunched back. He smiled and said, don't worry, with me here, he's not a threat. Ning Jingfeng smiled generously. Don't worry, everyone. Elder Yin Shoji has already decided to come out. He's only going to deal with Yanqing alone, not all the gods. To Elder Yin Shoji, it's not too difficult. The group of heaven-ranked elders nodded. It made sense. Based on their estimation of Yin Shoji's strength, it was about the same. If what you said is true, even if we kill that traitor Yanqing, how are we going to deal with the gods? Yan Wuchen asked. Xiao Mingyu, who had been silent all this while, chuckled. Elder Yan, you're thinking too much. In reality, we're not fighting the gods at all. The only one who can really attack the illusion is Yanqing. That Yanqing destroyed the Azure Emperor's pagoda in our Xiao family and went to the Luo family to massacre them. I believe that when he finds out that we attacked his base, he'll come again. When that time comes, we can use this opportunity to kill him. As for the gods, what they're afraid of is the Formation Protector and the Demon God Formation. They don't take us seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only sent 3 chief gods. Although this was unpleasant to the ears, it made sense. The 4 elders exchanged glances for a while. Finally, Yan Wuchen said, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Yanqing has always killed people. If we're not careful, our Hongmeng will be littered with corpses. We need to think carefully before deciding whether or not to make a move. Since the 4 of you are here, why don't you go to the VIP room on the quiet Lotus Island and rest for a while? When the discussion is over, I'll inform you of our decision in Hongmeng. Luo Qianxiu and Ning Jingfeng naturally had no objections. After all, it was a little illogical for Hongmeng to suddenly ally with the hidden families to fight against the lunatic Yanqing. Not to mention all the heaven-ranked elders, even the 4 elders might not agree. Therefore, the 4 of them followed the Hongmeng deacon to a floating island below Heaven's Vault Island and waited quietly for a response. The quiet Lotus Island, where Hongmeng received their distinguished guests, was suspended between the Earth-ranked group and Heaven's Vault Island. It was a place with a mortal fog and a clear lake. There were a few mahogany houses on the island, which were small residences for the guests to rest. After the 4 of them entered the VIP room, a few female cultivators from Hongmeng took some maojian that they had picked from Heaven's Vault Island and left quietly. Luo Qianxiu and Ning Jingfeng sat down and began to drink tea unhurriedly. Yin Shoji floated in the air like a cloud of black fog, meditating and conserving his energy. Only Xiao Mingyu paced back and forth unhappily and muttered, what are these old fellows from Hongmeng still hesitating for? Yanqing has already killed their special envoy and completely ignored their offer of amnesty. When the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact. Could it be that they think that Yanqing won't lay a hand on them? When Yanqing continues to grow, will there still be a place for Hongmeng in the whole of Huaxia? Or are they able to swallow their anger? Brother Mingyu, you're a little impetuous. You can't do that. You've just taken back the position of the family head from Xiao Mengyue. Shouldn't you be happy? Ning Jingfeng sipped his tea and said. Xiao Mingyu snorted coldly and said proudly, second brother, that idiot, deserved to die. I knew that he wouldn't be the family head for long. I deserve to be the Xiao family head. What's there to be happy about? Oh yes, brother Mingyu, since Xiao Mengyue is dead, what do you plan to do with his grandson, Xiao Yanxiu? He's a good seedling. Ning Jingfeng narrowed his eyes and said. A cold light flashed in Xiao Mingyu's eyes. Ning Jingfeng, you've investigated very clearly. Humph, I have my own ideas on how to deal with it. As the Xiao family head, I've always done things impartially for the benefit of the Xiao family. These words did not match his heart because the murderous intent in his eyes was clear. In this joint attack by the Xiao family, Xiao Mahui, Xiao Majing, and Xiao Mengyue had all died in battle. Xianxia was the most obvious third-generation successor in the family. However, he was after all not a descendant of Xiao Mingyu. Hence, it was a big problem for him to survive. However, at this critical juncture, no one would come forward to embarrass Xiao Mingyu and protect Xianxia. It didn't matter much whether this kid died or not. At most, after the crisis, Xiao Mingyu could choose a successor from the hundreds of third-generation descendants of the Xiao family. Just as the few of them were chatting, a graceful red shadow suddenly flew in from outside. Luo Qianqiu. You still have the face to come and die. Watch me chop off your dog head. This cold-looking girl flew into the room and waved her horsetail whisk, sending out several whips of white hair. They intertwined from all directions and tightly wrapped around Luo Qianqiu's neck. Luo Qianqiu was calmly drinking his tea. He didn't even look at her, as if he didn't even notice that this girl had barged in. Ning Jingfeng and Xiao Mingyu also didn't move, only revealing a strange smile as if they were watching a good show. Pung. Pung pung. Before the horsetail whisks could even touch Luo Qianqiu, they were stopped in midair and dispersed. An invisible true essence shockwave spread out from Luo Qianqiu's body and pushed the red figure away like a Tai Chi hand. It did not hurt her. The woman in red staggered a few steps back. Her face was flushed and she was furious. It was Yan Feiyu who had taken off her nun's clothes and returned to her female attire. Oh, Master Luo, your old lover is here to look for you. Aren't you a little too cold to treat her like this? Ning Jingfeng teased. Yan Feiyu glanced at him coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? Ning Jingfeng. Don't forget that this is Hongming Shantian Island, not your Ning family. Aya, I'm sorry. I forgot that Miss Feiyu is the second daughter of the Yan family. Sorry. Ning Jingfeng smiled mischievously. Yan Feiyu ignored him and raised the tiny horsetail whisk in her hand. A white rune swirled around it and a large number of ice spikes suddenly burst out, shooting towards Luo Qianqiu like thousands of arrows. Although she had advanced to the karmic fire stage, the difference between them was still too big for Luo Qianqiu. The icicles were melted by the icicles before they could even reach 3 feet away from Luo Qianqiu. The profound ice arrows were just like a puddle of ice water, as they fell to the ground, bringing with them a cool breeze. Yan Feiyu saw that Luo Qianqiu did not even look at her and became even angrier. Her attacks were ineffective and she decided to charge forward like a shrew. Yan Feiyu ran towards Luo Qianqiu and scolded, You ingrate. Despicable bastard. I'll tear you apart. Luo Qianqiu frowned at her attitude. He flicked his sleeves and sent her flying with another wave of true essence. A dozen cultivators flew in from outside. The man at the front caught Yan Feiyu. It was Yan Feiyun. Second sister. Stop fooling around. Yan Feiyu struggled to escape from her brother's hands. Big brother, don't worry about me. Go and kill that bastard Luo Qianqiu for me. I know you hate him. I also want to dig his heart out. But we're not his match. Yan Feiyun gritted his teeth and glared at Luo Qianqiu. Yan Feiling ran forward and grabbed Yan Feiyu's arm. Second sister, don't be like this. You should be thankful that he didn't kill you. Humph. Kill me if he has the guts. How dare he? Yan Feiyu's face turned red and pale. She was furious. More than 10 Tribulation Stage Yan clan cultivators were already standing in front of the 3 siblings, nervously guarding them. But they all knew that if Luo Qianqiu, who had been silent all this time, were to make a move, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Luo Qianqiu finally got up slowly, glancing at the 3 siblings. This seat has already spared you several times. If you dare to offend me again, this seat will not let you off lightly. Bah! Luo Qianqiu. What are you talking about? If you're really that powerful, you wouldn't need to come to Hongming for help. I'm going to tell my father right now. We, Hongmeng, will not do anything. I'll kill everyone in the Luo clan. Yan Feiyu scolded. Humph, Elder Yan is not someone you juniors can shake. He's not as ungrateful as you are. Luo Xianxia said disdainfully. You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. You ruined my life. Do you think my father will let you off so easily? Yan Feiyu said angrily. Luo Qianqiu's face darkened. Yan Feiyu, this seat has nothing to do with you. What happened back then was your own wishful thinking. I've never promised you anything. Today, I've already spared you 3 times. Otherwise, do you think I won't dare to kill you in Hongmeng? Yan Feiyun and Yan Feiling were furious when they heard this. Although the 3 siblings had their own disputes and tempers, they were all members of the Yan clan after all. They were biological siblings. Yan Feiyu's ill-fated relationship with Luo Qianqiu in the past was indeed because Yan Feiyu had fallen in love with him first. But as a man, not only did Luo Qianqiu abandon Yan Feiyu, he even abandoned her like a shoe. How could the proud and arrogant Yan family members really tolerate this? If Luo Qianqiu had not been stronger than Yan Wuchen, and if Yan Feiyu had not taken the initiative, Yan Wuchen would have gone to war with the Luo clan. After all, if Yan Wuchen had really made a move, the other experts in Hongmeng would have done so. Even if they couldn't destroy the Luo clan, they would at least make them suffer. When that happened, the Ning clan and the Shao clan would suppress the Luo clan. This matter would not be resolved so easily. Luo Qianqiu, if anything happens to my second sister, the Yan clan will not be able to coexist with you. You will receive retribution for what you've said today. Yan Feiyun remained calm and did not let go. He grabbed Yan Feiyu and left with his men. No matter how much Yan Feiyu cried, Yan Feiyun did not let go. In the end, he was dragged away. When it was quiet, Ning Jingfeng chuckled and said to Luo Qianqiu, Master Luo, if our alliance with Hongmeng falls through because the elders of Elder Yan Wuchen's faction did not agree to it, it's all your fault. Keep your heart to yourself. Luo Qianqiu sat down leisurely and said, Yan Wuchen is not a child. He knows that the most rational choice is to make. Otherwise, he could have refused to see us. On the other side, on a floating island in the Earth realm, Yan Feiyu, who had been dragged to a pavilion in the middle of a lake by Yan Feiyun, was still sobbing. She no longer had the cold arrogance of Abyss Misty Rain. Instead, she looked more like a pitiful woman who had been abandoned. Yan Feiling patted her second sister's shoulder. Her eyes were red and she did not know how to comfort her. Yan Feiyu hated men to the core because she was abandoned by Luo Qianqiu. She wanted to become a nun and gave herself the Buddhist title of Abyss Misty Rain. This was also the reason why she wanted to take Chengwei as her disciple and disliked Yongqing. This was an open secret among the higher-ups of Hongmeng and a great humiliation to the Yan clan. However, because of Yan Wuchen, no one dared to talk about it. Yan Feiyu's heart seemed to have recovered a lot. However, after seeing Luo Qianqiu today, the sad memories from decades ago resurfaced again. Second sister, I know you hate him. However, he is too powerful. Even father can only pretend that nothing happened and see him as usual. You shouldn't be so rash, Yan Feiyun sighed. Brother. I know, but I just can't take it. Yan Feiyu wiped her tears and said, I've let father down and the ancestors of the Yan clan. I really want to die. If I didn't do things my own way back then, I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. I don't have the face to see father. Second sister, how can the feelings between a man and a woman be controlled so easily? Back then, your cultivation was still low. It's normal that you couldn't control your Taoist heart. If you want to blame someone, blame Luo Qianqiu for his evil intentions. He pretended to deceive you and stole our Yan clan's cultivation technique. Even now, he still refuses to admit it. Yan Feiyu's eyes were filled with sadness. She lowered her head silently. It seemed that after calming down, there was more sadness in her eyes. Suddenly, Yan Feiyun turned to Yan Feiling and said, Third sister, this time, Hongmeng will most likely attack together to deal with Yongqing. I know that you haven't completely disassociated yourself from the Yang clan. However, this time, don't stand on the wrong side. Otherwise, father won't be able to protect you. At the mention of this, Yan Feiyu also raised her head and looked at her sister worriedly. Yan Feiling bit her thin lips and revealed a trace of pity. In the end, she could only nod her head. I know, big brother. Actually, even if I don't want Child Yang to be hurt, there's nothing I can do for him. Yan Feiling sighed. Just as the three siblings were thinking about something and were silent, a figure flew over from afar and landed respectfully in front of Yan Feiyun. Elder Feiyun, we've caught a seriously injured intruder. How should we deal with him? The Earth stage of Hongmeng would usually deal with daily affairs. As one of the Earth stage elders, Yan Feiyun was in charge of the defense of Hongmeng. Intruder? Yan Feiyun asked suspiciously, have you asked who he is? How did he get injured? The man replied, he said that he wants to see his big brother. Something big has happened to the family. He's the second master of the Ning family. However, we saw that he was seriously injured and seemed to be delirious, so we didn't dare to deal with him. After being stunned for a moment, Yan Feiyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, bring me to that person immediately. Soon, Yan Feiyun arrived at an empty space. There were two Hongmeng cultivators guarding a wounded person. He was lying on the ground, his face was charred black, and he seemed to be dying. Yan Feiyun was knowledgeable. Although this cultivator's face was unrecognizable, and his clothes were tattered and black as if they had been roasted, he could still recognize him from his face. He was the second master of the Ning family, Ning Xinggang. Ning Xinggang. What happened to you? Yan Feiyun rushed to Ning Xinggang's side and asked hurriedly. Quick, quick. Ning Xinggang stretched out his hand with difficulty and grabbed Yan Feiyun's arm. His lips moved slightly. Inform my big brother. Yangqing. Yangqing has attacked our Ning family. Yan Feiyun and the rest of the Hongmeng cultivators were dumbfounded. They knew that Yangqing and the hidden family were at loggerheads, but they didn't expect that this lunatic would actually attack them alone. Seeing that Ning Xinggang was about to die, he quickly took out a bottle of healing mid-grade spirit pills. This was a very precious item, but he couldn't be stingy at a time like this. He stuffed the spirit pill into Ning Xinggang's mouth and transferred some true essence to him. Finally, Ning Xinggang's injured meridians were slightly healed, allowing him to regain some vitality and temporarily preserve his life. Ning Xinggang's eyes became clearer, and he regained some strength. Yan Feiyun helped him up. Let's go. I'll bring you to Heaven's Vault Island to see my father and the rest. He then instructed a few other cultivators, go and inform the head of the Ning family. Quick. For a moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped everyone. The Hongmeng cultivators scattered and began to spread the news. When Yan Feiyun brought Ning Xinggang to Heaven's Vault Island, he saw Ning Jingfeng and Luo Qianxiu following him to the meeting place. Seeing Ning Xinggang's situation, Ning Jingfeng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked what had happened. The group of Heaven Stage elders was also a little stunned by this sudden situation. Ning Xinggang panted heavily as he briefly recounted what had happened. The entire place fell silent and everyone sucked in a cold breath. It turned out that about 15 minutes ago, Yangqing suddenly appeared in the sky above the territory of the Ning family. When the guards discovered Yangqing didn't say a word and immediately started a frenzied massacre. Various kinds of karmic fire, dark water, weak water, purple fire, blue fire, and dark fire attacked, causing these Ning family cultivators to die with grievances. Ning Xinggang, who realized that the situation was not good, ran to Hongmeng to report under the urging of the few weak water stage supreme elders who stayed behind. If it were not for the 4 grand elders struggling to hold on, and one of the grand elders had a lower grade immortal weapon, Ning Xinggang would not have been able to escape from Yangqing's control. Even so, Ning Xinggang was affected by the purple fire and was severely injured. He almost died before he could reach Hongmeng. Damn it! Why would Yangqing attack our Ning family first? Ning Jingfeng cursed. He couldn't imagine the predicament his family was in right now. Xiao Mingyu suddenly frowned and said, Ning Jingfeng, what do you mean? Do you want our Xiao family to be destroyed first? Isn't that so? You guys started a feud with him first. Ning Jingfeng roared. You bastard. Luo Qianxiu's shout cut off the quarrel between the two, his voice cold and harsh, enough. This is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. Yangqing went to the Ning family. The reason is very simple. When he flew over from overseas, the Ning family was the first place he reached. It was closer than the Luo family and the Xiao family. What? Ning Jingfeng and Xiao Mingyu were stunned. Then they thought about it and realized that it was true. The Ning family, which was located in the south of the illusion realm, was the first hidden family to arrive from the southwest. Luo Qianqiu said to the group of Heaven Stage Elders in a deep voice, "Dear Heaven Stage Elders, are you still hesitating? Yangqing will attack the Ning family first, and not the Luo family and the Xiao family. This can only mean that he is determined to eradicate all three of our families, so he doesn't care who has a deep grudge or a shallow grudge. Do you really think that a lunatic like him would let Hongmeng get away with killing innocents? Or do you think that you will have a chance to defeat Yangqing when our hidden family falls? Don't forget. He has the Chaos Cauldron. There is only one way to defeat the Chaos Cauldron, absolute power, a desperate suppression. If we let it repeatedly eat a large number of cultivators, it will only become more and more difficult to deal with." The Heaven Stage Elders all became nervous. The four elders exchanged glances, as if they were planning to make up their minds. Ning Jingfeng suddenly thought of something and asked Ning Jinggang, "Second brother, where is third sister? Is she mediating with Yangqing?" "No. Third sister, she..." Ning Jinggang said dejectedly, "I don't know where she went, I can't see her." WH. What? At this critical moment of the family's survival, she disappeared. Ning Jingfeng's face was ashen, and he was extremely angry. While the atmosphere was heavy, Yan Wuchen and the other elders nodded heavily. "Good, in order to uphold justice and eradicate evil, we will put down our prejudices this time and join the experts of the hidden families to kill the evil thief Yangqing," Yan Wuchen said loudly. Luo Qianqiu's eyes flashed as he said, "Since that's the case, let's not delay any further. We will gather our experts and head to the Ning family together." Ba. Master Yan Yun said, "This old monk will not be accompanying you in this operation. This old monk will bring my disciples to set up the Vajra demon subduing formation to protect Hongmeng, so as to prevent some evildoers from taking advantage of the situation. I hope that the clan leaders will forgive me. Master's words are too serious, we can understand." Although Master Yan Yun would lose a great help if he didn't go with them, with the other three elders from the top 10 experts leading a group of heaven rank elders, it would be more than enough. Luo Qianqiu and the others wouldn't insist on it. At the same time, in the central region of the North Pole, on the vast ice and snow wilderness, a magnificent scenery was silently blossoming. It was an unimaginably huge golden tree. It broke out of the ice and went straight into the clouds. The circumference of this huge golden tree alone was more than 1,000 feet. The base of the main trunk extended into the bottomless Arctic Ocean, and no one knew where its roots extended to. The crown of the tree, which was nearly 10,000 meters high, was like a golden flame that covered the sky and the sun. The branches were all swaying with golden leaves. Every golden leaf was shining like the sun, and it was even bigger than an ordinary passenger plane. On the huge tree, whether it was the trunk, branches, or leaves, they were all flashing with obscure and strange characters. The characters were constantly rotating and flowing, as if there were trillions of spirits cheering and jumping. And surrounding the huge tree for dozens of kilometers, there was also a huge light golden protective wall. However, the impenetrable defense wall could gather the endless solar energy in the sky, which was then absorbed by the giant tree and turned into its own power. In the center of the tree crown, in a dazzling area, a man and a woman were floating in the air. The man and the woman were shining with bright yellow and light golden light respectively, like two balls of light. If one looked carefully, they would find that the light came from their heads. After the energy emitted by the huge golden tree was absorbed into the bodies of the man and the woman, another kind of energy was released from their heads and poured into the center of the huge tree. In the center of the tree crown, a ball of light yellow energy that contained vitality was gradually growing. Suddenly, two figures entered this peaceful and tranquil golden area. It was also a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black suit and looked sinister, while the woman was wearing a cloud-sleeved green gown and looked like a fairy. The man and woman who were exchanging energy with the huge tree turned around and looked at the intruder. After exchanging glances with the man and woman, they both looked calm and unsurprised. It's been hard on you, Ares, Aphrodite. That bitch is really too much. Why did she only let you two help the Tree of Earth to recover? Isn't it tiring? The woman in the green gown said with an arrogant smile. She was Ningruaju of the Ning family, and the glowing man and woman were Ares and Kristen, who had disappeared before. Kristen frowned and combed her blonde hair elegantly. This simple action was like a beautiful painting. She sighed softly. After so long, you're finally willing to show up at this time. We thought you were going to hide and let Hermes be your spokesperson. I haven't seen you for more than 3,000 years, Hera. Ningruaju, who was the queen of heaven Hera, giggled, I didn't mean to hide, it's just that. I'm not interested in coming out. But it's different now. I didn't expect that crazy woman to use Gaia's heart to plant the Tree of Earth again. Hera, stop pretending. I think it's not that you're not interested in coming out, it's not that you're not interested in coming out, it's just that it's not easy to do things. Kristen mocked. Aphrodite, why do you say that? Hera leisurely bent down and sniffed a golden leaf with a calm look. Kristen said, you still don't want to admit it? There's no one else in the world who can make a fake magical girdle other than Hephaestus. Only he knows all the key points of forging, and only you can make him do such a thing. That time, you used a fake to expose Athena's plan, but you didn't show up and let Hermes run errands for you. Do you think we can't guess? Hera looked stunned, so you're talking about that matter. It's a pity that it didn't have the desired effect. I can only say that my divination isn't proficient enough and I didn't grasp the timing right. Divination? Ares turned his head and frowned, is it that Xianxia cultivator's calculation ability that's similar to Athena's great prophecy? Wasn't the user of that spell killed by Athena 20,000 years ago? Hera laughed, that's right. I've thought about it for a long time. To defeat that bitch, I have to deal with her great prophecy as much as possible. So I spent thousands of years collecting all kinds of ancient books to restore the divination. You've been hiding for more than 3,000 years. So you've been studying the techniques of Xianxia cultivators? Ares grinned, you're really good at enduring. Unfortunately, you're no match for Athena's absolute strength. Hera chuckled a little unwillingly, yes, I fell short at the last moment. But it's not bad now. At least I can see that the bitch's great prophecy is no longer absolutely accurate. This means that one day in the future, the ending may be different from what she thought. This is very interesting. So you two aren't here to disturb us? Kristen asked suspiciously. Hermes spread his hands, hey, Aphrodite, Ares, what are you thinking? Even if we don't like Athena, it doesn't mean that we don't want the revival of the gods. This is the Tree of Earth, in front of Mother Gaia, we will not be disrespectful. There are only two of you. It will take a long time for the Tree of Earth to recover to its peak. Aren't Poseidon and Apollo going to help? Hera asked. Kristen let out a sigh of relief. She knew that the two of them weren't here to pick a fight, but to take a look out of goodwill. She smiled. According to the original plan, Athena hoped to collect the divinity scattered in some artifacts and cultivate a part of the divine race. Then, together with the divinity of the 11 main gods, they would activate the core Titan bloodline of the Tree of Earth. However, Athena later discovered that Earth was different from Mars. Earth's core contained some trace elements that could activate the Titan's bloodline. As long as the time was right, the Titan's bloodline could be successfully activated. Therefore, she gave up on the cloned Protoss warriors. Anyway, their divinity was very incomplete and could not be of much use. Now, Ares and I are mainly responsible for looking after the Tree of Earth. Helping the Tree of Earth to activate the Titan's bloodline is actually not a heavy responsibility, so you don't need to help too much. Hera squinted her eyes and smiled. In that case, Athena did make a wrong move. Her great prophecy is indeed inaccurate. Ever since she had a problem with herself. But what she wanted to do is finally coming true, isn't it? Kristen asked rhetorically. Hera nodded and turned back to look at the boundless land of ice and snow in the distance. I didn't expect Earth to be more suitable for the growth of the Tree of Earth. But, it seems that if the Earth's core is affected by the Tree of Earth, It will not be as simple as global cooling in the future. Humans have to be careful. Hee hee. Hermes laughed evilly. They are a group of lowly reptiles, inferior creatures. If it weren't for us losing the support of Gaia's heart, Xiao would not have been able to hold on, and humans would have been wiped out by us. This is just a delayed occupation after 20,000 years. A trace of pity flashed in Kristen's eyes. She said irritably, if the two of you are here to take a look, then you can leave. With the Gaia barrier, the Tree of Earth is very safe. Alright, I know you are still angry. But it just so happens that I have nowhere else to go. Why don't I stay here and relax for a while? Hera gently stroked the thick trunk and smiled. Although ordinary humans can't find this place, it will be troublesome if a powerful Xianxia cultivator comes. With me here, you can serve the Tree of Earth in Anqing. No need. It'll be great if a master comes to relieve my boredom, Ares said disdainfully. Hera rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Hermes smiled eerily. At this time, I'm afraid Hades has already killed his way into the illusion. Aren't you going to take a look? So what if I saw it? The outcome of this battle was already decided anyway. It's all arranged by that B*TCH, Hera said casually. Then, she laid down gracefully on a dense leaf, as if she was going to have a good nap. Kristen and Ares looked at each other with a complicated expression and shook their heads. Illusion, Ning family. The originally modern and magnificent skyscrapers were already in ruins. The skyscrapers had collapsed one by one and were in tatters. The sea of fire burned the broken buildings. After a large area of woodland was affected, it spread further. It wouldn't be long before this place became a ruin. The Ning family seemed to be a thing of the past. The guards and cultivators of the Ning family had also suffered heavy casualties. Only a small part of them escaped. Most of them had died in the battle in just half an hour. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. It was no longer possible to describe the tragedy here. Burnt limbs and broken bones were everywhere, and scattered flesh and organs were everywhere. It was almost impossible to see that any of the corpses were complete. Of course, there were many cultivators who had been completely burned, and corroded. Not a single corpse was left. At this time, in the sky, there was a grayish-black energy that seemed to cover the sky. It was wreaking havoc in the surrounding spiritual energy, as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. Xianxia stood between heaven and earth. His eyes were filled with a fanatical killing intent brought about by a crazy massacre. The huge chaos cauldron faintly attracted the sound of wind and thunder. It also sounded like the low roar of chaos as it circled in the sky. After the massacre just now, Xianxia had used the chaos cauldron to eat hundreds of cultivators in the tribulation stage. With Yangqing's current Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation Realm and Cultivation level, he could enter the Shangqing realm at any time. These cultivators of the Ning family were no match for him. No matter how many came, they would all die. However, most of the cultivators of the Ning family were arrogant and had no thoughts of escaping. When they realized that their strength could not be made up for, it was already too late. After these cultivators turned into pure spiritual energy and were absorbed, even at Yangqing's current cultivation level, there was a very obvious improvement in his cultivation level. The Chaos Cauldron also grew a lot stronger. The ferocious totem on it was clearer and more powerful than before. Streams of chaotic energy condensed into the shape of giant flying swords and terrifying battle axes. They also turned into roaring beasts and attacked their opponents without restraint. In reality, there were only two lonely figures that were stubbornly resisting the wave after wave of fierce attacks from Yangqing. Demon! You have created such a heinous crime. You will definitely die a horrible death in the future. The great elder of the Ning family, Ming Xiang, who was over 300 years old, had blood at the corner of his mouth. With the cultivation of the weak water peak, he was activating a purple gold cone-shaped hollowed magic treasure. It was a low-grade defensive immortal weapon of the Ning family, the purple gold exquisite shield. This magic treasure was said to be integrated with a trace of the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the black tortoise. It could activate the two spirits of metal and earth to form a tyrannical large-scale barrier. What was more precious was that this magic treasure could gather the cultivation of more than one cultivator to activate. As the total amount of true essence activated increased, its power could also increase dramatically. Even a normal offensive immortal weapon could not break this barrier. Even if it was broken, the power of the attack would be greatly reduced. It was a purple-gold barrier that was tens of feet wide. It protected him and the other great elder, Xianxia, who was at the weak water middle stage. The two of them were trying their best to transfer true essence to resist Yangqing's increasingly violent attacks. But the two great elders were no longer enough for Yangqing. It was only a matter of time before they were broken through. Every time Yangqing's purple fire, blue fire, chaotic force, and dazzling attacks fell on the barrier, the two of them could not help but feel their blood and qi turning. It was extremely uncomfortable. But when they thought of the hundreds and thousands of cultivators of the Ning family and the two great elders of the weak water stage who had died in the battle for the family, they had no thoughts of escaping. Humph, I didn't come to kill you, but you still want to kill my wife and daughter. All this is what your hidden family asked for. Are you saying that only I can die and you can't? Yangqing was not in the mood to listen to their messy righteousness. He had made up his mind to exterminate the hidden family first. Anyway, tens of thousands of people had died in his hands. It didn't matter if there were thousands more. This was crazy, but for Yangqing, it was the most direct and effective way. If I don't go to hell, who will? Another dozen or so chaotic force attacks smashed against the purple-gold barrier. Finally, a few cracks appeared on the barrier. Puff. The female elder, Xianxia, who was helping to channel the true essence, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as a sheet, and it seemed that she could not hold on any longer. Ningxiang exclaimed, "Xianxia." But before he could say anything, Yangqing continued to send dozens of attacks, like thousands of arrows piercing through the heart, shattering the purple-gold barrier. Originally, there were other grand elders who could help, but after Yangqing killed them one by one, only the two of them were left. Even with a low-grade celestial artifact-level defensive magic treasure, they could not withstand the attack of Yangqing's Chaos Cauldron. After all, the gap was too big. After all, the Chaos Cauldron had recovered to at least the level of a high-grade celestial artifact. If it completely recovered, it might not be able to measure its power as a celestial artifact. The two of them were already strained with true essence, and Yangqing's absorption of the power of heaven and earth could be said to be endless. Once the time passed, the truth would be revealed. Ningxiang and Xianxia had completely given up on attacking and staked everything on defense for such a short period of time. There were some cracks on the purple-gold exquisite shield. If this celestial artifact continued to be used forcefully, it might be destroyed in the hands of Yangqing. Ningxiang looked at Xianxia, who was dying and could fall at any time, and sighed bitterly in his heart. It's been tens of thousands of years. Is the Ning family really going to perish today? As the one with the highest cultivation among the grand elders who had returned to guard the clan, Ningxiang naturally knew that it was impossible for the clan to only have these few grand elders left. However, the only possibility for those hidden old fellows to not show themselves despite seeing the clan being massacred was that they didn't want to die. Everyone knew that they were no match for Yangqing, so they chose to live on rather than fight to the death for the family. Thinking of this, Ningxiang realized that even if the Ning family could really survive, the will of the family was already dead. This was true decline. It was fine in times of peace, but once a disaster occurred, they would be like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Yangqing didn't think too much about it. He felt that he had wasted too much time trying to break through this damned defense. If it wasn't for that defensive immortal artifact, he would have killed everyone in the Ning clan long ago. He wouldn't have let so many people escape. Seeing that the two elders of the Ning family could not continue, Yangqing immediately controlled the Chaos Cauldron to cover them. Seeing that the two elders of the Ning family could not continue, Yangqing immediately controlled the Chaos Cauldron to cover them. Seeing that the Chaos Cauldron was right in front of them and the huge suction force made them unable to move, Ningxiang put on a ferocious expression and used all his strength to try to escape. Ningxiu couldn't hold on any longer. She gave up resisting and directly became a meal on the plate of chaos. She was sucked into the cauldron and turned into a stream of spiritual qi. His old friend of hundreds of years had to watch helplessly as he watched his friend die. He could not even say a word as he channeled his vital energy to escape. At this critical moment, several dark red lightning bolts shot from afar like meteors, followed by a large number of blue ice arrows. They flew towards Xianxia like a swarm of locusts. Xianxia frowned as he sensed a large number of cultivators approaching. He smiled evilly. Are the reinforcements finally here? That's good, it saves me the trouble of looking for them. Turning around, he raised his hand and raised a grayish-white light screen of weak water, blocking all the fatal attacks outside. Not even the corner of his clothes could touch it. As expected, Luo Qianqiu, Ning Jingfeng, and Yan Wuchen arrived with a large group of cultivators from the Luo family, Xiao family, and Hongmeng. Ning Jingfeng's eyes turned red with anger when he saw that the Ning clan was in ruins. He was filled with murderous intent and he wanted to skin Yangchen alive. On the other hand, Luo Qianqiu and Xiao Mingyu were more or less gloating. He is indeed ferocious. He has been bewitched by the Chaos Cauldron and has become a murderous demon. Elder Lu Xiuan lamented bitterly as he looked at the bloody scene on the ground and the severed limbs. This man's strength is unimaginable. He is only in his 20s, but he has fallen into the path of evil. If we don't get rid of him today, he will be a great threat to Huaxia in the future. Xiao Mingyu said solemnly. The group of Hongmeng elders nodded in agreement. This scene was too shocking for them to bear. Ning Xiang finally had the chance to fly to the reinforcements and report the situation to Ning Jingfeng. Knowing that another 3 great elders of the clan had died in battle, Ning Jingfeng was so anxious that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood out of anger. However, when they saw the cracks on the purple gold exquisite shield that could not be used by force, they felt a chill down their spines again. This guy could even break a fairy weapon. If it was an ordinary cultivator in the weak water stage, he would not be able to take a single blow from him. Yangqing looked at the hundreds of illusion experts gathered together. His fighting spirit surged and he said in a loud voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Who has fallen into the path of evil and who has fallen into the path of righteousness is not something that you sanctimonious people can say. Heaven is watching what people do. Today's battle is also caused by your greed. I, Yangqing, have a clear conscience. At least I am the one who killed them. I will not deny that I want to kill all of you old thieves and wash the illusion with blood. Come up if you have the ability. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you the chance to resist. I want to see what you can do to me. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Do you really think that you have 3 heads and 6 arms and can fight 100 people alone? If it wasn't for your ancestor, this old man would have taught you a lesson a long time ago. Your actions today will not be tolerated by the heavens." Ancestor? Yangqing did not understand what he meant, but he was too lazy to think about it. He directly ignored it because the other party was about to attack. Yan Wuchen suddenly took a few steps forward. Layers of surging and magnificent dark blue cold air appeared around his body. His beard and hair fluttered in the wind. Unknowingly, a huge long saber had appeared in his hand. This long saber was black and blue. Ancient patterns covered its entire body. Only the edge of the saber had a trace of light blue. It was more than 10 feet long and 5 feet wide. It was ridiculously large, like a tall building. However, in Yan Wuchen's hands, it was as fast as black lightning, stirring up waves of surging cold air. Elder Yan seems to be serious the moment he goes up. The giant abyss blade hasn't fought for more than 100 years. Immediately, an elder of Hongmeng exclaimed. That must be the case. The opponent is a Tai Ching divine thunder cultivator with the Chaos Cauldron. Although the giant abyss blade is an immortal weapon, it is still a low-grade one. It can't be compared to the Chaos Cauldron. It's hard to say. There's a river of blood here, and there are heavy casualties. The giant abyss blade can increase its power by a lot. But Elder Yan's cultivation level is. Humph. How can you boost his morale? Lu Xiuan bellowed, interrupting the whispers of the Grand Mist sect elders. He flew forward as well, and a large amount of colorful sword chi was released from his body. The sword chi swirled around him, and he looked invincible. Nebula sword. Along with Lu Xiuan's summon, the multicolored sword chi that wreaked havoc converged before him and transformed into a 6-foot-long blade that glowed with multicolored ripples. It was Lu Xiuan's magic treasure, the Nebula sword. It was also a magic treasure between high-grade and immortal artifacts. It could be considered a half-immortal artifact. Combined with Lu Xiuan's sword technique, its power was extraordinary. One was dark blue, the other was colorful. Two figures burst out with true essence pressure that far exceeded the peak of the weak water realm and rushed out. The other cultivators naturally did not want to be left behind. They all took out their own magic treasures and techniques and surrounded Yangqing. Luo Qianxiu, Ning Jingfeng, and the others also led their own men to join in. With a large number of experts from Hongmeng, they were much more confident. Unfortunately, Luo Pingqiao had returned to his family to recuperate, so he could not participate in the battle. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. There must be some special methods among these cultivators. If he rashly attacked someone, he would inevitably be suppressed. Thus, he quietly observed the situation, planning to deal with each move and find an opportunity to break through them one by one. Unexpectedly, this group of people had already discussed something before they came here. None of them got too close to Yang Chen. Yan Wuchen and Lu Xiuan would be the vanguard to restrict Yang Chen. Northern Dark Ice Soul, Profound Ice Domain. Sword Spirit Void, Nebula Sword Formation. The giant abyss blade in Yan Wuchen's hand was like a black bolt of lightning. It instantly fell to the 9 heavens and pierced deep into the ground. Ice-cold true essence surged like a raging wave, and the dark blue northern dark ice formed a sky with a radius of a few miles. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Yangqing. On the other hand, the nebula sword hit the top of the sky just in time. It scattered like the blooming of a galaxy, turning into a rain of countless meteors. Every meteor was a sharp sword that was condensed from dense sword aura. They fell towards Yang Chen and his surroundings in a densely packed manner. The speed at which Yan Wuchen and Lu Xiuan attacked shocked Yangqing. He didn't expect that such a large-scale attack could be completed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the familiar ice dome domain, Yangqing suddenly thought of his encounter in Arnhem, Australia. This old guy is Yan Wuchen? Was he the one who attacked me wearing a mask? His hair color didn't look like it, but it was hard to say. Before Yangqing could think about it, Lu Xiuan's nebula sword array was imminent. The nebula sword could control the spirits of the 5 elements. Therefore, when the flying swords fell, they came in all shapes and sizes, combining hardness and softness to increase their power. Yangqing didn't dare to be careless. After being baptized by such dense sword energies, no matter how strong his body was, he would still be injured. He hurriedly activated the Chaos Cauldron and urged the Chaos Vile Soul to swallow the falling sword energies. The Chaos Vile Soul was almost shattered by the sword rain several times. Fortunately, Yangqing continued to replenish it with the power of chaos and finally survived this round of attack. The strength of the 4 elders of Hongmeng was unquestionable. They calmed the group of cultivators and boosted their confidence, thinking that Yangqing wasn't really difficult to defeat. However, Lu Xiuan, who was the one who executed the killing move, was shocked. His nebula sword formation required a huge amount of true yuan to execute, and he even had the upper hand. He didn't expect it to be useless against Yang Chen. This proved that there was a huge gap between the two of them. At the very least, he would definitely be defeated within a few moves. However, the arrow was already on the bow and had to be released. Lu Xiuan's hands formed sword fingers, and he quickly drew out sword runes one after another. Infinite Sword, Sword Prison Lock. Following his order, there was a sudden change in the mystic ice domain. Just as Yangqing was about to attack the mystic ice dome, he saw that the sword chi light swords that didn't shoot at him just now actually moved. Those sword chi light swords didn't dissipate. Instead, after stabbing into the ground, under Lu Xiuan's command, they all shot thin but sharp sword chi toward the top of Yangqing's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Streaks of colorful sword energy surrounded Yang Chen, forming a cage of sword energy. Then, the sword prison began to claim his life. The sword chi surrounded him from all directions, forming a chaotic space of sword chi. Every second, tens of thousands of sword chi attacked Yangqing's chaos shield. Yang Chen felt that Lu Xiuan's moves were similar to the Shushan sword techniques. It was similar to what Abbess Yun Miao and Hui Lin used, but much stronger than them. In fact, Yang Chen wasn't wrong. Lu Xiuan was indeed an expert from Shushan hundreds of years ago. However, Abbess Yun Miao and the other successors of Shushan thought that he was dead, just like Yujizi when he saw Ling Shuzi, a senior from Kunlun sect. In fact, Yangqing was right. Lu Xiuan was indeed an expert from Mountain Shu hundreds of years ago. It was just that Yujizi thought he was dead when he saw Ling Shuzi, a senior from the Kunlun sect. Yang Chen's body was engulfed in raging flames. The raging purple flames were mixed with a destructive power, like countless poisonous snakes entangling towards the oppressive sword energy. But Yan Wuchen was already waiting for him. He raised the giant abyss blade in his hand, and for some reason, a large amount of dark gray energy was gathering around it. It made the giant abyss blade look even fiercer and colder. But Yan Wuchen was already waiting there. The giant abyss blade in his hand was gathering a large amount of dark gray energy from all directions, making the giant abyss blade even more ferocious and cold. What's this? Yang Cheng's pupils shrank. Because of his understanding of dark flame, Yang Cheng's perception of living souls was greatly enhanced. The giant abyss blade was forcefully robbing the souls of the dead cultivators from the Ning family. The souls of those cultivators were much stronger than those of ordinary people. And because they had just died, they were full of resentment, which was the purest form of yin energy in the world. After being absorbed by the giant abyss blade, the power it could unleash naturally increased. Haha. Old ghost. How dare you say that I'm a demon? Your magic treasure is robbing the souls of those dead cultivators, so they can't be reincarnated. Do you think you're more honorable than me? Yangqing laughed mockingly and fearlessly rose from the ground. He gathered a ball of dark fire around him and charged at Yan Wuchen. But before he could get within 100 feet of Yan Wuchen, he was blocked by dozens of dark ice walls. Northern dark ice soul, illusory ice meteor shower. 100 feet of dark ice. Yan Wuchen waved his blade, and countless ice arrows shot out from all directions. All of them gathered toward Yangqing, trying to turn Yangqing into a sieve. Moreover, Yangqing was surrounded by large patches of dark blue dark ice, shrinking Yangqing's range of movement to a very small area. Within the dark ice domain, all the northern dark ice was under Yan Wuchen's control. The ice arrows could penetrate the ice walls, but Yangqing couldn't. He could only break them by force. Seeing that Yangqing couldn't dodge, Yan Wuchen roared and slashed the giant abyss blade, which was the size of a building, down. Ah! Yan Wuchen's roar shook heaven and earth. Like a black bolt of lightning, it tore through the dark blue illusion and crashed down where Yangqing was. Dark flame was annihilated unwillingly under the pressure of countless ice arrows and ice walls. Meanwhile, the giant abyssal blade was like the last talisman to hasten its death. It carried with it a divine might that caused the entire world to fall silent for a moment. A burst of excitement and joy surged in the hearts of the cultivators. Under such a terrifying attack, Yangqing didn't even have a chance to react. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Yan Wuchen and Lu Xiuan, who were the strongest among the 4 great elders of Hongmeng, immediately took the initiative to attack together. However, before they could fully rejoice, Luo Qianqiu and the others, who were closer to the center of the battle, already had dark and gloomy expressions. The smoke and dust dissipated, and ice crystals danced in the air. A scene that made many cultivators feel despair suddenly appeared. They saw that the ground where Yan Wuchen's giant abyss blade had struck had sunken into a huge pit that was dozens of feet wide and more than 10 feet deep. And in the center of the huge pit, a strong figure was standing with his back straight. His upper body was naked, and his left hand was raised high, and his palm was grabbing the blade of the giant abyss blade. The size of this giant blade was the size of 100 people, but it seemed to be as light as a feather, and it was caught by a single hand. Yangqing slowly raised his head. The muscles on his body weren't exaggerated, but they were filled with explosive power. Under the sunlight, they emitted a faint golden radiance. What made many cultivators shudder was that Yangqing's eyes were burning with disdain and fanaticism, as if he was a god of war who had walked out from the depths of hell and sentenced everyone to death. How is this possible? Yan Wuchen's hands tightly gripped the handle of the giant blade, trembling slightly. If Yangqing had used the powerful power of heaven and earth such as heavenly fire and mystic water to block his attack, he could still understand. But this guy was so abnormal that he could use his body to block the thunderous strike of the giant abyss blade that had gathered a large number of vengeful souls. You didn't expect this, did you? Old man, even if I use my fist, I can still beat all of you to the ground. In fact, Yangchu only dared to take the blade because he relied on the protection of the chaotic force, but it was also a fact that his body was domineering. The corner of Yang Cheng's mouth curled up into a cruel smile. Suddenly, he held the blade in his left hand and used the giant abyss blade's blade as the hilt, fiercely stabbing upwards. Bam! Yan Wuchen was caught off guard, and the hilt in his hand fell out of his hand, and the top directly hit his chest. Pfft! Even with the protection of true essence, this huge force still sent Yan Wuchen flying back dozens of feet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yangchen coldly snorted and directly turned the giant abyss blade around. He held the hilt in his hand and waved it twice in a relaxed manner. I've long wanted to find a big enough blade to kill people. This thing is not bad, I'll accept it. Yangqing injected his own heaven and earth energy into the blade, and the blade seemed to grow a bit bigger. It was already like a large passenger plane, so big that it was shocking, at least 100,000 pounds. But in Yangcheng's hands, the 100,000-pound blade was as easy as a feather, much more nimble than in Yan Wuchen's hands. This was also something that Yangcheng's abnormal physical fitness could do. Even a Shangqing heavenly lightning tribulation cultivator might not have such a physique. Yangqing pointed the giant blade at the crowd. What other good things do you have? Take them out and show your filial piety to me. If you have no more moves, I'll start killing. Arrogant to the extreme. Arrogant to the extreme. Not only did Yan Wuchen have his magic treasure taken away, but he also suffered internal injuries. The Xian ice domain naturally broke, and the situation turned for the worse. After losing so much face, Yan Wuchen was furious, but he did not dare to attack again. Lu Xiuan also retreated back to his position, not knowing what to do. Seeing that Yan Wuchen and Lu Xiuan were unable to trap Yangqing, Ning Jingfeng no longer hesitated, and shouted to Yin Shouji, Elder Yin, you have to take action. Quick! Yin Shouji, who was shrouded in a black robe, laughed a few times. If I knew that they couldn't do it, I would have come and fought you, little thing. After saying that, Yin Shouji floated towards Yangqing like a black cloud, and from his wide sleeves, 9 small shiny objects with a charming white light suddenly flew out. Those who were knowledgeable immediately became spirited when they saw the 9 small objects. Even Luo Qianqiu and the rest revealed a look of joy and confidence. Yangqing was a little puzzled, not knowing what this strange old man was going to do. Just as he was about to slash him with his blade, he saw a magical scene that shocked him. Yin Shouji opened his mouth, and a large amount of scarlet blood mist was spat out. We haven't even started fighting yet. Why is this guy spitting out blood? Yangqing was puzzled. Then, he thought of something and thought, oh no. Is this guy using his natal blood essence to activate some kind of Dharma treasure? Yangqing was right. After the 9 small silver objects were stained with a layer of blood mist, they suddenly emitted an aggressive aura and absorbed all of Yin Shouji's natal blood essence. At this time, Yangqing finally saw what the 9 small objects were. They were 9 horrifying skull nails. He didn't know what the 9 nails were made of, but there was a skull carved on the top of each nail. After each skull ate Yin Shouji's natal blood essence, its eye sockets emitted a gloomy blood-red light, which was extremely horrifying. Yangchen looked at the 9 skull nails flying towards him like lightning. He didn't think too much about it. He channeled his chaos energy and waved the giant abyss blade, intending to block all of them. However, the 9 skull nails didn't have the intention to attack Yangqing. Instead, they spread out dozens of feet around Yangqing. In the blink of an eye, the 9 nails formed a winding void array. It was 3-dimensional, and each skull was the eye of the array, shooting out blood-red light beams. Rustle. After the lightning-fast blood-red light beams linked together, they formed a square cage, imprisoning Yangqing inside. These red light beams radiated through the translucent light wall, and it was completely sealed. Yangqing frowned. He didn't expect this kind of method, but he thought that none of these guys was a match for him. Even if they had Dharma treasures, he could just break them. So, he raised the giant abyss blade in his hand and launched an attack that condensed dark fire and blue fire. Boom! After a loud muffled sound, Yangqing shouted in his mind. Oh no! Not only was the red barrier of the cage not broken, it didn't even budge. The skull on the nail flashed with a bloody light, and the attack was reflected back. It was like a wall that could reflect everything. Whatever Xianxia hit, it would reflect back to him. Not only did the abyssal blade in his hand fall out of his hand, but the raging blue flames and dark flames also burned Xianxia's body. What the hell is that thing? Xianxia dispelled the flames with an ashen face. Fortunately, he was not afraid of the heavenly fire, otherwise he would have killed himself. Seeing Xianxia's miserable situation, the cultivators of Hongmeng and the secluded clans burst into wild laughter. Each of them let out a sigh of relief, as if they were determined to win. Xianxia, you brat, do you really think that no one can stop you? You dare to come to the illusion realm alone to fight all the experts of our secluded clans and Hongmeng. You really know how to boast. Xiaomingyu stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly. Yan Xiaoming laughed sinisterly, as expected of elder Yin Shouji, the real stabilizing force of the Ning family. It seems like you are still the elder. Hee hee. Cough cough. Cough cough. Yin Shouji laughed shrilly, but he couldn't help but cough non-stop. There was still blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't know if it was from just now or from coughing again. His face was already very pale, and now it was as withered as wood, as if he was not far from death. The pressure of his true essence was also a lot weaker. However, it was obvious that Yin Shouji was still quite proud of himself. He looked at Ning Jingfeng and said, Ning Jingfeng, this time you asked me to come out of the mountain, and I have completed the task you asked me to do. Right now, I am very weak, so you have to take care of me, lest some villains take advantage of me. Ning Jingfeng said righteously, of course, Elder Yin, don't worry, everyone who came today is on the same side. Fellow Taoist who killed Xianxia, Elder Yin is our benefactor. Yin Shouji chuckled. Actually, he only said that so that everyone present could hear it. Even if some people wanted to take advantage of the situation, they wouldn't be able to do so. Of course, if anyone wanted to attack him, he would still have the strength to fight back. However, right now, more people's attention was focused on Xianxia, so Yin Shouji wasn't particularly worried. Xianxia was continuously using the abyss giant blade to hack at the red barrier around him. The heavenly fire, Xian water, and chaotic force smashed upwards with all his might. He even used the primal chaos cauldron to absorb and used the primal chaos evil soul to attack. However, no matter how Xianxia attacked, the red barrier could bounce back these attacks. On the contrary, Xianxia was almost severely injured by himself. Luckily, the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture recovered quickly, so Xianxia dared to try it. However, Xianxia slowly realized that after being imprisoned inside, there were some blood-red spots of light around him. When these spots of light touched his body, they would actually emit green smoke. Was it corrosion? Or was it burning? Xianxia checked and found that it wasn't right. These blood-red spots of light were actually sucking his blood. Although only a very small amount of blood was being sucked away, as the number of spots of light increased, Xianxia didn't think that there would be any blood left in him. What shocked Xianxia even more was that his heaven and earth force shield and chaotic force couldn't stop these spots of light. There was simply nowhere for him to hide. Yin Shouji floated outside the prison and laughed sinisterly, little guy. Don't struggle in vain. I'll let you die knowing today. Although this old man's 9 twists dragon trapping nail is a middle-grade immortal artifact, its power is comparable to a high-grade immortal artifact. It was forged by an ancient immortal using the dragon bone of a demon dragon that had gone through the Shanqing heavenly thunder tribulation. This artifact usually needs to be fed with my blood essence. Every time I use it, it consumes a large amount of my blood essence. However, it can chase and kill any opponent, and there is no way to avoid it. The person who is trapped will definitely be sucked dry by this 9 twists dragon trapping nail after an hour and become a skeleton. This artifact can trap any opponent that is at least 1 realm higher than the user. With my strength at the peak of Ruoshui, it is more than enough to trap you, a Taiqing cultivator. No matter how fierce your heaven fire mystic water and chaotic cauldron are, they can't break the imprisonment of the dragon trapping nail. It will only backfire on you. Hearing these words, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Could it be that this ancient immortal met an opponent that had a deep hatred for him that he had to forge such an artifact? He didn't know how it fell into the hands of Yin Shouji. No wonder it was said that the Ning family had the most immortal artifacts. There were at least 3 of them now. In fact, this wasn't an artifact that the Ning family originally had, but Yin Shoji had obtained it by chance. It had been hundreds of years since then. More than 300 years ago, for the sake of stability, he joined the Ning family and became a foreign Grand Supreme Elder. Under normal circumstances, the Ning family wouldn't let Yin Shoji out of the mountain. Although this old man smiled all day long, he killed people like flies. He often used living cultivators as sacrifices for the 9 twists dragon trapping nail to suck them dry. Even he himself, because he needed to use his blood essence to nourish this artifact all year round, became haggard and lifeless. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he wouldn't look like such an old man. Even so, his strength was too strong. The successive masters of the Ning family tried to please him in every way possible. They even specially gave him a piece of land to cultivate alone. Think about it, if he met cultivators like Luo Qianqiu and Luo Pingqiao who had passed the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, if they were to fight, with Yin Shoji around, he could at least kill one of them without getting hurt. What a deterrent. After all, with Yin Shoji's strength, he had the ability to kill cultivators below the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. However, after using the dragon trapping nail, his body would become weak. He would need at least 10 years to recuperate. It would be easy for others to take advantage of him. Therefore, unless it was a life and death situation like this, he wouldn't use this artifact. Yangqing naturally wouldn't believe everything Yin Shoji said. He tried to summon the heavenly fire and mystic water from outside the prison. However, this red prison could even cut off divine senses. Yangqing couldn't attack from the outside at all. At this time, Yin Shoji said to the experts behind him, "What are you waiting for? A long night is fraught with trouble. Hurry up and transfer your true essence to my 9 twists dragon trapping nail so that we can quickly kill this kid." Luo Qianqiu and the others were the first to fly out. After finding a dragon trapping nail, they transferred their majestic true essence to it. The other cultivators also followed suit. They surrounded the blood-red prison and began to use their true essence. The scarlet eyes on the 9 skulls became deeper and more enchanting. It was as if they were all alive, and red flames began to dance. At first, Yangqing didn't know what it meant. However, after a while, he realized that the red spots around his body suddenly increased and became denser. They were actually increasing the speed of sucking his blood. Damn it, this artifact could be used like this. Yangqing suddenly understood. No wonder they gathered a large group of people. Yangqing frowned as he watched his blood being sucked away uncontrollably by the red light spots. He stood in the cell, clenched his fists and fell silent. The cultivators became more excited and satisfied when they saw that Yangqing had given up resisting. "Haha, you were so arrogant just now, but now you look like a stray dog. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy?" Xiao Mingyu laughed. "I think he's so scared that he can't even speak. In another half an hour, this demon will vanish into thin air." Ning Jingfeng grinned hideously. "My Ning family has thousands of lives. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood." Luo Qianqiu shouted, "Don't waste your breath. Kill him with all your might. To prevent more trouble." The cultivators quietened down, but most of them did not care as the chances of Yangqing escaping were too slim. This was the 9 twists dragon trap nail. Ever since the birth of this magical weapon, there had only been cases where the user was killed in the process of casting the spell. There had never been cases where the imprisoned person could escape on his own. Yangqing stood in the middle of the cell with the chaos cauldron circling above his head. The chaos ferocious soul seemed to have calmed down. The next moment, when Yangqing raised his head, there wasn't the slightest hint of frustration on his face. Instead, there was an unfathomable sense of helplessness and sorrow. "I didn't expect you to do this." The cultivators surrounding the prison were confused, thinking that Yangqing was in a delirious state and was spouting nonsense. But then, Yangqing suddenly put the giant abyss blade into his infinite space ring. One of his empty hands was lit up with purple flames, while the other was lit up with blue flames. The flames grew stronger and stronger. "Humph, little thing, you still want to fight like a cornered beast? That will only make you die faster." Yan Xiaoming laughed sinisterly. Yangqing ignored him. Instead, he slammed his fists together. Boom! The purple and blue flames collided violently. It was as if two energies, one purple and one blue, were biting and entangling with each other. After the two beasts tangled with each other for a while, a miraculous scene appeared. The energy formed by the fusion of the purple and blue heavenly fire and mysterious water once again fused together. The muscles on Xianxia's arms bulged and tightened as he used an astonishing strength to compress the two forces. It was as if the enormous pressure was causing the two forces to fuse more and more perfectly. Bye-bye. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of jumping electric sparks began to appear intermittently. A dazzling light began to appear between Xianxia's hands. It was as if a strong light source was about to burst out from between Xianxia's hands. This is... Luo Xianxia was the first to sense something and his eyes were filled with incredulity. Yan Wuchen and the other experts also felt an astonishing power that they had never felt before, as if it was gradually being nurtured in the prison. The light between Xianxia's hands became stronger and stronger, and the smile on Xianxia's face became crazier and crazier. Hee hee. Haha. Didn't they say? Below prime clear, heavenly fire and mysterious water are all useless. I am very curious. This is the 9 heavens divine lightning, what kind of effect will it have? Xianxia stood up with his head held high and his arms opened wide. Bang! A purplish-blue lightning shot out from between his hands like a spear, forming a lightning energy as thick as a water buffalo. Xianxia's body was instantly wrapped in purplish-blue lightning. It was as if the god of thunder had come to life, his might was terrifying and his light was boundless. As the first bolt of lightning was produced, Xianxia continuously mixed the purple and blue flames together. The lightning in the cage became denser and denser. Suddenly, the blood-red light spots were swept away, as if they had evaporated into thin air. In an instant, the blood-red light of the barrier was covered, leaving only a ball of light filled with purplish-blue lightning, releasing an astonishing power. Impossible! Taiqing heavenly lightning. Ning Jingfeng, who had seen Ning Ruozhu's tribulation not long ago, roared hysterically. After many cultivators' thoughts were confirmed, their faces turned pale and their eyes almost popped out. They couldn't believe what they saw. The Taiqing heavenly lightning of the 9 heavens divine lightning was actually created by Xianxia with his bare hands. Yin Shouji felt his soul start to tremble, and the 9-turn dragon trap nail that was connected to him through his essence blood gave him a huge pressure. Yin Shouji panicked and shouted loudly, "Quickly transfer your true essence. Use your true essence to strengthen your defense. He is going to escape. Quickly, quickly." But no matter how he shouted, the cultivators' hearts were already in chaos. The power of the Taiqing heavenly lightning was too overbearing. It was not something that heavenly fire and mysterious water could compare to. Even the blood-sucking red spots on the dragon trap nail were completely evaporated, and the skull on the nail was already showing signs of extinguishing. Luo Qianqiu's eyes were filled with unwillingness and fanaticism. They were both cultivators of the Taiqing heavenly lightning tribulation, but why did Xianxia not only have such a strong body, but he could also control heavenly fire, mysterious water, and even fuse with the power of heaven and earth? Now, he even mastered the Taiqing heavenly lightning of the 9 heavens divine lightning. This was not a legendary ability that a cultivator of the 9 heavens divine lightning tribulation could have. It must have something to do with the endless resolve restoration scripture. The more he thought about it, the angrier Luo Qianqiu got. Why didn't he have the chance to get that peerless cultivation method? If Xianxia knew what Luo Qianqiu was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. He had already given this cultivation method to them, but there was nothing he could do if they didn't believe him. As I expected, although this thing can imprison cultivators of the Taiqing heavenly lightning tribulation, it can't defend against the Taiqing heavenly lightning that even Shangqing tribulation cultivators are afraid of. Xianxia looked at the red cage that was already on the verge of collapse. He suddenly shook it, and the Taiqing heavenly lightning rushed out like mercury. After it swept through the whole cage, it finally shattered all the walls. The 9 twists dragon trapping nails were swallowed by the Taiqing heavenly lightning, and cracks appeared on them. A few of them even broke. Xianxia didn't control his strength well. If he knew that this heavenly lightning was so domineering, he would have held back. These 9 nails were good treasures. He could only blame the user, Xianxia, for not having enough cultivation, so the nails couldn't withstand it. Pooh, Xianxia felt a huge shock in his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper, and he fell from the sky in a daze. These 9 twists dragon-trapping nails were his life, but it was destroyed by Yangcheng's Tai Ching heavenly lightning. Not only did his cultivation suffer a heavy blow, but his heart was also filled with despair. Yangcheng stood between heaven and earth, feeling the pulse of heaven and earth, and he felt satisfied. The Tai Ching heavenly lightning was like an intimate partner, circling around Yangcheng's body, making him look majestic and awe-inspiring. Luo Qianqiu and the rest of the cultivators all revealed fearful expressions. They surrounded him from afar, not daring to move recklessly, afraid that they would be tainted by the Tai Ching heavenly lightning. This thing could directly destroy a person's soul, causing them to vanish into thin air. So you've already grasped the Tai Ching heavenly lightning. Luo Qianqiu gritted his teeth, feeling that he had been deceived by Yangcheng. Yangcheng stretched out his hand, and a bolt of Tai Ching heavenly lightning condensed into a lightning sword that was more than 10 feet long, and he held it in his hand. You guys have a trump card, so I naturally have to hold back as well. If I had let you guys know that I have comprehended the Tai Ching heavenly lightning, how would you guys dare to jump out? Yangcheng teased. In fact, after subduing the primal chaos, in the days after returning, Yangcheng had already truly grasped the Tai Ching divine lightning. That time, when he saw Luo Qianqiu advance to transcend the lightning tribulation, Yangcheng suddenly realized that this purplish-blue Tai Ching divine lightning seemed to have a trace of the power of the purple and blue flames. In the past, he had always wondered how Li fire and Kuwei water could be fused, true Samadhi fire and dark water could be fused, and karmic fire and weak water could be fused. Did the purple, blue, and dark flames that were fused have any special meaning? Now, Yangcheng finally understood that the heavens had already arranged everything well. Actually, according to the order of fusion, the fusion of the purple and blue flames just so happened to be the Tai Ching divine lightning. Of course, it was not like a chemical experiment, where you would definitely succeed after fusing with it. The prerequisite for comprehending the Tai Ching divine lightning was to be like Yangcheng, to truly comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth contained within the Tai Ching divine lightning. Coincidentally, Yangcheng had already comprehended the power of heaven and earth, as well as the incomparably mysterious power of chaos. Therefore, after a few tries, the Tai Ching divine lightning was quietly grasped. However, the days he spent in the Jianghu told Yangcheng that the human heart was sinister. Even though he had comprehended the Tai Ching divine lightning, Yangcheng did not reveal it to anyone. Today, the unexpected appearance of the divine lightning had indeed saved him from the brink of death. Yangcheng was now confident that when he entered the Xianxia heavenly thunder realm, he should be able to fuse the blue fire and dark fire into the Xianxia heavenly thunder. As for the jade heavenly thunder, it should be far away from him. For the time being, Yangcheng did not know if there was any other power above the dark fire. Otherwise, it seemed that the jade heavenly thunder could not be produced. However, there must be a way out. When he had the chance to pass the Xianxia heavenly thunder or the jade heavenly thunder in the future, he might be enlightened. Thinking of this, Yangcheng felt that there was no need to be afraid of this group of cultivators who claimed to be the top masters in the realm of illusion. Yangcheng's eyes flashed and he smiled. The warm-up is over. It's a pity that your last words are not pleasant to hear. Be obedient and accept your death. After saying that, the Tai Ching heavenly thunder sword in his hand shot out like a thunderous shock wave. The speed of the Tai Ching heavenly thunder was far faster than the purple fire and blue fire. Unless it was predicted, it was almost impossible to dodge. Boom! With the sound of wind and thunder, more than a dozen masters from Hongmeng and the hidden families who were hit by the thunderous shock wave were all turned into ashes. They did not have the time to resist at all. Such a casual attack had already shocked the crowd. The group of cultivators from Hongmeng and the hidden families turned pale, and their eyes were full of fear of death. More than a dozen masters who were at the peak of the dark water realm, and there were a few elders who were at the weak water realm, were gone just like that? Those who had seen the Tai Ching heavenly thunder tribulation knew that it was difficult to even get close to this heavenly thunder, let alone endure it. They did not have any celestial treasures to protect themselves, and their cultivation was far lower than Yangcheng's. How could they fight? wouldn't they all die if they stayed? Run. It was unknown who shouted, but it sounded like an ordinary human without the strength to truss a chicken. There was no longer any demeanor of an expert. The group of people turned around and tried to escape. Luo Qianxiu, Ning Jingfeng, Yan Wuchen, and some others stayed. Escape? To where? Unless they never showed their faces again, the monk could run, but the temple could not. As long as the three great families, Hongming Shantian Island, and Yangqing came knocking on their doors, they would still die. In the blink of an eye, only a dozen or so cultivators remained to confront Yangqing. Aren't you going to run? Well, I haven't made my move yet, Yangqing said with a smile. Run? Where can we escape to? You just want us to run back to our respective residences so that you can eliminate us in one fell swoop, isn't that right? Xiao Mingyu said hatefully. Yangqing didn't deny it. He smiled and said, that's right. After all, it's better for me to have someone to act as a guide. Yangqing, do you really have to be so ruthless? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that your strength is unrivaled in the world. If you let us go today, we won't dare to go against you again. At most, from today onwards, the Ning family will take a detour when we see you. How about that? Whatever you want, as long as it can satisfy you, the Ning family will give it to you. Even if you want an immortal weapon, we can give it to you. Ning Jingfeng forced a smile. Yan Xiaoming waved her fan and smiled. That's right. Little brother Yang, we offended you just now. The heavens have mercy on all living things. You've killed too much and gone against the heavens. There's no need to kill anymore. Why do you have to force us? Weren't you the ones who wanted to kill me just now? Now that I'm going to kill you, you're talking to me like this? Yangqing sneered. Since you want to stay and die, I won't waste any more time. As he finished, the Tai Ching heavenly lightning around Yangqing's body flashed with blinding light again. This time, without the dragon-trapping nail seal, Yangqing's divine sense could communicate with heaven and earth. It was even more ferocious than before. In the sky, a large number of dark clouds rolled and piled up. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. The dark clouds gradually collided with each other. The wind blew and the clouds churned. Streaks of purplish-blue lightning and fire dragons roared as they flew. The world suddenly became dark and gloomy. Only the muffled sound of thunder could be heard in the sky. It was as if the world would be destroyed at any moment. The power was terrifying. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark clouds gradually formed a huge whirlpool. Everything within 100 miles was affected. Many places began to experience violent storms and lightning. And in the center of the storm was where Yangqing was. Yangqing stood in the air. He was clearly such a small dot, but he affected the pulse of heaven and earth. It was as if a god had descended. Is he still human? Some of the cultivators could not believe it. The ancient immortals probably only had this kind of power. Lu Xiuan of the Four Great Elders sighed. His previous disgrace was really laughable. The strong wind and cold rain hit Luo Qianqiu's face. Luo Qianqiu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with jealousy. Endless resolve restoration scripture, what kind of cultivation technique is that? Luo Qianqiu, who was obsessed with cultivation, had dreamed of summoning the godly power of heaven and earth. The scene of him commanding the wind and thunder had finally appeared. But it was a young man, not himself. At this moment, Yangqing spread his arms. He could feel the power of heaven and earth surging around his body. He could feel the Tai Ching heavenly lightning that he had created in the clouds, listening to his summons. The sea of clouds, the heavenly lightning, the sky, the strong winds, the hills, the earth, everything was as if he could move his fingers. A sense of accomplishment, as if he had become the master of heaven and earth, rose in his heart. What massacre, what revenge, what *T morality, all of that was just a dog in the clouds. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living things as dogs. When he stood at such a level, the first thing that Yangqing thought of was not anyone else, but the high and mighty woman who had always looked down on him, Athena. Perhaps she had stayed in such a plane for too long. She was not pretending to be arrogant or cold, but in her eyes, many things that were valued by the world were no longer important. Just like how adults would not be interested in children's games, she had no interest in these opponents who could be killed at will. Xianxia had experienced this feeling many times before, but now, he felt that he really understood Athena's thoughts. The change in mentality was also an increase in confidence. Now, Xianxia felt that perhaps he did not have to fear the person behind number one anymore. Xianxia muttered in his heart, almost forgetting that there was still a group of people waiting to die in front of him. At this moment, Xianxia's expression became calm and peaceful, without the slightest bit of violence from before. Of course, it was not to say that he had become a Buddha and saved all living beings, but rather that Xianxia's mentality had become more peaceful. Killing was just that. Who would care if he killed a few ants out of boredom? Xianxia's hand pointed far ahead, and the position he was pointing at was where Xiaomingyu and the others were standing. Rumble. A Tai Ching heavenly thunder, like a divine dragon descending to the world, fell from the clouds without warning, and hit the area right in the middle. Heaven and earth were dyed a bluish purple, the mountains and rivers seemed dim at this moment, and only the splendor of this area covered everything. Although it was much smaller than the heavenly thunder of the heavenly tribulation, but the area it covered was enough to take away 4 or 5 cultivators, including Xiaomingyu. Luo Qianxiu and the others could not help but run away, but when they looked back, in the blink of an eye, Xiaomingyu and several elders of Hongming had already turned into green smoke, and their souls were destroyed. Although they knew that they could no longer be a match for Xianxia, but watching Xianxia kill the weak water stage like cutting vegetables, they were still shocked, and did not want to admit that all this was real. Rumble. Another bolt of heavenly thunder fell without warning, and this time it was a few elders of the Luo family who were directly taken away. Xianxia felt that he seemed to be more and more familiar with the use of heavenly thunder, and with a simple summon, there would be heavenly thunder falling, just like the situation when he was possessed by the mysterious person that day. Ning Jingfeng felt that the situation was not good, and planned to leave immediately with his people. Even if it was a gamble, it would be good to live a little longer. Scatter and run. When the elders of the Ning family heard this, they immediately flew in different directions. Xianxia did not even look at them, and directly summoned 4 or 5 bolts of heavenly thunder. Rumble, 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 and in an instant, several elders, including Ning Jingfeng, were engulfed. The speed of the heavenly thunder was too fast, and it was not something that they could dodge with their speed. The people of the Ning family had all disappeared, and the only thing that remained was the Tai Long tassel in Ning Jingfeng's hand. After all, it was a fairy weapon, and was not destroyed in an instant, and fell from the sky. But at this moment, no one had the time to pay attention to where the immortal artifact had fallen. What was the use of immortal artifacts when they were about to lose their lives? Luo Qianxiu gritted his teeth and summoned his mental demon weapon, the golden crow primordial fire burning around his body. Everyone, don't run. Rather than being killed by his divine lightning, why not fight him to the death? At most, we'll self-destruct our dantians. I don't believe that he can withstand the power of so many of us self-destructing our dantians. Luo Qianxiu. If you want to die, then die. We were obviously dragged down by you. Yan Xiaoming shouted crazily. This eccentric fellow had finally realized that he was very close to death. On the other hand, Yan Wuchen, Lu Xiuan, and the rest had calm expressions on their faces as they silently prepared to die, even if their eyes were filled with unwillingness. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's lips. At this juncture, he could see that among these people, only Luo Qianxiu had the temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. In the face of death, Luo Qianxiu could still display a fierce fighting spirit. This might also be the reason why Luo Qianxiu could outshine others in the illusory realm. If this old fellow did not insist on going against him, he might have been able to make friends. But at this moment, a few figures suddenly flew over from afar, causing Xianxia, who was about to make a move, to be stunned. Child Yang. Don't kill my father. Don't. Xianxia heard a familiar voice and saw 2 women and a man flying over. He blinked his eyes and the Tai Ching heavenly lightning around him dissipated. Granny Yan? Xianxia's face was filled with joy. It was Yan Sanyang, Yan Feiyun, and Yan Feiyu whom he had not seen for a long time. Although Yan Sanyang's appearance had returned to that of a young woman, Xianxia did not know how to change his way of addressing her due to her age. Thus, he simply continued to call her granny. Sigh. Yan Sanyang's eyes turned red when she heard Yangchen call her that. She choked on her words. Child Yang, I never thought that we would meet again in such a situation. How is everything in Beijing? Is the Lord well? Alright, how can it not be good with me around? I gave this old man a lot of good things to eat, so living for 100 years won't be a problem. Yangqing said happily. Yan Sanyang smiled knowingly. Yes, I almost forgot that young master can concoct pills. Yan Feiyun and his sister, who were by Yan Wuchen's side, were extremely worried when they saw Yan Sanyang approaching Yangqing. Fei Ling, come back. He'll kill you. Yan Feiyu shouted anxiously. Yan Sanyang turned around and shook her head. She turned to Yangqing and pleaded, Child Yang, I know that Hong Meng was in the wrong first, but my father had no choice. He is a man of great responsibility. I know this is very shameless, but young Master Yang, for my sake, please let my father go this one time. On the way here, I heard from the elders that Child Yang has the Tai Ching heavenly lightning. From now on, even if Hong Meng has 1,000 guts, my father will not dare to go against you, Child Yang. The people of Hong Meng quietened down. They just remembered that Yan Sanyang had stayed in the Yang family for a few decades. She really did have a good relationship with the Yang family. What they did not know was that Yangqing was able to enter the soul formation stage because of Yan Sanyang. At that moment, Lu Xiuan, Yan Xiuming, and the rest were hopeful. Yan Wuchen suddenly snorted with a dark expression. Fei Ling. Shut up. The children of the Yan family will not bow down to you even if we die in battle. I, Yan Wuchen, may not be a hero, but I'm not a wastrel who relies on my children to beg for mercy. As he spoke, he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yan Feiyun and his sister were so frightened that they quickly took out a healing pill and fed it to him. Yangqing was silent for a moment. He looked at Yan Sanyang's pleading eyes and sighed. Granny Yan, you don't have to beg me. If you want me to let your father go, I'll let him go. I can't bear your begging. If old man finds out, he'll turn the world upside down. Everyone present, including Yan Feiyun and the rest who had a grudge against Yangqing, were stunned. From Yangqing's tone, it seemed like he was going to let Yan Wuchen go easily. Yan Sanyang felt incredibly relaxed. Yan Wuchen was here to kill Yangqing, but Yangqing was too easy to deal with. Yangqing knew that everyone didn't understand, so he calmly laughed and said, You don't have to think that I'm strange. To me, Granny Yan is like my family. You've even helped me more than once, and I haven't had the chance to repay you. Although your father, Elder Yan, tried to kill me, I'll let him go since you've asked for it. However, this will be the last time. If you provoke me again, I won't be able to hold back. Pfft. Bastard of the Yang family. You're slandering me. I won't let you slander me even if I die. When did I ever try to kill you? Yan Wuchen's face turned green with anger. Yangqing frowned. He was testing Yan Wuchen's reaction. He didn't seem to be lying, so he asked, Oh? Weren't you the one who tried to kill me in Arnhem, Australia? What Australia? What the hell are you talking about? Yan Wuchen said angrily. Yan Feiyun and the others were also confused. Yangqing. My father has always been an upright person. If he tried to kill you, do you think you'd still be alive? Yangqing narrowed his eyes. When I was being chased by a mysterious masked man, he asked me for a cultivation technique. That person used the mystic ice realm and illusory ice meteor shower from your northern sea ice soul. That person's cultivation was also extremely high. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Yan Wuchen and the others were shocked when they heard this. Yangqing would never slander anyone. He could kill anyone he disliked. There was no need for him to find a reason. Following that, Yan Wuchen, Yan Feiyun, and Yan Feiyu glared at Luo Qianqiu angrily. Luo Qianqiu, how dare you use my Yan family's cultivation technique to impersonate me? How vicious of you. Are you trying to bring disaster to Hong Meng and my Yan family? What? Luo Qianqiu? Yangqing asked Yan Sanyang. How did he get your Yan family's unique cultivation technique? Yan Sanyang replied angrily, Young Master Yang, you've really misunderstood my father. Other than the Yan clan, the only person who could possibly know about our Yan clan's cultivation technique is Luo Qianxiu. He had once tricked my second sister into liking him. After stealing our cultivation technique, he abandoned second sister. That's why my second sister hates all men so much and even wants to become a nun. Luo Qianxiu snorted coldly and said, "It's a little too late for you to know. However, you can consider yourselves lucky. This seat only used this scheme to make your Hongmeng fall into the water earlier. It's a pity that this stinky brat didn't look for your Hongmeng and instead came to find trouble with my family. This seat has also miscalculated." Yangqing thought about it carefully. "So you're saying that you were the one who manipulated the Tang family fortress and used the fake Guangshu to cheat me of my cultivation technique?" Luo Qianxiu knew that there was no point in hiding. "Yes. It's me. Don't forget, I could have killed you easily back then. Don't you think it's too much to be so ruthless today?" Yangqing did not answer. "If that's the case, then you must know where Tang Lui's real daughter, Guangshu, is. Tell me." Luo Qianxiu's expression changed. "Why?" "Fine, it doesn't matter if you don't answer. Then let me ask you again. How did you know that I have the endless resolve restoration scripture? Are you related to the people who hunted down my master, Song Tianxing?" Yangqing had always been puzzled by this question, but he never had the chance to ask. Logically speaking, it was not a big secret that he had the endless resolve restoration scripture with Song Tianxing. At least, Yun Miao and some of the other ancient martial arts sects knew about it. It had been passed down from generation to generation in Shu Mountain. However, he had never seen any illusionary masters snatch it before. Why did someone like Luo Qianxiu come to snatch it when it was their master's disciples' turn? It was understandable that the Ning family would come to snatch it because they had the information channels of the secular world. But the Luo family should not know about it. Luo Qianxiu hesitated for a moment before asking, "If I tell you, will you let me leave?" "You don't have a choice. Tell me, or die immediately. Don't think that your heart demon divine weapon is of any use against me. Even if you self-destruct your Dantian, I can still blast you to smithereens first," Yangqing said domineeringly. Luo Qianxiu's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, then I'll tell you. I don't know." Seeing that Yangqing was about to fly into a rage, Luo Qianxiu continued, "The reason why I'm saying this is because the person who told me about you and the cultivation technique is extremely mysterious. One night, he placed a letter on my desk. I didn't notice anyone entering at all. From this, I can tell that this person isn't ordinary and isn't someone we can afford to provoke, so I won't make any more guesses. As for what you said about hunting down your master, I don't even know who your master is. I don't even know about this. So I have no comment. Whether you believe me or not, you can decide for yourself." No matter how Yangqing heard it, it sounded ridiculous. But looking at Luo Qianxiu's expression, it didn't seem to be fake. This wasn't the first time Luo Qianxiu had done something to confuse the public, so Yangqing couldn't tell if he was up to something. Seeing that Yangqing was deep in thought and didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to kill, everyone found a chance to catch their breath. Lu Xiuan and Yan Xiaoming exchanged a glance and understood each other's intentions. They led the group of Hongmeng cultivators and quickly retreated. Yangqing didn't chase after them. At this point, he could kill them at any time. But these people's lives didn't affect him much. Killing more or less didn't make a difference. The Yan siblings heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this homicidal maniac was really going to let them go. Yan Feiyun hurriedly pulled Yan Wuchen away. But Yan Wuchen pushed his children away and took a deep breath. He said to Yangqing, "Today's humiliation is the greatest I've ever suffered. You injured me and stole my magic treasure. Originally, I would rather die in battle than to compromise. However, as a descendant of the Yan clan, I, Yan Wuchen, cannot die yet. From now on, I, Yan Wuchen, owe you my life. At the very least, the Yan clan of Primordial Mist will not make an enemy of you while I'm still alive." Yangqing looked up at him and sneered. "All right, old man. Just leave. I don't need you to treat this as a favor. I've already said that I'm doing this for Granny Yan's sake. To me, whether I want to kill you or not is just a matter of whether I want to kill you or not. So, don't act like you're of any use to me. Become my enemy? Humph, haha, you think you're worthy? Yan Wuchen's expression changed. He was about to fly into a rage again, but Yan Feiyun and his sister stopped him. They advised him not to provoke Yangqing again, fearing that the madman would kill him again. In the end, Yan Wuchen could only grit his teeth and leave. Yan Sanyang saw that only Yangqing and Luo Qianxiu were left. She wasn't worried about Yangqing's safety. She sighed and said, "Child Yang, I don't have to worry about you anymore. Take care." I thanked Child Yang again for his mercy. Yangqing smiled and nodded. "Granny Yan, if you're willing, you can visit the old man in Beijing sometimes. He might not say it, but I'm sure he misses you. Don't worry, I'll kill anyone who tries to stop you." Yan Sanyang looked at Yang Chen with a gratified expression, as if she was looking at her own descendant. She nodded with a smile on her face and floated away. Only Luo Qianxiu was left, facing off against Yangqing calmly. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he knew that Yangqing might let the others go. But him? It would be difficult. Yangqing looked at Luo Qianxiu and his expression turned cold. "To be honest, I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. Because of that, I feel that you're in danger. If you have nothing else to say, then I must kill you." "I knew you would do that. Come at me then. My chances of winning aren't high, but I won't sit still and wait for death." As soon as Luo Qianxiu finished speaking, the heart demon divine weapon in front of him suddenly flickered with dark red lightning as it charged towards Yang Chen like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Yangqing was already prepared. He summoned the Chaos Cauldron and smashed it towards Luo Qianxiu, wanting to devour the heart demon weapon. How could the heart demon weapon be a match for the Chaos Soul? It was swallowed by the Chaos Cauldron. "Explode!" Luo Qianxiu roared. The heart demon weapon exploded the moment it entered the Chaos Cauldron's mouth. "Not good." Yangqing cried out in his heart. He had been tricked. This fellow didn't use the weapon to attack, but instead threw the heart demon weapon at him like a bomb. As long as he had enough time, he could reform the heart demon weapon. Unfortunately, it would consume a lot of true essence, but Luo Qianxiu couldn't care too much about it. The heart demon weapon contained a large amount of Luo Qianxiu's concentrated true essence. Its explosive power could be imagined. In an instant, the Chaos Soul expanded to nearly 100 times its original size. It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded within the Chaos Soul's body, forcibly tearing it apart. Boom! A loud explosion shook the heavens. Although the chaotic vile soul was indestructible, it was still badly damaged by the explosion. After it was torn into pieces, it turned into countless chaotic streams of chaotic energy, wailing and howling in the sky. For a moment, the sky turned gray and murderous. Fortunately, Yangqing could even withstand the divine lightning, so the explosive true essence was nothing to be afraid of. It only slowed him down slightly. In this short period of time, Luo Qianxiu turned into a beam of light and rushed out. But how could Yangqing let Luo Qianxiu escape so easily? With a sweep of his divine sense, he had already locked onto Luo Qianxiu's escape route. After putting away the Chaos Cauldron, he sped towards the northeast. Luo Qianxiu's escape route was naturally towards the Luo family. He was probably planning to gather all the experts in the family to fight to the death. Although Yangqing's speed was faster, Luo Qianxiu had already left the range of the Chaos Cauldron. Without enough time to condense a large amount of heaven and earth qi into the Chaos Cauldron, Yangqing couldn't summon divine lightning to descend from the sky. This was also the glimmer of hope that Luo Qianxiu had found. As long as he could escape the range of the Chaos Cauldron, Yangqing could only use his own divine lightning. The difficulty and power of dodging would be reduced. However, this didn't mean that he could definitely avoid it. The speed of the divine lightning was simply too fast. If he waited for it to strike, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Only by making a prediction or taking precautions would he have a chance to avoid it. For this reason, Luo Qianxiu didn't hide the fact that he was also proficient in the Dark Northern Ice Soul art. Previously, when he fought with Yangqing, he didn't use any of his moves. Wherever Luo Qianxiu went, the Dark Northern Ice Soul art condensed into a wall of ice, like a protective door that appeared out of thin air. Not only did it obstruct Yang Cheng's vision, it also hindered Yang Cheng's movements. Yang Cheng looked at Luo Qianqiu's figure drifting in front of him. There were also countless ice walls that refracted the sunlight, affecting his vision. He couldn't help feeling a little stifled, as if he had the strength but couldn't use it. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Yang Cheng couldn't be bothered to outsmart him, so he directly condensed the Tai Ching heavenly lightning in each of his hands. The purplish-blue lightning was like a javelin, continuously shooting out. After all, the Tai Ching heavenly lightning wasn't a homing missile. As it streaked across the sky, it easily shattered the ice walls, but unfortunately, it always brushed past Luo Qianqiu's body by a hair's breadth. Even with Luo Qianqiu's excellent mental fortitude, he couldn't help but pale in fright at the sight of the divine lightning passing close to his chest, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Fortunately, the Tai Ching heavenly lightning that Yang Cheng condensed himself wasn't that thick, otherwise he would have already been grazed. The two of them chased each other for a dozen or so seconds, but the sky was already filled with broken pieces of ice. The purplish-blue divine lightning streaked across the sky like a meteor, tearing through the void. Suddenly, from the northeast, several dozen cultivators flew over, arriving at Luo Qianqiu's position in the blink of an eye. After Luo Qianqiu discovered something, he was both shocked and angry, shouting, "What are you doing here?" The person he was reprimanding was none other than Luo Xiaoxiao, who had rushed over with a group of Luo family cultivators. Yang Cheng originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to send a bolt of divine lightning over, but seeing that Luo Xiaoxiao was also here, he couldn't help but pause, his brows furrowing. This girl made things a little difficult for him. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that only he and Xiao Qiqing owed Luo Xiaoxiao. But Luo Xiaoxiao had once saved Xiao Qiqing and had even been wrongly accused by him several times, even kicking and punching her for nothing. Facing such a person, Yang Cheng couldn't do anything. The Tai Ching heavenly lightning was too powerful, and if he accidentally killed her, he wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. When Luo Xiaoxiao, who was dressed in a pink dress, saw her father, she couldn't care less about being reprimanded. Grabbing Luo Qianqiu, she sobbed, "Father! Quickly run, your daughter will stop that scoundrel." Saying so, Luo Xiaoxiao stood in front of Luo Qianqiu, shouting, "Big scoundrel! If you have the ability, then come and kill me. It's not enough for you to bully me, you also want to kill my father. Don't you feel guilty?" Yang Cheng was at a loss for words. Lightning crackled around him. He could easily turn these Luo family cultivators into ashes, but he really did not want to hurt Luo Xiaoxiao. "Get out of my way. Qing'er and I owe you, and I will find a way to repay you. But this is between me and your father. Even if I don't kill him, he will come for me." "Nonsense. You know you owe me, but you still want to kill my father. Is this how you repay your benefactor?" Luo Xiaoxiao fumed. Yang Cheng curled his lips in frustration. "That's not the same thing." "Why not?" Luo Xiaoxiao retorted with teary eyes. Luo Qianqiu's eyes flashed with a strange glint. He was a shrewd man, and he quickly realized that Yang Cheng was really giving face to his daughter. If it was in the past, he would have used Luo Xiaoxiao as a shield to protect himself. However, after experiencing Luo Xiaoxiao's unwavering loyalty to him, he had truly regarded his daughter as his most precious treasure. He did not want to put her in danger, much less make use of her. Even if the family elders were to die, Luo Qianqiu would not want anything to happen to his only child. Luo Qianqiu finally understood what kind of trash Yang Cheng was. If this guy claimed to be the second best at killing, no one would dare claim to be the best. What hidden family, Hong Meng, thousands of cultivators, and even the innocent children and elders of the Ning family, he would not let a single one of them go. In other words, he was completely inhumane when it came to killing. Even if he temporarily gave face to such a dangerous person, he could still kill him in the blink of an eye. How could he let his own daughter risk her life to save him? In fact, Luo Qianqiu had overlooked one thing. If Yang Cheng was simply feeling guilty towards Luo Xiaoxiao, then Yang Cheng might really be cruel enough to send both father and daughter to the next world. However, Yang Cheng was still worried about Luo Xiaoxiao's parentage. If she was really Tang Lui's daughter, then it would implicate too many people. If something were to happen to her, Kai Ming and her master would not be able to explain themselves. For a moment, Yangqing fell into deep thought. He was trying to think of a way to safely protect Luo Xiaoxiao and get rid of Luo Qianqiu at the same time. When the group of Luo family cultivators saw Yangqing standing there motionlessly with a complicated expression on his face, they took this opportunity to urge Luo Qianqiu to quickly retreat. As long as there's life, there's hope. Luo Qianqiu glared angrily at the group of cultivators, who allowed you to allow eldest miss to come out. Didn't you say to protect her? A master of the Luo family said in a worried tone, Patriarch, we are all concerned about you. The news of the battle here has spread throughout the illusory realm. The old patriarch is still recuperating. If something happens to you, what will our Luo family do? Father, leave quickly. I'll go and pester him. He owes me. I won't allow him to hurt you. Luo Xiaoxiao did not care about Luo Qianqiu's rebuke and suddenly flew towards Yangqing. Luo Qianqiu wanted to stop her, but a strange thought flashed through his mind. If he tried to pull his daughter away, would he fall into Yangqing's trap? Would he pull him closer and use his divine lightning to strike him to death? Just this stray thought caused Luo Qianqiu's hand to freeze in midair and his body to freeze in place. In all honesty, Yangqing had no intention of plotting against Luo Qianqiu at all. He was being overly paranoid. Yangqing saw Luo Xiaoxiao flying towards him. Under normal circumstances, he could have easily dodged or blocked her attack. Luo Xiaoxiao was only a soul formation cultivator, so how could she possibly catch him? But because this girl's actions were too abrupt and Yangqing was distracted by the fact that he couldn't let Luo Qianqiu escape, he was unable to dodge and was caught by Luo Xiaoxiao. When Luo Xiaoxiao's plump and fragrant body pressed against him, her arms wrapped around his waist and her legs wrapped around his knees, Yangqing was stunned for a moment before he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if her cultivation had improved, Luo Xiaoxiao's actions were still like those of a little girl who hadn't grown up. This was not a fight between mortals. Did she think that he wouldn't be able to do anything just because she was clinging to him like an octopus? Luo Qianqiu felt a burst of anxiety in his heart. He was afraid that Yangqing would kill Luo Xiaoxiao with a casual strike. Fortunately, Yangqing didn't seem to have any intention of killing her. Father, quickly run. Luo Xiaoxiao grabbed onto Yangqing tightly as she turned her head and shouted at Luo Qianqiu. Even though Luo Qianqiu's heart was as steady as a boulder, he was still moved by his daughter's childish attempt to save her father. This silly girl, did she really think that by doing this, Yangqing wouldn't be able to chase after her? Sure enough, Yangqing revealed a devilish grin. Since she had delivered herself to his door, it would be easy to deal with her. The true yuan in his body surged slightly. After knocking Luo Xiaoxiao away unscathed, Yangqing reached out and hugged Luo Xiaoxiao's waist. He sandwiched Luo Xiaoxiao to his side and struck her acupuncture point. Before Luo Xiaoxiao could resist, she had already fainted. Yangqing's idea was very simple. If he brought this little girl back, he might be able to unravel the mystery of her life. At least she wouldn't interfere with his plans to kill the Luo family. Seeing his daughter grabbed by Yangqing, Luo Qianqiu couldn't be bothered to rescue her. He thought that Yangqing wouldn't kill her, so he turned and ran. Now that Yangqing had solved this small problem, how could he let Luo Qianqiu go? He condensed several bolts of divine lightning in one hand and shot them towards Luo Qianqiu. However, because one of his hands was used to grab Luo Xiaoxiao, he still couldn't touch Luo Qianqiu's ghostly figure hidden behind the layers of Xian ice. Yangqing couldn't help but marvel at the Northern Sea Ice Spirit's ability to escape and intercept. However, although these divine lightning bolts didn't hit Luo Qianqiu, they still killed all the Luo family cultivators that had rushed over. After killing their way northeast for several minutes, Yangqing wasn't in a hurry. If worst came to worst, he would chase the Luo family to the ground and see if Luo Qianqiu dared to face him head-on. But at this moment, Yangqing felt that something was wrong. An ominous premonition crept into his heart, as if something was stirring all around him. After Yangqing carefully examined his surroundings, he suddenly looked down at the spatial ring on his finger. It's inside? Not waiting for Yangqing to think about it, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the spatial ring and quickly circled around his body. This black thing exuded a frightening dark energy. Madness, death, and all kinds of dark influences could be felt from it. This was the Meng family's clan guarding spiritual treasure. Yangqing was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he saw something that could fly out from a spatial ring. Moreover, he couldn't figure out what this Ming family's spiritual treasure was, nor was it the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. How could it inexplicably emit such a powerful dark energy? Not waiting for him to figure out what was going on, this black energy had already formed a vortex around him. It was like countless sharp blades were rotating, gradually becoming thicker and more compact. The surrounding space produced a strange fluctuation, and a force began to drag Xianxia. Like falling into the quicksand of death in a desert, no matter how hard Xianxia struggled, using the power of primal chaos, or even using the Tai Ching heavenly lightning to strike the surrounding black energy, it was of no use. This black vortex could actually absorb his true essence. It could even absorb the Tai Ching heavenly lightning. With Yangqing's sensitivity towards space, Yangqing believed that this should be some kind of spatial transmission. However, he didn't know where this Ming family's spiritual treasure was taking him to. Perhaps the spiritual treasure itself didn't have any energy, but it was a trigger for this spatial transmission. Only by triggering this secret door could the true effect of this spiritual treasure be brought out. As his vision fell into complete darkness, Yangqing suddenly remembered that he was still holding Luo Xiaoxiao in his arms. He was completely speechless. What was going on? His luck was too bad. Those fellows from the desolate realm's devil sect, were they playing with him? Could this spiritual treasure be the key to another spatial transmission? If he had known earlier, he would have returned this thing to them even if he had to die. This might really be the secret to the revival of the devil sect, but how could he be interested in it? Yangqing's bitter smile disappeared into the darkness. Luo Qianqiu, who was fleeing in front, only cared about fleeing at high speed and didn't react to what was happening behind him. When he realized that Yangqing didn't follow him, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that Yangqing was playing a trick again? Just as he was about to turn his head to take a look, he saw a black spot in the distance, flashing for a moment before disappearing. In an instant, Luo Qianqiu almost couldn't believe it. He discovered that Yangqing's pressure had disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated from the world, completely disappearing. Luo Qianqiu frowned. He didn't care about anything else and anxiously flew back. He looked left and right, but he didn't even see the shadow of Yangqing and Luo Xiaoxiao. After a period of contemplation, Luo Qianqiu was still puzzled. Logically speaking, Yangqing, who had mastered the Tai Ching heavenly lightning, was invincible and would not let him and the Luo family off. And, what was that black spot? Wait a minute. Luo Qianqiu looked down at the scenery around him. This area seemed to be demonic eye. When Luo Qianqiu thought of this word, he was shocked. This area was between the Ning family and the Luo family. Wasn't it the area where the demonic eye had been opened since ancient times? Although the exact location of the demonic eye was uncertain every time it opened, it could not escape from this area. Could it be that the black spot was the opening of the demonic eye? But, the demonic eye was clearly going to open in nearly a year's time. Why would it open so early? Luo Qianqiu looked around at the empty surroundings. Thousands of meters above the ground, the cold wind swept through his long hair. His somewhat embarrassed and tired face did not have much joy of escaping from death, but instead revealed a touch of worry and melancholy. Under the dusky sky, there seemed to be an eternal haze that shrouded everything. This was a desolate, sorrowful, and ancient world. The soil had a trace of stench and burnt smell, dark brown with a touch of scarlet, and not a single blade of grass grew. The air was filled with a faint dampness, and occasionally there were wisps of black qi shuttling through. In the void, there seemed to be all kinds of ghostly wails and wolf howls coming from all directions. But when one looked carefully, there was no movement at all. At this moment, Yangqing stood in such a completely unfamiliar and desolate world. His left hand was still holding the still unconscious Luo Xiaoxiao. Compared to the previous time when he was sucked into the 10,000 demon realm, Yangqing felt that this time was not too bad. Because in this world, he could freely mobilize the surrounding spiritual qi. Although the yin qi was much higher than the outside world, at least it did not suppress his cultivation. But as a precaution, Yangqing took out the chaos cauldron and let it hover over his head, so that he could guard against all directions at any time. Yangqing spread out his divine sense, but he quickly discovered that this world was extremely vast. The height of the sky was unknown, because after ascending to a certain height, the spatial pressure made it impossible for him to continue ascending. This was a sealed space. Since the spatial laws were ineffective here, it could be seen that this space was most likely an independent space created by someone and had its own operating laws. However, this space was still within the boundaries of Earth. Otherwise, Xianxia would not be able to use his cultivation so freely. After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Xianxia made many new discoveries. The desolate Gobi Desert, the thick soil, and some bare hills. Many human and demon beast skeletons were buried in these places, and there were often a few low-grade and mid-grade magical treasures. However, most of these treasures were damaged and not very useful. After strolling around, Xianxia actually had a rough idea in his heart. This place. If there was no accident, it should be the demonic eye that he had heard of several times before. The opening of the demonic eye would absorb true essence. Moreover, there were a large number of dead cultivators inside, as well as a large number of magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and so on. All of these were exactly the same as the current world. As for why he came here, naturally, he could only blame the Meng family's spiritual treasure. Ever since the black ball entered the eye of the heavenly demon, it had fallen beside him. It once again lost all its energy and returned to the appearance of a piece of trash. No matter how Xianxia tried to move it, there was no response. Xianxia had no choice but to put it back into the interspatial ring, lest he needed it to go out later. However, what made Xianxia a bit puzzled was that the demonic eye should have a large number of demon spirits, but after running for hundreds of kilometers, he did not encounter a single one. It was really strange. But then again, this world was too vast, and there was no basis to judge the direction. Xianxia was not clear about where it ended. He should not be unable to get out of here, right? If he couldn't get out, what would happen to his woman, family, and children in the outside world? Xianxia was so angry that he cursed the demon sex group of people, but in the end, he could only be patient and think of countermeasures. At this time, Luo Xiaoxiao woke up. The confused girl looked at the strange world and was stunned for a long time. Finally, when she saw Xianxia beside her, she screamed nervously. Xianxia knew that when this girl woke up, she would definitely talk a lot and ask a lot of questions, so he simply let her talk. After Luo Xiaoxiao excitedly said a lot, Xianxia slowly asked, "Are you done?" Ahem. Luo Xiaoxiao's throat felt uncomfortable, wrinkled her cute nose, and felt that the smell in the air was too disgusting. She nodded innocently, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and finally calmed down. Xianxia sighed, thinking that the discussion between the two of them might be able to produce some results, so he briefly explained what had happened before and the current situation. When Luo Xiaoxiao heard that her father was safe and sound, she was slightly excited. However, when she heard that the two of them might have already entered the demonic eye, she jumped up and down again. She pulled Xianxia and kept asking what to do. Xianxia was annoyed. He grabbed her white arm and pulled it. He glared at her and scolded, "What are you shouting for? How old are you? Don't you find it annoying to be like a child? If you shout again, I won't care about you anymore." Luo Xiaoxiao was startled for a moment before her small mouth flattened. She looked at Xianxia with tears in her eyes and said pitifully, "I know. Got it. You. Don't leave me behind. You. What are you crying for?" Sigh. "I didn't say I was going to leave you behind. If I wanted to, I would have already left. But don't cry and make a ruckus. Talk properly." Xianxia was also a little helpless towards a woman's tears. When Luo Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately beamed with joy. She wiped her tears and said with a sweet smile, Bad. Xianxia, I know you actually care about me, hee. Xianxia watched as the girl's mournful appearance suddenly turned into a bright spring. She smiled sweetly and was speechless for a moment. It seemed that from the first time they met until now, this girl hadn't grown much. She was still as simple as before. She needed to be coaxed like a little girl, and would cry easily if she was fierce. With a long sigh, Xianxia said, "Right now, I don't have any clues, so I can only search this world bit by bit. Just follow me obediently, and if I can get out, I will naturally bring you out. I don't have too many requests, just don't give me any trouble, okay?" Xiao Xiao is very obedient. Luo Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Although Luo Xiaoxiao had a delicate side, most of the time, she was obviously careless. Thinking about how Yanqing was by her side, and how he had such a high cultivation, and how he didn't want to abandon her, she simply didn't think too much about how to get out of the eye of the heavenly demon, nor did she worry about these things. She was also very open-minded. In any case, she wasn't alone inside, so it wasn't too bad. Thus, she foolishly smiled and followed beside Yanqing, not giving Yanqing any trouble. In fact, she really couldn't help Yanqing. She wasn't very interested in cultivation, let alone a mysterious world like the Eye of the Heavenly Demon. She knew too little about it. After a few hours, Yanqing had a new understanding of Luo Xiaoxiao. This girl was really a clown. It was as if she didn't know how tragic the situation was, and she happily asked him some boring questions. It was nothing more than how old she was, what she liked to eat, her favorite color, when did she first fall in love, how many women she had, whether she had children, and so on. As for the matter of Yanqing wanting to kill her father, Luo Xiaoxiao seemed to have forgotten about it. She didn't mention a single word about it. Yanqing didn't answer her question at all. His main focus was to search for any special places in this world. However, after searching thousands of kilometers, Yanqing still didn't find any useful information. The only thing he found were 2 usable high-grade Dharma treasures, a few dispensable Dharma spell manuals, and a few middle-grade and low-grade Dharma treasures. His luck was really not that good. Yanqing didn't care about these. His Tai Ching divine lightning could easily destroy these Dharma treasures. This made Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes light up. She played with them happily, feeling like she was on a treasure hunt. Her interest was greatly increased. As time passed, Yanqing suddenly realized that the gray world was beginning to fall into darkness. Only then did Yanqing realize that there was actually day and night here. Furthermore, as the darkness spread, the yin qi in the surrounding air became more and more exuberant. The ghostly wails and wolf howls coming from all directions also seemed to become sharper and clearer. An ominous thought flashed through Yanqing's mind. Could it be that this demonic spirit only appears at night? It turned out that Yanqing's conjecture was correct. The eye of the heavenly devil entered the night, and the surroundings gradually became pitch black. In such a world, if not for Yanqing and Luo Xiaoxiao's cultivation, it would be difficult for them to move an inch. Yanqing released his powerful divine sense, covering a radius of 100 miles. Soon, he frowned. Luo Xiaoxiao saw that the man's expression was a little solemn, so she asked worriedly, Yanqing, why do you look like that? Stand beside me obediently. Don't leave 3 feet away from me, understand? Yanqing said solemnly. Luo Xiaoxiao was wondering what he meant. Soon after, her divine sense also sensed something. Panic appeared in her eyes, and she subconsciously grabbed Yanqing's clothes. What is it? So many are approaching. As Luo Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm, strange black air currents began to gather from all directions. If one looked closely, they would find that these airflows were actually some hideous and ugly monsters. They looked like some illusory skeletons. Their bodies were surrounded by darking energy, and they had long tails. Some of them were the skeletons of some unknown ferocious beasts, but they were all pure spirits and had no substance. These monsters bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and their cries seemed to be caused by the airflow. It was as if they were crying out for their own pain. For a girl like Luo Xiaoxiao, she would be scared even if she saw a poisonous snake, let alone these ghost-like evil spirits. The chaos cauldron above Yanqing's head began to release a large amount of chaos force. After condensing into a shield, it enveloped the 2 of them. Yanqing noticed that the chaos ferocious soul seemed to be very excited. It seemed to have a special hobby for these demon spirits and was eager to give it a try. Could it be that these demon spirits were a great supplement for chaos? Although it was suppressed by Yanqing, chaos could still release some of its thoughts through some connections. Obviously, even if chaos could not control Yanqing for the time being, it also hoped that it could continue to grow stronger, so it did not reject telling Yanqing some things. Before Yanqing could think about it, countless demon spirits had already arrived around the 2 of them, hovering and circling around them dozens of meters away. For a moment, it was as if a huge black tornado had trapped the 2 of them in the center. However, it did not shrink and only continued to expand. Yangqing could sense that these devil spirits were not strong. Because they had no physical bodies, they were just pure spirits. Therefore, no matter how high their cultivation was when they were alive, it would be greatly reduced. This was also why cultivators needed to undergo tribulation to temper their bodies. Not only could the body store a large amount of true essence, but it was also the foundation of a cultivator. It was like a giant tree that had lost its roots. No matter how much sunlight shone on it and how much care it took, it would be useless. The highest pressure of these devil spirits was only at the fire and water stages. No matter how many of them there were, it was nothing for Yangqing to fear. This made Yangqing a little surprised. These devil spirits did not seem to have any intelligence, but they relied on their instincts and did not rush up rashly. Yangqing did not think that they were afraid of him. Logically speaking, many of the cultivators who entered the Eye of the Sky Demon were at the peak of the weak water stage. It should not be difficult for them to kill these devil spirits. The devil spirits still had to fight them to death. Now it seemed that they were afraid of the chaos cauldron above his head. Although chaos had lost its physical body, the ferocious power of an ancient beast could not be concealed. Just like in the natural world, those small carnivores, no matter how many of them there were, did not dare to rashly attack large tigers and lions. However, their instincts were not willing to let go of the sweet fresh blood and flesh. Therefore, they could only continue to besiege and look for opportunities. Yangqing knew that his Tai Ching heavenly thunder was the nemesis of these evil things, so he was not in a hurry. Instead, he tried to smash the chaos cauldron towards a group of devil spirits in front of him. Roar! The chaos evil spirit came out of the cauldron and opened a pair of blood-red eyes. It roared in a low voice and opened its huge mouth greedily. A large number of densely packed demonic spirits, after feeling a huge threat, scattered in all directions in a panic, wanting to escape. However, the suction of the chaos cauldron was endless. The strength of the suction was not something that these devil spirits could escape from. Countless devil spirits were like black trickles that were irresistibly sucked into the chaos cauldron. The chaos cauldron shone brightly, and the roars of the chaos evil spirit became more and more intense. It ate heartily to its heart's content. Yangqing felt that waves of pure spiritual energy were converted much faster than before. They entered his body and gathered in his bones. His meridians were warm, and his dantian was constantly condensed and swollen. So much spiritual energy. Yangqing was overjoyed. As expected, because the devil spirits did not have a physical body, they were purer aggregations of vengeful spirits and spiritual energy. Therefore, it was especially easy to eat the chaos cauldron and the conversion efficiency was higher. In this way, he was one step closer to the Xianxia heavenly thunder. The chaos cauldron rampaged and swept in all directions, constantly devouring the devil spirits. Because these poor devil spirits were too low-end and did not have enough wisdom, they instinctively flew towards Yangqing, but it was difficult for them to escape from the chaos cauldron. It was like a group of flies that were attracted by sweets, but they were scalded to death by the surrounding electric fence, dying inexplicably. Luo Xiaoxiao, who had been watching carefully, also noticed that these monsters seemed to be unable to get close to them. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief and looked around curiously. Looking up at Yangqing, Luo Xiaoxiao saw the irrepressible excitement on Yangqing's face. Luo Xiaoxiao was a little inexplicable. Yangqing did not have the time to care about what the girl was thinking at this moment. He was enjoying absorbing the continuous pure spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy contained a lot of evil and ghostly aura, Yangqing's physical quality was so domineering and he had the protection of the heavenly thunder. This side effect could not affect him at all. There were countless devil spirits in the eye of the heavenly demon, but not all the devil spirits would come over. Therefore, the chaos cauldron gradually ate less and less of them. Yangqing felt that his cultivation was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Logically speaking, his strength had already reached the great perfection of the Tai Ching heavenly thunder. Such an increase in cultivation was already an additional strength. Just like before Luo Qianqiu advanced, Yangqing's strength had already surpassed the peak of the Tai Ching heavenly thunder. However, before he went through the tribulation, he was still unable to compare to the Xianxia heavenly thunder. Seeing that there were not many devil spirits left, Yangqing was prepared to bring Luo Xiaoxiao to another area to see if he could eat more devil spirits. To him, the eye of the heavenly demon had suddenly become a blessed land. Although he did not know how to get out, it was always beneficial to increase his cultivation. He might even be able to go through the tribulation here. The Shangqing heavenly thunder might even be able to open a path for him to get out. However, just as Yangqing was about to leave with Luo Xiaoxiao in his arms, a dozen more powerful auras suddenly emerged from afar. "Who dares to hurt my people?" A vigorous, thick, and hoarse voice came from afar. Following that, several devil spirits that were much larger than before appeared in the sky. Yangqing was slightly surprised. The devil spirits that appeared this time were actually a group of black shadows in human form. The devil spirit in the lead should be the one who spoke. He was exceptionally large, as tall as two people. He wore a black gold crown on his head and a fur robe. However, they were all shadows. His face was solemn and dignified. A pair of eyes that were burning with a ghostly fire was coldly looking down at Yangqing and Luo Xiaoxiao. Beside him, there were more than 10 devil spirit men dressed in guard attire. They were obviously intelligent and looked at Yangqing fiercely. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. This tall and sturdy devil spirit actually had the strength of the peak of the Tai Ching realm. Among his guards, 2 of them were at the early stage of the Tai Ching realm, while the others were at the middle and late stage of the weak water realm. No wonder these fellows had intelligence. Even though their souls had turned into devil spirits, they still had such cultivation. Perhaps when they were alive, they already had the strength of the Shangqing realm and the Tai Ching realm. When he thought about the era when the demonic eye appeared, it was probably before the birth of the prehistoric sect, which was around 50,000 years ago. Yangqing was relieved. At that time, there must have been experts in the Shangqing realm. Seeing that Yangqing did not make a sound, the gigantic devil spirit shifted its gaze towards the spiraling chaos cauldron. The ghost fire in its eyes suddenly blazed. This is Chaos Cauldron. Who are you, sir? How could there be such an ancient divine object? The gigantic devil spirit suddenly changed the topic. The fiendish expression from before suddenly decreased. At the very least, his tone revealed a hint of reverence. Yangqing was stunned. He was still thinking about whether he could defeat this group of demon spirits. Why did it seem that he didn't plan to fight? Who are you? I have the Chaos Cauldron. Why do you care? Yangqing asked calmly. The huge demon spirit didn't talk nonsense and introduced himself. I am the lord of this territory, Netherworld Emperor. I just noticed that a large number of demon spirits in my territory disappeared, so I came here to search for them. It seems that you have swallowed all my people with the Chaos Cauldron. Netherworld Emperor? Yangqing thought that there was actually someone with this kind of name. He didn't know that Netherworld Emperor was certainly not this guy's real name. But for the practitioners of tens of thousands of years ago, names were just code names. Many of them were randomly named by themselves. Who cared what you were called? Cultivation was the ID. After so many years, the highly intelligent demon spirits in the eye of the heavenly demon had changed beyond recognition. Naturally, their names were not the original ones. What? Do you want to avenge your minions? Yangqing was not afraid at all. The Netherworld Emperor suddenly let out a few deep laughs and shook his head. He seemed to be trying his best to put on an amiable appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, his ferocious skull-like face looked ugly and ferocious. Your Excellency has misunderstood. They are just a group of insignificant little things. There are countless demon spirits in the eye of the sky demon. Why would this king go against an expert like your Excellency for these things? Yang Chen's heart was pounding. This guy seemed to be quite afraid of him. Logically speaking, his cultivation level wasn't much higher than his, and he had a group of capable subordinates. If he didn't use the Tai Ching heavenly lightning, he shouldn't be afraid of him. Suddenly, Yangqing found that this group of demon spirits were paying attention to his chaos cauldron. They glanced at it from time to time. Could it be? Yangqing snickered in his heart. It was most likely related to the Chaos Cauldron. Ever since the Chaos Cauldron was sealed in ancient times, it had almost become a legend. Did they think that he was a master from the era of ancient immortals? Yangqing didn't point it out and said vaguely, I just entered the eye of the sky demon because of a little accident. I don't intend to make things difficult for anyone, so you don't have to be nervous. The Netherworld Emperor said hesitantly, may I know what happened to you? According to what this king knows, the demonic eye opens to the outside world once every 100 years. It shouldn't be the time for it to open now, so why did your excellency come here? Yangqing was worried about the lack of someone who understood the situation to tell him about the demonic eye, so he said, I can tell you the reason, but you have to tell me something I want to know first. The Netherworld Great Emperor stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. If your excellency has something to say, then just say it. In the eyes of the heavenly demon, these demon spirits were already living a boring life. If not for their unwillingness to give up these tens of thousands of years of cultivation, they would have already freed themselves. Therefore, when he encountered such a mysterious expert, the Netherworld Great Emperor was in the mood to chat with him. Yangqing immediately asked about the origin of the demonic eye, the current situation, and whether there was a way to get out. The Netherworld Emperor answered them one by one. In fact, there was nothing to hide. It turned out that the demonic eye was indeed an independent space created by an ancient heavenly demon. But to be exact, it was a space created by that genius demon cultivator. More than 50,000 years ago, the demon race and demon cultivators fought against the righteous path. It could be said that the entire illusion realm was filled with blood. That heavenly demon was outnumbered. He found that if he continued to fight like this, it would be difficult to protect the demon cultivators. Therefore, he confronted the experts of the righteous path and led them to this area. He made a surprising decision, self-explosion. Originally, this self-detonation would only be able to kill the group of righteous Tao cultivators who were close to the battlefield. However, the area where the battlefield was located, which was also the location of the demonic eye, was a special space that had been sealed for a long time. No one knew how this space came to be. Perhaps it had already appeared in a parallel space, or it could be a relic left by an ancient immortal. But there was no doubt that the genius demon cultivator had already discovered the special nature of this area. Following his self-detonation, a huge turbulence formed in this space, and it was no longer stable. Not only did it devour the dead and injured cultivators, many cultivators in the distance were also affected, and inexplicably died in the eye of the heavenly demon. And this place seemed to be an ancient battlefield. Countless demonic spirits gnawed on the corpses of those cultivators, and those cultivators became new demonic spirits. After that turbulence, the demonic eye truly appeared in the eyes of the later generations. Every 100 years, it would open up. In fact, it was not an opening, but a crack that appeared on the demonic eye. It was also the sequela of the heavenly demon's self-explosion. After absorbing a certain amount of energy, it would close up again. Yangqing was most concerned about whether he could get out or not. But the Netherworld Great Emperor's answer made Yangqing feel very helpless. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but ever since I came here 50,000 years ago, I have never heard of any demonic spirit that could come out of the demonic eye. The demonic eye is a very special independent space. Rather than saying that it is boundless, it is more accurate to say that it is like a planet. No matter which direction you go, you will eventually return to the starting point. Yangqing was stunned. So it was different. From the 10,000 demon realm. There was no boundary. No wonder he felt that there was no limit no matter how he flew. Then every 100 years, won't a crack open? Your cultivation is much higher than those human cultivators who came here to search for treasures. If they can go out, why can't you? Yangqing asked. The Netherworld Great Emperor smiled bitterly. Your Excellency may not know, but when the crack opens every 100 years, it is also when the yin qi inside the demonic eye sharply declines. At that time, our strength will be greatly reduced in the form of demonic spirit. Just like cultivators who have lost their blood essence, how can they have any fighting strength? Hiding in the dark to protect their lives is the most important thing. If there is no good opportunity, they will not attack those human cultivators who came here. And the opening of the crack is the place where the yang qi is the strongest. If we get close to it, we will easily dissipate, so how can we dare to go out? Yangqing couldn't help but feel sad for these demonic spirits. No wonder those people from the hidden families were able to leave this place alive. It seems that the demonic spirits they encountered were not at their strongest. Speaking of the sadness of being imprisoned in the demonic eye, the Netherworld Great Emperor and the other guards all seemed to have a sad and stirring feeling. Although they wanted to go out and resurrect, they also clearly knew that even if they were given a chance to go out, they would not be able to live under the sun. If they were not in this special space, their souls would have already dissipated. After all, strictly speaking, they were already dead. Xianxia also didn't think that the Netherworld Great Emperor would lie to him, so he told him how he came here. He also took out the deadly Meng family's spiritual treasure and showed it to the Netherworld Great Emperor. However, the Netherworld Great Emperor and the others couldn't see what it was. They heard that it was very likely that it was a treasure left behind by a genius devil cultivator. The Netherworld Great Emperor and the others were very excited, but they couldn't find any use for it. This thing is very mysterious. It doesn't have the slightest spiritual chi or any runes. More than 50,000 years ago, this king has never seen an object made of this material. The Netherworld Great Emperor helplessly shook his head and returned the black ball to Xianxia. Xianxia knew that it was useless to be anxious, so he asked, "Since you have lived for more than 50,000 years, you should have some connection with that heavenly demon. Can you find some clues from him?" The Netherworld Great Emperor said with hatred, "Although this king had the cultivation of the prime clear realm, as the leader of a tribe, I didn't have too many conflicts with devil cultivators and demon cultivators. That day, I went with my disciples to mediate the fight. First, I wanted to prevent people from being plunged into an abyss of suffering. Second, I wanted to pull back some of the experts of my tribe. Who knew that we would encounter a drastic change that day and fall to this state? This king only knows that the heavenly demon is indeed from the Meng family tribe, but I don't know much about him. I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you." Only now did Xianxia know that the Netherworld Great Emperor was the leader of the tribe. No wonder he said this king, this king. These people were not his guards, but his disciples. Even with the cultivation of the prime clear realm, he was still killed by the Meng family's ancestor. That abnormal heavenly demon was really ruthless. Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. At this time, the Netherworld Great Emperor recovered from his grief and indignation. He let out a long sigh and said, "If you really want to get the heavenly demon's eye, perhaps you can wait until next year when the crack opens. After all, you have a corporeal body and a strong enough cultivation. Now, if you don't mind, why don't you come to this king's palace and let this king do his duty as a host?" Xianxia was slightly hesitant. How could there be a palace in this remote place? Moreover, he didn't know if there would be an ambush in his base camp. The Netherworld Great Emperor chuckled and seemed to have seen through Xianxia's doubts. He said, "Your Excellency doesn't need to worry. I admit that I am not a match for the Primal Chaos Cauldron. Your Excellency's Primal Chaos Cauldron is my nemesis. I am already very lucky that you don't cause trouble for me. I just want to understand more about the outside world. After all, I have been locked up here for too long." Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but pull Xianxia's close and said, "Let's go." He said it's so mystical. This girl was also a weirdo. She was scared to death before, but now she suddenly felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. She was full of curiosity. Xianxia thought for a moment. He didn't have anything to do if he didn't go. Perhaps he could find some clues about how to get out, so he nodded and agreed. If he really waited in the demonic eye for a year, then when he got out, he was afraid that something big would happen. Following the Netherworld Great Emperor's group, Xianxia and Luo Xiaoxiao arrived at a mountainous area a few hundred miles away. There was nothing around. Xianxia was still wondering why there was a palace here when he saw the Netherworld Emperor's eyes that were burning with will-o'-the-wisp shot out two beams of flames towards a part of the kernel. After the two ghostly flames ignited a hidden rune, the ground began to shake. Starting from the mountain on both sides began to move, forming a dark crack in the ground. This crack was also mysterious. It was filled with ghostly and evil energy, making it impossible to see what was inside. "Please." The Netherworld Great Emperor's illusory white bone arm led the way and entered the crack. A dozen of his disciples also flew in. Xianxia was about to enter when Luo Xiaoxiao pulled him back. "What's wrong?" Xianxia was puzzled. That place looks very scary." Luo Xiaoxiao said timidly. Yangqing smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to come? Are you afraid now? But I didn't know it was like this inside. I thought it was a big castle. Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. The corner of Yangqing's mouth twitched. He felt like he was taking care of a daughter. There was a generation gap. Don't talk nonsense, go in. Yangqing was too lazy to say anything more. He pulled her and flew into the gap. After they entered, the gap in the call closed up again. It was as good as new, and not a single trace could be seen. As soon as she entered the interior of the mountain, the surrounding cold air made Luo Xiaoxiao shiver. Her cultivation hadn't even reached the tribulation stage, so it was still very difficult for her to deal with the ghostly chi of the netherworld. She was surrounded by black rocks, which made her even more frightened. But soon, she felt a warm spiritual essence enter her body, and an invisible shield appeared around her body, making her feel warm and comfortable in an instant. Luo Xiaoxiao looked happily at Yangqing beside her. She knew that he had helped her after noticing her situation. The girl's thoughts were very simple. She increasingly felt that Yangqing liked her, but he didn't admit it. Yangqing didn't think too much about it. He just didn't have any hatred for this girl. Instead, he felt that he owed her, so he helped her if he could. He didn't have any other thoughts. After flying more than a kilometer underground, the view in front of the two suddenly opened up. The scene in front of them shocked Yangqing. This was an underground space with a radius of several dozen kilometers and a height of several hundred meters. The stone walls around the space were inlaid with a faint blue halo of pyroxene. The light emitted by these stones illuminated the entire space. Although it was a blue world, it was even more ghostly and quiet. And in the center of this underground world, there really was a huge castle. However, this castle seemed to be carved out of a huge piece of rock. It was very simple, but it was also grand and magnificent. Netherworld Emperor saw the strange expression on the two's faces and said with a smile, "Little brother Yang, you don't need to be so surprised." Previously, this king said that once the rift opens once every 100 years, the Yang energy will increase and the Yin energy will weaken. We placed this residence underground for two reasons. Firstly, it's for quiet cultivation. Secondly, it's to avoid the Yang energy outside. It's also to avoid encountering intruders with high cultivation levels. On the way here, Netherworld Emperor already knew that Yangqing was unimaginably young, so he relaxed a bit and called him little brother. Afterward, Netherworld Emperor led Yangqing and Luo Xiaoxiao into the castle. There were a large number of intelligent demon spirits living here, all of them were his subordinates. According to Netherworld Emperor's introduction, the entire demonic eye had at least a dozen overlords, and all of them were demon spirits transformed from 50,000 years ago. No one could do anything to the other, and their strength was equal. Moreover, they had also fallen into this place, so there was nothing to fight over. Since no one could get out, they simply lived their own lives in peace. Yangqing and Luo Xiaoxiao didn't meet other overlords before because the demon spirits were sleeping underground during the day and didn't like to come out. As for Yangqing killing so many of Netherworld Emperor's subordinates, Netherworld Emperor didn't care too much about it. Although these low-level demon spirits could increase the Yin Qi, it wasn't particularly useful. Each overlord had at least hundreds of thousands of demon spirits under them, so it didn't matter if tens of thousands died. In any case, they didn't have any intelligence. Because demon spirits were incorporeal, this castle was actually just a way to comfort themselves. In fact, it didn't have much meaning. To entertain Yangqing and Luo Xiaoxiao, they couldn't provide any food or drink because there was no such thing here. Therefore, they just came here to sit and chat. Yangqing also wanted to learn more about the demonic eye. Since he didn't have any other place to go, he agreed to stay for a period of time and explore other ways to get out. Time, like a tireless traveler, passed by non-stop. In the Forgotten Kingdom, in the center of the main island, in the stone house where Mother Wang and the others lived. The stove in the house was burning vigorously, and the wood crackled as it burned. Sparks jumped from time to time, like fairies. On the TV in front of the sofa, the satellite TV searched for Xianxia TV station was broadcasting the news. It was a coastal port city in the northeast of Xianxia. A female reporter from the radio station was wearing a thick down jacket and a thick woolen hat. Her lips were a little purple from the cold as she pointed at the sea near the port. Snow fluttered in the sky, and the ground was silver. The snow had covered the entire port, and even some low-rise houses couldn't be seen. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the seawater of Lienda Harbor has started to freeze. Our country's harbor, which has been hailed as a natural ice-free harbor since ancient times, has started to freeze at -37 degrees Celsius. Now, all the ships are unable to operate normally, and the staff at the port have left long ago. According to the news from the government, the residents of Lienda City have started to migrate south in an organized manner, just like the people in the north of our country. In front of the TV, Mother Wang, who was holding the remote control, tightened the warm blanket around her body and changed the TV channel. In the end, the TV was still white. It was another TV station, and it was broadcasting the news of a city in the south of Xianxia. According to the police, the reason for the supermarket robbery was that the amount of rice, grain, oil, flour, and other food was limited, which caused many people who migrated here to be dissatisfied. Now, the infrastructure that was damaged is in the process of being repaired. The police have arrested more than 30 foreign citizens, and several supermarket managers who were injured by blunt objects have been sent to the hospital for treatment, and are temporarily out of danger. But from the current observation, many other supermarkets are also facing the same situation. Many people think that the country should open up more inventory to prevent more tragedies like this from happening. The TV was directly turned off. Mother Wang sighed, and put down the remote control. She turned to Xianxia and Xianxia, who had the same ugly expression, and said, "Changed dozens of channels, it seems like it's the same abroad as in our country, all messed up." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Mom, stop watching if you're annoyed. Even the Mediterranean climate here has dropped to below zero, how can the world not be messed up? This is really bad, it's already August, it's summer, why is it getting colder and colder?" Mother Wang said worriedly, "If it continues to get colder, people in the south of Xianxia will also freeze to death." Xianxia was about to say something, but she was stunned. She got up and walked to the door, their back. The door was slowly opened. As soon as it opened, a gust of cold air blew in from the outside, causing Mother Wang and Xianxia to shiver. A few graceful women wearing double-breasted British coats walked in one after another. They were Lin Ruoshi, Anqin and the other girls, and each of them had some white snow foam on their bodies. "Aya, miss, why is it snowing outside? Even your hair has snow on it." Mother Wang quickly got up and walked over to help Lin Ruoshi brush away some of the white foam on her hair, and looked outside the house worriedly. The plants on the island had already withered a lot in this summer. Many trees had frozen to death due to the cold, and some of the trees were bare, completely unlike the lush and leafy scene of summer. Lin Ruoshi shook her head, brushed away the snow on her shoulders, and smiled in relief. "It's not snowing outside, it's just that when we flew over from the country, it was snowing in the Middle East." "Oh, it's like that. Sit down first and tell us about the situation in the country." Mother Wang called out. She remembered that the girls did not go out by plane, but by flying. The girls sat on the sofa and chairs, surrounding the living room, and began to talk about the situation in the country. Just a few days ago, all the girls, other than Xianxia, had returned to Xianxia. Firstly, it was to investigate Yangcheng's news, and secondly, it was because they had a lot of things to take care of. Lin Ruoshi, Anqin, and Tangwan were all from big families. Whether it was Yulei International Group and Family Group, or the Tang family's Maple Forest Group, they all had tens of thousands of employees, and business cooperation spread all over the world. Normally, as the chairman, the three women only needed to occasionally deal with some important decisions, and did not need to always come out to manage, so it didn't matter where they lived. But now, the entire Xianxia, and even the entire world, had entered an unprecedented cold crisis. The governments of all countries were trying their best to maintain social stability and the safety of their citizens, so it was impossible for the company to operate normally. Not to mention anything else, just the traffic was already completely different from the past. Apart from the tropics and the occasional warm areas with favorable topography and ocean currents, more than 80% of the world's airports were no longer operating normally, and more than 60% of the airports had been completely shut down. More than 90% of the railways had been cut off, and many tracks had been buried in ice and snow, frozen and destroyed. Naturally, the roads were not spared. Some cars could not even start or were directly frozen on the road. In such a situation, the employees could not go to work, and the factory had stopped operating. As the big bosses, they naturally had to deal with this crisis properly. Not only did they have to cooperate with the country to allow their employees to take a vacation, but they also had to provide a lot of resources. At such a critical moment, he didn't even need to give his employees any money. All he needed was food, backup fuel, and heating equipment. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't have the opportunity to spend it. As for Xianxia, Lu Mingyu, and the Kai sisters, they all went to meet with their families, trying to find a way to bring their relatives to the island or send them to other tropical areas. Huilin's international concert tour had also been stopped early due to the terrible global temperature. Since Huilin had nothing to do, she returned to Beijing to help the Lin family. As the current official of Xianxia, Li Jingjing had been staying in the country. From time to time, she would report to the women about the situation in the country. She was also very busy with official and private matters. Now that more than half of Xianxia has been frozen, people are running south. The rich are taking cars and ships to the tropics. If this continues, I'm afraid the temperature in the south will be dozens of degrees below zero. Qiang Wei sighed. What should we do? It's already dozens of degrees below zero in the south. How many people will freeze to death? Mother Wang said worriedly. Kaining frowned slightly and said, I'm afraid many people will starve to death before they freeze to death, or even be beaten to death. Now, other than some supermarkets and malls controlled by the country, all the other shops are closed. The merchants are hiding and not selling anything. Some of the managers of the malls have directly stored the edible food for themselves, intending to sell it to other people. Hotels, guesthouses, because there are too many people moving from the north to the south, they are all full. Even the small hotels are full. Because there is enough police and military to manage, the crime rate is constantly increasing. There have been many incidents related to robbery, arson, and murder. They are all for food and shelter. Even the traffic is inconvenient. The police can't be dispatched in time, and the media can't even take care of themselves, so they can't take any action. The local residents in the south are complaining. Many of them have been robbed by foreigners who have no place to go. It's like they are being invaded. When the conflict between the local and foreign residents reaches a certain level, it will be a big problem sooner or later. Hearing this, Mother Wang and the rest were shocked speechless. The women's expressions were gloomy. The scenes they saw when they returned to the country were really unbearable. However, in order to survive, what was the bottom line? The law? In the face of survival instinct, it was a huge joke. Perhaps for the time being, these situations would only appear among ordinary people and poor people. But after that, when the whole world is cold, will those rich people who hide abroad really be spared? Rich people are also people, and they even have less ability to survive than some ordinary people. Once it comes to the last moment, those rich people will be robbed even more fiercely by ordinary people who use unscrupulous means to survive. Isn't there an army in the secular world? Why doesn't the country send the army to suppress them? If they don't control those people who do evil, how many innocent people will die? Su Xian asked doubtfully. Army? The army is also ordinary people. Tang Wan smiled bitterly and said, those soldiers have their own hometown and family. Many of those who fled to the south are their relatives. How can they point their guns at their own hometown? It's fine if it's one or two places, but now the whole country is in chaos. Those soldiers don't have the mood to stay in the army. As far as I know, except for the Yanjing military region, a large number of soldiers in other military regions have fled home. Now it's hard to control those officers. No one listens to them. They are all commanders without an army. No matter how they command, it's useless. Instead, some officers who tried to stop them were killed by the soldiers who were eager to return home. What? So serious? When Mother Wang heard this, she quickly turned her head and asked Lin Ruoshi, Miss, did you go to see your mother-in-law? Aren't Xue Hua and Commander Yang in the Jiangnan military region? Lin Ruoshi nodded, yes, but they went back to the Yang family in Yanjing. They are very safe now. But now the Jiangnan military region is in chaos. Except for a few naval forces and special forces, the other forces are out of control. Many of the soldiers ran away on their own after they were sent out. That's good. Sigh. This is a global disaster. I don't know if our country can survive it. Mother Wang breathed a sigh of relief. The women were silent. Although they had returned to deal with some important matters and confirmed the safety of their families, as long as the temperature continued to drop, the disaster was just the beginning. Son-in-law, still no news? At this time, seeing that none of the women mentioned it, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The women's faces were especially gloomy. Their eyes were filled with worry, frustration, and resentment. No, my sister and I asked our dad. Hongming's Taoist master Ling Shuzi met him once too. Weeks ago. He said that Hongming can't take care of itself now. All the decisions of Yellow Flame Iron Brigade are temporarily taken over by my dad. Hubby hasn't appeared since the battle with Luo Qianqiu 2 months ago. Rumor in Hongming says that he can't lose to Luo Qianqiu. But for some reason, Luo Qianqiu survived, but hubby disappeared, Choi Yun answered. Luo Qianqiu is now taking advantage of the Ning family and Xiao family's weakness to take over the 3 major families and other vassal families. When the elders of Hongming attacked hubby, they suffered huge losses. Everyone is already in danger. I'm afraid that after Luo Qianqiu takes over all the experts from the hidden families, he will start to eat up Hongming. Kaining said. That old turtle, I don't know what he did to harm hubby. Hubby will definitely be fine. Xiao Qiqing hated the Luo family to the core. The women forced a smile. They also hoped that Yangqing was safe, but they had no clue. The only person who knew Yangqing's whereabouts was probably Luo Qianqiu, but they couldn't ask him in person. Alright, other than waiting and believing, there's nothing else we can do. Lin Ruoshi looked extremely calm. She stood up and asked, Mother Wang, where did Lan Lan go to play? Why don't I see her? At the mention of Lan Lan, Mother Wang clapped her hands and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, it's all because of Miss Yu and the other 2 sisters. They said that they wanted to go to the surrounding countries to take a look. Lan Lan is very close to them, so she followed them. I was afraid that you wouldn't agree, so I didn't allow you to call me. I thought that since Miss Yu and the others are so powerful, nothing will happen to Lan Lan, so I agreed. Ever since they promised Yangqing to take care of the women on the island, Yu Lanting and the other 2 experts of the demon sect did not go back on their word. Other than returning to the prehistoric sect in the middle, they spent most of their time on the island. Yangqing did not return after a long time. Although they were puzzled, they did not think that anyone in the illusion realm could defeat Yangqing. Thus, they continued to wait patiently. To them, who had lived for 1,000 years, these few months passed in the blink of an eye. It was nothing at all. Coincidentally, when Lin Ruoshi went to China, she was busy with work and did not bring the little fat girl back. The little fat girl simply followed the 3 beautiful fox spirits to play. Knowing that she was Yangqing's biological daughter and that she was so likable, sect leader Yu expressed that he liked her very much. He kissed and hugged Lan Lan all day long. The prehistoric sect was not as interesting as this colorful world. Yu Lanting and the other fox demons were very interested in the various human civilizations outside. After seeing that nothing had happened for more than 2 months, the people in the illusion realm could not even take care of themselves, so they relaxed and went to other countries to play. Although all parts of Europe were frozen, the heating equipment and infrastructure were relatively complete. Some places with low latitudes could barely live normally. Lin Ruoshi frowned slightly. Mo Qianni, who was at the side, said with a smile, Don't worry, Ruoshi. Whoever wants to bully Lan Lan, it's good enough if they don't get bullied. Besides, sect leader Yu and the others are here. You misunderstood me. Lin Ruoshi sighed faintly, I'm not afraid that something will happen to Lan Lan. I'm just worried that she'll go crazy and bully others. While the women were talking, the phone in the room rang. Mother Wang picked up the phone. It was Ron. Mr. Ron, what can I do for you? Ms. Wang, may I ask if Madam is back? Ron was naturally asking Lin Ruoshi. Mother Wang replied, I just got back. If you have something to discuss, come over. Everyone is here. No, no. Ron smiled and said, it's like this. Brewster, the chief commander of the Ghost Fleet that we are responsible for guarding, sent back a message. A large number of regular fleets from England, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain have appeared around our archipelago. This is against common sense. He wants to ask Madam if we should take action. Mother Wang was stunned. How could she understand this? She quickly handed the phone to Lin Ruoxi. Yangchun was not on the island, so Ron and the others tacitly regarded Lin Ruoxi as the object of their loyalty. If there was a situation, they would naturally report to Lin Ruoxi. After listening, Lin Ruoxi suddenly lowered her head and thought for a while. She said, Mr. Ron, their target is not us, but Jane. You can ask Brewster to stay put. Princess Jane? Ron was a little surprised, but he did not doubt it and responded respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruoxi asked Mother Wang, is Jane back? She came back a long time ago. She was in a bad mood after coming back from England last week. She hasn't come out of the lab. Mother Wang sighed. The women looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Ruoxi, why do you say they are looking for Jane? Choi Yan asked. Lin Ruoxi looked at Anshin and said, you should be able to guess a little. A bitter smile appeared on Anshin's pretty face, and she nodded. It should be that matter. Don't keep me guessing. What's going on? Choi Yan became more and more curious and anxious. Let Jane say it. She should also deal with those fleets, Lin Ruoxi said and dialed the number of Jane's laboratory. In less than a minute, Jane came into the room. She did not take off her white coat, and her beautiful amber hair was still a little messy. Obviously, she had not rested for the past few days and had been doing research. Jane, who already knew what had happened, sat down with an ugly face. With a bit of resentment, she said, they really dare to come here. I have already clearly rejected them. Are they crazy? At this life and death juncture, they will not be afraid to take risks, and they will not give up any hope. And in their eyes, you are the last straw. Lin Ruoxi took a cup of warm tea from Mother Wang, took a sip, and smiled. The women listened to them in riddles and were a little confused. Seeing that the other sisters were all confused, Jane smiled and briefly explained the cause of the matter. It turned out that all of this started from a high-level international security conference she attended half a month ago. Receiving the joint invitation of the British MI6 and the Royal Academy of Sciences, Jane attended a summit with all the developed countries in the world and several important developing countries in China. There were also some super consortiums and families in the world. The Rothschild family was the first to bear the brunt, and the Morgan, Rockefeller, and other consortiums were also there. There were also the ACE national security organizations of various countries, as well as some cutting-edge scientists from various countries. There was no lack of hidden scientific geniuses that did not usually appear. The media around the world did not report this conference because it was a secret facing most of humanity, and all countries had a tacit understanding to control the media. The theme of the conference was naturally the continuation of global cooling, and what should humanity do? As a result, after many discussions and ideas, the final customized plan made Jane feel a little incredulous. After the leaders of various countries voted, except for a few who abstained, they all decided to implement a plan, Noah's Ark. Countries planned to combine financial and material resources to strive to build at least 10 super shelter fortress warships within half a year. With the current technology of humanity, it was unlikely to hide to the space station outside the Earth's orbit. The only chance was to use the world's nuclear energy, hydrogen energy, solar energy, and other energy sources to build a huge steel fortress to survive on or under the glaciers and oceans in the future. According to the calculations of scientists from various countries, according to the continued acceleration of cooling, in another year, the temperature in Antarctica would drop by more than 10 degrees from the current lowest temperature. At that time, the world would truly welcome the fifth ice age of the Earth. The land area would expand with the freezing of the oceans, but it would lead to the extinction of species, and it would be difficult for humans to survive. In order to preserve the tinder and civilization of humanity, all countries planned to build the 10 fortress warships and let young women, girls, and some elites from various industries, cutting-edge scientists, and craftsmen board the ships to avoid this disaster and wait for the future recovery of the Earth. Of course, to build these steel behemoths, not only would they need technology, but they would also need a lot of funds and materials, which would be inseparable from the support of the rich. The world's wealthiest people would have the priority to board the ships. Listening to Jane's narration, the women present were silent. This seemed like something out of a sci-fi movie about the end of the world, but it had become a reality. I rejected this proposal because I thought that if I didn't take fundamental measures, even if I could really design and build Noah's Ark, it would be of no use. If I'm not mistaken, the gods are the masters of everything. Only by stopping their plans can it be possible to save humanity. Jane sighed dejectedly and said, "Unfortunately, the countries don't agree with my idea, and they don't think that humans can compete with the gods. Now that the gods have disappeared, their whereabouts are unknown, and there's no way to investigate. Obviously, even if they know it's because of the gods, there's nothing they can do." Lin Ruashi smiled slightly and said, "Didn't you talk to some countries in Britain and the United States before that it's likely that the starting point of the solar energy was intercepted near the Arctic ice sheet? Did they reply to you later? This is the most troublesome problem now." Several elite naval forces sent by the United States, Russia, and Canada lost contact not long after they approached the Arctic. Dozens of warships all sank to the bottom of the sea, and no one survived, and the reason is unknown. Jane bit her lip and said, "Could it be that the gods are really causing trouble in the Arctic? Does that Gaia's heart that Athena tried so hard to get really want to cool the global temperature and cause the extinction of humanity?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with some fear. No matter what, with such a huge loss, those countries definitely won't be willing to explore the Arctic anymore, so they chose to deceive themselves and build Noah's Arkansas. "At least there's a glimmer of hope, it's not incomprehensible," Lin Ruashi said. Jane nodded. "I think so too, so I've been hesitating whether to fly to the Arctic to take a look, but, if it's really the gods, then our power is too weak, and going there will only bring trouble and danger, and it won't change anything at all. Let's not go, it's too dangerous," Xianxia said with lingering fear. "Everyone saw last time, Apollo and the others are insanely strong, and my husband also said that the gods are constantly getting stronger. We won't even be able to fill the gaps between their teeth if we go. When the time comes, they won't even give us face, and we'll just be sending ourselves to death if we go." "In that case, Ruashi, because you and Anshin are considered world-renowned tycoons, you received an invitation from the country to invest in Noah's Ark project?" Mo Qianni asked. Lin Ruashi said faintly, "That's right, but I refused. In fact, compared to those hidden crocodiles, my money isn't particularly important to them, but the Yin family has a shipbuilding industry, so they may pay more attention to it." Anshin immediately shook her head. "I also refused, it's meaningless at all. By the way, Sister Tangwan, didn't you receive the contact? Shouldn't the Tang family's Maple Group receive more attention? You guys have a military business." "They won't contact the Tang family," Lin Ruashi answered on behalf of Tangwan. Tangwan also nodded and smiled helplessly. "Why?" Anshin didn't understand. "Because Xianxia is the only country that wasn't invited to participate in the project, and the Tang family has the backing of Xianxia's country. The other countries want to cut ties with Xianxia," Jane said. "Such a big thing, our country didn't participate?" Mother Wang asked in surprise. Lin Ruashi's beautiful eyes flashed with some complicated thoughts, and she said in a low voice, "Isn't it obvious? The other countries aren't stupid. Xianxia and the gods are enemies. Even if they don't know much about Hongmeng, they know that Xianxia's situation is different. If Xianxia can defeat the gods, then they will naturally be happy to see it happen, but if Xianxia fails, as long as they cut ties with Xianxia, at least they have a chance of survival. Moreover, Xianxia's population is a quarter of the world. This is a heavy burden for the end of the world. They can't wait for more Xianxia people to die, so that they can have more food reserves." The other women present did not think so much. After hearing Lin Ruashi's words, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Mother Wang and the others turned pale. This is too much. They think they can survive by doing this? If it weren't for the masters of Xianxia, would they still be alive today? Maybe they really think that the gods are closer to them. Lu Mingyu said with a bitter smile, haven't the gods always been overseas, and many foreigners are their descendants born in reincarnation? They won't treat Huaxia's Hongmeng as a friend, but at least they won't treat the gods directly as enemies. The Anglo-American coalition army was sunk in the North Pole, and it's very likely that one of the main gods did it, but they didn't say anything. Obviously, they don't want to offend the gods. What a bunch of idiots. If we treated them as one of our own, would the global temperature drop like this? They deserve to freeze to death. Cui Yan was furious. At this moment, a luxurious private helicopter flew over from afar and slowly landed on the open space outside the house. Those who could come here were generally people who were close to Yangqing, so they could enter the island without being intercepted by the ghost fleet. The women were still wondering who had come, but they saw Jane stand up with a displeased expression. Humph, a lobbyist is here. After a while, the door opened, and a handsome blond man wearing a black navy trench coat came in. It was the heir of the Rothschild family, Edward. Ron and Brewster obviously recognized Edward's plane, so they did not say much and let him in. Several of the women present had not seen him before. When they heard Lin Ruashi introduce him as a member of the Rothschild family, they could not help but look unhappy. Edward, if you're here to help them as a lobbyist, then please leave. You should know that you can't take me away, Jane said directly with a cold expression. Edward did not seem to expect so many people in the house. When he heard Jane's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. He did not rush to respond, but walked in front of Lin Ruashi in a gentlemanly manner and bowed. Then, Edward greeted the other women with a smile. No matter what the situation was, as the successor of the world's #1 noble family, he didn't want to lose his manners, even if it was the end of the world. After that, Edward turned to Jane and said with a smile, "My dear cousin, do you think I'm a man who likes to do useless things, or a man who knows nothing about your temper?" Jane narrowed her eyes, and a trace of astonishment flashed across her sapphire blue eyes. She is not an ordinary woman. Although Edward is very intelligent, compared with Jane, he is still far behind. Jane didn't even ask what Edward's words meant, but she already thought of something that made her very uneasy. How could they do that? Jane yelled angrily. Edward knew that Jane had thought of everything he wanted to say. He could not help but smile even more helplessly. You should have thought of it earlier, shouldn't you? This is not a daydream, nor is it some random imagination. This is the end of the world. This is the sign of the extinction of mankind. So what if they do anything to survive? What can't they do? Them? Aren't you one of them? Jane said disdainfully. Cousin, believe it or not, I'm neutral in the family. I didn't participate in the vote, Edward spread his hands. The women around were confused. Cui Yan couldn't help but ask, Jane, what are you talking about? What vote? Without a beginning or an end. Jane took a deep breath and said, because of the existence of the Ghost Fleet, even if NATO and Russia can join forces to attack the island, they will suffer heavy losses. What's more, there are many people with cultivation among us. Even without Gate Master Yu and the others, it is impossible for countries to force me to help them build Noah's Arkansas. Therefore, Edward came as an emissary, and it's impossible for him to just be a lobbyist. Those people must have already thought of a bargaining chip that will definitely make me take action. What bargaining chip? You don't lack anything. Wait. Did they kidnap Queen Catherine? Cui Yan exclaimed. Jane shook her head. If that's the case, I won't be too worried. They won't dare to do that. Even if they do, I can save my mother. Then what else can they do to threaten you? We have so many people here. Even if they use nuclear weapons, we can escape. What's there to be afraid of? Cui Yan was puzzled. It's humans. Suddenly, Lin Ruashi, who was sitting there, said faintly. That's right, Jane agreed with Lin Ruashi's answer. If they want me to take action, they don't need to think about me and the people around me. Now that NATO and Russia are in a strategic alliance, it means that they work together to control at least 90% of the world's modern armed forces. With this power, although they can't fight against the gods and Huaxia cultivators, they can easily slaughter some backward countries and ordinary humans. For example, those small countries in Africa and Latin America can't resist at all. As long as NATO's nuclear bombs are detonated in those regions and countries, millions or even tens of millions of people will die in a day. After hearing Jane's explanation, almost everyone was shocked. Are they crazy? In order for them to take refuge, they don't treat the people in those places as human beings. Mo Cheney frowned. No, they're not crazy, Edward sighed softly. If the current situation continues, those backward and poor humans will sooner or later freeze to death and starve to death, and no one can do anything about it. Everyone can't protect themselves. If we use these billions of people who are about to die as bargaining chips in exchange for my cousin to help them build Noah's Ark, why not? This is the last value we can make use of them. Despicable. Kai Ning gritted her teeth and said, in this case, if Jane doesn't agree, it's equivalent to indirectly becoming the murderer of hundreds of millions or even billions of people. What a good plan. In the face of doomsday, there is no so-called ethics, nor is there a vain peaceful coexistence. The strong survive, and the weak are prey to the strong. If you want to blame them for being at the lower level of the pyramid. Edward said coldly. For a moment, the room was silent, and breathing seemed extremely heavy. Cousin, go. If Xianxia was here, perhaps with his madness, he would choose to kill and suppress those in power first, but Xianxia has been out of contact for more than 2 months, and no one knows when he will appear. You're not him, and no one here can be as indifferent to life as he is. No matter what happens in the future, you can't just watch as hundreds of millions of people die in vain. Edward turned his head and looked at Jane with a pleading expression. Jane, who was wearing a white coat, could be seen clenching her fists tightly due to her unstable emotions, causing the coat to tremble. Biting her red lips, a flash of determination flashed in Jane's eyes. Okay, I can promise to help them build Noah's Ark, but I have a request. During this period, they are not allowed to kill the local residents in order to seize the warmer areas of the earth. If I find out, at worst, I'll kill those who want to take the ship first. Almost some of the hottest areas on the earth were inhabited by some poor people. Based on the current situation, it was very likely that the rich would expel the poor locals in order to survive, or even slaughter them. Edward smiled. Don't worry, dear cousin, as long as you agree, everything is negotiable. In the end, Jane was forced to agree, and after leaving with Edward, they went to the U.S. military base in the Pacific. At the same time, in the conference room of Zongnanhai in Huaxia's Beijing, Chief Number 1 sat in his seat, with Ning Guangyao, Yang Gongming, Li Moshen, and Kai Yunqing sitting on both sides. Ning Guangyao looked good, knowing that the Ning family had been annexed, and from now on, he could no longer be restricted by the Ning family, so he was naturally happy. Kai Yunqing, on the other hand, was worried that Hong Meng would also fall. The temperature in Beijing was so low that ordinary people did not dare to go out at all. Fortunately, there was no snowstorm, otherwise, as a leader, he might have to move to the south to work. The atmosphere at the conference table was very solemn. Chief Number 1 had always been expressionless, but this time, his face was unusually gloomy. After a long silence, Chief Number 1 let out a long sigh and said, in a low voice, we can't sit still and wait for death. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. After Number 1 finished speaking, seeing that none of the other 4 people present said anything, he revealed a relaxed smile, and the haze on his face was swept away. Now that we are facing a great crisis, it's a crisis for the entire country, and even the entire human race. At this time, if you have anything to say, just say it. Premier Ning, although the Ning family in the illusion was annexed by the Luo family, it doesn't involve the secular world. Now that you're in control of the real power, why don't you have anything to say? Ning Guangyao smiled awkwardly, and couldn't help but ask, Chief, the situation in the illusion is already chaotic. The Luo family has 2 Tai Ching stage experts, and they're already the best in the entire illusion. Will they really not get involved in the secular power? Don't worry, they won't, Number 1 said faintly, although the Luo family is unstoppable, their enemy is the gods. Seizing the power of the secular world is of no use, and it will only cause the array protectors to be dissatisfied. They won't do such a stupid thing. At the mention of the array protectors, Yang Gongming and Li Moshen's eyebrows twitched. The 2 patriarchs looked at each other. They didn't expect that Number 1, the Yang and Li patriarchs would calmly mention this secret that was only known by the chief, the Yang and Li patriarchs. From this, it could be seen that there was indeed no need to hide anything at the moment of life and death. Everything was based on the foundation of Xianxia. As expected, Ning Guangyao and Cai Yunqing were puzzled, and asked what the array protectors meant. Number 1 didn't hide much, and generously explained the origins of the two array protectors. The exact ages of the two seniors were unknown, but it was certain that they were the ancestors of the Yang family and the Li family. This was also why, in the past, there had been rulers who suppressed the Yang family and the Li family, but never let the two families die off. At the level of the two array protectors, not to mention the family, they actually didn't care too much about the change of the dynasty. To put it bluntly, if number 1 was killed by a spy of a country today, they wouldn't do anything, because it was a normal dispute in the secular world. Unless the gods or a certain cultivator wanted to seize power and kill number 1, then they wouldn't do anything. As long as Xiaxia's foundation was there, leaving a trace of incense for his descendants, that would be enough. As for expanding the territory and protecting the country, that was a matter for the people of Xiaxia. As for the descendants of the Yang family and the Li family, those who deserved to die would die, those who deserved to suffer losses would suffer losses, and those who deserved to be exterminated would be exterminated. As long as they were not completely exterminated, they would not interfere. Of course, this was also a guess that the rulers of the past had come up with in the process of probing. They did not know what the bottom line of the two array protectors was. All in all, in the past 100 years, the guardians of the array had never helped the Yang family or the Li family. Even when Yang Goming's generation was killed in the war, they never showed up. Perhaps over the years, the bloodline of the Yang family and the Li family had changed countless times. Rather than saying that the two guardians were protecting their descendants, it would be more accurate to say that they had a sense of belonging to their family. Even Yang Gongming and Li Moshen did not care much about the bloodline relationship. For people like them, it was actually a little superficial. Although I am the one who has the most contact with the guardians in the secular world, and even in the whole of Xiaxia, I have never seen them. Every time, it is them who communicate with me through their divine senses. I'm afraid it's not just me. The previous leaders have only heard their voices, but never seen them. The two guardians come and go as they please, there is no way to figure out their thoughts. Number 1 said with emotion. Some cold sweat seeped out of Ning Guangyao's forehead. He thought to himself, no wonder the Ning family had firmly ordered me not to have any ill intentions towards number 1. No wonder the hidden families had never dared to kill the Yang family and the Li family. It turned out that these two families still had such old monsters protecting their descendants. In that case, even if the Ning family was wiped out, the Yang family and the Li family might not be wiped out. According to number 1, the guardian of the Li family had once exerted pressure to suppress Yangqing. The two guardians must be more powerful than Yangqing. Yangqing alone had already stirred up a bloodbath in the illusion and wiped out the immortals and demons. How powerful would the guardian be? But it made sense. After all, they were old families with thousands of years of heritage. Without this bit of heritage, how could they have survived for so many years? Yang Gongming and Li Moshen's eyes were filled with awe. They had learned this secret from the previous family leader and were fascinated by this ancestor that they had never seen before. Unfortunately, no one would have the chance to see him. Since that's the case, Chief, China, and the entire world are facing an unprecedented disaster. The gods are already trying to kill the humans, and the illusion is in a mess. Are the guardians still not willing to help? Cai Yunqing frowned and said. Chief One smiled bitterly. You still don't understand what I mean. The four of them looked at each other, slightly confused. Number 1 sighed and stood up. He turned around and looked at the vast map of Xiaxia behind him with a complicated expression. I have already tried to ask the guardian how to deal with it, but he did not give me any reply. Speaking of this, Cai Yunqing and the others looked shocked and worried. Could it be that the guardian is going to abandon us? Ning Guangyao could not help but ask. Number 1 turned his head and said, Premier Ning, I have said before that countless emperors have been killed in the past. When a dynasty changes, the guardian will not interfere. But this is different. If we don't take measures this time, the people of Xiaxia will freeze to death. It is not a change of regime or a change of dynasty. Our intelligence personnel have sent back news that NATO and Russia are already planning to carry out the Noah's Ark project. They have excluded our Xianxia, so the only possibility is to isolate us. If all this is really the work of the gods, then our ancestors of Xianxia are enemies with the gods. Does the Guardian think that our Hongmeng still has the ability to fight against the gods? Chief, don't you know that 2 months ago, the hidden families were defeated overseas and were no match for the gods? Ning Guangyao put his hands on the table and said agitatedly. Number 1 frowned. Premier Ning, I know you are angry, but it is useless to be hot-headed. There must be a reason why the array protector didn't show up. Can we force them to do it? Ning Guangyao's face turned red and white. He was full of anger but had nowhere to vent it. Although he was passionate about power and was ruthless and unscrupulous, how could he bear to let all the people of Xianxia die in vain when he was in this position? If he did not even have a shred of conscience, he would not have been able to become the premier at such a young age. When he thought of those innocent women and children who might have had a chance to be saved, but for some inexplicable reason, the Guardian refused to help and let them freeze to death, he could not help but feel his eyes turn red. I think it's not that they don't want to help, but that they don't dare. Maybe they think that they are no match for the gods and are afraid of death. Ning Guangyao sneered. Number 1 immediately reprimanded, Premier Ning, don't talk nonsense. Ning Guangyao snorted. He was really angry, otherwise he would not say such words that could cause him big trouble. Cough cough. Yang Gongming looked a little old and clumsy. He coughed twice. The temperature was too low, and it was a little strenuous for his body. Premier Ning, it is hard to go against fate. Everything has a reason. The life and death of people is also a cycle of cause and effect. The guardian of the array is the ancestor of the Yang family and the Li family. Patriarchally, and I do not want to guess what they are thinking. However, regardless of whether they are there or not, the current Xianxia was built by us old fellows, brick by brick. It is our old comrade in arms, built with their heads and flesh. Although we are old, we will not sit back and do nothing. The only thing we can do is to do our part well. As for who will write the final ending, who knows? That's right. Li Moshen said solemnly, Old Yang is right. Since the other countries are watching us, then we should put on a good show and see who can stay until the end. Number 1 nodded with a gratified smile. Today, I called you all here for this reason. The people of the country are in the freezing cold. Other than us officials, they can't rely on anyone else. The people here, including me, have always been relying on the strength of those cultivators. Now, it is time for us to rely on ourselves and think of a way. This battle is unavoidable. We must tide through it with the people and fight to the last moment. End of chapter 1595. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.